Chapter 1712, Scheming Yunxiu 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. He even agreed to this. Yun Luofeng was transfixed. If Mo Chancheng agreed to this, then he was not simple, but stupid. Hearing her words, Mo Chancheng looked so angry and glared at Yunxiu. He didn't agree, Yunxiu smiled, but I goaded him into agreeing to it. He was infuriated by me and agreed. Mo Chancheng snorted, what's the big deal of it? You just beat me in the physical combat. Do you dare to fight me with your spirit energy? As if not hearing Mo Chancheng, Yunxiu let go of Yun Luofeng and slowly walked to Grandfather Jun. Only you are of the demigod level here, so you can help me unseal my strength. Mo Chancheng widened his eyes. He suddenly figured out something, and his cute baby face turned red. You did it on purpose. Yunxiu turned his eyes to Mo Chancheng and said provocatively, so you finally figured it out. Mo Chancheng was shaking all over. This guy deceived him into sealing his spirit energy in order to make Ju Qian his own. Yunxiu, when did you become so scheming? Yun Luofeng glanced at the grim-faced Mo Chancheng and smiled. In fact, Mo Chancheng was pathetic. However, where there was a pathetic one, there was a damned one. If Mo Chancheng hadn't betrayed Ju Qian, would he have been trapped in the fantasy land for thousands of years? Even though he finally repented, betrayal was betrayal. A broken mirror could never be restored. Sit down, boy. Grandfather Jun asked Yunxiu to sit cross-legged in front of him, and his big, rough hand smacked him hard on the shoulder. His body immediately shook and a strong force flowed through his body. Soon, with a boom, spirit energy surged out, and the whole area was covered with thick spirit energies. It feels good to regain my strength. Yunxiu moved his shoulders, and slowly turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng. Yunxiu, you can't take risks like this in the future. Yun Luofeng was finally relieved, but she said with a straight face. I couldn't bear it. Quote. What? Yun Luofeng didn't understand what he meant. I couldn't bear that there was such a hidden danger around you, I just couldn't bear it. Fortunately, he is gullible and I tricked him into sealing his own strength with just a few words. Yunxiu said this on purpose. Hearing this, Mo Chancheng who turned purple with anger and almost burst into tears. His eyes were bloodshot, and he glared at Yunxiu as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Liar, you big liar. Mo Chancheng bit his lips, glared at Yunxiu and turned to Yun Luofeng. His expression suddenly became extremely plaintive. Ju Qian, what's good about this man? Just divorce him and marry me. I waited for you for so many years. How can you have the heart to abandon me? Yun Luofeng frowned. I'm Yun Luofeng. You are Ju Qian. Otherwise, you couldn't get his inheritance. From what I know of him, he would rather let his things disappear in the long history than give them to others. Unless the person is his reincarnation. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng didn't know what to say. Although she hadn't been able to find the successor of Ju Qian, she had a feeling that one day she would meet his successor. But now, she had to find a way to solve this Mo Chancheng. Chapter 1713, Scheming Yunxiu 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng turned to Yunxiu and asked, Yunxiu, what do you think? We can't kill him now. Yunxiu thought for a while and said. Feng Xiao, in my opinion, you should take this boy with you temporarily, to prevent him from harming others. Although the strength of Mo Chancheng was sealed, it was possible that his strength would be unsealed under some stimulus. And, even though they wanted to kill him, it might not be so easy. Yun Luofeng frowned and spoke slowly. This guy is still a time bomb. It's dangerous to take him with us. Though Grandfather Jun didn't know what a time bomb was, he probably understood Yun Luofeng's meaning. Of course, Mo Chancheng also heard their conversation. He felt so angry and wronged. Though he really wanted to make Yun Luofeng his wife, he knew it was impossible. Yunxiu, Yun Luofeng pondered, and a gleam flickered across her eyes. How long will the seal last? There were many types of seals. This seal, since it was implanted by Mo Chancheng himself, would definitely leave some room. 3 years. Within the next 3 years, he won't be able to unseal it, unless his life is at stake, and then there will be 50% chance for him to unseal his strength. That was why Yunxiu claimed he couldn't kill Mo Chancheng. Then I'll take him with us temporarily. 3 years would be enough. Okay. As always, Yunxiu didn't say no to Yun Luofeng. In his opinion, Mo Chancheng would pose no threat in the next 3 years. It's a pity that, Yun Luofeng sighed, it's a pity that Qin Luo ran away. The time for the essence blood of the dragon ancestor is almost up, so I can't pursue her. Yunxiu turned his head to look at the gloomy mountain and frowned, and killing intent flashed through his dark eyes. Let's get out of this place, and I'll have people flatten this god burial mountain. The North Province. In the governor's estate, hearing the report of guards, the governor scowled, and a fierce gleam flashed through his eyes. Yun Luofeng is back. He heard that the saintly virgin tribe sent people to the land of no return to take revenge on the Yi family and that Yun Luofeng, following them, also went there. However, not long ago, their scouts reported to him that they saw Yun Luofeng in the Jun city. Did the saintly virgin tribe fail? Of course, no one knew what Yun Luofeng did in the saintly virgin tribe. The saintly virgin tribe barely communicated with the outside world and Qin Zu had died, so naturally, no one told the governor about it. Dad. A man quietly walked up to the governor, his eyes filled with implacable hatred. Shuang, why are you here? Seeing his son, the governor looked a little better and asked mildly. Thanks to Yun Luofeng, of his 2 sons, one was dead and the other was disabled. He would never spare the woman who committed the heinous crime. Ling Shuang had lost his charm and his eyes were grim. Dad, did the saintly virgin tribe fail to catch Yun Luofeng's family? Yes, I thought the saintly virgin tribe was very powerful, but they turned out to be a bunch of trashers. They couldn't even catch Yun Luofeng's family. We'd better just send our men to do it, the governor snorted, clenching his teeth. Dad, don't speak so loudly. Walls have ears. If your words reach the Saintly Virgin tribe, they will probably take revenge on the whole North Province, Ling Shuang said, and a dark gleam flickered across his eyes. Besides, the Saintly Virgin tribe didn't send their strongest masters there because they underestimated Yun Luofeng. They have existed for so many years and no province dares to take them lightly. I think they must have their trump card. Maybe, there are demigod-level masters in the Saintly Virgin tribe. Chapter 1714, Scheming Yun Xiao, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Demigod level. Hearing this, the governor gaped. I remember there isn't a demigod-leveled master on our continent, right? There used to be one hundreds of years ago, and I always wanted to break through to that level, but I can't. The three elders of the Saintly Virgin tribe had become Sage Lord advanced rank spirit cultivators decades ago. Their legendary leader must be more powerful. Yes, the three elders of the Saintly Virgin tribe were all Sage Lord advanced rank spirit cultivators. Of course, their leader wouldn't be weaker than them. If she is still alive, I think she is at the demigod level, but she's been missing for more than a decade. The governor shook his head and said, Father, though she disappeared, the three elders are still there. They have stayed in seclusion for cultivation for more than a decade and maybe they have already made a breakthrough. In fact, all the provinces feared the Saintly Virgin tribe, not because of the three elders, but because of the legendary leader of the Saintly Virgin tribe. Many people guessed she had reached the demigod level, but no one could prove it. Even though she was missing now, no one dared treat the Saintly Virgin tribe with disrespect. Dad. Killing intent flickered across Ling Shuang's face. Yun Luofeng killed brother and disabled me. This hatred won't be wiped away even if I kill her. Only by laying hands on those around her will she feel pain. The governor relaxed his frowning eyebrows. What do you want to do? Ling Shuang sneered. As you know, I had a dispute with her because of Huang Yingying. I didn't know that Yun Luofeng had a feud with the North Province and that Huang Yingying was her maid. Therefore, I had the dispute with her. Since she cares so much about Huang Yingying, then I must get her. Shuang. The governor's face changed greatly. Even though you were disabled by Yun Luofeng, you are still my son and my only heir. I will find famous physicians to cure you. You must not marry Huang Yingying. She doesn't deserve you. Father, don't take me wrong. I don't want to marry her. I just want to take her as my concubine. No, she doesn't even deserve to be my concubine. I'll just play with her for some time. The governor was relieved to hear this, but he thought about it and continued to say, in that case, don't let Huang Yingying leave. Yun Luofeng values her friendship with her. You can threaten Yun Luofeng with Huang Yingying. Ling Shuang gave a grim smile, and his eyes were cold. Huang Yingying, you abandoned me when I was so good to you. Now, it won't be what it used to be. I will never treat you tenderly again. The only feeling I have for you is hatred. Shuang, go take a rest. I will send guards to look for Huang Yingying. Yes, father. Ling Shuang made an obeisance and left. Looking at his receding figure, the governor frowned. If it weren't for the fact that he had only 2 sons and the other one died, he would have given up on this trash. Unfortunately, this trash was his only son, so he would do anything to cure him. Yun Luofeng, though there are many people helping you, so what? I have the Saintly Virgin tribe at my back. Will I be afraid of you, a little girl? Thinking of the past, the governor clenched his teeth. Anyone who helps you must die. Since they had a dispute over Hongluan in the East Province, they were doomed to be mortal enemies. Chapter 1715, Sage Lord Level Advanced Rank 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The East Province, Jun City. Jun Fengling raised her eyebrows, looked around at the group of people who surrounded them with her and Yi Jingchen in the middle, and a cold gleam flashed through her beautiful slanted eyes. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, do you mind visiting our Wei family? The leader of these people, a middle-aged man, walked up to them with a smile, but the smile was so fake and his small eyes were cunning and insidious. Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen looked at each other with a sneer on their lips. Sorry, we came to Jun City to find someone. I'm afraid I don't have the time. That day, she and Yi Jingchen entered the God Burial Mountain to look for Yun Luofeng, and traveled in company with an old man they met on the God Burial Mountain. However, they encountered danger halfway and were separated from that old man. They were seriously injured and fortunately, someone saved them and brought them out of God Burial Mountain. They wanted to enter God Burial Mountain again, but then they learned that Yun Luofeng had left there alive and she was in Jun City now. She and Yi Jingchen immediately rushed to the Jun family. As for the group of people standing in their way, they had disputes with them before. Mrs. Yi, don't rush to refuse me. The middle-aged man smiled. Since you are new here, there must be a lot of inconvenience for you on the continent of 7 provinces. If you join our Wei family, we'll take care of you. Saying this, the middle-aged man paused. As for the person you are looking for, I will send people to look for her. What if I refuse? Jun Fengling smiled and said coldly. The middle-aged man's face darkened bit by bit. It's a blessing for you if you can join our Wei family. You'd better be grateful. If Miss hadn't demanded this, our Wei family would not accept you. Besides, it should be up to Mr. Yi to decide whether you join us or not. As a woman, you can't make such an important decision. Feeling the anger of Jun Fengling, Yi Jingchen held her hand tenderly and coldly stared at the middle-aged man. My wife has the final say in our Yi family. She can represent me. You. The middle-aged man turned purple and angrily pointed to Yi Jingchen. Just as he was going to snap at him, a sweet voice came from behind him. Uncle Wei, back down. Let me talk to them. The girl's sweet voice immediately attracted many people's attention. Her bright pink dress set off her white skin and made her the most striking focus here. Miss, the Wei family people all made obeisance and called her respectfully. Miss was the most outstanding genius of their Wei family. She was not only beautiful but also talented. In the whole Jun city, only the two ladies of the Jun family could surpass her. Of course, though Jun Fengling was actually more beautiful than the Wei family's Miss, the people of the Wei family would never admit it. Mr. Yi, Wei Ling walked up to Yi Jingchen with a smile, her pretty face beaming with an innocent smile. I really admire you, so I want you to join our Wei family. As for your wife, I can also allow her to join us. As long as you nod, I can give the whole Wei family to you. Though the Wei family had a lot of offspring from collateral lines, Wei Ling was the only child of the direct line, so she was the only heiress of the Wei family. Chapter 1716, Sage Lord Level Advanced Rank 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Her meaning was quite clear. Jun Fengling sneered. This woman wanted to take her man from her. Did she think she was dead? Disgusted by Wei Ling's seductive look, Yi Jingchen said coldly, Miss Wei, I don't want your Wei family at all. It's enough for me to spend my life with my beautiful wife Ling'er and my son and daughter. Hearing this, Wei Ling was not angry. She chuckled, every man wants power. Though our Wei family is not the most powerful family in the East Province, it's among the top ones. I'm the heir of the Wei family. If you marry me, it's like you're marrying the whole Wei family. Mr. Yi, you're a smart man. I believe you know what choice is best for you. Yi Jingchen's face turned black. He had never seen such a shameless woman before. He didn't want to waste his time on this woman, so he snapped coldly, get out of my way. Mr. Yi, I know you love your wife, so I won't force you to break up with her. How about this? As long as you join our Wei family, I will allow her to be your concubine. Although Wei Ling's tone was mild and her face was smiling, she spoke as if she was giving alms. As if Jun Fengling should appreciate being allowed to become Yi Jingchen's concubine. Jun Fengling was so angry that she burst into laughter. So this is your Wei family's style. Force a man to divorce his wife on the street and make his wife his concubine. Yi Jingchen kept stroking Jun Fengling's back for fear that his beloved wife would be infuriated by Wei Ling. Miss Jun. Wei Ling didn't call Jun Fengling Mrs. Yi because she didn't admit she was Yi Jingchen's wife. She paused and continued, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just telling you my decision. You have no say in this matter. Wei Ling was polite to Yi Jingchen, but when talking to Jun Fengling, she was completely arrogant and had a cold expression. Then I'll see whether you can take my husband from me. Jun Fengling sneered, quickly drew the soft sword wrapped around her waist, and confronted Wei Ling. I've given you a chance, but you didn't take it. Wei Ling narrowed her eyes, waved and was going to order her man to get Jun Fengling. Suddenly, a voice mixed with joy and surprise came from behind. Mom. Jun Fengling shuddered and turned her head. Widening her beautiful eyes in surprise, she looked at the girl who rushed towards her. Kisa. Before she said this, the girl had pounced into her arms. She raises her pretty face that was full of joy and excitement. Mom, why are you here? Jun Fengling hadn't come back home since she left the Yi family 5 years ago. They hadn't seen each other for 5 years. Thinking of the 5-year-long separation, Yi Chi felt her nose sour and tears dripped down from her face. Kisa, you. Quote. Jun Fengling was surprised. Wasn't Yi Chi supposed to stay in the continent of no return? Why did she appear in this place? If she was here, did it mean that Feng Er was really in Jun City? Mom, brother and sister-in-law are both here. Let me take you to them. We can talk when we meet them. A bright smile appeared on Yi Chi's tearful face. She held Jun Fengling's arms tightly, reluctant to release them. Okay, let's go to see your brother and sister-in-law. Chapter 1717, Sage Lord Level Advanced Rank 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. It had been 5 years. How could Jun Fengling not miss her children who she hadn't seen for 5 years? She even forgot about Wei Ling who had seriously offended her. Wei Ling looked very embarrassed. She tightly clenched her fists but didn't ask her men to stop Jun Fengling from leaving. Miss. Uncle Wei frowned and stared at the receding figure of Jun Fengling. I saw the woman who just called Jun Fengling mom hanging out with Jun Ling'er. Wei Ling took a deep breath. I didn't expect that Jun Fengling knew the Jun family people. No wonder she didn't take her words seriously. Jun Ling'er. The Jun Ling'er of the Jun family. Uncle Wei stared in shock. If she has a relationship with the Jun family, then we. No wonder Miss, who had planned to kill Jun Fengling, didn't order the Wei family people to stop Jun Fengling from leaving after the girl showed up. It turned out that she had a relationship with the Jun family. I checked her identity after I found her hanging out with Ling'er. Unfortunately, I only knew her name and it was hard to find her identity just with her name. The Wei family was not strong enough. If it was the Jun family, they would easily find out a person's identity just with his name. Miss, then she. Quote. Wei Ling shook her head. Jun Ling'er is a very easygoing person. She doesn't care about her friend's identity as long as she gets along with the person. So I don't think the woman named Yi Chi has a powerful background. And it's even more impossible that she is a relative of the Jun family because I know all the relatives of the Jun family. Uncle Wei was relieved to hear that. That's good. If she is just Jun Ling'er's friend and has no background, we don't have to be afraid of her. More importantly, Jun Ling'er was good-natured and would never press down on people with power. In fact, we don't need to be afraid of Jun Ling'er. Although our Wei family is dependent on the Jun family also needs us to work for them, so Jun Ling'er would not turn against us just for a friend. Wei Ling blinked. Besides, Grandfather Jun and Master Jun are both well-renowned strong masters. They will not make things difficult for us just over this trivial matter. In the Jun family, there is only one person I fear. Wei Ling breathed deeply and her face turned solemn. You mean, that person? Yes, it's her, Yun Luofeng. Grandfather Jun announced that Yun Luofeng was his granddaughter, perhaps because he really wanted one. In addition, Yun Luofeng was different from Jun Ling'er. Jun Ling'er would have to consider the implications for the Jun family, while Yun Luofeng wouldn't. She wouldn't let off anyone who had offended her. Uncle Wei gasped. He knew what Miss said was true. That woman called Yun Luofeng was simply a god of calamity. It was better to offend the god of hell than her. Uncle Wei, Wei Ling turned her head to Uncle Wei and said with great seriousness, all these years, I never fell for any man no matter how excellent they were. Now I finally have a crush on a man. I will never give him up. But, miss, he has the Jun family behind him. So what? She's just a friend of Jun Ling'er. If Grandfather Jun knows his granddaughter made friends with a notorious woman, will he allow him to stay in the Jun family? Wei Ling gave a faint smile and a grim gleam flickered across her eyes. Chapter 1718, Sage Lord Level Advanced Rank 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. What do you want to do, miss? You have our men to spread a rumor, claiming that Yi Qi, who had a good relationship with the Jun family's Miss, Jun Ling'er, is a slut. She not only got pregnant many times but also changed husbands frequently. And isn't Jun Fengling her mom? You can tell people that. Her mom once sent Yi Qi into a strong master's bed in order to curry favor with him. Of course, this is not enough. I haven't found out Yi Qi's identity, but I sent a person to trick Yi Qi into telling that she had never seen her biological parents since she was a child, so you can tell people that Yi Qi's biological parents died because they were so angry with her debauched behavior. The smile on Wei Ling's face spread, and her eyes were shining with an evil gleam. Jun Fengling, you are not willing to give up your man. Then I'll ruin you and your daughter. I'll see if you can continue to stay in the Jun family. The Jun family. Yun Luofeng was playing chess with Grandfather Jun, and Yun Xiao was gazing at her face. He just couldn't take his eyes off of her. At that moment, a voice of exultation came from the door. Second brother, sister-in-law, mom and dad have come. Grandfather Jun's hand that was holding a chess piece shook. He jumped out of his chair with a loud crash and turned his eyes to the door. After a while, a red figure came into his view. Grandfather Jun's pupils constricted and he said with surprise, it's you. Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen were also stunned and looked in bewilderment at Grandfather Jun and Yun Luofeng. Feng Xiao, do you know this old timer? Jun Fengling was surprised. After they were separated from him at God Burial Mountain, they were worried that he might come across some danger. Now, seeing him standing there safe and sound, they were relieved. Grandfather Jun could not suppress his inner excitement any longer and ran to Jun Fengling. No wonder the first time he met Jun Fengling, he had an inexplicable good feeling about her. It turned out that she was. Bang! However, when he was going to arrive in front of Jun Fengling, Yi Jingchen suddenly kicked at him and the blue veins in his forehead were strongly pulsing. I didn't expect that you were that kind of person. How dare you molest my wife? You really let me down. Yi Jingchen didn't care whether Grandfather Jun knew Yun Luofeng or not. He only knew that the old man just ran to hug his wife. How could he allow others to touch his wife? Grandfather Jun turned blue with embarrassment. How dare you beat your father-in-law? I'll ask my daughter to divorce you. You old goat. Yi Jingchen was going to curse him only to realize what he just said. He asked blankly, what did you say? At this time, Yun Luofeng, who was enjoying the show off to the side, finally opened her mouth. Grandfather Jun is right. He is mom's father and your father-in-law. Yi Jingchen's face turned from blue to white and then from white to red. Finally, he knew what a mistake he had made. He hurriedly walked up to Grandfather Jun and asked with concern, Grandfather Jun. No, father, are you all right? I didn't mean it. I thought you wanted to molest my wife. Grandfather Jun snorted and turned his head away, ignoring Yi Jingchen. He was angry. How dare he kick him? Yi Jingchen hastily bowed to him. Father, I'm sorry. I made a big mistake. Please forgive me. Grandfather Jun angrily reached out a finger and pointed at Yi Jingchen's head. Chapter 1719, Sage Lord Level Advanced Rank 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. You not only take my daughter but also kick me, and you just apologize to me. Yi Jingchen, knowing that he had made a mistake, didn't dare to say a word when being lectured by Grandfather Jun but kept apologizing. From the very beginning to the end, Jun Fengling didn't speak but stared at Grandfather Jun with tearful eyes. Father. It turned out, she also had a father. Perhaps feeling Jun Fengling was looking at him, Grandfather Jun turned his head to look at her. Soon he was in tears. My baby girl, I finally found you. Jun Fengling bit her red lips, letting tears run down from her face. Are you really my father? Grandfather Jun nodded seriously. That year, I wanted to avenge your mother and all the others of the Jun family, so I had to entrust you to an old friend of mine and I asked him to take care of you for me. However, after I killed all my enemies and went back to find you, I couldn't find you. I searched every corner of the continent, but I still couldn't find you. My daughter, have you ever blamed me? Never. She had never blamed him, let alone when she knew the reason. My daughter, I miss you so much. Grandfather Jun rushed forward and pulled Jun Fengling into his arms, crying like a child. Jun Fengling stiffened, but she didn't want to push him away because his embrace was so warm. Grandfather Jun, mother, you can talk later. We still have something to decide now. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Grandfather Jun released the woman in his arms, wiped the tears from his eyes and smiled. Feng Er was right. I do have something to deal with. He paused and continued, I told people that Feng Er was my granddaughter, but I haven't given Kisa a formal identity even though she has been here for a long time. I wanted to hold a returning ceremony for you after you showed up, and then I'll announce your identity to the whole continent. It's up to you, father. Zhang Fengling smiled with tears. She never expected that she could see her father. Her foster father didn't tell her anything before he died, so she didn't know that her family was on the continent of 7 provinces. Okay, grandfather Zhang clapped his hands. I've sent people to pick up your family from the continent of no return, and I'll invite all the governors to attend the ceremony. Now, let me take you to meet your brother and niece first. Although Master Zhang was actually Grandfather Zhang's disciple, Grandfather Zhang didn't call him disciple but called him Zhang Fengling's brother. It proved that Grandfather Zhang took his disciple as his son. Looking at the smiling Grandfather Zhang and the crying Zhang Fengling, Yun Luofeng couldn't help but smile. At this moment, something suddenly occurred to her and she turned her head to Yun Xiao. Have you found Qin Luo? This woman was a worry for them. Yun Xiao shook her head. She is very smart. After escaping that day, she didn't return to her palace. I haven't found her although I went there several times. Yun Luofeng frowned and after quite a while, she gave a smile. In that case, let's wait for her to come to us. I'm sure she'll soon come to us. Before that, I'll concentrate on cultivation. Yun Luofeng felt that she was about to make a breakthrough before too long. She decided to stay in seclusion for cultivation and wouldn't come out until she made the breakthrough and became a Sage Lord level advanced rank spirit cultivator. Chapter 1720, Sage Lord level advanced rank 6. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The continent of 7 provinces. After the war between the North Province and the other provinces ended, the whole continent became peaceful again. Everyone was busy with their own business as if nothing had happened. People on the continent felt a bit uneasy from the eerie peace. However, when people were worried about what was going to happen, there came some news that caused a great uproar on the continent. Grandfather Zhang Lintian found his daughter. It was known to all that Zhang Lintian had a daughter who was entrusted to a friend of his. However, that friend took his daughter away and no one knew where they were. Zhang Lintian had been looking for her for years. Everyone thought that Zhang Lintian would never have the chance to see his daughter again in his life. But now he announced to the whole continent that his daughter was back. A lot of people on the continent began to calculate. If Zhang Lintian's daughter had married, her children would be grown up and they were undoubtedly the best marriage partners. Compared with the continent of 7 provinces that was in an uproar, the Zhang family was quite peaceful. Although many people wanted to find out which one was Zhang Lintian's daughter, the Zhang family was not a place anyone could enter. No one could easily pry into information from the Zhang family. Therefore, all those people went back in frustration. The Zhang family. On the back mountain, a white-clad woman sat cross-legged on a tree, with her eyes slightly closed. As she inhaled and exhaled, spirit energies were absorbed into her body. Boom. Yun Luofeng's body shook as if a powerful force had broken through the top of her head, soared into the sky, and formed a violent storm over her head. How powerful was the breakthrough to a Sage Lord level advanced rank? The sky was shrouded with a layer of clouds, and thunder kept moving through the clouds, telling the world about this breakthrough. A Sage Lord advanced rank spirit cultivator. At the same time, all the people of the Jun city were shocked by the spectacle in the sky over the Jun family's estate. In the forest not far from the Jun family, an old man stopped, slightly narrowed his eyes, and gave a faint smile, his eyes filled with pleasure. A Sage Lord level advanced rank spirit cultivator. If I'm not wrong, it must be Zhang Xuan who made this breakthrough. As a good friend of Zhang Lintian, he knew how great a pressure his friend had been under. If Zhang Xuan became a Sage Lord advanced rank spirit cultivator, the Zhang family would be able to stand on the continent of 7 provinces for a long time. I really envy that old man. He had a good disciple. Now he found his daughter, and even his granddaughter-in-law is such a genius. If I had known this before, I would have made Feng Er my disciple when I was in the central province. That year, he and Zhang Lintian met Yun Luofeng in the central province for the first time, and they almost fought over this genius. Unfortunately, Zhang Lintian stole a march on him and he could only regret it for the rest of his life. But he still felt happy for his old friend. While Mu Dong was happy for the Zhang family, all the other powers were dumbfounded. Some time before, Grandfather Zhang invited many strong masters to participate in his daughter's returning ceremony. These strong masters were on their way, so they saw the sign of the breakthrough. The Zhang family had already had a Grandfather Zhang, and now they had a Sage Lord advanced rank spirit cultivator. How could they not be worried about it? Especially the governor of the North Province, his face turned ferocious when he thought of his dispute with Yun Luofeng. Father. Seeing the ferocious look of the governor, Ling Shuang slightly frowned. Even though someone in the Zhang family made a breakthrough, so what? Don't forget, the Saintly Virgin tribe is behind us. Chapter 1721, Sage Lord level advanced rank 7. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Hearing this, the governor of the North Province was relaxed. Yes. Their North Province had the Saintly Virgin tribe behind them. Even though Zhang Xuan had become a Sage Lord level advanced rank spirit cultivator, so what? He was still no rival to the 3 elders of the Saintly Virgin tribe. The governor of the North Province turned to Ling Shuang and said in a cold voice, have you found the girl? He didn't like Huang Yingying, and because of Huang Yingying, one of his sons died and the other became disabled, so he agreed to Ling Shuang's decision. These women must be tortured to death. Ling Shuang's eyes darkened and a fierce gleam flickered across his eyes. Huang Yingying is missing. He searched the whole continent of 7 provinces but he couldn't find Huang Yingying. Missing. The governor of the North Province frowned and asked confusedly. Yes, Ling Shuang nodded. I have searched almost everywhere except for several powerful families, but I couldn't find her. So I guess Wang Yingying should be in the Jun family. The governor frowned and pondered. As far as I know, the saintly virgin tribe will come to the Jun family ceremony to kill Yun Luofeng. When Yun Luofeng dies, Wang Yingying will be at your mercy. The governor knew the saintly virgin tribe would come to the ceremony not because they informed him, but because he was sure that the saintly virgin tribe wouldn't miss such a great chance to insult the Jun family and Yun Luofeng. But, he paused and said, what disturbed me was that I couldn't contact Qinzu no matter how hard I tried. I don't know whether something happened to the saintly virgin tribe. Maybe they have something else to attend to. Ling Shuang felt a little uneasy, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. He decided not to think of it any longer because he couldn't figure it out. Father, it's getting late. Shall we set off for the Jun family? The governor slightly nodded. Okay, let's go. The Jun family, Yun Luofeng. I'll let you live a few more days, and when everyone gathers in the North Province, you will die. In the Jun family, everyone saw the sign of a breakthrough and knew that Yun Luofeng had broken through to a Sage Lord level advanced rank spirit cultivator. Therefore, when Yun Luofeng walked down the back mountain, Jun Ling'er took the lead to rush to Yun Luofeng, and her cute and pretty face flushed with excitement. Sister Yun, you're a Sage Lord level advanced rank spirit cultivator now. Our Jun family is really getting stronger and stronger. Yun Luofeng smiled and turned her eyes from Jun Ling'er's face to the handsome black-clad man standing in the wind. As soon as he saw Yun Luofeng, the cold man gave a faint smile. Congratulations. His voice was hoarse and low as if there was a hand teasing her heart. I said I would fight side by side with you. Instead of being the woman behind you. In fact, Yun Xiao had been the man behind her. He was willing to conceal all his strength and set off her achievements, but when she was in danger, he would stand up to protect her. Such a man was supposed to be in the limelight, but he would rather accompany her as a guard. Cough. Feeling the ambiguous atmosphere, Jun Lintian coughed dryly and said in embarrassment, Feng your family has come here. Ling'er and Chen are receiving them. My family has come, including my grandpa. Chapter 1722, Sage Lord Level Advanced Rank 8. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng's eyes brightened, and her figure shot out of the rear mountain in a flash. In the outer court, everyone from the Yi family and Yun family had already gathered, and Yun Luofeng saw her family from far away. Yun Luo, Yun Qingye, Ning Xin, Yun Ruoshui, Grandfather Yi, Yi Jun, Yi Ya, and even the group of leaderless boys and girls that Yun Luofeng had rescued from a group of human traffickers had come along. Yi Jun and Yi Ya were tightly clutching Jun Fengling's arms and sobbing. Witnessing the two children's tears, Yun Luofeng felt a certain soft place in her heart pulse. Feng Yun Qingye was the first person to notice Yun Luofeng's appearance. A graceful smile, just like his name, was adorned on his face. Suddenly, their first encounter surfaced in Yun Luofeng's mind. In the cellar of the Yun estate, the aloof man sat in a wheelchair with a book in his hands. After he saw her, his unbelievably handsome face emanated an unforgettable smile. Now, time had passed, and it had been nearly 10 years since she first came to this world. In this time, she had also grown from a trash of the Yun family who was humiliated constantly to her current state. Yun Luofeng's heart was moved. A brilliant light sparkled in her pitch-black eyes as she watched her family. Grandfather, second uncle, no one will be able to harm you from now on. That's right, she cultivated with her all and improved at the risk of her life. Wasn't the goal of all of this to protect the family that she sheltered in her heart? Grandfather might be improper and side with Yun Xiao every time, but if she fought with outsiders, grandfather would stand on her side regardless of right and wrong and without any questions. Even if she chose wrong. In her past life, her parents died early and she was deceived by her uncle and aunt. In the end, she even ended up in an orphanage and was denounced by the world, and she never enjoyed any family warmth. It was precisely because of this that she would treasure her family so much in this life. Yun Luo's geriatric face shifted. Although he was incredibly excited inside, he would never display it on his face, so he was glaring at Yun Luofeng. Don't say so much useless things. Your grandfather finished drinking all of his secret tea. Hurry up and give me several 100 kilograms. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Her grandfather was too good at ruining the atmosphere. Feng don't listen to your grandfather. Yun Qingye gently smiled. In truth, your grandfather is incredibly proud of you and is moved by what you have given up. However, father was never good at expressing himself. Yun Luofeng shrugged. She was no stranger to everything that second uncle had said. Closely after that, Jun Lintian glanced at everyone and walked to his daughter's side with a smile. Ling'er, hurry and let our in-laws rest. These two must be my granddaughter and grandson, right? Look how good-looking my granddaughter is. She looks just like your mother back then. Master. Jun Xuan cautiously glanced at Jun Lintian. Didn't you meet your wife when she was 17? How do you know how she looked at 5 years old? Jun Lintian's face darkened instantly. I can imagine it, can't I? Jun Xuan pursed his lips. Did he dare to say he couldn't? If he said it, Master would beat him to death for certain. Appearing to have thought of something, Yun Luofeng turned to look at Jun Lintian. Grandfather, when will the family recognition ceremony start? Chapter 1723, Sage Lord Level Advanced Rank 9. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin, a glint flashing through her eyes. The day after tomorrow was the time for her to seek retribution with some people. She would not forget how the North Province delusionally wanted to send people to the land of no return to harm the Yi family not too long ago. This action alone meant she would not spare those people. Jun City had been lively during this period of time. There was a peculiarly large amount of uncommonly seen sage-level experts. At the same time, every faction in Jun City was bustling with activity. Normally, the only factions with the qualification to go to the family recognition ceremony were those with rankings near the top. Besides the governor's estate of each province, only the Saintly Virgin Tribe, Witchcraft Tribe, and West Province Academy had the right. A faction like the Wei family did not have the strength to even walk through the doorway. However, Yun Luo had come to the Jun family as well. He had always been greedy about obtaining money, so he suggested a rotten idea. He had grandfather Jun create invitations and auction these invitations off. Of course, money was useless to a faction at the Jun family's level, so those who came to the auction must use treasures for an appraisal. It had to be known that this was a good chance to become acquainted with the Jun family. Not only could you see the eldest miss of the Jun family, but you also had an opportunity to come into contact with her children. If you were noticed by them, your future could be prosperous. As a result, every faction did not hold back a single bit. In 2 days, the price of the invitations had skyrocketed, and the treasures that everyone had appraised were all peak ranked. The Wei estate. A middle-aged man enthusiastically entered the main hall. When he saw the man and girl sitting in the hall, his eyes sparkled in excitement. Family head, miss, I didn't fail my mission and managed to obtain an invitation. The family head of the Wei family, Wei Shan's, eyes first flickered with joy but succeedingly turned helpless. This time, our Wei family has suffered a serious loss for this invitation. Father, it can't be considered like that. Wei Ling smiled. This is an opportunity. The people coming are all top experts of the continent. At that time, I will choose the most outstanding boy of the Wei family and adopt him as a foster brother to go to the ceremony. Perhaps he will have a chance to prosper. Wei Shan sighed. Unfortunately, you don't have any biological brothers and you have to carry the heavy burden of the Wei family on your back, so you can't be married off and can only recruit a husband at best. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to benefit outsiders. Wei Ling faintly smiled, and Yi Jingchen's handsome and gentle face surfaced in her mind. If she could spend the rest of her life with a gentleman like him, she would not have any regrets. Dad, don't worry about me. Wei Ling looped her arms around Wei Shan's arm and kidly said, your daughter has set her eyes on a man already. It won't be long before I can make him marry into the Wei family. Oh, Wei Shan's eyes glittered. He knew his daughter's standards, so a man that she set her eyes on must have his strong points. You can decide your marriage yourself. As long as the other person doesn't have a wife, you can recruit him, to be your husband. Wife, Wei Ling snorted. Even if he previously had a wife, he would not have one from now on. She had released the rumors already. She wondered if the Jun family had heard them. Wei Ling recovered her wits and her lips slightly turned up. Dad, your daughter will go and choose the people who will follow me to go to the Jun estate now. After saying this, she released Wei Shan's shoulders. When she walked through the doors, the disdain in her eyes deepened. Chapter 1724, Face Slapping, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. 2 days later, the entrance of the Jun estate was an endless stream of horse and carriages. The originally rarely sighted experts of each province all appeared outside the Jun estate. Due to the excessive number of visitors, Grandfather Jun ordered that all carriages could only stop 100 meters away from the Jun estate, and even the haughty experts obeyed the old man's command. Outside the main entrance of the Jun estate, Wei Ling watched the abundance of experts entering the estate and a glint flashed through her eyes. She turned to look at the handsome youth next to her and seriously instructed, later, if you see Grandfather Jun's granddaughter, you must give it your all to befriend her, do you understand? This youth was considered someone second only to her in the Wei family. Although he belonged to a side branch, his talent was outstanding. More importantly, he had handsome looks, so she believed the members of the Jun family would take a liking to him. Normally, a faction like the Jun family had to form an alliance marriage with the other provinces. But unfortunately, among the provinces, East Province only had an eldest miss, North Province's 2 young masters were either dead or crippled, West Province's strength was too weak, and the young masters from South Province and Central Province already had wives, and Grandfather Jun absolutely would not allow his granddaughter to be a concubine. This was why she had such high hopes in the members of the Wei family. Yes, Sister Ling, the youth smiled, the determination to succeed bright in his eyes. Let's go. Wei Ling took a deep breath and slowly entered the courtyard. The courtyard was clamorous and crowded. Every faction sent someone to come here, and some acquainted people were superficially chatting. Wei Yue, you must remember one thing. Wei Ling stopped, and her eyes narrowed. The man called Yi Jingchen is my fiancé. If you see other women with him, don't be polite. Directly help me insult her. If Jun Fengling heard Wei Ling's words, she would certainly be enraged. Regardless of how good one's temper was, they would not be able to tolerate such shameless words. Since when did her husband become someone else's fiancé, especially since this fiancé was self-proclaimed? Wei Ling did not say this to the handsome youth, it was directed at a young girl beside her. After all, Wei Ling was the heir of the Wei family, to say the least, so she could not endanger herself. Even if Yi Qi and Jun Fengling committed a large fault, they were in the Jun family's territory. If they caused a commotion inside the Jun estate, it would provoke the rage of the Jun family, which was why she brought Wei Yue here and shoved her to the eye of the storm. Miss. Wei Yue timidly glanced at Wei Ling and tightly bit her lips, her face full of worry. She was also from a side branch, but her talent was oddly lacking, so she naturally did not have the right to refer to Wei Ling as sister. Instead, she had to call her Miss, like a maidservant. This is an order. Wei Ling's face darkened. Don't forget, you are merely a trash. The Wei family has done right by you already by supporting your lowly life. If you want your parents to be safe and well, you must obey me. Wei Yue trembled and lowered her head, but she did not say anything else. Seeing her behavior, Wei Ling eased her tone. Don't worry, you just need to say a few words. The Jun family won't do much to you. Perhaps they would even thank you for exposing those people's true colors and preventing Miss Ling One from being deceived. Won't do much to me. Wei Yue bitterly chuckled. If that is true, then why do you have to push me forward instead of speaking up yourself? No matter how unhappy she was inside, she understood that she could do nothing but obey Wei Yue at a time like this. Otherwise, she would jeopardize her parents in the Wei family. Chapter 1725, Face Slapping 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The youth, Wei Feng, slightly frowned. Sister Ling, this isn't appropriate, right? No matter how awful the character of Yi Qi and Zhang Fenglinger and how blind Miss Linger is, this is still in the Zhang family's territory. Even if it's Wei Yue saying this, it would imperil the Wei family. Wei Ling icily glanced at Wei Feng. I have already decided on this. You don't need to say anything more. In truth, Wei Ling had planned everything out in her mind. The recent rumors had already spread, and with some fuel to the fire, Yi Qi and Zhang Fengling would completely lose their reputation and social standing. At that time, the Zhang family would certainly kick him out. Couldn't she punish them however she wanted then? However, the Zhang family would definitely get mad at the Wei family for causing a commotion at the Zhang estate. At that time, she would hand Wei Yue over to the Zhang family and apologize personally, and this matter would become a bygone. Perhaps the Zhang family would even thank her in their heart. Foster mother, a lot of experts came to the Zhang estate. This is my first time seeing so many experts. At this time, a charming voice drifted into Wei Ling's ears. Wei Ling turned around and saw Yi Qi's face full of excitement. Wei Ling's lip curled up with a derisive smile. A bumpkin truly is a bumpkin, so easily surprised by this type of scene. Wei Yue, these two women are Yi Qi and Zhang Fengling, I will leave them to you. Wei Yue bit her lips. Perhaps recalling her parents, she managed to scrounge up her courage and use a sharp voice to comment, isn't that Yi Qi who's recently been infamous in Zhang City? Her voice was very sharp and was very obvious amidst everyone's conversation. Instantly, everyone halted and turned the peculiar gaze toward Wei Yue. This was Wei Yue's first time being in the limelight, so she was naturally nervous inside. However, she straightened her spine and said, Miss Zhang was incautious when making friends, so she was deceived by her beguiling looks. This woman had illicit affairs with people outside and became pregnant several times, but this heartless woman actually aborted her children. However, this isn't the worst. Apparently, Yi Qi's biological parents were angered to death by her. After angering her parents to death, she adopted foster parents. Of course, her foster mother isn't anything good either. In order to social climb, she wants to sell her foster daughter. Now, they entered the Zhang family due to the Zhang family's power. It's a pity that they have kept Miss Linger in the dark still. Wei Yue was somewhat afraid at the beginning, but the more she spoke, the braver she got. She vented all of the grievances she endured in the past onto Yi Qi and Zhang Fengling. These two women should be taken away and beaten to death by poles rather than staying here and deceiving people. The entire courtyard was enveloped in silence, and only Wei Yue's excited voice could be heard. Most people present were aware of the rumors during this period of time, but no one had the guts to cause problems in the Zhang estate. This was why they were all stupefied seeing the passionate Wei Yue. No matter how horrible Yi Qi and Zhang Fengling were, today was a festive day for the Zhang family. You should find a different time if you wanted to cause trouble. Wasn't this the same as enraging grandfather Zhang? Foster mother, I need to go shred this little slut. Yi Qi was shaking from anger. She had never been mistreated like this her whole life. However, before Yi Qi could do anything, a delicate figure had already arrived in front of Wei Yue. She lifted her hand and loudly slapped Wei Yue's face. How impudent. Zhang Linger's face was dark, and her animated eyes were boiling with fury. Who permitted you to create a disturbance in my Zhang estate? Chapter 1726, Face Slapping 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Zhang Linger had heard these rumors as well, and she spoke to Yi Qi about it. However, Yi Qi did not care at that time because the Zhang family recognition ceremony was in a few days' time, and the truth would come out then. Who knew someone from the Wei family would dare to pointedly humiliate Yi Qi at a time like this? This was why Yi Qi wanted to rip her apart. Wei Yue dropped to the ground on the knees with a plop, her petite figure trembling non-stop. Miss Linger, it's because I recently heard those rumors and was afraid you would be deceived, so I wanted to reveal this woman's true colors. You mustn't be fooled by her facade. Zhang Linger pointed at Wei Yue with her finger, and her lips were trembling, evidently extremely angered. You are speaking nonsense, Kiki is my. Before she finished her words, a gentle voice interrupted her. Linger, what happened? Zhang Xuan donned on a faint smile as he slowly walked toward his daughter. Dad. Zhang Linger turned to look at Zhang Xuan and her face was puffed up with anger. The Wei family is slandering Kiki. With the Zhang family's power, it wasn't difficult to investigate the origin of the rumors. However, the whole Zhang family was preparing for the family recognition ceremony at that time, so they laid this matter aside and planned to seek retribution from the Wei family a few days later. Wei Yue hastily crawled to kneel in front of Zhang Xuan and fiercely kowtowed. Family head, please pardon me. It was because I heard those rumors outside that I. Rumors. Zhang Xuan's eyes turned as he asked with a smile. Can you tell me what rumors? Zhang Linger rolled her eyes. Her dad was well aware of the contents of those rumors. Wasn't he being superfluous by asking again? It's regarding Yi Qi. Wei Yue's complexion was pale. Zhang Xuan might have a gentle smile on his face, but the aura he emanated froze her in place. Yi Qi's reputation is horrible and she has many paramours outside. Those paramours are about to come crashing through the door. I also heard that she had ulterior motives for coming to the Zhang family. Zhang Xuan smiled, but he did not say anything and looked at Zhang Linger, Zhang Fengling, and Yi Qi. It's late, the ceremony is about to start. Grandfather is waiting for you at the banquet hall, and he has something to announce later. While saying this, Zhang Xuan winked at Zhang Fengling, mockery flickering through his eyes. He wondered what expression the rumor starters will use to face his sister after hearing the old man's announcement. Miss Wei Yue climbed up from the ground and turned to look at Wei Ling with incomprehension. Wei Ling grew silent for a moment. Let's enter as well. Today was a celebratory day for the Zhen family, after all. It's understandable why Zhen Xuan did not kick Zhen Fengling and her daughter out. He also did this to give face to Zhen Linge. After the banquet was over, Zhen Fengling and her daughter's days wouldn't go well. In the end, the family recognition ceremony was nothing more than a banquet. The objective of it was for Zhen Lintian to introduce Zhen Fengling to the world in this banquet and enter her into the genealogical record. Hence, it was called a ceremony. The dispute outside had already travelled to Zhen Lintian's ears and his geriatric face instantly chilled. He coldly chuckled before saying, "It appears this banquet is fated to not be peaceful." Hearing Zhen Lintian's words, Yun Xiao's fingers, which were currently peeling grape skin for Yun Luofeng, paused. But he quickly began peeling the skin off proficiently and placed the sparkling, translucent grape into Yun Luofeng's mouth. Chapter 1727, Face Slapping, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The members of the Yi family and the Yun family sat down, and the other guests all entered the banquet hall. Besides the seats reserved for the governors of each province, the seats were fully packed. The governor of West Province has arrived. The governor of South Province has arrived. The governor of Central Province has arrived. The governor of East Province has arrived. The governor of North Province has arrived. One after another, the arrival of the governor of each province was announced. Everyone's eyes darted to the door instantly, full of excitement. Being able to see so many governors on the same day was something that had not occurred for several hundred years. Their horizon was broadened today. Haha, congratulations to the old family head of the Zhen family for finding your beloved daughter. Several middle-aged men entered the hall, and all had a smile on their face except for the governor of North Province, who had a frosty expression. Yun Luofeng caught sight of Hong Luan closely following the governor of East Province and did not pay attention to anyone else. Hong Luan also noticed Yun Luofeng's gaze and winked at her, a smile spreading on her face. Perhaps they both did not predict that their fight from back then would get them acquainted and cause them to become good friends. Old man Mu, you also came, Zhen Lintian said with a guffaw when he saw Mu Dong trailing in behind them. Mu Dong smiled. Today is a celebratory day for the Zhen family, how could I not come? Servants, seat everyone. Zhen Lintian was highly strutted and had a superb complexion, his previous displeasure having disappeared. Besides Beast Province, it appears the governors of every other province have come, someone commented. Beast Province has always been on bad terms with humans. There's no way they would appear, a person spoke with certainty and shook his head. However, just as he finished speaking, a dragon roar came from the distance and reverberated in the entire sky. Dragon tribe of Beast Province has come to congratulate the Zhen family for finding your beloved daughter. Dragon tribe of Beast Province. Everyone's expression shifted, particularly the people from North Province. What was the Dragon tribe? Not only were they powerful, but they were also prideful. They did not expect the Dragon tribe of Beast Province would come to the Zhen estate. The governor of North Province's face slowly darkened. He continued to inwardly reassure herself. So what if the Zhen family has the Dragon tribe as protection? The saintly Virgin tribe's strength is also formidable. They might not lose to the Dragon tribe. However, before he finished his thoughts, another deafening voice rang in the air. I didn't expect the Dragon tribe to have arrived first. I am an elder of the Phoenix tribe and came to congratulate the Zhen family on the tribe leader's orders. The Phoenix tribe. Heavens, even the Phoenix tribe of the Beast Province had come. Just how many factions did the Zhen family befriend? The spiritual beasts of Beast Province were different from other people. Other people would come to congratulate the Zhen family for formality's sake, but the Beast Province had always been direct and would not travel so far for that. Moreover, it was the Dragon tribe and Phoenix tribe who came. Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky and swiftly walked toward Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. One of them wore a cyan, sleeveless robe and was peerlessly handsome while the other figure was in red robes and extraordinarily seductive. I, Long Shi, of the Dragon tribe, Breedmaster and Mistress. I, Fang Qi, of the Phoenix tribe, Breedmaster and Mistress. It was though lightning struck them. Everyone was stunned speechless as they watched the two men kneel in front of Yun Luofeng. The governor of North Province shook a few times but was thankfully steadied by Ling Shuang behind him and was prevented from collapsing. Chapter 1728, Face Slapping, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Zhen Lintian's eyes were wide open with excitement. He did not expect the Dragon tribe and Phoenix tribe of Beast Province to send someone to come to the Zhen family's daughter recognition ceremony. What did this prove? It proved that Beast Province was under the control of his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Zhen Lintian choked from his excitement and coughed a few times. You came too abruptly, so we didn't prepare your seat. How about this, let's have the Wei family yield 2 of their seats to you. Wei Ling was stunned and her eyes shot open. There were so many people seated, why did it have to be the Wei family who yielded their seats? However, she did not dare to protest and could only have Wei Fang and Wei Yue stand up. Thank you, old family head Zhen. Long Shi and Fang Qi did not say any niceties and sat down. To them, it was the Wei family's fortune to yield their seats to them. West Province Academy of West Province and Witchcraft Tribe of Central Province have come to congratulate old family head. While everyone was enveloped in excitement due to the arrival of the Dragon Tribe and Phoenix Tribe, another announcement came from outside the door. Whether it was the governors of each province or the Dragon Tribe and Phoenix Tribe coming to give congratulations, Yun Luofeng's expression did not shift. Now though, she instantly stood up upon hearing the West Province Academy and intently watched the doorway. The first to enter was the group from West Province Academy. Not many people from the academy came since someone still needed to guard the academy, but Elder Zukong was able to stand his ground against the other people and obtained the opportunity to come to the Jun estate. Master, Yun Luofeng lightly called out while looking at Elder Zukong. She did not spend too long at West Province Academy, but she would never forget the teachers who once helped her. Girl, 5 years have passed, and your growth has truly caused us to have a whole new level of respect for you. Zukong smiled. When North Province wanted to make things difficult for your family, I went with other people to stop them, but unfortunately a situation occurred at West Province Academy on the way there. I was urgently summoned back, but thankfully I had already eliminated the experts sent by the North Province. However, I had no energy to spare for the subsequent events. That was more than enough. Yun Luofeng smiled. Not long ago while she was at Beast Province, North Province took advantage of the chance to send experts to harm her family, but the experts were jointly killed by the Jun family and West Province Academy. Because of this, the land of no return avoided a calamity. Otherwise, the Yi family would have encountered an unexpected disaster before Yun Luofeng left Beast Province. Hearing Zukong's words, the North Province governor had an extraordinarily terrible expression on his face. He originally wanted to have his son step forward and say something but unexpectedly discovered his son dazed and looking outside the hall with astonishment. The North Province governor followed his gaze with incomprehension, but his expression shifted instantly. The saintess of the witchcraft tribe, Wang Yingying, has come to congratulate the Jun family. Under Ling Shuang's dumbfounded gaze, Wang Yingying led a group of people to the front of Jun Lintian and greeted him while respectfully cupping her hands. Ha ha. Jun Lintian loudly laughed. So you are the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. Knowing your reputation can't compare to seeing you in person indeed. Wang Yingying smiled. I am not only the saintess of the witchcraft tribe, but I am also the maidservant of Yun Luofeng. Regardless of my accomplishments in life, I will be loyal to her alone. Inside the banquet hall, besides North Province's horrible complexions, everyone else wore a shocked expression. The witchcraft tribe could contend with the governor's estate in Central Province. Yet, as the saintess of the witchcraft tribe, Wang Yingying was Yun Luofeng's maidservant. Why is it like this? Ling Shuang frantically shook his head, his face deathly pale. Wang Yingying is the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. Why is it like this? Chapter 1729, Face Slapping, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The North Province governor's complexion was equally horrible. If he had known Wang Yingying's identity, why would he have prohibited his son from dating her? The subsequent events also would not have happened. Currently, the regretful North Province governor has no idea his own son had started to hate him. Ling Shuang liked Wang Yingying to begin with. If it were not for his father's disagreement, she would have been his wife already. Wang Yingying had a low status originally, so there was nothing wrong with his father's disagreement. However, after learning about Wang Yingying's identity as the saintess of the witchcraft tribe, Ling Shuang felt like claws were mercilessly scratching his heart, and it was awfully unbearable. Wang Yingying did not look at him from start to end, as though she was unaware of his existence. Everyone should be here. Grandfather Jun's lips turned up. I have one thing to say first. The banquet hall silenced in an instant, and everyone directed their sight to Grandfather Jun's face. Recently, there was a rumor in Jun City that claimed Yi Chi of my estate had improper conduct and had illicit affairs with other people, secretly getting pregnant and angering her parents to death. Her foster mother also coveted power a lot and planned to use her to cling onto someone strong. Wei Ling's eyes brightened. She did not expect Grandfather Jun to mention this in front of so many strong people. Yi Chi and her mother, Jun Fengling, would certainly have their reputation completely swept away. Also, I have also heard the commotion outside just now. Little girl from the Wei family, I have only one question for you. Do you believe those rumors to be true? Grandfather Jun expressionlessly asked as his gaze shot to Wei Yue. Wei Yue trembled and subconsciously glanced at Wei Ling. After seeing the warning in her eyes, she jolted and regained her wits. Old family head, these are rumors outside, so I also don't know its veracity. However, Wei Yue briefly paused before continuing with embarrassment. I did hear a man discussing Yi Chi's body and also sordidly described those unmentionable details. He even said Yi Chi's favorite position and commented on how lascivious her sounds were in bed. He also said, quote, Wei Yue only paid attention to the praise in Yi Ling's eyes and did not notice the knife-like gazes of the members of the Jun family. Grandfather Jun icily smiled. Then did you hear how many years Kiki was together with him for? This, I don't know. I only heard Yi Chi met him a year ago and tumbled together with him the night she met him. She also switched many men during this time. How impudent. Bang. Grandfather Jun smacked the table with his palm, turning it into pieces, and his geriatric face was livid. Kiki came here 2 months ago, yet you say she has been having illicit relations with someone since a year ago. Wei Yue was startled, not understanding the old man's meaning, but she defended, old family head, it's true that she came to the Jun family 2 months ago, but I also am not wrong in saying that she had illicit relations with someone since a year ago. Grandfather Jun chuckled, evidently angered to the point of laughter by Wei Yue. Although Yi Chi was Jun Fengling's foster daughter, Jun Fengling has always considered her as a daughter. Yet, these people slandered her like this. Do you know where Kiki came from? Grandfather Jun sneered. This girl doesn't belong to the 7-province continent. She only came to this continent 2 months ago. How could the man you speak of have known her since a year ago? Chapter 1730, Face Slapping, 7. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Wei Yue was stunned and dumbfoundedly widened her eyes. Her body started trembling. What did he mean by saying Yi Chi came to the 7-province continent 2 months ago? Wei Ling was just as stupefied. For some reason, unease flowed into her heart. Grandfather Jun snorted and waved his hand at Yi Chi. Kiki, come to grandfather's side. Today, grandfather will seek retribution for your mother and you. Grandfather. Boom. As though lightning struck down, Wei Ling's hand jolted and turned over the half-full cup of tea next to her hand. The boiling tea splattered on the back of her hand, but she did not feel anything and her whole person started trembling. Yi Chi is grandfather Jun's granddaughter, which meant Jun Fengling is. Impossible, that's impossible. How can that woman, Jun Fengling, have such a powerful background? She didn't believe it. Dad, seeing Wei Ling's pale complexion, Jun Fengling smiled and slowly walked toward her father. These rumors were spread by the Wei family in order to slander my daughter and make the Jun family kick Kiki out. Then, the Wei family could act against me and even steal my husband. Everyone's eyes gathered on the Wei family in an instant. Even the regretful people of the North Province were attracted by the sudden turn of events. Stealing the husband of the eldest miss of the Jun family. Tut tut, this miss of the Wei family was truly gutsy and had no desire to live. And no, Wei Ling shot up. Her lips were pale and trembling to the point of being able to speak complete sentences. Her heart was packed with terror, and she wished nothing more than to slam her head against the wall and die. Jun Fengling did not pay attention to Wei Ling's weak explanation and spoke, Brother Chen and I met the eldest miss of the Wei family, and she fell in love with Brother Chen at first sight. She insistently tried to force Brother Chen and me to enter the Wei estate. Of course, she did not make us enter the Wei estate to take care of us, it was to make Brother Chen to take her as a wife. As for me, she kindly and understandingly said she would permit me to be Brother Chen's concubine. Everyone in the banquet hall was stupefied by the story. They originally thought that Wei Ling forcefully stealing the husband of the eldest miss of the Jun family was already gutsy enough, who would have expected her to have the nerve to make the eldest miss of the Jun family be a concubine? Where in the world did she get the courage and confidence to say something like that? Father-in-law, Sir, Yi Jingchen stood up with a gentle smile on his handsome face. The eldest miss of the Wei family also said that their Wei family was ranked among the best in Jun City and that she was the heiress of the Wei family. If I married her, it would be the same as marrying the entire Wei family and I would possess absolute power there. She also claimed that if I was smart, I would know what type of choice was more advantageous for me. Grandfather Jun's face was darker than the bottom of a pan. The fury in his heart increased with every word that Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen spoke. When my Jun family is compared with your Wei family, it's lesser. Grandfather Jun was gritting his teeth. If my son-in-law doesn't choose you, it means he isn't smart. Am I right? Wei Ling's face was drained of colors. She staggered back a few steps and knocked over the candle holder behind her, flame flying in all direction and burning the back of her hand. Wei Yue was also collapsed on the ground with despair on her face. Perhaps she never imagined that obeying Wei Ling's order not only destroyed her entire life but also the whole Wei family. At this time, Yun Luofeng, who was sitting beside Grandfather Jun, finally acted. She leisurely stood up from the chair. Why didn't anyone tell me the rumors these past few days? She had no idea her mother and sister were slandered to this extent. Chapter 1731, She's Advanced Rank Sage Lord Level 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Sister Yun, you were cultivating in seclusion during that period of time. After you came out, you were busy with the family recognition ceremony, so I didn't tell you these things in time, Zheng Lingge quietly explained. Since I know now, I must get justice for my mother. Yun Luofeng's lips slightly turned up. Her dark eyes narrowed and gradually turned to everyone from the Wei family with an eerie glint. After seeing the woman's gaze, Wei Ling felt her mind explode and lightly trembled. She would rather provoke the King of Hell than provoke Yun Luofeng. She once personally said this to Uncle Wei, but now, she herself had provoked this woman who was scarier than the King of Hell. When the King of Hell wanted someone's life, he would merely make you die. However, she would make your life worse than death. Plop. Wei Ling dropped to the ground on her knees and cried, Miss Yun, old family head Jun, I truly didn't know the relationship between Jun Fengling and the Jun family, so I committed this type of mistake. Please forgive my accidental error. She clearly knew that any explanation was useless in front of the powerful Jun family. Admitting her fault was better. Perhaps, the old man would pardon her in consideration of the fact that she had not harmed Jun Fengling. What was laughable was that Wei Ling had no idea that damaging a person's honor was also a type of harm. Yun Luofeng glanced at the kneeling and begging Wei Ling. What you are saying is that if my mother wasn't a member of the Jun family, then she deserved to have her husband stolen by you. She deserved to be a concubine. Wei Ling's face whitened and she could not say anything for a while. Yun Luofeng slowly pressed closer to Wei Ling. You are pleading for forgiveness now. But if mother did not have a formidable status as backing, would you spare her? Sensing the approaching presence, Wei Ling trembled even more and wished nothing more than to bury her head in the ground. Since you wouldn't spare her, why should we spare you? Yun Luofeng slightly raised her chin and haughtily surveyed the kneeling Wei Ling. Anyone who has erred must pay the price. The moment Wei Ling lifted her head, she caught sight of the killing intent in Yun Luofeng's eyes. She jumped with terror and mercilessly kowtowed. Miss Yun, I beg you to spare me. I am willing to be a slave and serve you. Yun Luofeng slowly crouched down, and her slender fingers tightly grasped Wei Ling's chin, forcing her to open her mouth. If this tongue of yours is used to slander and frame people, then there's no need to keep it. Wei Ling's eyes were brimming with terror but could not say a word. Then, before she could react, a glint flashed past, and she felt pain shoot through her tongue. Warm blood splattered into the air and dyed the floor red. Woo-woo. She hastily clutched her bleeding mouth and ceaselessly shuddered, but she could no longer speak a single word. Grandfather. Yun Luofeng released her hold immediately after cutting off Wei Ling's tongue and stated, the Wei family will be left to the Jun family to handle. I don't want to continue dirtying my hand. Anyone who erred must pay the price. No one would indulge the Wei family's unruliness and arrogance. Guards, drag these 3 people from the Wei family away. They will be punished after the family recognition banquet ends, Grandfather Jun impatiently ordered with a wave of his hand. Although he did not say anything, everyone present knew that the Wei family would be eliminated from Jun City from now on and would no longer exist. Chapter 1732, She's Advanced Rank Sage Lord Level 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Ho ho, Mu Dong chuckled. I didn't expect to see such a good play during this visit to the Jun estate. Oh, that's right, before I forget, I still need to congratulate Jun Xuan. Everyone turned their line of sight to Jun Xuan. Congratulate him, did he do something great? Jun Xuan was dumbfounded. Oh. Grandfather Jun's face was full of astonishment. What did Xuanzi do? Why don't I know anything as his master? The smile on Mu Dong's face receded. He snorted and said with a hint of rage, Old man Jun, for how long will you hide it? The commotion in the Jun estate was so large 2 days ago, how could it have been concealed from me? What do you mean by hiding it? I am sincerely congratulating Jun Xuan for breaking through to advanced rank Sage Lord level, yet you pretend to be ignorant. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He had at least been friends with Grandfather Jun for many, many years, yet he wanted to conceal it from him. This old guy clearly did not consider him a good friend. Elder Mu, are you mistaken? I didn't break through to advanced rank Sage Lord level. Jun Xuan was brimming with astonishment and hurriedly explained himself. Jun Xuan. This time, Mu Dong truly got angrier. He furiously shouted Jun Xuan's name and angrily stated, I saw it with my own eyes. Do you still want to help your master lie to us? No, Elder Mu, I really didn't break through. Jun Xuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and ardently stated, the one who broke through was Little Feng'er, not me. You punk, you mean I saw it wrong. Before he could say these 3 words, Mu Dong abruptly regained his wits. His eyes were wider than a bronze bell and his mouth expanded in size. He was so shocked he could not speak a complete sentence. Why you? What did Jun Xuan just say? The one who broke through was not him. It was Yun Luofeng. How old was Yun Luofeng? She was merely around 24 years old. Yet, Jun Xuan said she was the one who broke through to advanced rank Sage Lord level was her. Jun Xuan, what did you say? Can you repeat it? Mu Dong inquired further after forcing himself to calm down. Jun Xuan donned on a smile. Elder Mu, you have truly misunderstood master and me. If I truly broke through, my master would lie to anyone but you on an important matter like this. This time, I really didn't break through, it was Feng'er. Mu Dong robotically turned his head and blankly looked at the girl in white and dazedly asked, Little Yun, it was truly you who broke through to advanced rank Sage Lord level. Yun Luofeng knew that news of an important matter like breaking through while secluded in the rear mountain would spread in the end, so she did not deny it and lightly nodded. After she nodded, the whole crowd exploded and could not speak a single word due to their shock. Heavens, a 24-year-old advanced rank Sage Lord level spread cultivator. This hasn't been heard of before and is unlikely to happen again. Why did a genius like this appear in the Jun family? In the crowd, there were regretful people, jealous people, and also excited people. Elder Zhu Kong opened his mouth several times, wanting to speak, but could not say anything in the end. However, his geriatric face was full of gratification. 5 years ago, when they accepted Yun Luofeng, they did not expect the girl to grow to such a formidable degree. So formidable that it made people have a whole new level of respect for her. Congratulations to you. Hong Luan walked up with a fervent smile on her face, as though she was more excited about this than breaking through herself. However, she paused briefly, one day, I will catch up to your steps. Chapter 1733, The Saintly Virgin Tribe Came, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng looked at Hong Luan, and her lips turned up, seriousness in her pitch-black eyes. All right, I will wait for you. In contrast to the shock experienced by other people, the people of the North Province were extremely embarrassed. The North Province governor's hand was trembling ceaselessly and he wanted to clench his fist several times but could not muster the energy to do so. Intense regret also emitted from his eyes. He was not regretting being enemies with Yun Luofeng, he was regretting that he did not kill her using everything he had back then in the East Province. Advanced rank Sage Lord level. Ling Shuang muttered to himself. The impact on him was easily seen from his expression. Immediately after, a bitter smile appeared on his face. She is already advanced rank Sage Lord level, so how can we oppose her this time? The North Province governor recovered his senses. Don't forget, we still have the backing of the Saintly Virgin Tribe. I believe the Saintly Virgin Tribe can deal with this girl. Dad, Yun Luofeng isn't merely advanced rank Sage Lord level. She also has the Dragon Tribe and the Phoenix Tribe. Ling Shuang purposefully lowered his volume, but the trembling in his voice was evident. If it were not for his father and brother, why would he have lost Wang Yingying and been reduced to this state? He resented them for everything. Humph, the North Province governor snorted. The previous tribe leader of the Saintly Virgin Tribe was once an expert who was at the demigod level. The Saintly Virgin Tribe must have other trump cards in their possession, or they would not have stood unshaken for these many years. Although he said that, he did not have a lot of faith himself. If Yun Luofeng merely broke through to advanced rank Sage Lord level, perhaps the Saintly Virgin Tribe could still kill her, but now. The Dragon Tribe and Phoenix Tribe had submitted to them. Even if the Saintly Virgin Tribe appeared, there was a chance they could not subdue her. While the North Province governor was persuading himself, a clear voice drifted in from outside the door. The Saintly Virgin Tribe has come to congratulate the Jun family. Instantly, the North Province governor's dim gaze was lit up, and a gloating smile appeared in his eyes. Members of the Saintly Virgin Tribe are here. Even if the Saintly Virgin Tribe can't kill Yun Luofeng, they can still make her suffer a serious loss. The North Province governor guffawed and stood up from his seat, walking toward the door to receive them. In the sky, a group of pretty and unworldly women slowly descended from the air. The leader of the group was a green-robed old woman with her hair up in a crane style who had a childlike appearance and an immortal demeanor. She walked with her hands behind her ramrod straight back and led the group of white-clothed servants into the banquet hall. North Province Governor Ling Wu greets elder green clothes of the Saintly Virgin tribe. Ling Wu cupped his fists with a reverent expression. As the governor of the North Province, he had reached advanced rank sage lord level eons ago, but he discovered he had difficulty breathing when faced with this elder of the Saintly Virgin tribe. Could it be that this old woman was already at the demigod level? No, impossible. Ever since that tribe leader of the Saintly Virgin tribe left, a demigod-level spirit cultivator had not appeared in the continent. He reckoned it was because this old woman's cultivation method was particular that she generated this sort of feeling. Amongst the three elders of the Saintly Virgin tribe, Elder Green Clothes had the best temper, so when Ling Wu struck up a conversation with her, she amiably nodded at him. If it was the temperamental Elder Cyan Clothes, perhaps she would have already rudely started insulting him. However, Elder Green Clothes clearly did not want to say anything else to Ling Wu and started walking toward Grandfather Jun. Who would have expected Ling Wu to block Elder Green Clothes' path without tact and have no plans to move? Elder Green Clothes, you have finally come. Because I couldn't contact Lady Qin Zhu during this period of time, I rashly guessed the situation occurred in Saintly Virgin tribe. It appears that the situation in Saintly Virgin tribe has been resolved. A smile spread on Ling Wu's face. This is perfect. Yun Luofeng has returned to Jun family just now, so your Saintly Virgin tribe can eradicate her now. Chapter 1734, The Saintly Virgin Tribe Came, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Initially, when Qin Zhu teamed up with the North Province, she told him of her enmities with Yun Luofeng. What was unexpected for Ling Wu was that Yun Luofeng would be gutsy enough to harm the heiress of the Saintly Virgin tribe. Wasn't she simply seeking death? He wagered that the Saintly Virgin tribe came today to handle Yun Luofeng. Feng Yun Luo could not resist standing up, rage brimming on his geriatric face. Was the Saintly Virgin tribe ever done? They first went to the Yun estate to snatch people and now came uninvited. Did they really think his granddaughter did not have any subordinates? Yun Qingya and Ning Xin also placed themselves beside Yun Luofeng and cautiously stared at the members of the Saintly Virgin tribe. After all, they had merely been at the Jun estate for 2 days, so they were unaware of a lot of things, and Yi Qi never mentioned this matter to them. Elder Green Clothes' face darkened little by little. Regardless of how disciplined she was, she could not help but get angry at a time like this. Who are you? Scram. Ling Wu was stunned. This elder of the Saintly Virgin tribe had quite the bad temper. Was she angry because he was unable to assist the Saintly Virgin tribe? Ling Wu ingratiatingly chuckled. Elder Green Clothes, the North Province was useless this time indeed and was unable to help the Saintly Virgin tribe. Since you have come, then I will leave Yun Luofeng for you to handle yourself. After all, the one she killed was the heiress of your Saintly Virgin tribe. Yun Luofeng killed the heiress of the Saintly Virgin tribe. The people unaware of the circumstances were stupefied and dumbfoundedly turned their sight to Yun Luofeng, astonishment brimming from their eyes. Should they call her ignorant or reckless as hell for daring to kill the heiress of the Saintly Virgin tribe? Wasn't this the same as triggering the Saintly Virgin tribe to go at her with everything they had? Hong Luan regained her wits and silently walked to Yun Luofeng's side, using her behavior to depict her decision. Seeing his daughter like this, Hong Ling merely wryly chuckled and did not stop her. His daughter had grown up and made her own choices. He could not restrict her like in the past. Otherwise, it would make his sole daughter leave him and go far away. Girl. Elder Zhu Kong pondered for a moment before stating, no matter what, our West Province Academy will always be your backing. Us old guys will always be your master and will never change. In other words, if the Saintly Virgin tribe became enemies with Yun Luofeng, then he would be the first to side with Yun Luofeng. Ho ho. Mu Dong chuckled. Little Yun is grandfather Jun's life. As old man Jun's best friend, I must protect you. Elder Mu, the governor of Central Province's expression shifted and hurriedly attempted to stop him. Mu Dong shot him a cold glance, causing his voice to choke in his throat. In the beginning, Yun Luofeng did not know Mu Dong's identity, but she later learned that the governor of Central Province was Elder Mu's disciple, and Mu Dong was the previous governor of Central Province. I have already decided it. No one can object. Ever since the Saintly Virgin tribe appeared, the Dragon tribe and Phoenix tribe have stood on the left and right of Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao like guards, silently performing the duty. Elder Green Clothes had not even spoken a word yet. It was not that she did not want to speak, it was because she was shocked by Ling Wu's words. Since when did I say I wanted to kill Yun Luofeng? Did this punk purposefully come here to frame me? In truth, if Ling Wu was facing other people, perhaps the other person would have understood if they pondered over it. However, he was facing the Saintly Virgin tribe, the Saintly Virgin tribe that was ignorant of the world and extremely stupid. Chapter 1735, The Saintly Virgin Tribe Came, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. You are the governor of North Province, correct? Elder Green Clothes furiously pointed at Ling Wu with hatred on her face. Tell me, how did our Saintly Virgin tribe offend you? Why are you framing the Saintly Virgin tribe? Ha! Ling Wu's eyes and mouth were wide open with shock. When in the world did I frame the Saintly Virgin tribe? Elder Green Clothes viciously glared at Ling Wu, and even the group of servants behind her were glaring at him. Miss Yun. Elder Green Clothes did not bother looking at Ling Wu anymore and swiftly walked toward Yun Luofeng. Her face shifted from her previous rage and aloofness to a friendly smile. I heard the Jun family was holding a family recognition banquet today, so I came uninvited. I hope Miss Yun will forgive me. Her gaze turned and caught sight of Lin Ruobai hiding in the corner while holding and eating a roasted suckling pig. She inwardly relaxed. Whether it was the humiliation spoken by the Wei family or the arrival of the saintly virgin tribe, it did not attract Lin Ruobai's attention. Her eyes evidently could only see the table of delicious food in front of her. However, when everyone saw Elder Greenclothes' genial smile, they were petrified again and did not understand the current situation. Hong Luan turned to look at Yun Luofeng with confusion. Didn't the saintly virgin tribe come here to cause trouble? But from her appearance, it looked like she came especially to win their favor. In contrast to everyone's shock, Ling Wu and his son were frozen completely. The saintly virgin tribe was their last trump card. When did the saintly virgin tribe and Yun Luofeng start having such an amicable relationship? Lady Qin Zhu should not have lied to them. Elder Greenclothes did not care about these people's gaze and walked toward Lin Ruobai's corner with a beaming smile. Greenclothes of saintly virgin tribe greets young tribe leader. Hearing her voice, Lin Ruobai dazedly looked up. She wiped the oil of her mouth with her hand and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Master, when did this person come? The Jun family invited her. What made Lin Ruobai angrier was that these beastards actually stopped her from enjoying delicious food. Heaven knows that she hid in the corner in order to prevent from being disturbed. These tactless people simply could not be forgiven. They came uninvited, Yun Luofeng indifferently said, her lips turning up. Hearing this, Lin Ruobai grew enraged and furiously stood up and pointed at Elder Greenclothes. I have already said that I don't want to see people from the saintly virgin tribe. I also am not some young tribe leader of the saintly virgin tribe. Scram. At her side, Xiao Mo silently comforted Lin Ruobai's back to ease her fury. Xiao Bai, don't bother with these people. We can just ignore them. Let me bring you a piece of water chestnut cake. Evidently, Xiao Mo did not have any affection toward the people of the saintly virgin tribe. Lin Ruobai's lips curled. I don't want to eat water chestnut cake, I want to eat meat. Alright, then I will give you my roasted pig to eat too. Watching the young couple, Elder Greenclothes had some embarrassment on her face. Young tribe leader, I came to request your forgiveness. I was too brash before, so I leave. Don't think I don't know you came to the Jun estate to acquire free food. Today's banquet doesn't include a share for you. Don't think about stealing the delicious food in front of me. Elder Greenclothes' lips twitched. Young tribe leader, I have no desire to steal your food. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Ruobai evidently relaxed. Everything was fine if she didn't come here to steal her food. Seeing that Lin Ruobai stopped paying attention to her, Elder Greenclothes turned to Yun Luofeng in embarrassment. Miss Yun, can you help me persuade young tribe leader? Chapter 1736, The Saintly Virgin Tribe Came, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng languidly sat down and leaned against Yun Xiao with a bewitching and lazy smile on her face. Do you still remember what you said back in the Saintly Virgin Tribe? Elder Greenclothes' face reddened. They had forced Yun Luofeng to leave Lin Ruobai behind and were disdainful toward her. Who would have expected that Lin Ruobai would abandon the Saintly Virgin Tribe without a second thought and chose to leave with Yun Luofeng? Bang! Just as Elder Greenclothes was about to explain something, she heard a loud noise behind her and impatiently looked back with a deep frown. North Province Governor, how did I offend you so much that you must oppose me at every turn? Ling Wu was unable to stand steadily and had fallen on the ground in a sitting position. The commotion produced had interrupted Elder Greenclothes' line of thought and consequently attracted her fury. Ling Wu's face turned ashen, and intense fear rose in his eyes. He could not say anything. Didn't Qin Zhu say Yun Luofeng killed the heiress of the Saintly Virgin Tribe? So why did her disciple become the young tribe leader of the Saintly Virgin Tribe all of a sudden? Heavens, just how stupid of an error did I commit? Ling Shuang lowered his head and did not dare to see the stares of everyone. He could feel the panic on his face and how shameful everything was. I remember how the North Province wanted to go to the land of no return to capture my family and use them to threaten me. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched and languidly straightened her body. There was a wicked smile on her face, and her eyes were extremely eerie. How should we personally settle this score with you? Ling Shuang subconsciously looked at his father, only to discover his father unable to utter anything under Elder Greenclothes' attention. He mustered up his courage and said, You killed my brother and crippled me first. Otherwise, we wouldn't want to seek revenge against you. Yun Luofeng smiled. Then let me ask you, why did I want to kill your brother? Quote. Ling Shuang was rendered speechless. Yun Luofeng continued speaking, Your brother acted first and slandered Huang Yingying. And I have always settled the score. Anyone who harms me will be shattered into pieces. Anyone who harms me will be shattered into pieces. The girl's voice was powerful and imposing, causing shame to surface on Ling Shuang's face. He resentfully glanced at his father and stood up. It appears the North Province can't remain here today. Since it's like that, let's go. After saying this, he led a group of people and headed outside, not lending any help to his fallen father. However, when he reached the doorway, his path was stopped by the Jun family's guards. Ling Shuang's fists cracked. My brother did want to hurt you first, but our North Province has already paid the price. What else do you want? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and stood up from the chair. I have already paid North Province back for the error you initially committed, but what about after that? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes, a chilly glint shining in her eyes. We will settle the subsequent score now. She had not settled the score with the North Province even though she had returned to the Seven Province continent for so many days because she was waiting for this moment. So what if the North Province did not carry out the plan? As long as they had the intention, she would not spare them. Yun Luofeng, you dare. Ling Shuang grew angry, but his voice contained fear. He watched Yun Luofeng pressing closer to him and slowly backed up. Chapter 1737, Time to Get Married, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. As though she did not hear his words, Yun Luofeng stopped in front of Ling Shuang. Then, before he could react, Yun Luofeng's leg knocked into his chest and sent him flying back. Ling Shuang landed on the floor in a battered state and kept spitting out blood. He was about to start running, but a countless number of weapons were propped on his chest, chilling him to the bones. He could not help but shiver. He knew that Yun Luofeng would not be merciful or lenient toward him, so he pleadingly looked at Wang Yingying. Yingying, consider our previous short-lived relationship. Have her spare me this time. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Wang Yingying with shock in their eyes. They did not expect a young master of the North Province Governor's estate to have had a short-lived romance with the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. Hearing this, Wang Yingying's face was livid with anger. Ling Shuang, don't tarnish my innocence. I was young and did not see you clearly back then, so I was bewitched by you. But there was nothing between you and me. Short-lived relationship. How could a phrase with the word, relationship, be any good? Back then, they did have mutual affections for each other, but she retained her virginity. She absolutely would not give up her body before marrying him. However, Ling Shuang's words caused everyone to misunderstand that they shared physical intimacy. Wang Yingying, we might not have been together for long, but our love will never fade away. You can't be so heartless. Seeing Ling Shuang's unrepentant appearance, Wang Yingying started trembling, an intense fury emitting from her eyes. Release him, a chilly voice was suddenly heard. The weapons holding Ling Shuang down were simultaneously retracted, and the guards of the Jun family retreated to the side, yielding a path for Yun Luofeng. Ling Shuang obviously breathed a sigh of relief. He said those words just now on purpose to make everyone believe that Wang Yingying was physically intimate with him before. Since Yun Luofeng protected her subordinates, she would certainly marry Wang Yingying to him to avoid damage to Wang Yingying's reputation. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that it was Yun Luofeng standing in front of him. Yun Luofeng, who had never feared the world and people's judgment. Moreover, not only did the Dragon Tribe and Phoenix Tribe send people to come to this banquet, but the young tribe leader of the Saintly Virgin Tribe was also Yun Luofeng's disciple, so why would they mock and ridicule Wang Yingying based on a few words from Ling Shuang? Miss Yun, bang. Before he could say anything, Yun Luofeng kicked Ling Shuang's mouth. Ling Shuang screamed in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. Laying in the pool of blood were some bloody teeth. The people of North Province are jackals of the same tribe. Back then, your brother slandered Wang Yingying about stealing items from the North Province Governor's estate, and now you want to tarnish her innocence. The terror in Ling Shuang's intensified, and he was ceaselessly trembling. His hand tightly clutched his bleeding mouth, and his words turned slurred, causing no one to be able to hear what he was saying. Since you use your mouth to slander people, then I will beat you until you can't talk. Ling Shuang backed up in terror. He had stairs behind him though, so he stumbled and rolled down from the top, taking several tumbles when he landed on the ground. When he finally stopped rolling and wanted to get up, a foot was stepping on his chest already. Splat. The woman forcefully twisted her leg, and he could feel his insides throb with pain. Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and his face was deathly pale. Chapter 1738, Time to Get Married, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Wang Yingying turned her head and did not look at Ling Shuang. They had no one but themselves to blame for everything. Back then, Yun Luofeng gave North Province a way to survive because she was in a hurry to find Hong Luan. They did not expect him to want to seek revenge. So didn't they do this to themselves? After Ling Shuang fainted from being stepped on, Yun Luofeng gradually displaced her leg and a handkerchief was timely handed to her from the side. Wipe it so that you don't dirty your foot. The man's rough voice was low but it was full of tenderness. Even his aloof eyes were lit up, a brilliant light that only appeared when Yun Luofeng was in front of him. Yun Luofeng smiled and accepted the handkerchief. She placed the handkerchief on the ground and wiped her shoe on it a few times until the bloodstains were wiped clean. I will handle the rest. The man turned his head and sent a cold look to Feng Qi. He did not say anything, but Feng Qi understood his order. Master, I will bury this guy alive now. Oh right, and there's no need for the North Province Governor's estate to exist anymore. The hearts of everyone from the North Province turned ice cold. Some of them even collapsed on the ground and wet their pants from the terror. Yun Luofeng kept her eyes on the man beside her, a perplexing meaning in them. You kill the people, I bury the bodies. This was the promise this man once gave to her, and he had abided by it all these years. He never interfered with everything that she wanted to resolve herself, nor did he stop her. He would merely stand behind her without a word and deal with the aftermath. Let's go, Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, so beautiful that Yun Xiao could not look away, as though he could never see enough of the woman beside him. Inside the banquet hall, Grandfather Jun dryly coughed and chuckling said, everyone from the Saintly Virgin Tribe, you can sit in the seats for the North Province. Let's not let our mood be affected by those people. Now, I will introduce my daughter and grandchildren to you. I am sure you already know my daughter, Jun Fengling, my son-in-law, Yi Jingchen, and my granddaughter, Yi Qi. All of Grandfather Jun's features were smiling as he strutted said, however, my daughter also has a pair of mixed-sex twins. Xiao Ya, Junsa, come to grandfather's side. Just as Jun Lintian finished speaking, Yi Ya and Yi Jun stood up from their seats and eagerly walked to the front of him. Grandfather. Yi Jun and Yi Ya both had an adorable smile spread on their face. In contrast to the responsible-looking Yi Jun, Yi Ya, as the brother, was more innocent and gullible-looking. My well-behaved children. Jun Lintian's bones turned limp from their call of grandfather, and the smile on his face grew bigger. He took Yi Jun into one arm and Yi Ya into the other arm. He wished nothing more than to forever hold these two adorable little guys in his arms and never let go. Wheels could not help but turn in everyone's mind. Whether it was Yi Qi or Yi Jun and Yi Ya, they were undoubtedly a bridge for them to gain the favor of the Jun family. Yi Jun and Yi Ya might be young, but it would not hinder them from sending their similarly aged children to befriend those two. Moreover, it should be easier to be connected to them at the young age. Yare, Junse, you can just sit on grandfather's lap. You don't need to go to your parents' side. Grandfather Jun was beaming. It was easy to tell the old man had been in a good mood over the past few days. Chapter 1739, Time to Get Married, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Cough cough. Recalling that he still had something to say, Grandfather Jun turned to the crowd that was in turmoil. I believe you all know Feng Er, so I will introduce her fiancé, Yun Xiao. You probably aren't familiar with the name Yun Xiao, but what about the title Ghost Emperor? Ghost Emperor. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone sharply inhaled. Even Yu Dong looked at Grandfather Jun oddly. The Ghost Emperor. You were saying Yun Xiao is the Ghost Emperor. The world knew only the Ghost Emperor but not Yun Xiao, so it was no wonder they were so stunned. Instantly, everyone who wanted to snatch Yun Luofeng away from Yun Xiao extinguished their intentions. They did not have the guts to steal a woman from the Ghost Emperor. That's right, Shire is the Ghost Emperor, as well as my grandson. Mu Dong was startled. If the Ghost Emperor is your grandson, then Yun Luofeng is. Little Yun is my granddaughter-in-law. Grandfather Jun pursed his lips. However, I really like this girl, so I say she is my granddaughter-in-law, but I have always treated her as my own granddaughter. If I learn that anyone has been bullying her, I will instantly go at that person with everything I have. Grandfather Jun coldly regarded everyone with a warning in his words. Besides the people who were friends with Yun Luofeng, everyone else could not help wryly smiling. Bully Yun Luofeng. Who had the guts? Even if she wasn't Grandfather Jun's granddaughter-in-law, no one would dare to provoke her. Also, Grandfather Jun paused briefly before continuing. Let me introduce two more factions to you. The first is the Yun family, my granddaughter-in-law Yun Luofeng's family. The second is the Yi family, which is my daughter's husband's family. Within the 7-province continent, these two families represent the Jun family. If I learn that anyone has offended then, don't blame the Jun family for stampeding to your door for justice. Grandfather Jun's imposing, powerful words resonated in the air, frightening everyone to stay silent. Especially the people sitting with Yun Luo and Grandfather Yi, regret flooded them. If they had known these two families were connected with Yun Luofeng and Jun Fengbing, they would have tossed aside the pride and flattered them. Unfortunately, they missed this chance and would not have a second one. Grandfather Jun's sight turned and landed on Yun Lu's geriatric face. A gentle smile spread on his face. Yun in-laws, shouldn't we discuss little Yun and Shao's wedding next? They aren't young anymore, so we should hold their wedding sooner. Yun Lu's eyes brightened. He slapped the table and stood up. Great. The 15th of next month is a good day, let's have them get married on that day. The 15th of next month was only about 20 days from today. Although he wanted Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao to get married sooner, they still had to choose a lucky day. Thankfully, he had made preparations ahead of time and avoided having to waste time picking a day. What does Yi in-law think? Jun Lintian looked at Grandfather Yi and asked with a big smile. I will listen to Yun in-law. Let's marry them on the 15th of next month, Grandfather Yi decisively answered. From start to end, the three old men did not ask Yun Luofeng or Yun Xiao for their opinion and single-mindedly decided the date. By the time Yun Luofeng regained her senses and wanted to speak, it was already too late. The three old men were already discussing the arrangements for the wedding. Chapter 1740, Time to Get Married, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Luofeng finally interjected, don't you think the time is a bit rushed? Yun Luo glared at her. What rush? Are you reneging? Not possible. I will only acknowledge Yun Xiao as a grandson-in-law, you must be married to him. I agree with Yun in-law. There are 20 days of preparation time, so it's not rushed. Just wait to be the bride without worry. Leave everything else for us to handle. Jun Lintian waved his hand. They evidently did not plan to let Yun Luofeng raise any objections. If there were any lucky days before the 15th of next month, he would certainly shift the wedding to an earlier date. Tomorrow would be the best. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Could it be that she did not have the power to suggest anything for her own wedding? Masculine arms extended from the side and pulled her into an embrace under everyone's watch. His voice was low and rough, but his tone was very serious. They spoke correctly. I also think the 15th of next month is a bit far away. Sensing the breathing next to her ear, Yun Luofeng's body turned limp and leaned against the man's chest. All right, then we will get married on the 15th of next month. As soon as she said that, Yun Xiao abruptly turned her body around. His aloof and pitch-black eyes were bursting with light. You agree? Although the old men had decided the date for him already, it still was not as important as Yun Luofeng's agreement. I agree. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and pulled on the man's lapels. However, you have to agree to a few requests of mine. From now on, no matter what happens, you aren't allowed to lie to me and must tell me the truth. Second, you must obey me on everything. Third, only once is permitted per night. If you agree to these 3 requests, I will be married to you. I can agree the first 2 requests, but the third one. Yun Xiao frowned. What about 5 times? 2 times. No haggling allowed. Yun Luofeng gnawed on her teeth. In this period of time that she had cohabited with Yun Xiao, she was tormented by him within an inch of her life every night. She truly did not know where he got so much energy. 4 times. Yun Xiao's gaze was pitifully pathetic, as though he was a begging puppy with his tail wagging. 3 times. If you haggle any more, this wedding is over. Fine, done deal. Yun Xiao's lips were turned up, and his dark eyes were bright and reflected Yun Luofeng's beautiful figure. Although 3 times was not many, it was still better than 1 time. Witnessing how these two people discussed such inappropriate topics as though no one else was around, everyone in the banquet hall was stupefied. Only the innocent youths did not understand the meaning in their words. Sister-in-law. Yi Ya's eyes were wide open as he looked at Yun Luofeng with confusion. What are you discussing with second brother? Yun Xiao glanced at Yi Ya. You will understand after you have a wife. After saying that, Yun Xiao looped his arm around Yun Luofeng's waist. Feng should we carry out the agreement in advance tonight? The people originally paying attention to them subconsciously turned their head away upon hearing his words and did not look at them anymore, as though they did not hear anything. However, just as Yun Xiao was about to leave with Yun Luofeng, an untimely voice interjected. Little Yun, I came to tell you something. Zhu Kong's face was serious. When do you have the time? Chapter 1741, Old Friends Are Here, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng's steps paused and she looked back at Zhu Kong. Master, what else do you need? Zhu Kong looked hesitant. He was going to say something and ended up sighing and asking, I only wanted to ask when you have the time to make a trip to West Province Academy. Your other masters miss you. Alright, I will go visit the other masters after I get married. She had left West Province Academy for more than 5 years, so it was time to visit it. Zhu Kong nodded. The West Province Academy has something going on, so I'm afraid we can't make it to your wedding. However, our gifts will arrive for sure. He had to scrounge up the time to come today, and the other people had to remain at West Province Academy. Suspicion surfaced in Yun Luofeng's eyes. She felt like Zhu Kong was hiding something from her, but she was not the type of person who had to get to the bottom of the matter, so she would not badger them if they were unwilling to tell her. Master, a teacher for even 1 day is my parent for the rest of my life. If West Province Academy needs me, I will rush back even if I am thousands of kilometers away. She did not explicitly say it, but she clearly expressed her meaning. If West Province Academy required her, she would help it with everything she had. Zhu Kong helplessly smiled. This girl was always so attentive. He hesitated for a mere moment, but she was able to see through him. However, if Yun Luofeng was not getting married, perhaps he would seek her help. However, it was nearly her wedding day, and it was not unsolvable without her, so after a long moment of contemplation, he decided to not say it for now. Girl, it's nothing important. After you are married, I will wait for you at West Province Academy. Zhu Kong smiled. I won't stay today and will take my leave now. After saying this, Zhu Kong cupped his fist toward Grandfather Jun and left. Grandfather Jun knew Zhu Kong had important things to take care of, so he did not stop him and had Jun Shren escort him out of the city. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng watched Zhu Kong's departing figure with a slight frown. Do you think West Province Academy has encountered trouble? Yun Xiao was silent for a moment. I am not sure. I will have Feng Qi follow them and help them if West Province Academy has the need. That's good. Yun Luofeng nodded. In truth, if West Province Academy really encountered an urgent danger, then Zhu Kong would say it on the spot. Since it could be delayed by 20 days, then it proved the danger did not need to be immediately resolved. The next day, daybreak. As soon as Yun Luofeng walked out to the courtyard, she found Mo Chancheng standing in front of her door with a bitter expression. Jealousy rushed into his heart when he saw Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walking out hand in hand. However, he did not take a single look at Yun Xiao and unblinkingly stared at Yun Luofeng. You are truly getting married. Yes. Yun Luofeng did feel remorse about lying to Mo Chancheng back then, but she did not feel guilty. If Mo Chancheng did not vainly attempt to harm Zhu Qian, why would he have been trapped? Inside the illusory realm, if he did not hurt Ji Jutian, she also would not deceive him in order to save Ji Jutian. Someone pitiful must have a cause to be despised. She could not find it in herself to be sympathetic to Mo Chancheng. You are really getting married. Mo Chancheng had tears rolling in his eyes as he harshly bit his lips. He appeared to have come to a decision and fiercely glared at Yun Xiao. I don't care if she gets married to you now, but I will snatch her back the day I recover my strength. Chapter 1742, Old Friends Are Here, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Xiao coldly glanced at Mo Chancheng but completely disregarded the cute little boy showing his strength off in front of them. You won't have a chance. He would not give anyone the chance to harm her. Mo Chancheng harumphed and looked at Yun Luofeng again. I don't care if you are man or woman, I merely love Zhu Qian the person. 1,000 years ago, I could ignore the judgment of the world and yearn for him. 1,000 years later, I also don't care whether you have married someone before. I already waited for you inside the illusory realm for 1,000 years. After I recover my strength, I will certainly snatch you back. Yun Luofeng watched Mo Chancheng and unconsciously sighed. I truly am not Zhu Qian. Back then, I lied to you in order to save Ji Jutian. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Ji Jutian. Mo Chancheng shook his head, face filled with determination. I don't believe you. You are Zhu Qian. This guy was truly single-minded and stubborn to death. Truth be told, Zhu Qian allowed me to inherit his abilities because I agreed to his request. Yun Luofeng's expression was incredibly helpless. That is, I promised him I would certainly find his reincarnation. Also, I have seen a fragment of Zhu Qian's soul. His soul fragment saved my life once. The man's haughty demeanor surfaced in Yun Luofeng's mind. His red figure's magnificence was unmatched, and his beauty could ruin and overturn cities. He was similar to a demon who walked out of a picture. A single gesture was enough to instantly kill the strong people of the world. No wonder Mo Chancheng fell in love with him even though they were both men. However, Yun Luofeng subconsciously looked at the aloof man beside her, and her lips turned up with a smile. In contrast to a domineering and arrogant man like Zhu Qian, she preferred a cold and foolishly adorable man like Yun Xiao. Mo Chancheng staggered back a few steps and tearfully looked at Yun Luofeng. You were lying to me in order to marry him, right? He shakily asked as he pointed at Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Ji Jitian is at West Province Academy, you can go ask him. Mo Chancheng tightly clenched his fists, and his exquisite and cute face was ghastly pale. Heavens knew the excitement and joy that filled his heart when he learned Yun Luofeng was Ju Qian, especially because he was now in a female body and should not reject him due to misgivings. Now though, the woman's words were like a heavy weight slamming on his head and turning his mind blank. Fine, I will go find Ji Jitian. I will ask him. Mo Chancheng sent one last look back at Yun Luofeng before turning around and running out of the Jun estate. Only Ji Jitian could verify Yun Luofeng's true identity. He has left, now we don't have to worry about someone ruining our wedding. Yun Luofeng looked back at Yun Xiao and said, Yun Xiao, do you think I was too cruel? She had only one goal in mind when she made Mo Chancheng go find Ji Jitian, and that was to not have anyone come and ruin the wedding in 20 days. He is my rival in love. Yun Xiao pulled Yun Luofeng into his embrace. But why do you ask me if you were too cruel? Moreover, he brought it upon himself. Yun Luofeng had told Yun Xiao about Mo Chancheng's situation before, including Ju Qian's inheritance. As a result, Yun Xiao was disdainful toward Mo Chancheng's behavior. Wanting to hurt someone just because they couldn't obtain their love. No wonder Ju Qian did not accept him. Yun Xiao's voice paused. Moreover, Ju Qian was already merciful and merely trapped him for 1,000 years and did not harm him. Chapter 1743, Old Friends Are Here, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Amusement flickered through Yun Luofeng's eyes, and she asked with a wry smile. If I didn't accept you back then, what would you do? Follow you until you accepted me, Yun Xiao seriously responded. Weren't you afraid other men would appear by my side? How could other people appear with me beside you? A cold glint sparkled in Yun Xiao's eyes. Whoever dared to have an interest in you, I would make them unable to take care of themselves. Is that so? Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin, the smile in her eyes deepening. That's right, I wouldn't allow other people to be interested in you, but at the same time, I wouldn't act the same as Mo Chancheng, wanting to hurt my loved ones simply because I couldn't obtain them. Yun Xiao pressed on Yun Luofeng's shoulders and earnestly stated, I will only hurt other people and cannot bear to hurt a single hair of yours, even if you didn't accept me. Didn't accept him. That was simple, he would simply use his perseverance to move her. Yet, Mo Chancheng teamed up with outsiders against Ju Qian merely because Ju Qian was unwilling to accept him. So what if he regretted it in the end? Since he once had those kinds of thoughts, this stain could not be erased. As for Yun Luofeng impersonating Ju Qian, Yun Xiao did not think she did anything wrong. Back in the illusory realm, simply because Ji Jitian was Ju Qian's good friend and Yun Luofeng was his heiress, Mo Chancheng shifted his hatred and wanted to kill them. If Yun Luofeng did not temporarily pretend to be Ju Qian, perhaps she would have already lost her life in Mo Chancheng's hands. Yun Xiao's face turned icy when he thought of that, and a murderous glint twinkled in his eyes. If Mo Chancheng hits on Feng Er again, then he would take a risk and kill him. Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng lightly sighed. I promised Ju Qian that I would find his reincarnation, and he also told me that I would sense it myself when I meet his reincarnation one day. However, I still haven't found him after so many years. Yun Xiao's brows knitted, and his hold around her tightened. If it's destined, you will meet eventually. Let's hope so. Yun Luofeng did not respect many people in her life, but Ju Qian was one of them. It was not because Ju Qian created puppets, it was because she accepted his inheritance. Hence, she wanted to meet Ju Qian's reincarnation. Even if his reincarnation was a trash, she would protect him thoroughly. Feng Er, our wedding ceremony is in 20 days. The corner of Yun Xiao's lips turned up. Should we start our human creation plan? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Do you prefer a son or daughter? If you gave birth to a daughter, then I would certainly spoil her and protect you and your daughter's safety with everything I have. If it is a son, Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment before continuing. Then he must be able to do well in the kitchen, be presentable to the world, kick away his love rivals, and protect his wife well, so I reckon I would mercilessly train him. Do well in the kitchen? Yun Luofeng wryly asked with raised eyebrows. Yun Xiao nodded. A man must have good culinary skills so that his wife can enjoy delicious food to its utmost. Yun Luofeng felt like that if she truly had a son, she would feel a lot of sympathy for him. His life would not be easy after becoming her son. However, she really liked Yun Xiao's style of conduct. Yun Xiao, I'm hungry. Yun Luofeng felt lazy. Chapter 1744, Old Friends Are Here, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. I will go prepare breakfast for you. Yun Xiao's voice was very gentle. To him, preparing breakfast for his wife was an extremely blissful thing. Hence, during these days by Yun Luofeng's side, he used everything he could to personally prepare breakfast for Yun Luofeng and never allowed anyone to interfere. This caused Yun Luofeng to be unable to enjoy meals made by other people every time they separated. Thankfully, with Yun Luofeng's current cultivation level, she would use spiritual energy to replenish her body, so she did not have any hunger. The news that Yun Xiao was the Ghost Emperor spread into every crevice of the 7-province continent within a few days. After learning he was Grandfather Jun's grandson, the people who once stirred up trouble against Yun Xiao were nearly scared to death and had endless regrets. In contrast to the commotion in the outside world, the Jun family was completely peaceful. Everyone was busy preparing for the wedding in a few days, and no one paid attention to the disturbance. Eldest Miss. A voice frantically spoke just as Jun Fengling had someone go and take measurements of Yun Luofeng for her wedding gown. Jun Fengling's fingers paused. She glanced at the brash little maid and asked, what is it? A man named Yi Eximo has come and claims he is your foster son, Miss. Yi Eximo. When Jun Fengling heard this name, her eyes brightened and her breathing quickened. Quickly bring me to see Moe. After Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen left the Yi estate, Yi Eximo left as well. After he brought a woman back to the Yi estate not too long ago, he immediately headed out again to learn through experience, and there was no news of him afterward. It was unexpected that Yi Eximo would come and find them at the Jun estate. Jun Fengling hurriedly ran to the anterior hall and saw the man standing in the court. Joy flickered through her eyes as she called, Moe, mother finally sees you again. Foster mother. Watching the running Jun Fengling, Yi Eximo smiled. I heard about you and the Jun family, so I especially came here. I should be in time to attend second brother and Fang's wedding, right? Moe, you came here by yourself. Jun Fengling was surprised. I heard Yaya and Junso mention that you brought a girl to the Yi estate last time. Why didn't she come with you this time? Yi Eximo dryly coughed, embarrassment on his face. She didn't follow me here. In truth, Yi Eximo had always known about Ichi's feelings for him, but he did not feel anything for her and merely considered her to be a younger sister. Although he had told her several times already, she turned a deaf ear to it. Having no other alternative, he found someone to pretend to be his woman so that Ichi would give up and choose another fine husband, preventing her from missing an opportune marriage. Suddenly, a geriatric voice traveled from outside the door. The speaker clicked his tongue in wonder. I didn't expect Master to grow to this extent in a mere few years after leaving Longshao continent. When someone from the Yun family came to find me, I was in slight disbelief. There was only one elderly person who could call Yun Luofeng as their master. And that was old man Qianya, who she was familiar with back in Longshao continent. However, Yun Luofeng had not seen Qianya again ever since she left Longshao continent. She did not expect the Yun family would help her find Qianya for her wedding. Seeing the little old man entering through the door, joy enveloped Yun Luofeng's heart. She cherished her friends from the Longshao continent quite a bit. Chapter 1745, Getting Married, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Qianya, why did you come? Yun Luofeng's words were a conventional greeting that could not be any more normal, but it caused Qianya's eyes to be filled with resentment. His expression was as though Yun Luofeng had done something infuriating to the world. Master, I'm your disciple, to say the least. Although you had never acknowledged me, in this disciple's heart, a teacher for one day is a parent for the rest of my life. So how could I not come to your wedding? Hearing him, Yun Luofeng's face instantly darkened. She was unwilling to accept an elderly man as old as Qianya, to begin with. Yet, he actually said something like a teacher for one day is a parent for the rest of his life. She never birthed such an old son. However, Qianya chuckled. I didn't come by myself. I brought my wife with me. After Qianya finished speaking, a girl in a forest green dress entered the courtyard. The woman's looks were pretty and unworldly, and added with the faint smile on her face, she held a resemblance to a pure green lotus. Fu Sheng. Yun Luofeng could not be more familiar with the woman in front of her. Back then, Fu Sheng left Qianya due to a misunderstanding and stood guard inside the forest of no return. She did not take a single step outside the forest ever again, causing Qianya to be unable to find her even after many years. Miss Yun, long time no see. Fu Sheng smiled. Her stomach was slightly bulged, and she wore a blessed and sweet smile. Congratulations. Yun Luofeng glanced at her bulged stomach and sincerely congratulated. However, I would like to know how Qianya successfully pursued you. Another bright voice injected as soon as Yun Luofeng finished speaking. Mistress, I know about this. Ever since Master's husband learned my master was the beast king of the forest of no return, he shamelessly stayed behind and would not leave no matter how my master kicked him out. His luck was quite good though, and he chanced upon someone wanting to capture my master. He saved Master without regards to his safety, so Master was moved by him and accepted him again. The man walking toward them was Long Fei, the assassin who had gone to cause trouble with the Tian family to seek retribution for his master but ended up being saved by Yun Luofeng. It appears I arrived late. Just as Yun Luofeng was about to say something, an aloof voice was suddenly heard from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Perhaps because Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's wedding was in a few days, the factions who had come earlier for the family recognition banquet had not left yet and remained inside Jun City instead. Added with the Jun family's prestige, many people took advantage of this opportunity to climb the social ladder. As a result, there were members of various factions standing in front of the Jun estate, including young, unmarried girls. When the people heard this unforgettably pleasant voice, they could not help but look up. In the air, the figure was beautiful like an ink and wash painting as his white robes gently fluttered with the wind. The man was handsome like an immortal, aloof and unworldly, so clean that he appeared untainted by the mortal world. Some girls clutched their lips with shock. How could such an unworldly man exist in the world, so clean and pure that it caused people to not have the heart to defile him? Chen Yuqing, long time no see. Yun Luofeng smiled the moment she saw the man. Speaking of which, ever since she had become acquainted with Chen Yuqing, this man had helped her a lot. She was only able to enter 7 province continent due to his assistance. Chapter 1746, Getting Married, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. How could I not come to your wedding? Chen Yuqing's aloof aura dissipated when he faced Yun Luofeng. His eyes contained endless tenderness, enough to drown someone and also causing envy to fill the hearts of the girls present. Since Yun Luofeng already possessed a powerful and outstanding man like the Ghost Emperor, they did not expect the eyes of an unworldly man like this would only contain her figure as well. They truly did not understand what good she had done in her past life that excellent men like this would surround her. Yun Xiao's eyebrows raised and he subconsciously pulled Yun Luofeng into his embrace, fiercely hugging her. Although he only saw tenderness in Chen Yuqing's eyes and nothing else, it did not mean he would loosen his vigilance. More than that, compared to the seductive Ji Jutian, Chen Yuqing had a fog around him that made people unable to see through him. I didn't bring you other valuable treasures this time. Chen Yuqing's eyes sparkled and the smile on his lips deepened. I acquired this seed by chance. Perhaps you have the ability to make it grow. He opened his palm. A dark red seed calmly laid in the middle of his palm. Although it was supposedly a seed, it was half the size of his palm and appeared as though the red was a layer of paint. Master, accept it. During Yun Luofeng's moment of hesitation, a clear voice spoke behind her. Yun Luofeng looked back and saw Xiao Mo standing behind her. Xiao Mo's young and handsome face was full of excitement as he intently stared at the seed in Chen Yuqing's palm. Yun Luofeng did not hesitate anymore and calmly accepted the seed with a smile. Thank you. Chen Yuqing's eyes were endlessly gentle. This seed is dead in my hands, but perhaps it can display its worth in your hands. However, I hope that if you manage to make the seed grow, you can gift one of its fruits to me. All right. Yun Luofeng smiled, confidence and indifference on her face. If I really manage to grow it, I will certainly gift the fruit to you. She possessed God's code space, so growing a seed was nothing difficult. Yun Xiao did not say anything and silently stood beside Yun Luofeng. He watched Yun Luofeng put away the seed given by Chen Yuqing with contemplation. Feng since your old friends are here, then have the maidservants bring them to rest. Grandfather Jun came out with a smile on his face. They must be exhausted. Yun Luofeng nodded and ordered the maidservants to lead these people away. As for Long Fei, she arranged for him to go find the steel and raging flame core. Back then, Long Fei sold himself to her after she saved him, but he unexpectedly did not follow him out after he returned to the Forest of No Return, so he must return to the core now. Long Fei did not have any regrets after seeing his master and his master's husband reunite, so he willingly went to the steel and raging flame core. Ever since the illusory realm crumbled, the steel and raging flame core did not cultivate inside the illusory realm and remained in the Jun estate instead. However, Yun Luofeng had a text left behind by Zhu Qian in her possession, so fixing the illusory realm was merely a matter of time. Under this lively atmosphere in the Jun estate, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's celebratory day finally arrived. At this time, in some desolate cave in the mountain, Bai Su coldly watched the beautiful woman standing in front of him, a storm in his eyes. Chapter 1747, Getting Married 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Jin Yu, you dare to treat me like this. That day, he was waiting inside the cave for Luosa, but Jin Yu unexpectedly appeared, sneakily attacked him with poison from somewhere, and brought him here. As soon as he remembered how Jin Yu wanted him to separate him and Luosa, fury rumbled in Bai Yu's heart, and his gaze turned more severe. I order you to release me this instant. Jin Yu bitterly chuckled as she looked at the man before her. Master, Miss Yun gave me this powder. Otherwise, did you think normal powder would be able to harm you? You still want to drive away Jin Luosa and my relationship? Bai Su harshly yelled, rage boiling in his heart. I know that you won't believe anything I say, Master. Jin Yu shook her head. What else do I have to say? Ever since she had been saved by Master, her heart had fallen for him, but at the same time, she understood that her status did not match his noble status. She was not worthy to even be his concubine, but she did not desire anything but to protect Master's safety. His safety was enough. However, no matter how much she gave up, Master never paid attention. Yet, he wanted to obtain Yun Luofeng with everything he had, someone who loathed him so much. She could put up with it though, since Yun Luofeng truly had something attractive about her. She might be jealous and saddened, but she never stopped Master and was even willing to help him with everything she had. What Jin Yu never predicted that her master would be deceived by someone and have such a lack of trust in her because of a counterfeit. Why should she keep defending herself? Master, I came here today to tell you one thing. Miss Yun is getting married. Bai Su froze. He suppressed the fury in his heart and questioned between clenched teeth, what did you say? Not possible. Luosa wouldn't lie to him. It must be Jin Yu purposefully framing her. If Master doesn't believe it, I can bring you to the Jun estate to take a look. Jin Yu reticently said. Also, if you want to steal Miss Yun, Master, I will help you. Bai Su tightly clenched his fists with an extremely displeased expression. Master, I was able to poison you before and temporarily dissipate your spiritual energy, but it has a time limit. You will recover today. In truth, it was not that Yun Luofeng did not think about making Bai Su lose his spiritual energy forever, but it was entirely impossible. She expended a great deal of painstaking effort to acquire this powder. Typically, according to Bai Su's strength, the powder would not affect him. But unfortunately, he was heavily injured already, and he excessively indulged in sex during this period of time. Hence, his body was incredibly weak, and Jin Yu was successful in her sneak attack. Just as Jin Yu finished speaking, Bai Su felt the spiritual energy in him gradually recover. The return of his strength filled him with satisfaction and he shook off the rope that tied him with a bang. Jin Yu. With a leap, Bai Su arrived in front of Jin Yu. His slender fingers tightly grasped her neck, veins popping out of his forehead as he furiously shouted, "You are very gutsy." Jin Yu closed her eyes, accepting her foreseeable death. Her life belonged to Bai Su ever since he saved her and brought her home. She would not resist at all if Master wanted her to die. However, Bai Su released her in the end. Feeling air fill her lungs again, Jin Yu harshly coughed. Her hand clutched her neck as she looked up at the handsome and bewitching man. Chapter 1748, Getting Married 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Scram! Bai Su coldly shouted. I won't spare you if you appear in front of me again. After saying this, he touched his sleeve and walked out of the cave, disappearing from Jin Yu's sight in the blink of an eye. Jin Yu looked in the direction that Bai Su had left with a wry smile on her face. Master, this is the second time you've gone soft on me. The first time, Master was injured and she offered her body without asking in order to cure Master's injuries. Although Master was stamping with fury, he still spared her. This was the second time. She went against Master's wishes and also plotted against him. With Master's temper, it would not be undue even if he chopped her into pieces. Yet, he was merciful. However, she did not think Master went soft on her because he had feelings for her. Master had always had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She had followed him for many, many years, so he would not be able to be heartless enough to really kill her. Thinking of this, Jin Yu could not help but worry about Bai Su going to the Jun estate alone, so she hastily followed him. Jun estate. The estate was decorated with lanterns and colored banners and enveloped in a jubilant air. 3 chairs were placed in the principal seats for Yun Luo, Jun Lintian, and Grandfather Yi. When Yun Luo saw Yun Luofeng entering with Yun Xiao's support, his face was full of delight and satisfaction. He had witnessed everything Yun Xiao had done for Yun Luofeng over the years. There was probably no one happier than him now that the two of them were finally getting married. First bow to the heavens. Second bow to the parents. The master of ceremony loudly recited, and congratulatory words came from the surroundings. Yun Luofeng's face was covered by a bridal veil, so her appearance could not be clearly seen. But when she lowered her head, a corner of her face was indistinctly revealed, and it was enough for people to gain a peek of the country-ruining beauty underneath the veil. Yun Luofeng is finally getting married. Ng Yunyi was extremely happy, as though it was him instead of Yun Luofeng getting married today. I reckon the only man who could tame her in this world is the Ghost Emperor. Suddenly, Ng Yunyi turned to Hong Luan. Right, Hong Luan, when will you get married to me? I said I would take responsibility for you. He was not as terrified of her as before, but his words retained their cautiousness, afraid that he would be beaten up by this woman at any time. That's right, ever since they came to the Jun estate, Hong Luan would often beat him up for no reason, causing him to lose all of his pride. However, he simply had to like this violent woman. Cough, cough. Hong Ling overheard Ng Yunyi's words from beside him and could not help but dryly cough with embarrassment on his face. This punk dared to hit on his daughter right in front of them. He absolutely did not take him as a father-in-law into consideration. Oh, wait, since when did he become this punk's father-in-law? He absolutely did not admit it. Send them into. The master of ceremony spoke again. Before he could finish his words though, a loud boom was heard from outside of the Jun estate, causing the old men seated to stand up instantly. What's going on? Jun Lintian's face was dark. Today was Shower and Little Yun's celebratory day. What idiot dared to come and cause trouble? Sir father-in-law, don't worry. Yi Jingchen frowned and gently said, I will go and take a look to see what happened. Although his voice was as gentle as always, everyone was able to hear the chilliness in it. Chapter 1749, by Su, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Outside the Jun estate, the broad streets were deserted. Evidently, the pedestrians originally walking on the streets were afraid to be involved by this battle and had hidden already. Jin Yu dropped from the sky and fell on the ground in a scramble, blood endlessly gushing from her mouth. Her beautiful face was deathly pale. Above her stood a woman in black. The woman slightly lifted her gaze and haughtily looked down on Jin Yu laying on the ground. You. How did you get here? Jin Yu tightly bit her lips. Wasn't this woman unable to leave God-buried mountain? Otherwise, that day, she would not have her go find trouble with Yun Luofeng. Qin Luo snorted and slowly descended from the sky. She slowly walked to Bai Su with deep affection in her eyes. Husband, I finally found you. The moment Bai Su saw Qin Luo, his heart settled. Luosa, why are you here? I came to bring you back. Qin Luo's smile was very gentle. Although she was done playing with Bai Su during this period of time, she was still unwilling to give up a handsome and bewitching man like him. Moreover, she did truly like Bai Su. In truth, the imprint that Qin Luo left in Bai Su's mind also had a position-finding function, so she found them through this function. Unfortunately, she went through quite a bit of trouble to leave God-buried mountain, which was why she only caught up to Bai Su now. Luosa, aren't you getting married? Bai Su asked with suspicion. Why are you claiming you came to bring me back? Getting married? When? Why don't I know this? Qin Luo was startled with astonishment in her eyes. Hearing her words, doubt flashed through Bai Su's eyes. In the end, he did not think deeper about it due to the imprint in his mind. After saying this, Qin Luo also regained her wits and fiercely glared at Jin Yu. Jin Yu, what nerve you have to dare to frame me? If I, Yun Luofeng, had to marry anyone, it would only be Bai Su. Why did you smear my name? Jin Yu was dumbfounded and looked up at Qin Luo, stunned. This woman actually claimed to be Yun Luofeng in front of the Jun estate. Was she stupid? In truth, this was not Qin Luo's fault. She was not from this continent and had never left God Burial Mountain, so she naturally did not know the Jun estate in front of them was Yun Luofeng's family. Moreover, even if she had peeped at Bai Su's memories, she was unable to know everyone's interpersonal relationships, which caused her to dare to pretend to be Yun Luofeng in front of the Jun estate. Husband. Qin Luo sweetly smiled and latched onto Bai Su's shoulders. Her voice was very delicate. When I heard that Jin Yu took you away, I was terrified to death. I didn't expect her to tarnish my innocence as well. There's no way I would be married to someone else. I only acknowledge you as my husband in my life. Although Bai Su had her imprint in his mind and she did not need to worry about Bai Su disobeying her wishes, it did not mean she could allow Jin Yu's actions. This woman betrayed her first and yet dared to take her man from her. How could Qin Luo tolerate this? Looking at Qin Luo's shameless face, an intelligent glint flickered through Jin Yu's eyes, and she suddenly loudly shouted, I didn't say anything wrong. Yun Luofeng is the Ghost Emperor's woman already. You. Qin Luo furiously pointed at Jin Yu. If you speak nonsense again, be careful about me ripping your mouth apart. Since when did I become the Ghost Emperor's woman? It has always been the Ghost Emperor harassing me, and I have always held contempt for him. That man is cold as an iceberg and completely devoid of passion. How could he compare to my husband's gentleness? So what if he keeps harassing me? I would never marry a man like him. If you keep smearing my name out of jealousy, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 1750, by Sue, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. By Sue lightly frowned, his gaze toward Qin Luo filling with confusion. How come Ghost Emperor had never been cold as an iceberg toward Yun Luofeng in his memories? Instead, he had been passionate like fire. Could there be something wrong with his memories? Bai Su could not have reached his current position through pure stupidity. He trusted Qin Luo from the start because she edited his memories and made him deeply believe she was Yun Luofeng. However, Qin Luo couldn't change other people's attitude toward Yun Luofeng when they interacted with each other. How could he not know how Yun Xiao treated Yun Luofeng? Yet, why did his Luosa say Yun Xiao was cold? Hence, Bai Su sunk into contemplation. He felt like something was amiss. Qin Luo clearly did not notice Bai Su's oddness and derisively looked at Bai Su with contempt on her face, the mockery in her eyes intense. Humph, a disdainful sound was suddenly heard from inside the Jun estate. I was wondering who had come to disturb the Jun estate. It turns out you unsuccessfully lusted after my son, so you wanted to slander him. The man's brocade robes complemented his lean figure. His originally gentle face was layered with frost. My daughter-in-law is so outstanding, but you dare to shamelessly claim my son had harassed you non-stop. Why don't you look in the mirror? What quality do you have to make my son bother you? Qin Luo started, confusion brimming in her eyes. Who was this man, and what did he mean? Since when did she say his son bothered her non-stop? She was clearly talking about the Ghost Emperor. A light flashed through Qin Luo's mind, and she caught it instantly, but it also made her face turn pale. Husband, let's go. DMN it, the little BTCH, Jin Yu, must have done it on purpose. She could have gone anywhere, but she just had to bring Bai Su to the Ghost Emperor and Yun Luofeng's territory. Wait, Bai Su knitted his eyebrows and glanced at Qin Luo, asking with suspicion, what is going on with you and the Ghost Emperor? Bai Su knew Yi Jingchen, so he naturally knew he was Yun Xiao's stepfather. Yet, Yi Jingchen said something like that, so Bai Su understandably thought Yun Xiao abandoned Yun Luofeng. Bai Su did not doubt Qin Luo's identity even now. This was the power of her method. Qin Luo bit her lips, and tears trailed down her face. Husband, it was this guy who didn't permit the Ghost Emperor to be together with me and is now forcing him to marry another woman. I don't want to stay here. Let's go. This time, it was Yi Jingchen's turn to be dumbfounded. He knew this woman, and she claimed that he opposed her relationship with Yun Xiao and forced Yun Xiao to marry another woman. After all, Yi Jingchen did not know Qin Luo was passing herself off as Yun Luofeng, so he naturally thought she had ulterior motives regarding Yun Xiao and brought other people to cause trouble on his wedding day. However, he overlooked one point. This woman referred to the man beside her as her husband. If she had a husband already, then why did he come here to smear his son's name and attempted to ruin his son and daughter-in-law's wedding? Luosa, suspicion overtook Bai Su's eyes. You have always called him Yun Xiao, why did it turn into Ghost Emperor now? Panic struck Qin Luo's heart. She hurriedly sensed the imprint in Bai Su's mind and only relaxed when she felt its presence. The Ghost Emperor played with my heart and then abandoned me, so he isn't worthy for me to call his name. You are the best, husband. Let's leave. Since it's the Ghost Emperor's wedding, I want to avoid other people thinking I still have leftover feelings for him. Let's hurry and leave. Chapter 1751, by Sue, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. It was not until now that she noticed the festive decoration of the Jun estate and the character, Joy, pasted on the doors. It was evident a wedding was being held inside. Needless to say, the main characters of the wedding were Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng. As soon as she thought of how a man with such a perfect figure was about to marry another woman, Qin Luo clenched her teeth in hatred. She was afraid that Yun Luofeng would come out and reveal her true colors in front of Bai Su, which was why she was hurrying Bai Su to leave. Yi Jingchen was completely enraged. His son played with someone's heart and then abandoned her. Yun Xiao, get yourself out here. Yi Jingchen lost his usual mild manner and shouted angrily. It was unknown whether his rage was directed at Qin Luo or Yun Xiao. Inside the main hall of the Jun estate, there were many people looking around and had not left yet. When they heard Yi Jingchen's shout, they did not know what had happened and hastily ran out. Qin Luo became more panicked and tightly tugged at Bai Su's hand. She timidly said, Husband, I really didn't know the Ghost Emperor was marrying his wife today. Let's go. Luosa, don't be afraid. It was his fault for abandoning you, I won't abandon you. Bai Su comfortingly patted Qin Luo's hand before turning his bewitching eyes toward the courtyard. Qin Luo could not stand straight, and her lips were ghastly white. However, when she saw Yun Xiao alone coming into view in his red room clothes, her eyes brightened. Yun Luofeng didn't come. That was great. As long as Yun Luofeng was not here, then the imprint in Bai Su's mind would not break. What's going on? Grandfather Jun asked with a displeased face as he and the other people hastily walked over. Yi Jingchen searched through the crowd and inwardly relaxed when he did not see Yun Luofeng. Today was their joyous day after all. Yi Jingchen did not want to ruin Yun Luofeng's mood and worry her. It's inconvenient for her to come out, Yun Xiao said quietly, naturally knowing what Yi Jingchen was thinking. In truth, he was unwilling to let Bai Su see Yun Luofeng, especially on their wedding day. Shower. Yi Jingchen's face became less displeased, but it was still serious looking as he asked, What's going on with this miss? She said you harassed her non-stop and then abandoned her after playing with her heart. Did you really do something so monstrous? Yun Xiao glanced at Qin Luo, and his thin lips pursed. I know her. Hearing this, many guests sighed. They had high regards for how serious the Ghost Emperor was about love, but it turned out it was nothing more than this. He first harassed this woman non-stop and then unfeelingly abandoned her after obtaining her. As for Yun Luofeng, it turned out she merely stole someone's husband. What are you doing? Hong Luan caught sight of the livid Nangong Yunyi beside her and quietly said, "Don't cause a ruckus on Feng's wedding day." Nangong Yunyi glared at Hong Luan. Today is Yun Luofeng's wedding day, but these people are causing trouble here. I plan to make them pay. Whether it was Nangong Yunyi or Hong Luan, they both believed in Yun Xiao. It was not because of their familiarity with Yun Xiao, it was because they knew Yun Luofeng's judgment. How could a man that Yun Luofeng set her eyes on be so disappointing? Hong Luan held Nangong Yunyi's hand down. Since Yun Xiao didn't have Feng come out, it means he has a solution. Just wait and watch the show. In contrast to Hong Luan and their faith in Yun Xiao, the other ignorant people's faces were full of scorn, but they did not dare to say anything due to the members of the Jun family present. Chapter 1752, by Su, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Nangong Yunyi took a deep breath in order to suppress his impulse to punch someone. He was unable to protect Yun Luofeng well in their previous life and could not shelter her from storms. But in this life, someone could protect her completely, so he absolutely would not permit anyone to ruin her happiness. I do know her. Yun Xiao started speaking again under everyone's waiting gaze. However, she wanted to scheme against me with a secret technique and tamper with my memory to make me think she was Feng. However, my mental strength was stronger than her, so she did not have her way. Yun Xiao's voice was melodious but extremely cold. Unfortunately, Yun Xiao's side turned to Bai Su, the meaning in his eyes obvious. Yun Xiao had said that Qin Luo schemed against him and wanted to pretend to be Yun Luofeng but failed. This meant the man in front of them was also an admirer of Yun Luofeng but was deceived by this woman. Nonsense. Qin Luo coldly glared at Yun Xiao. You merely regret it after abandoning me, so you want to wreck my husband and my happiness. Let me tell you, you won't succeed. I don't like someone who keeps bothering me like you. Since Yun Luofeng did not come out, it meant she was unable to come to the entrance. This was why she dared to speak so recklessly. However, what she did not know was that Yun Xiao did not have Yun Luofeng come out because first, he did not want her to worry about this matter on her joyous day, so he planned to come out and resolve it himself. Second, Yun Luofeng was too beautiful today. He was unwilling to allow Bai Su a glimpse of her beauty. Yes, Yun Xiao was a petty man like this. Although he remained alert toward Chen Yuqing and Ji Jutian, he was still fairly friendly because they helped Yun Luofeng a lot. In contrast, Mo Chancheng and Bai Su's existence made him unhappy. Since he was unhappy, why should he allow him to see his beautiful wife? What is going on? Bai Su's voice turned cold, and his eyebrows knitted. Jin Yu could frame Yun Luofeng because of her love for him and jealousy for Yun Luofeng, but would the Ghost Emperor really abandon Yun Luofeng with his infatuation for her? In truth, Bai Su did not believe it. Even if Yun Luofeng abandoned Yun Xiao absolutely would not abandon her. Husband, don't listen to these people's nonsense. They're jealous of you. Let's go and ignore these people. Qin Luo suppressed the panic in her heart and pulled on Bai Su's hand, wanting to leave. The originally contemptuous people reacted as soon as they heard Yun Xiao. The glances toward Qin Luo and Bai Su were full of disdain. As for Yun Luofeng's friends and family, they were all stupefied. This was their first time seeing someone being so bold and confident after running to someone's house and pretending to be them. Their horizon had been broadened today. Yun Xiao. Suddenly, a voice came from the estate. The wickedness and chilliness of the voice made Bai Su freeze. Why did you come out? Yun Xiao turned her head and watched the stunning woman walking out of the estate. I can take care of this. In comparison to her normal white figure, Yun Luofeng was in red wedding clothes today. Her beauty made people forget to breathe. She usually did not use any cosmetics, and since she was already so beautiful without any cosmetics, now that she was wearing light makeup, her beauty caused people to be unable to look away. It would not be undue to call her the #1 beauty of 7 province continent. Hearing the sharp gasps of the people around him, Yun Xiao frowned and swept his gaze over those people. His icy, murderous gaze caused many people to look away in terror. Yun Xiao, I know you can take care of this, but if there is an impostor who smeared my name, how could I not step forward? Yun Luofeng faintly smiled, her pitch-black eyes directed at Bai Su as she greeted, Bai Su, I didn't expect to see you under these circumstances. Chapter 1753, Jin Yu's Death, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Bai Su's face froze. At that moment, it was as though something was shattering into pieces like glass in his mind. Yun Luofeng. Countless pieces of memory surfaced in his mind. The originally blurred face in his mind slowly became clear. Master. Jin Yu struggled to get up and worriedly looked at Bai Su. Bai Su's body shook, and his steps were unsteady. His wicked eyes were bursting with fury. You dare to scheme against me? He slowly turned to Qin Luo and demanded through clenched teeth. The flaw in Qin Luo's technique was that the imprint would break if the one under the imprint met the person the technique user was impersonating. Hence, Bai Su's memory was recovered as soon as Yun Luofeng appeared. He also understood what had happened. What was laughable was that he did not believe the maidservant that had followed by his side for all these years and trusted this woman instead. I will kill you. Bai Su took advantage of Qin Luo's lack of attention and angrily charged toward her. The intense fury in his eyes could set 1,000 worlds on fire. As if it was not enough that Qin Luo schemed against him. As soon as he recalled the details of their time spent in bed, he wanted to retch. The feeling was more miserable than swallowing a housefly. HMPH. Qin Luo slowly recovered and snorted when she saw Bai Su's attack. She retreated a distance back. Bai Su, it's ironic that I like you so much that I gave myself to you, yet you want to kill me now. Then I must fulfill your wish. He was merely a man. She might like him, but she would not permit him to be impudent toward her. If her strength hadn't been restricted, everyone here would probably turn into dust. Boom. Each of Bai Su's attacks was fiercer than the previous one, and it required a strenuous effort by Qin Luo to dodge it. She bit her lips and expressionlessly said, Bai Su, since you are so heartless toward me, then don't blame me for not cherishing our old relationship. After saying this, Qin Luo dodged Bai Su's attack once more. She swiftly withdrew a yellow talisman paper and dripped a drop of blood onto the paper from her fingertip. Her brilliantly red lips were slightly open, reciting something. Quickly after that, the yellow talisman exploded with a boom. It's a sealing talisman. Zhen Lintian was more knowledgeable than other people and unconsciously exclaimed upon seeing the talisman. This woman actually possessed the legendary sealing talisman. Sealing talisman. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Zhen Lintian with raised eyebrows. Legend says that the sealing talisman has an extremely powerful strut beast sealed inside. However, I have only heard of this and have never seen it myself. I didn't expect to see one here. Just as Zhen Lintian said this, a gigantic figure appeared in front of Qin Luo. It was an enormous fiery red bull with 2 horns on his head. His eyes were blood red and his face ferocious. His 4 legs were repeatedly pawing the ground. Qin Luo's complexion did not look too great, and her body shook a few times, but she stood up with determination. Purgatory Blood Bull, don't spare anyone here. She ordered with her chin raised. Although her face was pale, she remained haughty. In truth, Qin Luo did not feel too great right now. She needed to pay a price in order to break the seal. The price was that the strut beast inside the talisman would absorb half of her strut to help itself break the seal. Chapter 1754, Jin Yu's Death 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. However, because she used her strut energy to break the seal, the Purgatory Blood Bull would obey her completely from now on. The reason she did not take the sealing talisman out in God Burial Mountain was because she had hidden the talisman and did not have it on her. Otherwise, she could have made these people unable to leave God Burial Mountain that day. Roar. The Blood Bull angrily roared and started charging toward Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng. Blood Bull, kill the BTCH, Yun Luofeng, first. Seeing that the Blood Bull was charging toward Yun Xiao first, Qin Luo hurriedly shouted. As for the Ghost Emperor, you must not hurt his face. I still have to return to God Burial Mountain later, the loneliness there is too unbearable. In other words, she wanted to bring Yun Xiao into God Burial Mountain to solve her loneliness. As expected, the Blood Bull obeyed Qin Luo and charged toward Yun Luofeng instead. His 2 horns were red like flames and extremely sharp. Careful. Yun Xiao lifted his arm and pulled Yun Luofeng into his embrace. He moved his body to the side and dodged the Blood Bull's attack. His eyebrows were furrowed as he stared at the violently charging bull. Seeing that the human managed to dodge his attack, the Blood Bull grew furious. He poured his hoof on the ground a few times and turned around, swiftly shifting toward Yun Luofeng. Attack. Kill this Blood Bull. Zhen Lintian was enraged and drew his sword, launching himself toward the bull. Everyone else also drew their weapons and started attacking the bull. They did not overlook Qin Luo's earlier words. She said to kill everyone present. Moo. The bull's pupils turned redder and charged towards anyone who dared to block his path as though he had mad cow disease. DMMIT, I must end this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Qin family learns this talisman is in my hands. Anxiety entered Qin Luo's eyes. That's right, she stole this talisman. She might only be a side branch of the Qin family, but her talent was extraordinary, so she was once chosen by a miss of the main branch to accompany her. She took advantage of this and stole the miss's talisman. Thankfully, the miss took into consideration the past friendship and she did not admit that she had stolen it, so she spared her life and sealed her power before trapping her somewhere remote. She had taken a risk by taking this talisman out, so she had planned to end this battle before the Qin family discovered this. Moreover, she was only able to leave God Burial Mountain because she used the doppelganger technique, and her real body was actually hidden inside the mountain. Of course, she had to pay a great price to use the doppelganger technique as well. She would not be unable to recover in the foreseeable future. Thinking of this point, Qin Luo's eyes sparkled and her icy gaze turned to Yun Luofeng, who was sheltered by Yun Xiao earlier, with a frosty smile. Killing you alone will suffice. I can take care of the other people later. Swish. While everyone faced the Blood Bull, Qin Luo's body turned into a sharp sword and rapidly shot toward Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng looked up and saw the approaching Qin Luo, a smile turning up on her lips. If she had not broken through yet, perhaps she could not face Qin Luo. But now, she was 100% certain she would win against Qin Luo. However, while she calmly waited to counterattack, a figure appeared in front of her with lightning speed and blocked the fatal blow. Chapter 1755, Jin Yu's Death 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Plop. Like a sharp sword, Qin Luo's hand pierced the chest of the person in front of her. Blood bloomed on that person's chest like a stunning rose, gradually dyeing her robe red. Shock flickered through Yun Luofeng's eyes as she looked at the woman who blocked the attack. Perhaps she did not understand why she would protect her at a time like this. Bang! Jin Yu heavily fell onto the ground, sending a flurry of dirt into the air. Blood endlessly gushed from her mouth, and her face was already covered with blood. Miss Yun, you are someone the master wants to protect. So, I, as master's subordinate, have a duty to protect the person he wants to protect. Jin Yu's voice was very weak, but her eyes were oddly determined. Master has caused a lot of trouble for you over the years and even wanted to obtain you. But he had never hurt you. The one he harmed has always been Yun Xiao. The people he hates, I want to kill them for him without regard to my life. The people he wants to protect, I want to protect them for him with everything I have. This is my duty in life. These words appeared to have used up all of her strength. Her eyelids trembled and slowly closed. The moment she closed her eyes, a scene from her past surfaced in her mind. She feebly knelt beside her parents' corpses with fire and the aftermath of war surrounding her. A fair and slender hand extended in front of her. The youth's bewitching and seductive voice rung next to her ears, as though it was just yesterday. Follow me, and I will grant you a future. And you merely need to sell your life to me. My life was given to me by Master. And now, I have returned it to Master. Jin Yu's final words were directed at Bai Su. However, the moment the last word was spoken, her eyes completely closed and her arm fell on the ground, blood soaking the earth beneath her. This DMNBTCH had the guts to stop me from killing her. I will turn you into ashes. Qin Luo's face was malevolent as she raised her hand, flames shooting down. The flames were about to envelop Jin Yu when her hand was tightly clutched by a forceful hand, and the flames on her hand were also squeezed into nothing. You want to kill me? Yun Luofeng smiled, but her voice was indifferent and severe. I'm afraid even your original body wouldn't have the strength to do so, let alone a doppelganger. Panic entered Qin Luo's eyes. How did this woman realize that this was merely my doppelganger? Boom. A murderous aura erupted from Yun Luofeng. Her hair fluttered in the sky, and her red wedding gown wildly danced in the wind, her figure magnificent beyond comparison. From a distance, Bai Su caught sight of Jin Yu lying in a pool of blood. His pupils contracted and his fists tightly clenched, with no emotions on his bewitching and handsome face. Yun Luofeng. Bai Su looked up, quietly staring at Yun Luofeng. You and the Ghost Emperor are the most troublesome opponents I have dealt with in this lifetime. I wanted to obtain you by every means possible, not because you could help me, but more because you are the strongest woman I have ever met. Just like how beautiful women admired heroes, men also had a liking for strong women. However, it was merely a liking. If there is a next life, I would like to become friends with you, even rivals who admire each other would be good. Bai Su smiled. Qin Luo has hurt me too much, fooled me, and also killed Jin Yu. Hence, her enemy should be me. I know this is merely her doppelganger, but if her doppelganger is destroyed, she will also be inflicted with serious damage. Chapter 1756, Bai Su's Death 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng silently watched Bai Su. She did not say anything, but she understood his decision. I know you have the strength to protect these people, so get them somewhere safe. After saying this, Bai Su slowly walked towards Jin Yu's corpse. He knelt down and took her into his arms, apology flickering through his face. Jin Yu, although you are only my servant, you have always stayed by my side during these years. That was also why he could not kill her regardless of what she did wrong. Back then, in Longshao continent, he could give up the Bai family because the Bai family was merely exploiting him. In this world, only Jin Yu treated him sincerely. This is why I will avenge you for certain. I will also pay you back what I owe you in this life in the next life. Jin Yu's hair fell on the ground. Her beautiful face was devoid of colors as she lifelessly laid in his embrace. Yun Luofeng watched Bai Su's silhouette. If this is your choice, then I will leave these people to you. Little Yun. Grandfather Jun and the others were extremely bewildered and were looking at Yun Luofeng with incomprehension. Let's not mention how Yun Luofeng would transport them somewhere safe, just how would Bai Su fight the Blood Bull and Qin Luo at the same time? The Blood Bull did not belong to this continent. He was simply too powerful, so how could Bai Su defeat him? Yun Xiao did not say anything and forced the Blood Bull back with an attack. He walked to Yun Luofeng's side and guarded her like a battle god. He did see Qin Luo's attack towards Yun Luofeng, but he did not act because he trusted Yun Luofeng. He had faith that Qin Luo would be unable to hurt her. Let's go. Yun Luofeng sent one last glance at Bai Su and waved her hand. Everyone felt their sight blur and a second later, discovered themselves situated in a hidden land of peace and prosperity. Grandfather Jun was stupefied by the scene in front of him. Little Yun, where is this? This is a matrix. Yun Luofeng pursed her lips. This matrix was broken because of Mo Chancheng's departure. She had just restored it yesterday according to the method Juichan left behind and used Yun Yi as the core of the matrix to maintain the balance of the matrix. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard, and Yun Luofeng could still feel the waves in the air from inside the matrix. Self-detonation. Yun Luofeng's expression shifted. She did not expect Bai Su to use such a destructive method. Yun Luofeng turned absent-minded, as though she was reminiscing the first time she met Bai Su. All of a sudden, a hand grasped Yun Luofeng's hand, causing Yun Luofeng to turn to the man beside her. What? You feel sorry? Yun Xiao was somewhat nervous. You can call him selfish, but he absolutely did not want Yun Luofeng to remember Bai Su. Yes, I feel sorry. Yun Luofeng sighed. He used self-detonation directly, meaning the entire Jun estate was flattened by him. Our painstakingly decorated bridal chamber is entirely destroyed. In order to let her get married in a grandiose manner, Grandfather Jun and the others spent who knows how long setting things up. Now, it had been entirely destroyed, so how could she not feel sorry? Chapter 1757, Bai Su's Death 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng suddenly looked up, intently staring at the man in front of her. Bai Su did help us this time. If he didn't self-detonate, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy to tame that blood bull. Also, he indeed hasn't attempted to kill me over the years or used my family to threaten me. However, Yun Luofeng paused. I will never forget that he was the one who caused you to open your heart and extract the blood. Even though he used his life to make up for his crime in the end, I won't forgive him. She had always been selfish. The only people she cared about had always been the people around her. So what if Bai Su had them hide at the last moment? If it were not for him, Yun Xiao would not have had to face fatal danger back then. Even now, as soon as she recalled the scene of Yun Xiao opening his heart up and extracting the blood, her heart would be tightly gripped, and pain would seize her. Yun Xiao, in truth, this is the best ending. Yun Luofeng smiled and extended her hand, embracing Yun Xiao. I need only you to accompany me for the rest of my life. Yun Xiao looked at Yun Luofeng and was silent for a moment before deciding to tell her in the end. Do you remember the little boy who you once encountered and named Wu? Yun Luofeng was startled and looked up in astonishment. You know him? Yun Xiao nodded. After Bai Su is injured, he shrinks into the body of a child. If I have guessed correctly, that little boy was Bai Su. In truth, it was Xiao Mo who told this to Yun Xiao a few days ago. He had guessed the boy's identity immediately. Thankfully, Yun Luofeng was very cautious toward Wu and did not give him an opportunity to be near her. Otherwise, who knows what Bai Su would have done. Yun Luofeng's lips turned up. I already guessed it back then. Besides Bai Su, who else would come to her with ulterior motives? Yun Xiao smiled. His wife was extremely intelligent. No matter how Bai Su hid, he could not escape her keen eyes. I am truly lucky to have met you. Yun Xiao lifted his hand and rubbed Yun Luofeng's head, his eyes full of gentleness, and his lips turned up with a captivating smile. God Burial Mountain. Inside a palace, a woman was sitting cross-legged on the floor. Her eyes abruptly shot open, and a mouthful of blood spat out, her face deathly pale. DMN Bai Su, you bear to treat me like this despite our days of affection. Her doppelganger was destroyed and she was seriously injured as a consequence. More importantly, the blood bull was badly mutilated by the explosion. She had betrayed the Qin family because of this blood bull and was subsequently imprisoned in this remote place. Now, everything was ruined. Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao, I absolutely won't spare you. She furiously screamed as she harshly slammed her fists on the ground, her beautiful eyes vicious. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Suddenly, a prideful voice was heard from outside the palace. Shock overtook Qin Luo's face, and she hastily looked up. A man in blue robes was walking inside the palace with his arms behind his back. He haughtily looked down at Qin Luo sitting on the floor. Who are you? Qin Luo asked between clenched teeth, her face pale. The blue-robed man sneered. You wanted to kill my master and mistress, but did you ask for the opinion of the dragon tribe? My master ordered me to come to kill you. Dragon tribe, you are a member of the ancestral dragon tribe. Qin Luo's eyes were wide open from shock, but she immediately shook her head. No, you are only a normal dragon, not an ancestral dragon. In contrast, the little bug-like dragon that Yun Xiao carried last time contains the bloodline of the ancestral dragons. Chapter 1758, Bai Su's Death 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Ancestral Dragon. The blue-robed man's eyes narrowed. What do you know? Ancestral Dragon. Could it be connected to their venerable ancestor? Qin Luo snorted. Why should I tell you? All you have to know is that I am a member of the Qin family from Empire City. If you kill me, the Qin family absolutely won't forgive you. One. Qin family from Empire City. The 7-province continent had a place like that. The blue-robed man's eyebrows furrowed. Sometime later, his eyebrows relaxed, and he appeared in front of Qin Luo in a flash, and his large hand tightly squeezed her neck. What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. Qin Luo chuckled. During this period of time, I used my doppelganger to explore the 7-province continent and realized how big this continent was. And the 7-province continent also has the land of no return and the Longshao continent beneath it. The blue-robed man did not speak and applied more force to his grasp, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. In contrast, the place I am from is very small. I reckon it's not even half the size of the 7-province continent. But so what? To the people from our small space, the 7-province continent is the boonies, and its weakness makes us disdainful. The blue-robed man's eyes darkened. There's still an unknown small space within the 7-province continent. Woman, you better tell me everything I want to know. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make your life worse than death. HMPH. Qin Luo snickered. Do you know spread medicine? Oh right, how would a backwater place like this know about spread medicine? Look at the medicinal herbs that you produce, they don't have the slightest bit of spread energy. How could some pathetic weeds like that be considered medicinal herbs? True medicinal herbs need to absorb the spread energy of heaven and earth. The spread medicine that it produces can then cure all type of illnesses and work miracles. Based on the thin spread energy of your 7-province continent, there is no way it can produce true medicinal herbs. The blue-robed man's frown deepened. It appears you are unwilling to tell me what I want to know. Since it's like that, then I will bring you back to see master and mistress. Qin Luo closed her eyes and did not bother looking at the blue-robed man anymore. Her face contained contempt, evidently not thinking much of him. Currently, although the danger of the Jun family was eliminated, the entire estate was bulldozed into flatland. Yun Luofeng originally planned to collect the corpses of Bai Su and Jin Yu but discovered there was nothing left behind, as though they had turned into ashes and dispersed into the environment. Thankfully, East Province was not too far from Strit Province, so Hong Ling invited everyone to be a guest at East Province. After night descended on the East Province governor's estate and everyone slipped into dreamland, Yun Luofeng pulled Yun Xiao's hand and mysteriously said, Yun Xiao, I am bringing you somewhere. Without waiting for Yun Xiao to agree, Yun Luofeng brought him into the God Code space. Because Yun Luofeng's level had raised, the God Code space was entirely different from the beginning. There was no day and night in the space, and it was always blue skies and white clouds. The originally tiny and overgrown space was now overrun with fields, and the fields contained countless medicinal herbs. Yun Xiao was not a physician, but he could still feel the spirit energy flourishing inside these medicinal herbs. Yun Xiao, I have come to this world for 10 years already, and you are the only one who has entered the God Code space in these 10 years. Yun Luofeng turned to face Yun Xiao and slowly asked, are you angry at me for hiding it from you for so long? The second Yun Luofeng finished speaking, she clashed into her broad chest. Chapter 1759, By Sue's Death, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The man's body was full of warmth, causing her heart to be encased in warmth as well. I am very happy, the man's rough voice rang beside her ears. Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng looked up in astonishment. Yun Xiao rubbed his chin against her head. I'm very happy you exposed your biggest secret to me. After seeing these fields, Yun Xiao understood why Yun Luofeng needed to collect so many medicinal herbs. This was evidently her biggest secret. She was finally willing to share all of her secrets with him, so how could he not be happy? In truth, I wanted to bring you here a long time ago. Yun Luofeng smiled. However, besides spirit beasts and me, other things that were alive used to be unable to enter here. It was not until I broke through to advanced rank Sage Lord level that Xiao Mo told me I could bring other people here. Xiao Mo. Yun Xiao's brows knitted. Yun Luofeng chuckled. I still haven't told you Xiao Mo's identity. Xiao Mo is the guardian spirit of God Code space and also a life form born from the spirit energy inside God Code space. I will help you from now on, Yun Xiao said as he earnestly looked at Yun Luofeng. What? Yun Luofeng was startled and looked at Yun Xiao with astonishment. You picked all of these medicinal herbs yourself. Heartache appeared in Yun Xiao's eyes. I will help you from now on. Yun Luofeng came into a realization. Yun Xiao could not stand her working too hard, so he wanted to take on the hard toil of picking the medicinal herbs. Yun Xiao, you've misunderstood. These medicinal herbs were planted by Xiao Mo. I merely gave it to him. Yun Luofeng surveyed the surroundings and caught sight of the ancient tree in the center of the fields. Also, that is the life tree, its fruits can prolong your life. Yun Luofeng pulled Yun Xiao towards the life tree. Bai Xiao was originally absorbing the spirit energy inside the space but suddenly caught sight of Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walking toward her, joy flashing in her clear eyes. Master, you've come. The spirit energy inside your space is too rich. I recently produced another 2 fruits. Bai Xiao took out 2 life fruits like she was presenting a treasure and gleefully handed it to Yun Luofeng. Perhaps due to the advantages given to her by the space, her previous arrogance had all disappeared, and she obediently followed Yun Luofeng. Not bad. I will accept these 2 life fruits then. Yun Luofeng accepted the life fruits without formality. A while later, she pondered over it and took out the seed given to her by Chen Yuqing. Bai Xiao, can you see what type of seed this is? Bai Xiao started and looked at the vermilion seed in Yun Luofeng's palm. She contemplated it with furrowed brows. Suddenly, she realized something and trembled. It's the seed of the dragon saliva tree. Dragon saliva tree. Yun Luofeng frowned and asked, what's the dragon saliva tree? Master, the dragon saliva tree is great. Excitement sparkled in Bai Xiao's eyes. According to legend, a powerful dragon used all of its blood essence to nurture the dragon saliva tree. You should know the power of the blood essence of a dragon, to say nothing of the fruit of the blood saliva tree nurtured from all of the blood essence of a dragon. This dragon did not have long to live, so he nurtured the seed before his death and planned to benefit his posterity. Who knew that? No one from the dragon tribe would be able to successfully grow the dragon saliva fruit, even the human experts they consulted could not do it. Chapter 1760, By Sue's Death, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng's eyes lit up. How could anything of the dragon tribe be bad? Just like the dragon blood given to her by Bai Xiao before, the benefits it brought her was endless. It not only raised her body's quality, but she could also summon a dragon scale armor as protection. Unfortunately, she had only used the armor in Xuanqing sect that day and did not have another chance to use it again after that. In God Burial Mountain, it was not that she did not want to use the dragon scale armor, but the strength difference was too large at that time, so using the armor was useless. When Qin Luo sneakily attacked her at Jun State, the only reason she remained so calm was due to the dragon scale armor. However, what Yun Luofeng could not understand was why she did not feel anything when Little Bug gifted his essence blood to her even though she had to endure a great pain when she consumed the dragon blood. What is the effect of the dragon saliva tree once grown? This interested Yun Luofeng the most. Bai Xiao shook her head. I don't know how you obtained the seed of the dragon saliva tree, but because no one has ever successfully grown it, I don't know its effects. I only know that if you consume the dragon saliva fruit, it would certainly benefit your cultivation a great deal. I understand. Yun Luofeng folded her fingers over the seed and turned to Yun Xiao. Let's plant the seed first and see if we can grow it. All right. Yun Xiao gently looked at Yun Luofeng. Give it to me, I will do it. How could he bear to let her do this type of work? Yun Luofeng did not insist and handed the seed of the dragon saliva tree to Yun Xiao. However, after Yun Xiao buried the seed deep into the ground, there was nothing special about it. Perhaps it's like Little Tree, and if we want to grow the dragon saliva tree, we need to wait for a chance encounter. Back then, she accidentally cut open her hand and dripped blood onto Little Tree, causing Little Tree to sprout. Mother. Speaking of Little Tree, he ran over from somewhere unknown and wanted to wrap his arms around Yun Luofeng but was picked up by Yun Xiao and thrown onto the fields. Dad is so stingy. Little Tree sourly pouted. Back then, Little Tree was merely a 5-year-old child, so Yun Xiao could overlook his behavior. However, he had grown into a teenager after accepting his inheritance. How could Yun Xiao permit him to come near Yun Luofeng like that? Looking at this face that resembled Yun Xiao but was clearly a lot younger, Yun Luofeng chuckled. Little tree, do you know how to grow the dragon saliva tree? Satisfaction flickered through Little Tree's eyes. Of course I know. It's simple. Besides providing a large amount of spirit energy, the pee of that little bug contracted by Dad will do. Little bug's pee. Yun Luofeng's face turned dark. Growing the dragon saliva tree was this simple. The pee of the dragon tribe was enough. No wonder no one could grow it. The dragon tribe was very respectful toward the dragon saliva tree, so how could they bear to pee on it? Little bug is currently hibernating still. Would the tribesmen of the dragon tribe work? No, absolutely not. Little tree frantically shook his head. They're different from little bug. They're only normal dragons. Little bug is an ancestral dragon. Only the pee of an ancestral dragon would work. Ancestral dragon. Yun Luofeng was taken back. She only knew that the dragon tribe called Little Bug, venerable ancestor. Could the dragon race be separated into ancestral dragons and normal dragons too? This was the first time she had heard of this. Chapter 1761, The Most Formidable Opponent 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Someone's here. Yun Luofeng's expression shifted, and she tugged Yun Xiao's hand. Let's leave here first. With a thought, they returned to the room. Immediately, the sounds of knocking came from the door. Master, this subordinate has brought the woman here. Enter. Yun Xiao's voice was low and rough, slowly ringing in the silent night. The room's door was pushed open, and Long Shi entered with a woman in his hand, his blue robe swishing in the night breeze. With a wave of his hand, the woman was tossed onto the floor. Qin Luo dryly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was limp, as though she was bereft of energy. Her eyes were full of malice as she looked at Yun Luofeng. I thought she couldn't leave God Burial Mountain. How did you bring her out? Yun Luofeng asked with raised eyebrows. Long Shi sent Qin Luo a loathing glance. Simple, I crippled this woman, so naturally she can leave. Qin Luo was imprisoned in God Burial Mountain, so normally, she would be unable to leave the mountain. Otherwise, she would not use a doppelganger to find Bai Su. However, there was another way for her to leave, and that was to turn her into a trash. Qin Luo's body was cast with a matrix, so she was imprisoned there. However, the matrix was only effective for spirit cultivators. Since she became a trash, then the matrix was naturally broken. I had you kill her. Yun Xiao icily looked at Long Shi. Why did you bring her back? Long Shi unwittingly shivered due to Yun Xiao's gaze and hastily explained himself. Master, mistress, this woman mentioned that there was another mysterious space within 7 province continent, so I especially brought her back and await master and mistress's judgment. Mysterious space. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin and looked down at Qin Luo sprawled on the floor with a faint smile. You should know what I want to know. Qin Luo gritted her teeth. I won't tell you. Is that so? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and wryly smiled. Then I am sure you would rather die than confess. HMPH. Qin Luo snorted and turned her head away, unwilling to look at Yun Luofeng. She would rather die than do as these people wished. Milk tea. Yun Luofeng disregarded Qin Luo and aloofly ordered, I reckon you are hungry. I will leave this person to you. Swish. After Yun Luofeng spoke, a countless number of gold-seeking hamsters appeared in the room. These hamsters' gaze was very resentful though. Even if they were hungry, they did not eat people. However, the hamster's resentful gaze turned into greed in Qin Luo's eyes. Panic flashed through her eyes. What do you want? What do I want? Don't you know? Yun Luofeng smiled and said, I never like to waste time. Since Long Shi brought you back from God Burial Mountain, then it must have wasted a lot of time, so how could I let you be completely useless? My gold-seeking hamsters happen to have not eaten for a long time, so I will make use of you and award you to them. The grudge in the gold-seeking hamsters' gaze deepened. They had enjoyed spirit herbs inside the God Code space not too long ago, so how could master say they had not eaten for a long time? Besides, it was not like they could eat anything but spirit herbs. Chapter 1762, The Most Formidable Opponent 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Even though those thoughts crossed their minds, the gold-seeking hamsters would not undermine Yun Luofeng. They simultaneously turned to Qin Luo and bared the sharp teeth, eyes brimming with viciousness. Yun Luofeng, you malicious woman. Someone like you will certainly go to hell. Qin Luo screeched, her body ceaselessly shaking. Thanks for your compliment. Yun Luofeng smiled. I just happen to want to know what the hell that everyone speaks of is like. If I do enter hell perchance, it would be my fortune. Qin Luo's eyes widened in shock. Didn't everyone fear hell? Why did it become something good in this woman's words? However, Yun Luofeng added with an evil smile, even if I can enter hell, you won't see it, because my gold-seeking hamsters are extremely starving, so you will soon become their food. Do you know what it's like to be eaten by gold-seeking hamsters? Their teeth are very sharp and tear your skin with a bite. Unfortunately, they have a small mouth and a small appetite, so I'm afraid you won't die quickly. With Yun Luofeng's every word, Qin Luo trembled fiercer, and the terror in her eyes grew. No, you can't do this to me. I will talk, I will tell you everything. Qin Luo was terrified beyond her wits. She knew this woman would definitely do as she said. There's actually another space within 7 province continent. Qin Luo bit her lips. We call that space Spirit God Continent. Spirit God Continent. Yun Luofeng's brows knitted, and contemplation flickered through her eyes. I was wondering why gods did not exist on these continents over these years. Xiao Mo had appeared beside Yun Luofeng at some point in time. Realization flashed through his large, clear eyes. 10,000 years ago, this world was not split into so many continents. Whether it was Longsha Continent, Land of No Return, or 7 Province Continent, they were all uniformly called Spirit God Continent. Hearing Xiaomo's words, a derisive smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. Spirit God Continent. Only the place we are at is worthy of being called Spirit God Continent. Do you know what we call this place of yours? We call it the Forsaken Place. How could a backwater place like this have any relation to the Spirit God Continent? Ignorant. Xiaomo snorted. If I guessed correctly, someone partitioned Spirit God Continent and opened another small space, causing no one to know about Spirit God Continent. Xiaomo paused briefly before continuing. As for why the 7-province continent and the other continents have such thin spirit energy and cannot develop even a single spirit herb, I reckon it's because the person who opened that space also sucked all of the spirit energy into Spirit God space, causing people from the other continents to be unable to become gods. The development of spirit herbs required a large amount of spirit energy. Otherwise, it was not possible that there was not a single spirit herb after so many years. All of the medicinal herbs on these continents were extremely normal and could not hold a candle to the spirit herbs in Yun Luofeng's space. Qin Luo was about to retort when she heard Xiaomo call her ignorant, but who knew this punk would mention spirit herbs. Her eyes instantly shot open with shock. You know about spirit herbs. There was actually someone in this backwater place who knew spirit herbs. Spirit herbs. Are you talking about this? Yun Luofeng extended her arm out, and a purple flower appeared in her palm. Purple spirit flower. Qin Luo's heart jolted. Spirit herb. This is spirit herb indeed. You actually possess spirit herbs. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 1763. The Most Formidable Opponent 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Qin Luo's face drained of colors and was full of terror. Spirit God Continent might have spirit herbs, but spirit herbs were exceptionally valuable and required several hundred years to develop. Moreover, this purple spirit flower's quality was better than the one she once saw at an auction. Where is that space? Yun Luofeng coldly asked as she slowly pressed closer to Qin Luo. She originally thought that the 7-province continent was already the strongest continent. Who knew that a mysterious space would exist inside 7-province continent? Compared to knowing its location, she was more interested in who created this. A person who could open their own space on their own. Their strength could not be merely described by powerful. I don't know. Qin Luo tightly bit her lips. I only know that if you let the news that the Ghost Emperor has broken through to demigod level spread, someone will come and find you. Besides this, we can't go to Spirit God Continent on our own. You can't. The spirit energy inside Spirit God Continent is just as valuable, so the experts there will not waste spirit energy on outsiders. Unless you break through to demigod level and they think you are useful, they won't bring you away. Demigod level cultivators are the weakest in Spirit God Continent. Yun Luofeng continued asking. No. Qin Luo shook her head. Spirit God Continent also has its natives, and those people naturally need to grow from the weakest level. However, I can tell you that the scarce demigod cultivators in this place are more abundant than the hair on a cow in Spirit God Continent. Yun Luofeng's heart sunk little by little. She did really want to learn about Spirit God Continent, but if they allowed those people to come to their doorsteps on their initiative, then they would have the weaker hand. She had no desire for that to happen. If we don't allow anyone to know Yun Xiao is demigod level, does that mean no one would find us? Qin Luo glanced at Yun Luofeng. Demigod is only a step in becoming a god. When you reach god level, you will provoke a strange natural sight. Those people will certainly detect it. Qin Luo sneered. However, the spirit energy in this place is too faint, so there's no way someone would break through to god level. So you can peacefully stay here for the rest of your life, but the qualification is that you release me. Release you? Yun Luofeng looked at Qin Luo with raised brows and a wide smile. Qin Luo's eyes darkened due to her look. I am a member of the Qin family from Spirit God Continent. If I die, the Qin family will certainly know. You will have trouble on your hands at that time. Do you think someone from the Spirit God Continent would truly come? Yun Luofeng lightly laughed. If I guessed correctly, residents of Spirit God Continent are typically not permitted to come to the outside world. Qin Luo's heart trembled, and she hastily looked up at Yun Luofeng with astonishment. This woman knew everything. That's right. Residents of the Spirit God Continent were not allowed to come to this continent as they pleased. The reason why she was trapped here was because news of a woman becoming a demigod was spread about 15 years ago, and the Spirit God Continent sent someone here to take her away. The Qin family nominated themselves to come at that time. Correct. The residents of the Spirit God Continent were never polite towards outsiders. There was no way they would kindly and nicely invite you to enter Spirit God Continent. Instead, they directly sent someone to take you away and did not give you any chance to resist. She still remembered that the faction that nurtured a demigod-level cultivator was some saintly virgin tribe. That woman was still detained by the Qin family. Chapter 1764, The Most Formidable Opponent 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. As for why the Qin family would nominate themselves to come to a place like this, there was a reason, of course. The Spirit God Continent had a rule that the demigod-level cultivator would belong to whichever faction captured them. The Qin family knew ahead of time that it was a youthful woman who broke through to demigod level this time. She not only had a beauty that would overturn cities but also boundless prospects. Also, the young master of the Qin family was quite lascivious, so they would naturally seize such a good opportunity. Long Shi. Yun Luofeng looked up at the blue-robed man. This woman has lost her use. Deal with her. Her indifferent voice caused Qin Luo to regain her senses and panic to flash through her face. You really want to kill me? If you kill me, the Qin family certainly won't spare you. Don't look at how accepting of death Qin Luo appeared earlier. In truth, she was more afraid of death than anyone. Earlier, she merely relied on the fact that she had information Yun Luofeng wanted to obtain and pretended to be calm. Who would have expected this woman to be cruel enough to use gold-seeking hamsters to threaten her? Now, she shattered all pretenses and turned hostile on her after obtaining the information she wanted. Yes, mistress. Long Shi lifted his hand to pick Chin Luo up and turned head out the door. He should go to a place farther away to take care of this woman so as to avoid dirtying master and mistress' place. After Chin Luo was taken away, silence settled on the bedroom. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, what do you think about the Spirit God continent? Master. Xiao Mo was silent for a moment. Do you still remember the people who hunted down Zhu Qian down 1,000 years ago? Are they connected to the Spirit God continent? Yun Luofeng asked with a frown. I don't know. I once asked Ji Jutian and he told me that this continent had gods 1,000 years ago too. But Ji Jutian was seriously injured later and went into seclusion for a long period of time. By the time he left seclusion, the continent had changed. Not only did all the experts disappear, but even the spirit energy became very thin. This is also why Ji Jutian's strength regressed and his injuries never recovered. Xiao Mo looked up at Yun Luofeng. The people who hunted Zhu Qian also disappeared at that time. I suspect they entered Spirit God continent too. It was not a problem for powerful people to live 1,000 years. Moreover, wasn't Ji Jutian an old monster who had lived 1,000 years as well? Also, Xiao Mo paused briefly. A drastic change must have occurred in the continent when Ji Jutian was in seclusion. Otherwise, those experts wouldn't have disappeared and another space wouldn't have opened. Ji Jutian told this all to you. Xiao Mo nodded. I was curious about why the current continent did not have a single god, so I asked him some questions. Xiao Mo, tell me those things after I see Zhu Qian. Yun Luofeng's frown slowly relaxed. Earlier, I promised Master to make a trip to West Province Academy. Since I don't have anything else to do, I should fulfill my promise. A pair of hands extended out from behind Yun Luofeng and pulled her into the owner's arms. The man's warm embrace caused Yun Luofeng's heart to fill with heat. No matter what happens, I won't let you come to any harm. Yun Xiao also had a feeling that the Spirit God continent might be the most formidable enemy they would ever encounter in their life. But no matter what, he would protect her safety and won't allow her to be the slightest bit injured. Yun Xiao, I am not afraid of anything with you here. She had never been someone afraid of getting into trouble. With Yun Xiao by her side now, then it was even more implausible for her to be afraid of anyone. So what if it's the Spirit God continent? Anyone who offended her will be punished. Chapter 1765, Another Space, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Xiao, I want to depart tomorrow and find Ji Jutian. Yun Luofeng pondered over it for a moment. Perhaps he will know something. All right, I will go with you. Yun Xiao smiled. Yun Xiao never said anything superfluous. His, I will go with you, was more than enough. The West Province Academy was heavily guarded. The students were clueless about what had happened, but they had a feeling that the academy was not too peaceful recently. Suddenly an exclamation was heard, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Look, our academy has such good-looking people. Everyone followed the voice's direction, and gasps were heard one after another. A good-looking couple was in the distance, walking toward them. They resembled figures from a portrait, matching and harmonious. The woman was plainly dressed in white, fleeting like snow with breathtaking beauty that could overturn countries. The man was handsome and aloof. The only time gentleness filled his eagle-like eyes was when he looked at the woman next to him. At that moment, 10 words appeared in everyone's mind. A match made in heaven, a man tough yet tender. A perfect couple like this was probably extremely affectionate, and they only had eyes for each other. Where did they come from? Why haven't I ever seen them? A girl stared at Yun Xiao with hearts in her eyes. She envied the woman standing next to the man. She would not mind dying if it meant this man would gift her with a gentle look. I don't know. Why don't you go ask? A person egged on and poked the heart-filled girl. Forget it. Don't you see that he already has a wife, a gorgeous wife like that even? Why should I go and ask for trouble? Evidently, this woman knew herself well. She admired Yun Xiao's handsome looks, but she would not think she was witty and go up to flirt with him. Otherwise, she would probably make a fool of herself. Of course, not everyone held the same thoughts as this girl. A woman dressed in light green robes leisurely emerged from the crowd. Her willowy figure had a gentle expression with red dusting her cheeks as she shyly walked to the front of Yun Xiao. Are you a new student recruited by the academy this year? If you need anything, I can. Yun Xiao did not give the woman in green a single glance and directly walked past her. The woman in green was stupefied. Even if she was not as beautiful as his wife, she was at least one of the top 10 beauties of the academy, but he actually directly walked past her. Could he possibly have not noticed her? That must be it. Oh Yulan, don't you see that this man's eyes are glued to his wife? Why must you go make a fool of yourself? A derisive voice spoke from the crowd. Oh Yulan stomped her feet and fiercely glared at the woman who spoke. Zhang Chia, don't think I don't know that you took a liking to this man just like me. Ever since we were young, you have wanted to steal everything I liked from me. Could you possibly want me to yield him to you? Yield him to me? Do you think you have the right? Zhang Chia snorted. Moreover, I never snatch married men. You. Oh Yulan was flushed with anger. These two must be new students this year. I would know them otherwise. As new students of the West Province Academy, my words are the law. Zhang Chia snorted. Oh Yulan relied on the fact that her older brother was a genius of the heaven roll and had always disregard everyone. Now, she would even steal someone's husband. Chapter 1766, Another Space, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Furthermore, she did not think the man would be seduced by Oh Yulan with such a stunning wife next to him. Zhang Chia, forget it, don't fight with Oh Yulan, a bystander consoled. Oh Yulan's brother is a part of the heaven roll. There's no point in opposing her. That's right, Zhang Chia, take a step back. This man's wife might be a stunning beauty, but Oh Yulan's position in West Province Academy is quite high. Perhaps this man would give his wife up due to Oh Yulan's status. Speaking of that, why do I feel like the woman in white is very familiar? As though I have seen her somewhere. Yun Luofeng had left West Province Academy for 5 years already. A different group of students had replaced the previous ones, and only the rare genius was recruited into the Elder Court. The rest of the students are either new students who entered the academy in the past 5 years or trash who couldn't pass their examinations and were unable to graduate from the academy. Even so, Yun Luofeng has caused such a giant commotion back then and alerted even the principal, so the students left behind were still vaguely familiar with her. However, it was exactly because 5 years have passed that they did not immediately connect Yun Luofeng with the girl from 5 years ago. Oh Yulan, you certainly won't succeed this time, Zhang Chia stomped her feet and sourly said. In truth, what woman would not be attracted to a man as good looking as Yun Xiao? However, Zhang Chia was more principled than Oh Yulan. If Yun Xiao had not married yet, then she would compete for him using every method possible. But he already had a wife, so she could only give up. Should she go and be his concubine instead? Her self-esteem did not allow her to do that. My success doesn't depend on your words. Just watch. Oh Yulan snorted and walked past Zhang Chia like a haughty peacock. When she was next to Zhang Chia, she did not forget to forcefully shove the other girl back with her shoulders. Zhang Chia's face instantly darkened. If it were not for other people holding her back, she would have already launched herself at that shameless woman. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao naturally did not know anything about the events happening inside the academy. They entered the elders' room on their own without any impedance. However, 5 years had passed and too many changes had occurred to the academy. Those previously familiar faces had all disappeared. Yun Luofeng, you finally came. The surprise exclamation caused Yun Luofeng to pause. She turned her head and saw a vixen-like face. Hu Li. Yun Luofeng's mood brightened when she saw the fox-like man. Why are you here? Elder Zhu Kong sought me out and wanted me to become an elder, and I agreed. Hu Li grinned. Although I agreed to this request, I will never forget that I sold myself to you. I belong to you whether I am dead or alive. The phrase, sold myself, caused Yun Xiao's face to darken. He shot Hu Li a chilly glance. Hu Li froze due to his glance, but he did not understand that what he said to Yun Luofeng provoked this temperamental man. I have left for 5 years, and the academy has changed so much that I nearly don't recognize it, Yun Luofeng said with a faint smile. Hu Li returned the smile. It's been 5 years. The original students of the academy have left already, and it's a new group of students now. Only I have remained from the heaven roll. That's good too. Chapter 1767, Another Space, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng was initially worried about being recognized upon entering West Province Academy. Her relaxing days would disappear if that happened. Hu Li appeared to have thought of something, and his eyes dimming as he sighed. Unfortunately, I let you down and could not do as you bid in the end. I was unable to find Wu. You don't need to find him, Yun Luofeng looked up, because I already saw him. Wu was evidently by Su. However, some things were not easily explained, so she did not plan to say anything else. Hu Li scratched his head. Then I can be at ease. Right, Elder Zhu Kong and the others have waited for you quite a few days. Follow me. Yun Luofeng nodded and followed Hu Li while holding Yun Xiao's hand. Inside the Elder Court, a group of elders was waiting for Yun Luofeng. In truth, as soon as Yun Luofeng appeared at West Province, someone informed them, so they were waiting for her here. The moment Yun Luofeng entered the court, she saw the group of elders sitting in a circle. Zhu Kong, Zhu Wu, Ling Hai, Qiong Qian, and also Zhu Ying. These elders were the first people she met when she arrived at 7 Province Academy and were also her respected teachers. You are finally here. Zhu Ying was the only female elder, so she naturally expressed her emotions. She shot up from the chair and excitedly walked toward Yun Luofeng. The other elders all looked toward Yun Luofeng with pride revealed in their eyes. Although they did not teach Yun Luofeng anything, her acknowledging them as teachers was enough. She would be their pride for a lifetime. Zhu Ying, let's talk official business first, Qiong Qian dryly coughed and said. What talk? Zhu Ying glared at Qiong Qian before turning to Yun Luofeng with a faint smile. You must be tired. Let me bring you down and rest first. You have worked hard these 5 years. Everyone knew only Yun Luofeng's reputation, but they didn't know the trials and tribulation she experienced. Yun Luofeng caught the heartache in Zhu Ying's eyes, and warmth encased her heart. They spent a brief time together, but these teachers were extremely sincere towards her. No need. Yun Luofeng shook her head and said, when Master Zhu Kong came to find me earlier and told me to come to West Province Academy when I had time, I knew that you must have had something to say to me, so I came. Zhu Ying started and involuntarily sighed. This matter was originally unrelated to you, but I thought I should inform you due to your relationship with the principal. Ji Jutian. Yun Luofeng's heart was gripped, and she worriedly asked, did something happen to Ji Jutian? Yun Xiao turned to look at Yun Luofeng and for some reason, Yun Luofeng's worry for Ji Jutian made him displeased. Of course, he was not displeased toward Yun Luofeng, his displeasure was aimed toward Ji Jutian. However, he believed in Yun Luofeng and knew that Ji Jutian was nothing but a friend worthy of her trust in her heart. Hence, regardless of how displeased he was, he would not show it. Zhu Ying pursed her lips. Not too long ago, the principal accidentally discovered there was a space in 7 Province Continent. Spirit God Continent? Yun Luofeng asked, taken back. Not Spirit God Continent. Zhu Ying sighed. However, Principal discovered that spirit energy was very rich inside that space, so he disregarded our opposition and stubbornly went to that space to raise his strength. However, I had a persistent feeling that the Principal's trip would not be easy, so we came to find you to help think of a solution. Chapter 1768, Another Space, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. How do we go to that space? We know how to get there, but we need preparation time. Zhu Ying looked up at Yun Luofeng. I plan to go with your other teachers to go find the principal, but West Province Academy needs someone to stand guard, so we sought you out. They said they wanted Yun Luofeng to help them think of a solution, but they actually decided everything already. Even if they had abandoned West Province Academy, they would still go to that place to find the principal. However, they could not give the West Province Academy up after consideration, which was why they sought Yun Luofeng out. Send me to that space, Yun Luofeng declared, enunciating each word carefully, and looked up at Zhu Ying. Zhu Ying was startled. No. It's too dangerous there. You can't go. I can't go, but you can go. Yun Luofeng pursed her lips. If I go, I can at least protect myself. I also have Yun Xiao to protect me. The elders understood Yun Luofeng's intention. She was afraid they would encounter danger, which was why she volunteered herself to go to that space. No. Zhu Kong also stood up. This is West Province Academy's business. How could we let you risk yourself? Moreover, we are an old bag of bones, but we aren't that useless. Yun Luofeng's expression was completely determined. First, I am also a member of the West Province Academy, so it's my duty to help the academy. Second, Ji Jutian is my friend and protected me so many times, I can't sit on the side and do nothing. Third. She paused before continuing, I'm afraid I have provoked Spirit God Continent. Spirit God Continent. Panic flashed through Zhu Kong's eyes. How did you provoke Spirit God Continent? With their status, there was no way these old men did not know about the existence of Spirit God Continent. What they did not expect was that Yun Luofeng had provoked Spirit God Continent. Do you understand why we have to go to that space now? Since we will become enemies with Spirit God Continent, then we must advance our strength, and we clearly can't do that in the 7-province continent, so I can only go to that space. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Zhu Kong helplessly sighed. All right, then you go. Before you return, I will take good care of your family in your place. Gratefulness entered Yun Luofeng's expression. Thank you. Zhu Kong wryly chuckled. Why do master and student need thanks? Anyways, it should be us who thank you. Originally, finding the principal was our responsibility, but we just had to drag you into it. Faced with the elder's apology, Yun Luofeng did not say anything. The space that Ji Jutian found, wasn't it also an opportunity for her? When does the space open? Yun Xiao's low voice rung. Their days. Give us 3 days to prepare. All right, then Feng Er and I will come to find you 3 days later. Yun Xiao wrapped his arm around Yun Luofeng's waist and walked out of the door. Do we need to go back and bid farewell? No need. Yun Luofeng shook her head. When we left East Province, I already told grandfather I would probably leave for a while. As for the Steel and Raging Flames core, I already placed them inside the Spirit Matrix, so we don't need to go back especially for them. The Spirit Matrix was the matrix that she carried with her everywhere. She named it Spirit Matrix in order to make it more convenient to refer to it when she had to. Inside the Spirit Matrix, the members of the 2 core rapidly advanced. Yi Ling and King Yin had already reached the Reverend level and were only a step from being a sage-level Spirit cultivator. Chapter 1769, A Foolish Woman, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The Office of Elders doesn't have a lounge, so Elder Zhu Kong asked me to take you to the cultivation room for the Academy's disciples. Hu Li scratched his head and turned to Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Are you really going to that place? Yes, we must go there. Yun Luofeng smiled, and a dangerous glow flickered across her slightly narrowed eyes. Yes, she had to go there. Hu Li gave a wry smile. I know I can't stop you, but you must come back alive. Throughout his life, he had never admired anyone, except the woman in front of him. Though he sold himself to her 5 years ago, he did it willingly and without any regret. Don't worry. I cherish my life. I won't die. Yun Luofeng winked. Then she said lazily, I'm tired. You can go now. Hu Li wanted to say something, but he knew that Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were tired after the long journey, so he nodded to them and went to the Office of Elders. At the moment, West Province Academy, in the cultivation room for disciples on the Earth Roll. Yu Lan suddenly jumped up from her chair, and scowled. You mean, the 2 freshmen know Elder Hu Li? She didn't know the names of Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, so she called them freshmen instead. Sister Yu Lan, I saw Elder Hu Li take them to the cultivation room, and before that they went to the Office of Elders. If I am not wrong, they must have gone there to find Elder Hu Li. A young girl stood in front of Yu Lan and was talking to her obsequiously. As far as I can see, Sister Yu Lan, you are way better than that woman, and your brother, a genius on the heaven roll, is absolutely more excellent than Hu Li. In a year or 2, he can also become an elder of the academy and then his status will surely surpass Hu Li's. Yu Lan pondered. Though my brother is very strong and has a bright future, Hu Li is still an elder of the academy. I have to respect him anyway. Sister, I have a way. The girl rolled her eyes. Since Elder Hu Li knows this woman, we can spread rumors, claiming that the woman was Hu Li's mistress before she entered the academy. She committed adultery with Hu Li when her husband was away. Then, her husband will suspect her, and Hu Li's reputation will also be ruined. Yu Lan's eyes lit up. In the beginning, she wanted to oppress the 2 freshmen with power. However, then she found that they knew Elder Hu Li, so she had to look for other solutions. Hu Li is not a pushover. If he finds out that. Sister Yu Lan, we can frame this on the BTC-8 Shang Chia. Even if he finds out about it, it's not our problem. Good. A gleam flashed through Yu Lan's eyes and she smiled silently. Chia Ling, I'll leave this to you. If you succeed, I will put in a good word for you in front of my brother. Perhaps he may have a crush on you. The girl called Chia Ling smiled shyly and her eyes lit up. Sister Yu Lan, you can count on me. With that, Chia Ling made an obeisance to Ou Lan and walked out. Staring at her receding figure, Ou Lan gave a contemptuous smile and her face was filled with disdain. What a foolish woman. What makes her believe she is worthy of my brother? Only the most powerful woman in the world deserves my brother. Chapter 1770, A Foolish Woman, 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Hearing this, a young man who was standing in the room and kept silent, couldn't help but ask, Sister Ou Lan, why did you promise Chia Ling if you didn't want to help her? I just want to use her to do things for me. Ou Lan lay on the chaise lounge. She wants to become my sister-in-law. Haha, only in her dreams. My brother ranks among the top 3 on the heaven roll. An ordinary woman like her is not worthy of him. Then what kind of talent do you think is worthy of brother Ou Fei? The young man asked this question for a reason. Ou Fei was the dream lover of countless female disciples in the West Province Academy, and his sister was also in love with him. Ou Fei was good-natured and very talented. He was admitted into the West Province Academy only 4 years ago, but now he had ranked 3rd on the heaven roll. More importantly, he was the youngest talent on the heaven roll. Of course, it was the heaven roll of today, not the heaven roll 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Yun Luofeng and the maniac, Hong Luan were on the heaven roll. However, the heaven roll was updated every 5 years. It had been 5 years since Yun Luofeng and Hong Luan left the academy. Now the heaven roll of the West Province Academy was dominated by Ou Fei and his peers. Do you know Yun Luofeng? Ou Lan said proudly, the woman who caused a sensation at the academy 5 years ago. I think only a genius like her is worthy of my brother. Yun Luofeng. The young man widened his eyes in astonishment. He was no stranger to the name, or to be exact, the whole West Province Academy, and even the continent of 7 provinces knew this name. To the young man's surprise, Ou Lan would be so self-glorifying as to think that only Yun Luofeng could match his brother. To be honest, though Ou Fei was talented, it was only in the West Province Academy, while Yun Luofeng was already a sage-level advanced rank straight cultivator. She and Ou Fei were just like cloud and mud. However, the young man didn't dare to say this, because he didn't dare to offend Ou Lan, who firmly believed that her brother was the best man in the world. So, it was natural for her to say these ridiculous words. Sister Ou Lan, Yun Luofeng, is already married. He meant that it was impossible for her to become her sister-in-law. Ou Lan curled her lips. Do you remember Hong Luan, daughter of the governor of East Province? She was also from West Province Academy. She is the second best choice. I think she is also suitable to become my sister-in-law. The young man gaped in shock. Was she sure that her brother could match Hong Luan? As for social status, Hong Luan was the heiress of the East Province, the future governor of East Province, while Ou Fei was only from a well-to-do family. As for the status in the academy, Hong Luan ranked number 1 on the heaven roll 5 years ago, while Ou Fei only reached 3rd place. As for strength, Hong Luan was younger and more capable than Ou Fei. What made her believe Ou Fei could match the heiress of East Province? And she gave that look as if she would only reluctantly accept Hong Luan as her sister-in-law. In a few days, I'll visit the East Province with my brother. Then I want to meet the heiress of the East Province. She will surely fall in love with my brother when she sees that he is so handsome. The young man's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that he should keep some distance from the Ou siblings, lest he be implicated while they were courting death. At the thought of this, the young man calmed down and said, Then I wish Sister Ou Lan success. Oh, I remember I have something urgent to deal with. I have to go now. After saying this, the young man left in a hurry. He had to go back to warn his sister not to chase Ou Fei. Chapter 1771, A Foolish Woman, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Otherwise, she would die a miserable death. On the road leading to the academy, a gorgeous woman in a blood-red robe was walking. A handsome man was following her, without being left behind by her. Why are you following me? Hong Luan turned her head, glared at Nangong Yunyi and asked angrily. Nangong Yunyi smartly shook his hair. I won't stop following you until you agree to marry me. Hong Luan narrowed her eyes. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? You won't kill me. Nangong Yunyi smiled. You'll beat me up at most, but even if you beat me half dead, I'll still follow you. You can't dump me anyway. Nangong Yunyi, you are courting death. Swish. Hong Luan angrily drew her sword. Don't blame me for being rude if you continue to follow me. In fact, if Nangong Yunyi simply followed her, Hong Luan wouldn't be so angry. But he liked laying his hand on her. She would beat him up every time she got angry, but, no matter how hard she beat him, he just stuck to her like glue and wouldn't go away. Aren't you going to find Yun Luofeng? She is also my friend, so why don't we go find her together? Nangong Yunyi glanced at the sword on his neck, his face unchanged. If Hong Luan had put her sword on his neck when he first met her, he would have been so scared that he couldn't even stand. He knew Hong Luan wouldn't kill him, so why should he be afraid? She would just beat him up. It was nothing compared with her being his future wife. I'm a student of the West Province Academy, so it's natural for me to go back to the academy. But what's your relationship with the academy? Hong Luan's gorgeous face was full of anger, her eyes were burning with raging flames, and she said, gritting her teeth, I'll ask you one last time whether you go or not. I'll leave if you agree to marry me, Nangong Yunyi said shamelessly. Hong Luan exerted a force on the sword, and a blood stain appeared on his neck. Nangong Yunyi, you can travel with me, as long as you promise that you will no longer touch me. Nangong Yunyi curled his lips. He just tried to touch her face or kiss her while she was sleeping, but each time she woke up before he could do it. Then she would beat him up. But even so, he didn't want to leave. Seeing that Nangong Yunyi didn't speak, Hong Luan took back her sword. I told you that you didn't need to take any responsibility, so you don't have to follow me anymore. I won't marry you just because you saw me naked. Nangong Yunyi stepped forward, trying to explain that he wanted to marry her not because of taking responsibility. However, not giving him a chance to speak, Hong Luan tiptoed and jumped into the air. Compared with Yun Luofeng, Hong Luan had stayed in the West Province Academy for a longer time, so she had established her own clique. The members of the clique had already left the West Province Academy. However, before coming to the West Province Academy, Hong Luan sent them a letter, telling them she had come back. Those people came back from all over the world to meet Hong Luan and waited for her in the academy. Chapter 1772, A Foolish Woman, 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Chia Ling, what happened to the academy these 2 days? Why did so many strange faces show up here? And they're not the freshmen of the academy. The freshmen of the academy began cultivation yesterday, but Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao weren't among them. Ou Lan thought it must be because Hu Li opened the back door for them. So Ou Lan was sure that those strangers were not this year's freshmen. Sister Ou Lan, I heard that the number 1 person of the Heaven Roll 5 years ago came back. The number 1 person of the Heaven Roll, Hong Luan. Ou Lan's eyes lit up and she jumped up from her chair. Are you sure it's Hong Luan? I've checked it. Those people are former students of the academy. They came to the West Province Academy to meet Hong Luan. Chia Ling looked confused. Of course, she didn't know that Ou Lan wanted to introduce Ou. Of course, she didn't know that Ou Lan wanted to introduce Ou Fei to Hong Luan, so she didn't understand why she was so interested in Hong Luan. That's great. Ou Lan had a big smile on her face, but the next moment she saw Chia Ling's skeptical gaze. She coughed dryly and said, how about the thing I asked you to do? Upon hearing this, Chia Ling hurriedly replied, I have already ordered people to do it, and the rumors will soon spread, but Sister Ou Lan, as for your promise to me. Quote. You can rest assured. I won't go back on my promise. Ou Lan's eyes twinkled. I'm tired, you can leave now. Yes, Sister Ou Lan. Being reassured by Ou Lan, Chia Ling left in a good mood. Ou Fei was very fond of his sister. With her help, she could be his wife in no time. Chia Ling blushed at the thought of this. But when she left, she heard loud laughter behind her. Hearing this, she frowned. However, she didn't think much about it, because she thought Ou Lan was excited because the freshman's reputation was going to be ruined. How lucky we have been lately. In the room, Ou Lan gave a faint smile and her eyes were shining with a resolute gleam. I found a man who I want to marry, and a woman who is worthy of my brother also appeared. Maybe, Hong Luan came back because she heard about my brother. Otherwise, why didn't she come back in the last 5 years but suddenly came back as soon as my brother ranked the 3rd on the Heaven Roll? Ou Lan was pleased to think that if her brother married the heiress of the East Province, her status would also rise. Then no one would be worthy of her attention. It's a pity that Yun Luofeng has married. Otherwise, that woman was the most suitable one for her brother. Hong Luan was just the heiress of the East Province, while Yun Luofeng had already stood on the peak of the continent with her own strength. If it weren't for the Ghost Emperor, maybe. Her brother would have a chance. I don't know what the Ghost Emperor looks like. It is said that he often wears a mask outside, so very few people see his true face. Therefore, I think he must be extremely ugly. How can such a man be compared with my brother? If Yun Luofeng had known my brother first, she would have fallen in love with him. Only when staying with Yun Luofeng would Yun Xiao take off his mask. In the past, no one could see his face. In the Jun family, he didn't wear a mask at the banquet or the wedding ceremony, but the people who were invited to visit the Jun family would not gossip outside. Therefore, there were very few people who knew the real face of the Ghost Emperor. Chapter 1773, Courting Death, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The West Province Academy. Hong Luan landed from the sky, and a crowd of people ran up to her, their faces beaming with excitement. Welcome back, boss. Thank you. Hong Luan raised her eyebrow, and her fiery red robe was fluttering in the breeze. When did you get back to the West Province Academy? We've just arrived, and before we had time to hang around and have fun, you've come back, boss. In that case, let's go. I'll go see the elders first and then find someone. With that, Hong Luan stepped into the West Province Academy, surrounded by a group of her people. The man walking next to her was a 20-something man who managed this clique for Hong Luan. 5 years ago, Hong Luan was still a domineering and aloof person. As long as she was interested in someone, she would have a duel with that person. If the person didn't agree, she would keep pestering him until he agreed. So Hong Luan would not interact with other students, let alone receive a bunch of underlings. It was the man named Zhang Mo who was attracted to Hong Luan, volunteered to be her follower, and even established the clique for her. Unfortunately, since Hong Luan left the West Province Academy she hadn't met with them anymore, except for some correspondence. Hong Luan, did you come here to look for Yun Luofeng? We just came back here, so we don't know whether she had come to the academy or not. Zhang Mo scratched his head and chuckled. 5 years ago, everyone in the West Province Academy had heard the name of Yun Luofeng, and it was still the same now. However, the difference was that the students today didn't know how Yun Luofeng looked like. I came back here for 2 reasons. The first is to find Yun Luofeng, and the other is that something seems to have happened in the West Province Academy. As a student of the academy, I cannot stand idly by. Clatter. Just as Hong Luan was walking down the academy's narrow winding trail, a crowd of people suddenly appeared from the front and blocked the way ahead. Hong Luan couldn't help but frown. These are the students of the academy. Why did they come here? Zhang Mo also frowned as he saw the crowd. Suddenly, a voice of joy came from the crowd. Are you Hong Luan, the number one person of the heaven roll 5 years ago? Then the crowd dispersed, and a pretty girl came out from behind them. What's up? Seeing that they were students of the West Province Academy, Hong Luan's tone was not very tough. Even though she took the West Province Academy as a temporary shelter, her feelings for the academy remained in her heart. Sister Hong Luan, Yu Lan's face brightened with a sweet smile. Have you heard of my brother, Yu Fei? A touch of suspicion flickered across Hong Luan's eyes. No. Yu Lan let out a cry. No. How is this possible? Her brother was well known in the academy, and even many people outside the academy had also heard of him, so Hong Luan, as a former student of the West Province Academy, should know him as well. How could she claim that she didn't know her brother? She must be saying this to keep her dignity. As a woman, it was hard for her to admit that she admired a man. This must be the reason. Titter. Hearing Yu Lan's disappointed scream, Zhang Chia, who was standing among the crowd and watching the show, couldn't help but mock. Do you really think everyone knows your brother? Sister Hong Luan, the former number one of the heaven roll, is way stronger than your brother no matter in talent, strength, or descent. Besides, why are you standing in Sister Hong Luan's way? Are you trying to make her your sister-in-law? Chapter 1774, Courting Death 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Zhang Chia said this for a reason. She heard that Yu Lan said only Yun Luofeng or Hong Luan was worthy of Yu Fei. So, she purposely said this in front of Hong Luan. Swish swish swish. Soon, the people around Hong Luan all stared at Yu Lan, their eyes as sharp as swords. Yu Lan's face stiffened for a moment but soon returned to normal. She smiled in embarrassment. Sister Hong Luan, it doesn't matter if you... She smiled in embarrassment. Sister Hong Luan, it doesn't matter if you don't know my brother. I can introduce him to you. My brother is not only handsome, but also very talented. He is only 26 years old, but he has already become a sky-level spirit cultivator and ranks 3rd on the heaven roll. Hong Luan originally didn't pay much attention to Zhang Chia's words. It was obvious that the two hated each other. Maybe Zhang Chia was trying to frame this girl. But now, as soon as Yu Lan spoke, Hong Luan understood what she meant and her gorgeous face turned cold. I remember that 5 years ago when I was only 20, I had already reached the top of the heaven roll. Yun Luofeng, only 18 years old at the time, tied with me in our duel. So what makes you think your brother is a genius since he is only a sky-level spirit cultivator at the age of 26? Yu Lan's face immediately darkened. What did Hong Luan mean by this? Was she looking down on her brother? Sister Hong Luan, my brother is really talented. He just doesn't have a powerful family. If he was born in a noble family, I'm sure no one would be able to match his achievement. She meant that you were strong, but so what? That was simply because you were born in a better family. If Yu Fei was from a noble family, he would be stronger than Hong Luan. Zhang Chia snickered. The woman was simply courting death by saying these words to Hong Luan. All of a sudden, Yu Lan felt a powerful force swooping over her, making her body tremble. She broke out in a cold sweat, turned pale, and felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on her. Just as she was about to be suffocated, the pressure suddenly disappeared. She weakly sat on the ground with a thud and gasped for air. Hong Luan withdrew her gaze. Let's go. Okay. Zhang Mo took a sympathetic look at Yu Lan. Fortunately, Hong Luan's temper was not as fierce as before. Otherwise, Yu Lan might be dead. Lan. She weakly sat on the ground with a thud and gasped for air. Hong Luan withdrew her gaze. Let's go. Okay. Zhang Mo took a sympathetic look at Yu Lan. Fortunately, Hong Luan's temper was not as fierce as before. Otherwise, Yu Lan might be dead. Lancer. As Hong Luan was going to leave, an anxious voice came from the front. After a short while, a handsome young man in a brocade robe walked quickly to Yu Lan. Seeing Yu Lan like this, he got angry. What happened? Who dares touch my sister in the West Province Academy? As he spoke, he looked around at these people and stopped at Hong Luan. Did you touch my sister? Don't you know where this is? Who gave you the courage? Hong Luan stopped her step and gave a charming smile. Yes, I touched her, so what? Even if I kill her, no one will dare to say a single word. Yu Fei lived in seclusion for cultivation recently. As soon as he came out, he went to see Yu Lan only to find that Yu Lan was bullied. He hadn't heard of the news of Hong Luan's return. Although I ranked the 3rd in the West Province Academy, the first two never dare offend me. Yu Fei stood up. If you still want to stay in the West Province Academy, you'd better kowtow and apologize to my sister. He flipped open the folding fan in his hand and arrogantly stared at Hong Luan. Chapter 1775, Courting Death 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Brother. Seeing this, Yu Lan hurriedly pulled Yu Fei's sleeve. She is the sister-in-law I found for you. Please don't. She was in such a hurry that she spoke her mind. After she blurted it out, she suddenly realized what she had said and quickly covered her mouth. Sister-in-law. Yu Fei frowned, glanced at Hong Luan and then looked at Yu Lan. She may be beautiful, but I'm not a shallow person. Only those with great talent are worthy of me. Hong Luan was so angry that she laughed. She raised her hand, stopped Zhang Mo from rushing forward and looked at Yu Fei. She slightly narrowed her beautiful slanted eyes. Then what kind of person do you think is worthy of you? A touch of disgust flickered across Yu Fei's eyes. As he expected, this woman was another admirer of his, or else she would not have asked such a brazen question. Miss, there is no one worthy of me in the academy. If I had to name one, then only the number one person of the heaven roll 5 years ago is worthy of me. Only a genius like her can match me, so stop daydreaming. I won't accept your love. In fact, Ou Lan thought that only Yun Luofeng and Hong Luan were worthy of Ou Fei because of what Ou Fei said to her. As for why he didn't mention Yun Luofeng now, that was because Yun Luofeng was married, and it was impossible for him to pursue a woman who was already impure. A woman whose body had been defiled would not be worthy of him. The number one of the heaven rolled 5 years ago. You mean Hong Luan? Hong Luan asked slowly with a smile. The people around her all kept quiet, watching this funny show. Brother, quote. Ou Lan cried out in embarrassment, trying to say something, but Ou Fei didn't give her a chance to speak and stop her from talking. Yes, I was talking about Hong Luan. Only that kind of woman is who I want. It is impossible for me to accept a woman like you. Therefore, I advise you to give up your thoughts as soon as possible. Zhang Mo and the others were already furious. If Hong Luan hadn't stopped them, they would have come forward and beat him up. Hong Luan smiled. Her smile was as beautiful as a blooming rose but looked dangerous. Ou Fei was confused. Why did she smile? Did she go crazy after being rejected by him? I'm sorry, laughing, Hong Luan said with her arms around her chest, and the person you mentioned, Hong Luan. In an instant, Ou Fei's face stiffened and his breath became short. He turned blue and looked at Ou Lan. She's Hong Luan. Ou Lan nodded helplessly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ou Fei was furious and he was so ashamed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. He just said the woman didn't deserve him and only Hong Luan did. But now she told him she was Hong Luan. Brother, I wanted to tell you, but you stopped me. She felt so wronged. She wanted to tell him about it, but he didn't let her. Ou Fei felt there were countless mocking eyes on him, and his face became even paler. He could imagine that after today, he would become the laughingstock of the West Province Academy. Zhang Mo, let's go to the office of elders and then go find Yun Luofeng. The elders must know where she is. Hong Luan turned around and left, ignoring these idiots. Chapter 1776, Courting Death, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Zhang Mo coldly glanced at Ou Fei and Ou Lan, and a touch of contempt flashed through his eyes. How could such a coward deserve Hong Luan? Looking at their receding figures, Ou Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid Hong Luan might give him a hard time because he said those things in front of her. Fortunately, Hong Luan didn't pay much attention to him. Brother, seeing that Ou Fei was going to leave, Ou Lan called him in a hurry. I need your help. Ou Fei stopped and frowned. Because of you, I offended Hong Luan and lost the chance to pursue her. Now you ask me to help you. Will you get me in trouble again? Brother, don't worry. It's a piece of cake for you. The one I hate is just a freshman. Quote. A freshman. Ou Fei was relieved to hear this. If it was only a freshman, then it really was a piece of cake for him to give that person a hard time in the West Province Academy. You're my sister after all. I can help you provided it won't get me in trouble. Hearing his words, Ou Lan smiled. She was just bullied by Hong Luan, so she had to find someone to take it out on. That freshman was obviously the best choice. At this moment, Ou Fei and Ou Lan didn't know that the freshman was actually someone they could not afford to provoke. Because of their ignorance, they made a mistake that they regretted for a lifetime. Did you hear it? The number one of the heaven roll 5 years ago, Sister Hong Luan came back to the academy. Tut, I know about this. It is said that brother Ou Fei had a dispute with Sister Hong Luan, and a friend of mine was there to witness it. Actually, there is bigger news than that. Elder Hu Li, you know him. The youngest and the most handsome elder of the academy. Yes, I know. What happened to him? A few days ago, 2 freshmen came to the academy. Both of them are extremely good looking, and they knew Elder Hu Li. They're a couple. Elder Hu Li and the husband are good brothers while he and the wife are lovers. How? How is this possible? That's really gross. Are you sure it's true? It must be true. Someone heard these words from Sister Zhang Chia. She even claimed that she saw that woman and Elder Hu Li were having sex in the forest, which is absolutely true. Quote. In the academy, a group of people were gossiping. However, they suddenly felt a cold glare coming from behind, and they were scared and quickly turned around only to see a man in a black robe was standing behind with a cold face. His eyes were so scary that their hearts couldn't help but tremble under his stare. Hong Luan came back to the West Province Academy. Yun Luofeng was surprised. Why didn't Hong Luan tell her about it? Zhang Chia. Who is she? Yun Xiao's black eyes were filled with killing intent. He tightly pursed his thin lips and a powerful and terrifying aura surged out of his body. Anyone who smeared Yun Luofeng must die. At this moment, there came the sound of footfalls from the front. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyebrows and looked at the group of people who were led by a man and a woman, walking quickly towards her. Brother, this is the woman. Ou Lan pointed at Yun Luofeng and said, she didn't want to participate in the exam, so she seduced Elder Hu Li. As a married woman, she shamelessly had sex with Elder Hu Li. We should kill her immediately. Ou Lan raised her chin, but her eyes were fixed on Yun Xiao. Chapter 1777, She is Yun Luofeng, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. At this moment, a lot of people had gathered around. Ou Lan felt the glances from the onlookers and raised her chin higher. Is what Ou Lan said true? Ou Fei's eyes darkened and his gentle face turned cold. How could Elder Hu Li do such a thing? It seems that the West Province Academy's reputation will be ruined by Hu Li. From Ou Fei's words, everyone could hear his disdain and contempt for Hu Li. Before Hu Li returned to the academy, he was the most popular student in the academy, but when Hu Li appeared, most of the women who had followed him turned their eyes to Hu Li. It made him very angry. Hu Li only had a face that was prettier than a woman's. Other than that, what else did he have? Oh, yes, Hu Li got into the West Province Academy earlier than he did. Otherwise, he would have been under him. But it didn't matter. When he graduated from the academy, his achievements would surely surpass Hu Li's. Yun Xiao's murderous glare turned from Ou Fei to Ou Lan. At this moment, Ou Fei felt suffocated, as if a hand was grabbing his heart so tightly that he could hardly breathe. It was like his heart would be crushed in an instant. The pain was so intense that Ou Fei turned pale and his eyes were filled with panic. Didn't Ou Lan say that the two were only freshmen? Would a freshman be so powerful? Tell me, who started this rumor? The man's voice was deep and cold but contained uncontrollable anger. Yun Luofeng lazily leaned against a tree nearby and silently watched the show, as if what was happening here had nothing to do with her. Ou Lan thought the woman would be angry and nervous as the rumor spread. However, she looked calm and even had a smile on her face, as if she was mocking her. It's not a rumor. Ou Lan was furious, and her jealous eyes stared at Yun Luofeng. Zhang Qia saw her having sex with Hu Li with her own eyes. Don't be deceived by this woman. A slut like her doesn't deserve your love. Bang! When Yun Xiao heard these insulting words directed at Yun Luofeng, his eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and a hurricane suddenly swept through and sent Ou Lan's body flying away. The whole academy fell silent. Everyone stared in surprise. Ou Lan was a disciple on the earth roll, and this freshman beat her by simply raising his hand. As a matter of fact, Ou Lan was not only defeated. She felt terribly bad as if there was a flame burning her insides. It was so painful that she turned ghastly pale and broke out in a cold sweat. To her surprise, Yun Xiao, as a man, beat her, a delicate woman. Was it proper for him to beat a woman? Besides, they were in the wrong. They did something wrong and didn't allow others to talk about it. I haven't seen anything like that. Behind the crowd came an anxious voice. Zhang Qia hurriedly came over and looked nervous. I didn't see her having sex with another man, and I didn't spread the rumor. Ou Lan's face darkened. Normally, her brother would not allow her to be bullied like this. Why was he still standing there? However, there could be no turning back now, so she stood up, enduring the pain. Zhang Qia, I know you denied it because you're afraid of this man's strength, but these words were really from you. I am just trying to remove evil from the academy. Chapter 1778, She is Yun Luofeng 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Zhang Qia angrily pointed her finger at Ou Lan. You framed me. Framed you. So what? Ou Lan sneered. Even if the academy wanted to find out who was to blame, they would only hold Zhang Qia accountable and she would be the one that Hu Li hated. What are you doing here? Suddenly, an angry voice came from behind them, and the crowd turned around only to see Hu Li quickly walking to them, followed by a woman in red. Seeing the woman in red, Ou Lan turned pale. Hong Luan, why did she come here? Ou Fei, what are you trying to do? Seeing that these people dared to besiege Yun Luofeng, Hu Li became furious and his slanted eyes were filled chilly killing intent. Elder Hu Li, here's the thing. Quote. Afraid that Hu Li would hate her, Zhang Qia hurriedly told him about the recent rumors, and at the end, she added, please trust me, I didn't do this. Good, very good. Hu Li was so angry that he burst into laughter. How dare you spread vicious rumors like this? You're simply courting death. In the academy, due to the strength of Ou Fei, there were many running dogs following him. These people, just like him, were jealous of Hu Li who became an elder of the academy at such a young age. Besides, Ou Fei was quite talented, so he never thought he was inferior to Hu Li. Therefore, even facing Hu Li, he was not afraid at all. Elder Hu Li, can you explain why these two freshmen didn't take the exam? Besides, some people have seen that they are acquaintance. If you don't have an improper relationship with them, how could they have been admitted? Until then, no one had discovered that there was something wrong with Ou Fei. Ou Fei opened his mouth and tried to speak only to find that because he was being pressed by the aura, he couldn't utter a single word and could only stand there anxiously. At first, he didn't take Yun Xiao seriously. However, as soon as Yun Xiao released the powerful aura, he knew the man was not someone they could mess with. However, he couldn't speak now, so he couldn't stop the people. Freshman. Hong Luan laughed. Her laughter was full of sarcasm and she turned her charming eyes to Ou Fei and Ou Lan. You said they were freshmen. The moment Hong Luan showed up, Ou Lan felt something was wrong. However, she just said this, which made Ou Lan freeze in place. Was I wrong? They were not freshmen. Ha ha ha, we did it. We did it. As Hong Luan was going to walk up to Yun Luofeng, wild laughter rang. The crowd looked up in surprise only to see the grey-robed Zhu Kong running over. Zhu. Elder Zhu Kong, why is he here? Feng Ghost Emperor, we finally opened the space, and now you can enter it. Zhu Kong's face was full of excitement, but soon he found that the atmosphere here was strange, so he asked, what happened? Ou Lan widened her eyes in shock and incredulously stared at Zhu Kong who had run to Yun Luofeng. Wait. He just called the woman, Feng. And the cold and handsome man was called Ghost Emperor, by him. How? How is this possible? Ou Lan backed up a few steps, and her face was ghastly pale. Ghost Emperor, the young master of the Jun family and Yun Luofeng's husband. So the woman in white was the legend of the continent of 7 provinces, Yun Luofeng. Ou Lan tightly bit her lips and trembled. How could this woman be Yun Luofeng? Chapter 1779, She is Yun Luofeng 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The one whose influence was so great that all the governors were scared of her. The one who could shake the whole continent by simply stomping. She offended her, and even wanted to steal her husband, the Ghost Emperor. What happened? Zhu Kong frowned, and a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. Zhu Kong frowned, and a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. He turned his eyes to Zhang Jia, who was standing in front of Hu Li, and said coldly, "You, tell me what happened." His voice was so serious that Zhang Jia shuddered and quickly repeated what she just told Hu Li. Zhu Kong's face darkened bit by bit. "You said you didn't spread these rumors, then who did it?" His voice was murderous. Yes, at the moment, Zhu Kong really wanted to kill the rumormonger. Anyone who dared to smear his disciple must die. I think it's obvious who the culprits were. Yun Luofeng straightened up from the tree and glanced at Ou Fei and Ou Lan. Those who came to make trouble must be the one who spread the rumors. Seeing this, Ling, who was hiding in the crowd, tried to run away. She couldn't help but curse Ou Lan in her heart. This idiot was so impatient. If she had come to make trouble for Yun Luofeng later, she would not have exposed herself. If it weren't for Ou Fei, she really wouldn't want to give her any advice. No, it's not me. Being stared by Yun Luofeng, Ou Lan was scared. Seeing the Ling going to leave, she bit her lips. It was Ling. She spread the rumors. I tried to stop her, but she didn't listen to me. This thing has nothing to do with me. Ling's face immediately turned green and she glared at Ou Lan. Soon, she felt Zhu Kong's fierce stare, so she stopped in a hurry and fell to her knees in front of Yun Luofeng. "Miss Yun, Ou Lan forced me to do this. I had no choice but do it. Please let me go. I'm innocent." "Innocent?" Yun Luofeng smiled. "Do you really think you're innocent?" Her dark eyes were shining with an unfathomable gleam as if she could read her mind. Under her stare, Ling collapsed to the ground. She knew that this time, she was finished. Idiot. But this time, Ou Fei finally could move his body. He quickly ran to Ou Lan and slapped her. "Why are you so stupid? This time, I've been ruined by you. Since you got me in such trouble, when I go back home, father and mother will not forgive you." Ou Lan moved her lips and her face was filled with despair. The Ou family valued boys more than girls. Besides, her brother was the hope of the whole family. All these years, if her brother didn't shield her, she would have lived a life even worse off than the servants. If mom and dad knew that she got her brother in such big trouble, they would never forgive her. "You are no longer students of the academy." Zhu Kong coldly flicked his sleeves. "Hu Li, send my orders. Ou Fei and Ou Lan offended Feng Er. If anyone dares to befriend the Ou family, they will be hunted by all the major powers on the continent." Panic flashed through Ou Fei's eyes. If he was only kicked out of the academy, he would still be able to live a well-to-do life with his talent. But now, if people knew that he had offended Yun Luofeng, they would never give him any chance. "Elder Zhu Kong," Ou Fei quickly knelt down. "Ignorance can be forgiven. I didn't know she was Yun Luofeng. Please forgive me." Chapter 1780, She is Yun Luofeng, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. "Ignorance can be forgiven," Zhu Kong said coldly. "I didn't know you bullied people just because you were ranked on the heaven roll. How dare you smear an elder of the academy? Even though you didn't know the identity of Feng Er, didn't you know that Hu Li was an elder? You will never feel the pain until you've been given a lesson. Besides, he deserved this severe punishment, because his sister slandered Yun Luofeng. Just throw them out of the academy." Yun Xiao coldly glanced at them. "That's not enough." Ou Fei and Ou Lan both turned pale. The academy not only expelled them but also published the reason, cutting off their escape. And he said it was not enough. "Ghost Emperor, what do you think?" Zhu Kong turned to Yun Xiao, and his voice was no longer as cold as just now. "Let them be lifelong trashers." The man's voice was cold and ruthless, like a sharp sword that pierced Ou Lan's heart. Ou Lan panicked. "Are you really a man? After all, I am a beautiful woman. How can you be so cruel to me?" Yun Xiao pursed his thin lips. "In my eyes, all women but Feng Er are no different from men. You." Ou Lan was so jealous. Why didn't such an excellent and devoted lover belong to her? "You are too vicious. I only slandered her with a few words, and you want to disable me." "Yes," the man replied with a straight face. Hearing this, Ou Lan collapsed to the ground again, looking desperate. Hong Luan put her hands around her chest and raised the corners of her red lips. "If you try to soften Yun Xiao's heart with your feminine charms, it would be a big mistake. I can tell you that there were many women who fell for Yun Xiao on their journey, but this never bothered Yun Luofeng, because Yun Xiao solved them himself." Ou Lan bit her lips tightly. "You are such a strong, handsome, excellent and devoted lover that any woman will be attracted to you. I know I can't escape my fate today, but I hope in my next life, I can meet a man like you." "You're wrong." Hong Luan smiled. "Even if you have the next life, and meet a man as excellent as Yun Xiao, why should he fall in love with you? Yun Xiao is excellent, and Yun Luofeng is also excellent, so they are attracted to each other, while you will only find a man who is of your level." Many people thought that a woman didn't need to be strong. She just needed to find a strong man to protect her. But if you were too weak, how could you attract the strong men? For a moment, everyone was silent. They suddenly felt that they should not pursue something not belonging to them. Instead, they should strive to improve themselves so that they could attract excellent people. Zhu Kong looked at Hong Luan gratefully. He knew Hong Luan purposely said this to the students present. He believed that after today, the ethos of the academy would be much better. Bang! Suddenly, Ou Fei felt a pain in his body, and his meridians seemed to be torn apart. He opened his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. Ou Lan and Ling were treated the same. They didn't have any chance to resist and became trashes as witnessed by the crowd. "Guards, throw these people out of the academy." Zhu Kong waved and ordered coldly, I don't want to see anything like this happen again. Chapter 1781, I'm totally freaked out 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to speak. Obviously, Elder Zhu Kong's words had warned them, and no one dared to make the same mistake again. As for Yu Lan, was she worth of sympathy? If she hadn't dreamed of something that didn't belong to her, she would not have offended Yun Luofeng and wouldn't have ended up with this fate. Even Yu Fei suffered from his own actions. The space has opened. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Let's go then. Okay. Zhu Kong didn't look at them again and led Yun Luofeng towards the office of elders. As they left, the crowd was in an uproar. They looked at the receding figures of Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, and their eyes were full of longing and worship. In the office of elders. The elders had been waiting here for a while. Perhaps because opening the space exhausted their spiritual energies, they were pale and sitting on chairs, gasping for air. Feng Er, we've successfully opened the space. You can enter it. Zhu Ying sighed, anyway, keep yourselves safe. Don't worry. I'll come back alive. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao exchanged a glance and saw resolution in each other's eyes. By the way, she seemed to think of something. She turned to Hong Luan, what are you doing here? I used to be a student of the academy myself. I was worried about the academy, so I came here to see whether I can help. After saying this, Hong Luan took out something from her arms and handed it to Yun Luofeng. The Phoenix tribe asked me to bring it to you. In her palm, there was a flame-shaped fruit that looked like a fire burning. In Yun Luofeng's soul, Xiao Mo's rejoicing voice rang, the Phoenix fruit. Master, this is the Phoenix fruit. What can it be used for? With the Phoenix fruit, people can have a fiery rebirth like a phoenix. It isn't common for a phoenix to have a fiery rebirth, and the Phoenix fruit is even rarer. Xiao Mo's voice was quite excited. Of course, if you plant the Phoenix fruit in the God Code world and let it be filled with spiritual energy, then you will be able to bring a dead person back to life with this fruit. Gasp. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, even Yun Luofeng couldn't help but gasp. Though she had the God Code world, she could only cure living people and couldn't bring a dead person back to life. If a man was already dead, how could he come back to life? With this Phoenix fruit, it was like she had received an extra life. She didn't expect the Phoenix tribe had such a good thing. Hong Luan, Yun Luofeng took the Phoenix fruit and looked up at the woman standing in front of her. What do you plan to do next? Hong Luan pondered. I want to keep traveling for cultivation and try to catch up with you as soon as possible. Good, Yun Luofeng nodded. Then she turned around and asked Zhu Kong, when shall we set off? Zhu Kong kept quiet for a while and said, right now, but I don't know exactly what's in this space. Please do be careful. Zhu Kong was very worried about her. Yun Luofeng was taking all the risks of the adventure that they were supposed to take. How could they not be worried about her? Yun Luofeng turned slowly and said to Yun Xiao, her gorgeous face solemn, Yun Xiao, let's go. Chapter 1782, I'm totally freaked out 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. She knew there must be many dangers in this space, but she would come back alive anyway. Yun Xiao gently held Yun Luofeng's hand as if saying don't worry, I'll always be by your side. Boom. The elders were silently enchanting something. Then a white light streamed from the space and immediately fell over both of them. At that moment, Yun Luofeng lost consciousness. In a daze, she seemed to fall from the clouds, her body feeling weightless. Fortunately, the sense of weightlessness soon faded. There was a hazy glow in front of her, and she slowly opened her eyes. The sun was dazzling, shining down from the sky and pouring over her. She lay in the grass, staring at the blue sky. The sky was so blue. It was like a canvas on which the sky was painted. Yun Luofeng had never seen such a blue sky in her previous or current life. In particular, the thick spiritual energies invaded through the pores into her body and made her feel extremely comfortable. Yun Xiao. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng got up from the grass and looked around only to find she was alone in the bare grass. There was no one else, including the man that was etched in her heart. If Yun Xiao was with me, he would not leave me behind. Did we go to different places when we entered the space? She slightly frowned. After quite a while, she calmed down. With Yun Xiao's strength, his life won't be endangered. I should just take things as they come. Improving my strength is the most urgent task for me. At the thought of this, she sat cross-legged, and faint spiritual energies came from all directions and filled her body. To be honest, the spiritual energy in this place can be compared with that in the God Code world. However, the spiritual energy in the God Code world was born to meet the needs of the medicinal herbs, which was a little different from those specifically for human. Therefore, Yun Luofeng was so eager to start cultivation. As time passed by, Yun Luofeng sat still on the mountain. The sky turned a little dark from its original blue, and there was thunder in the grey clouds. Boom. 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 Soon, thunder was accompanied with lightning. Heavenly lightning struck Yun Luofeng on her head. Ouch. Yun Luofeng's face changed. She clenched her teeth and said, Xiao Mo, will the breakthrough to the semi-god level be accompanied with lightning punishment? Why had she never heard of it? Xiao Mo had appeared at Yun Luofeng's side and was staring dumbfounded at the thundering sky. Master, this is not the lightning punishment for the semi-god level. The breakthrough to the semi-god level won't bring about such a horrible lightning punishment. Only the breakthrough to the god level will be accompanied with heavenly punishment. Quote. How could this be possible? Master was only a sage-level spirit cultivator. Why would she break through to the god level? How about the semi-god level? Did she skip it? Even Xiao Moan had never seen anything like this. The essence blood of Dragon Ancestor. Suddenly, something occurred to Xiao Mo. It must be because of the essence blood of Dragon Ancestor. Master, you've taken the essence blood of Dragon Ancestor, so you broke through to the god level, skipping the semi-god level. Come on, summon the dragon scale armor. Except for the first time, Yun Luofeng hadn't summoned the dragon scale armor again. However, now she had to summon it. Swish. Without any hesitation, Yun Luofeng immediately summoned the dragon scale armor. Chapter 1783, I'm totally freaked out, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. At that moment, the dragon scale was all over Yun Luofeng. It seemed that she had put on armor that was hard and shining. Master, the dragon scale armor can last only a quarter of an hour, you must hold on. The breakthrough to the god level was extremely dangerous. With the slightest carelessness, she would be turned to ashes by the heavenly punishment. Boom. Another heavenly lightning bolt struck down and hit Yun Luofeng hard. This heavenly lightning bolt was way more powerful than the former one. If it weren't for the dragon scale armor, she might have spat blood being hit by it. Xiao Mo, why didn't you tell me earlier that the essence blood of Dragon Ancestor I took has this effect? If she had known that she would directly break through to the god level, she would not cultivate blindly. She would be well prepared before making the breakthrough. Xiao Mo felt so wrong. You should blame Little Bug. He didn't tell me about it. Let me go to the God Code world, drag him out and beat him up. Since Little Bug had fallen into a deep sleep, Yun Xiao put him in her space. Since Little Bug had fallen into a deep sleep, Yun Xiao put him in her space, so Xiao Mo would say that. Unfortunately, by this time, Yun Luofeng couldn't even utter a single word. Even with the protection of the dragon scale armor, she still felt that all her bones seemed to fall apart. Boom. Lightning bolts kept striking Yun Luofeng one after another without stopping. Her body began to shake a little bit, but she managed to support herself with her strong will. No, something's wrong. Xiao Mo's face changed slightly. Master, the heavenly punishment on you is not right. What's wrong? Yun Luofeng spat out the words through her teeth. When you break through to the god level, the heavenly lightning you encounter is closely related to your future achievements. For example, the more the heavenly lightning there is, the greater your talent. Xiao Mo's lips trembled and his eyes were filled with horror. But, as far as I know, the most powerful man of all time only experienced 18 heavenly lightning bolts, and his later achievements were simply beyond words. Yun Luofeng had a wry smile on her face. I have long since experienced 18. Master, there is only one possibility for this. Xiao Mo's heart sank bit by bit. I know you may not believe it, but on the continent, the Tao of Heaven does exist. Judging from this heavenly lightning, I think the Tao of Heaven is trying to kill you. Yun Luofeng could barely persist, and the dragon scale armor was gradually disappearing. If the heavenly thunder didn't stop, maybe, she would be turned into ashes by the heavenly punishment. No. No way. She must not be killed by the heavenly punishment. She tried so hard to come to this step. How could she allow herself to be killed like this? Xiao Mo was quite worried. Master, if I'm not wrong, even the Tao of Heaven is afraid of your future accomplishments. It is afraid that you will go against it, so it wants to kill you before you grow up. The Tao of Heaven. Yun Luofeng stood up from the ground with a sneer. She looked so arrogant and defiant, and her domineering voice resounded throughout the jungle. Even though the Tao of Heaven wants to kill me, so what? I want it that way. You'd better kill me now. If I don't die, one day I will destroy you, the Tao of Heaven. My destiny depends on me rather than a god. Even though there really was the Tao of Heaven on this continent, she wouldn't yield to it. Chapter 1784, I'm totally freaked out, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. If the heavens wanted her to die, then she would go against the heavens. Boom. Thunder rumbled and lightning kept striking down. Yun Luofeng shivered but still stood firmly on the ground motionlessly like a pine tree. No matter how fiercely the heavenly lightning struck on her, she still stood proudly, holding her head high. She wouldn't admit defeat to the Tao of Heaven that everyone else feared. Even if she died, she would not yield to the so-called Tao of Heaven. As if feeling the strong belief of the woman, the heavenly lightning bolts were no longer as fierce as before, but showed a hint of timidity. Yes, the Tao of Heaven was scared. Xiao Mo was stunned. The heavenly lightning would be scared by a few words of Yun Luofeng. However, as the rumbling of heavenly thunder dwindled into silence, a dragon's howl suddenly rang in her soul. Master, Little Bug woke up. Xiao Mo was glad to see that and quickly released Little Bug from the God Code world. However, his face suddenly changed when he saw Little Bug. Little Bug, are you going to have a breakthrough? Xiao Mo's voice was filled with horror. Why did this little thing happen to have a breakthrough now? At the thought of this, he hurriedly shouted, Master, get out of the way. Come on. Yun Luofeng was stunned to see that the heavenly lightning that was going to fade away suddenly became fierce again. Heavenly lightning rumbled and struck at Little Bug. Boom. As Yun Luofeng was close to Little Bug, the heavenly lightning also affected her. She felt a sharp pain in her insides and her beautiful face was pale. Just at this moment, the time for the dragon scale armor was up and it disappeared from Yun Luofeng. Thanks to the dragon scale armor, she could cope with the heavenly lightning. But the dragon scale armor was gone now, and she couldn't hold on any longer. Master, come on, use the puppet. Xiao Mo's anxious voice came into Yun Luofeng's ear. Without hesitation, Yun Luofeng quickly summoned Yun Yi. Yun Yi, receiving Yun Luofeng's order, confronted the heavenly lightning with his ironbound body. Boom. 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 The heavenly lightning kept striking down and hitting Yun Yi's body hard. His body clunked as if the lightning bolts were hitting on a hard iron wall. Little Bug was so scared by the heavenly lightning that he put his head in his hands and curled up behind Yun Luofeng. He fearfully stared at the heavenly lightning and kept muttering, "This isn't right. There's something wrong with the heavenly lightning. I've seen heavenly lightning when other people had breakthroughs. They weren't as powerful as this one. Why is this heavenly lightning so powerful? I'm totally freaked out." Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched. She ignored Little Bug's complaints and quietly looked at Yun Yi with her black eyes. "Xiao Mo, what's going on here?" Yun Luofeng turned to Xiao Mo and asked. Under the attack of the heavenly lightning, though Yun Yi looked like a mess, his broken body began to gradually heal under the lightning punishment. "I don't know. Can heavenly lightning be a nutrient for a puppet?" Xiao Mo was stunned. He asked Yun Luofeng to summon Yun Yi, and then she could use the puppet as a shield against the heavenly punishment. To his surprise, the heavenly lightning could become the nutrient of the puppet. Yun Luofeng scowled, "So I needn't have been struck by that heavenly lightning." Xiao Mo smiled in embarrassment. "I'm not the one to blame for this. It's Ju Qian. He taught you the puppet making art but didn't tell you about this. You should blame him. I'm innocent." Chapter 1785. I'm totally freaked out. 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng didn't look at Xiao Mo again and turned her head to Yun Yi. The heavenly lightning became furious and struck harder on it. However, the fiercer the heavenly lightning became, the more strengthened Yun Yi's body was. And then, Yun Yi was of the Sage level low rank, but now he suddenly had a breakthrough. Sage level intermediate rank, Sage level advanced rank, semi-god level. Soon, he stepped to the level that most people can reach in their entire lives, the god level. Because he was a puppet, his breakthrough was not accompanied with lightning punishment. Otherwise, he could have one more breakthrough with the help of the coming lightning punishment. Knowing that it couldn't beat Yun Yi, the heavenly lightning gradually faded away and finally disappeared. The whole sky quieted down and became pure blue again. It was so blue as if painted with the ink and looked really beautiful. Meanwhile, Yun Luofeng felt her body entering a new zone. Because of the sudden change and the injuries she had just received, she couldn't bear it anymore. She felt dizzy and fainted away. But this time, Yun Luofeng didn't know how great a sensation her breakthrough had caused in this space. All the powers in the space had moved with it, trying to find out who caused such a powerful heavenly punishment. "Young master, there is a person." Inside the jungle, an astonished voice suddenly sounded. Then, a young man walked out. When he saw what came into view, his eyes were full of surprise. In the deep pit ahead lay a woman in white. Her body was covered with wounds and her face was ghastly pale. However, within 100 miles around her, there wasn't a single blade of grass. The earth was scorched as if being struck by a lightning bolt. This woman must have been affected by the heavenly lightning just now. The young man thought for a while and said, "Fortunately, the heavenly lightning didn't come for her, or else she would have been smashed to pieces." The boy thought for a moment and then continued, "Bring her back. Since she is in this place, she must have witnessed who had the breakthrough." "Young master, why are you so sure it's not her who had the breakthrough?" one attendant asked. The young man laughed. "I know the heavenly punishment shocked a lot of people and some of them even searched around for the one who had the breakthrough, but do you think anyone could survive the heavenly lightning?" The attendant took a tumble. "Young master, you are really wise. Indeed, under the heavenly lightning, there can be no survivors. The one who had the breakthrough must have been smashed to pieces. Let's go. Bring her back and have Physician Lin take a look at her." "Young master," the attendant looked carefully at the gorgeous girl lying on the ground. "Don't you think this woman looks like your master?" The young man paused and was dazed. "Master is not from this place. She is from another continent. It is said that she almost died on the battlefield, and she accidentally opened up our space when she was running away, so she was trapped here. Therefore, this girl cannot be related to Master." And, the young man paused, Master had lost her memory. She just saw some of her experiences in her dreams, and she couldn't remember what her name was, or what family she had. "Let's go, bring her back first." He frowned and went up to the girl. Seeing her face, he was stunned by her beauty. Then he picked her up from the ground and walked back. Chapter 1786, by Ling. 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. In the noisy town, a house with a courtyard was very quiet. On a big bed, a woman slowly opened her eyes only to find she was in strange surroundings. She rubbed her aching temples and frowned. "I remember I passed out in the grass. Why am I here?" "Master." From her soul, Xiao Mo's childish voice rang. "When you passed out, I wanted to take you away, but someone came. The people here, unlike those on the continent of 7 provinces, might find my true identity, so I went back to the God Code world after I made sure they were not hostile to you." If Xiao Mo's identity was found out, the medical god's code would inevitably be exposed, which was why Xiao Mo chose to hide first. But, Xiao Mo paused and continued, "I overheard their conversation. They said the master of the man looked like you." Yun Luofeng's heart quivered. "Looked like me?" Xiao Mo fell silent and after quite a while, he asked, "So I want to ask you, are you sure Bai Ling is dead? I heard them say the woman who looked like you was from another place, and was trapped here because she accidentally opened up the space on the battlefield. Bai Ling and Yun Yang encountered danger and were killed on the battlefield. That was why Xiao Mo asked her this." Yun Luofeng shook her head. "If she is my mother, then whose bones are in the tomb of the Yun family? If she hadn't died, Grandpa wouldn't think she had died. It was because of those bones that he was sure Bai Ling was dead." Perhaps. I was thinking too much. Xiao Mo said helplessly. Just then, the door was pushed open and a woman in a long green dress walked in. When she saw Yun Luofeng awake, she said rudely, "You're awake. If you don't have any health problems, you can leave now." Xiu. As soon as she said this, the young man's voice came from behind, which sounded a bit dissatisfied. "The young lady has just recovered. How can you drive her away? We shouldn't treat our guest like this." Xiu's face changed slightly, and she stared at Yun Luofeng more angrily. Yun Luofeng wondered why this woman was so hostile to her. She didn't provoke her, right? "Miss, are you all right?" The young man slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng, with a shy smile on his handsome face. "If you don't mind, you can stay here for some time and have a good rest." If it were in the past, Yun Luofeng would surely reject the young man's offer. But now, she was new to the place, and she couldn't just wander around before getting familiar with this place. "Young master." Quote. Xiu bit her lip tightly and tried to say something, but the young man glanced at her and stopped her. She could only press her grievances to her heart and stared angrily at Yun Luofeng. "Miss," the young man ignored Xiu and turned to Yun Luofeng, "I am Chi Su. May I ask your name?" Yun Luofeng smiled, "Yun Luofeng." "Miss Luofeng, you can have a good rest now. If you need anything, just go to the front hall and look for me." Chi Su smiled and looked at Xiu. "Xiu, come with me." Chapter 1787, by Ling. 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. After this, he walked out the door. Xiu was reluctant but still went out with Chi Su. "Master." When they left, Xiao Mo's voice rang again. "You just had a breakthrough, and you'd better take this time to consolidate it. Besides, let me tell you about the levels above the god level." Quote. After the semi-god level, it's the god level. Becoming a god needs to experience heavenly punishment. The more heavenly lightning you encounter, the greater your achievements will be. More importantly, you will benefit a lot if you can resist the heavenly lightning. In particular, the more heavenly lightning she experienced, the more greatly her body would be changed. Now you are at the god level. After the god level, there are heavenly god, reverend god, monarch god and true god levels. Xiao Mo paused and continued, different from the previous levels, the level above the god level have no rank. The next time you break through, you will reach the heavenly god level. However, what I can tell you is that on the continent 10,000 years ago, there were countless god level spirit cultivators, and heavenly god level ones were also as many as the hairs on an ox, so you still have a long way to go. Quote. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, Yun Luofeng fell silent. After quite a while, she slightly raised her head. The sun shone through the door and poured over her face. "No matter how far this road is, I will go on and never give up." The study. Chi Su looked at the woman who followed him into the room and looked helpless. "Xiu, I've decided to take her in. You don't have to worry about this matter." "Young master," Xiu's face changed, "we can't even protect ourselves now. If we take her in, she will definitely be a burden to us." "You don't need to worry about this. Just do what you were told," Chi Su waved and said. "Yes." Xiu bit her lip, looked at Chi Su and left. Yun Luofeng didn't know what they were talking about. She was consolidating her breakthrough in the room when a small head stuck in from outside the door. It was a fair-skinned little girl. Her big, glistening eyes were shining brightly. She looked at Yun Luofeng curiously, looking sheepish as she tried to enter. Seeing the little girl, Yun Luofeng withdrew her aura and asked, "Are you looking for me?" With a finger in her mouth, the little girl nodded. "I heard that my brother brought a beautiful big sister with him, so I came to have a look." "Sister, my name is Qi Ling. What's your name?" Hearing the name, Yun Luofeng suddenly thought of Jun Ling, How were they doing on the 7-province continent? "My name is Yun Luofeng." Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes. Her gaze fell on the little girl's face and she smiled. "Then shall I call you Miss Yun?" The little girl looked at Yun Luofeng with timid eyes, looking forward but afraid of being rejected. Yun Luofeng's eyes twinkled. "Okay, but I have a few questions for you. What's this continent?" "The continent of wind and cloud," the little girl answered Yun Luofeng's question seriously. "And where did you come from?" Yun Luofeng continued to ask. The little girl bit her lips tightly and walked through the door with her little short legs, looking sad. Chapter 1788, by Ling. 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. I'm from the Qi family. My brother is Chi Su. He is the young master of the Qi family. She lowered her eyes to cover the sorrow in her eyes, but I'm a trash even though I'm also from the Qi family. In fact, Yun Luofeng had felt something was wrong with her body since she saw the little girl, so she wasn't surprised to hear this. The Qi family expelled me to this remote town, and my brother, trying to protect me, was also kicked out. The little girl had tears in her eyes. Those people gave my brother a task, which was to develop the herbal medicine shop in the town. If he can't do it, we won't be allowed to return to the Qi family. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. I think your brother is capable. In this case, why don't you just develop it? The little girl shook her head. It's not that simple. An herbal medicine shop needs spiritual herbs. And only the herbs growing for hundreds of years can become spiritual herbs. However, the several mountains producing spiritual herbs on the continent of wind and cloud are all controlled by some powers, so ordinary people can't get any spiritual herbs. Yun Luofeng had long known that it wasn't easy to get a spiritual herb, no matter whether on the continent of spiritual god or this space. It took 100 years, but more importantly, it took a special chance to change a common herb to a spiritual one. That was why spiritual herbs were in short supply. They said. The little girl lowered her head, and said timidly, if my brother can finish this task, they would not only expel us, but would sell me to someone as a child bride. Therefore, some time ago, my brother found a person who was willing to sell spiritual herbs, and planned to raise some money to buy a spiritual herb as the most treasured piece of the herbal medicine shop. In fact, on the continent of wind and cloud, a spiritual herb was not something you can buy. However, all the mountains producing spiritual herbs were controlled by several powers. Chi Su had planned to buy a spiritual herb from the herbal medicine shops of Emperor City, but the Chi family prohibited those shops from selling any spiritual herbs to him. That was why Chi Su was so worried. At this time, Yun Luofeng finally figured out why the maid, named Chiu, was so hostile to her. Chi Su was really in deep trouble. If they took her in at this time, it would be a great burden to them. Xiao Ling. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from outside. Chi Ling blinked and turned around only to see Chi Su rushing in. Xiao Ling, stay here. Don't ever go out. Chi Ling paused, and when she was going to ask Chi Su, she heard a loud noise from the front hall. Chi Su looked sullen. He took a look at Yun Luofeng and said, Miss Yun, please look after my sister for me. With that, without looking at Chi Ling again, he turned around and walked toward the front hall. Miss Yun, Chi Ling was a little afraid and curled up off to the side. It's the Chi family people. It must be them. Looking at Chi Ling's scared little face, Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to the courtyard and her eyes darkened bit by bit. In the front hall, a young man who looked similar to Chi Su sat in a chair, sipping tea. A few years older than Chi Su, he was not as handsome as him and looked more feminine. Chapter 1789, by Ling. 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Chi Su, the time is nearly up. The young man gave a grim smile. You are doomed. There is still 1 month. How do you know I'll fail? Chi Su sneered and looked cold. You dare to treat us like this, just because my master is away. Why didn't you dare to say a word when she was around? Ha ha, the young man slowly stood up, and his stare wrapped around Chi Su like a viper. Your master has been missing for 3 years and no one has heard from her. She must be dead. Don't expect her to stand up for you. Without her, you're nothing. Chi Su turned pale. It was the greatest pain in his heart that master had been missing for 3 years. How could he not be angry hearing these words? Chimo, I've found someone who will sell me a spirit herb. In a small place like Fengden Town, as long as there is one spirit herb in my herbal medicine shop, all the herbs in my shop will be sold out within a month. Spirit herb. Chimo sneered. Did you forget that all the spirit herbs of this Lufeng kingdom are under my control? You want to buy a spirit herb? In your dreams. You know what? The spirit herb you wanted to buy has already been purchased by us and you'll never be able to get it. At this instant, Chi Su shook and almost fell to the ground. You are shameless. All's fair in war. Chimo smiled. To tell you the truth, just to make you more miserable, I'll sell Chi Ling, the little BTCH, to someone as a child bride. You'll have to send her to me yourself. And the man I found for her is an old man past 70 and he'll take your sister as a concubine. Chi Su's face was ghastly pale. He glared at Chimo. Xiao Ling is also from the Chi family. Don't you think you're going too far by doing this? Our Chi family doesn't have such a trash. If you want to protect her, then we don't need you either. Chimo said coldly. Chi Su closed his eyes, his body trembling and his face full of pain. Chimo, you seem to forget how the Chi family was like 10 years ago. The Chi family was just an obscure family in a small city and had no status on the continent. It was all because of my master. It was she who led the Chi family to its current status. Even the mountains that the Chi family controls are her work. Thinking of the past, Chi Su felt a twinge of pain. 3 years ago when master was still in the Chi family, you treated her with great respect and cared about Xiao Ling a lot. Then master went to one of the most dangerous places of the continent, the Forest of Heaven's Trial, in order to find medicine to cure Xiao Ling. She hasn't been back for 3 years, so you think master is dead and changed your face to us. Chi Su opened his eyes. Instead of looking angry, his eyes were calm and peaceful. You drove us out of the Chi family, and even wanted to sell Xiao Ling to someone as a concubine. Xiao Ling is only 5 years old. Why are you so eager to sell her? If master had known your real colors, she would never have helped the Chi family. Chimo was listening to Chi Su's charges with a smile, and there was no shame on his face. Chapter 1790, by Ling. 5. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Your master mentioned that she'll return in at most a year's time, and if she's late, don't bother looking for her. This means that she must have encountered danger. Chimo glanced at Chi Su. Therefore, don't even think about using your master to threaten me. She's no longer your protective umbrella. Chi Su tightly bit his lips. Are you done speaking? If yes, then get lost. My master hasn't died and she wouldn't possibly die. I came here only to inform you about the approaching deadline. Furthermore, Chimo laughed grimly. It was indeed your master's contribution that brought about the Chi family's current influence. No matter how much she contributed, it's because she was stupid. No matter how much she contributed, it's because she was stupid. Our Chi family doesn't owe you anything. After throwing these words, Chimo flung his sleeves and left. Walking to the door, he stopped his footsteps. Furthermore, you don't have to hide Chi Ling. Since I've said I'll sell her a month from now, then I'll fulfill my promise 1 month later. After speaking, he left without turning back and disappeared from Chi Su's view. Young master. Xiu walked up and supported Chi Su's trembling body. Young master, are you all right? Chi Su tightly grabbed on Shiu's arm as his lips shivered. Shiu, master will definitely return, am I right? Shiu's heart clenched. The young master's master went into the forest of heaven trial and disappeared for 3 years. Without a doubt, she must have encountered danger. However, how could she speak of such words before the young master? Young master, she'll definitely return. Furthermore, she's someone who abides by her promises. Since she's mentioned she'll cure the young Mrs. Body, she'll definitely do so. Chi Su smiled, but his pale face did not recover in the slightest. Yes, master is someone who keeps her promises. I only have to wait for her here. She'll definitely return. Within the quiet bedroom, Qiling had always been observing the commotion outside. Only after hearing that the dispute in the hall had disappeared did she relax. Those baddies have finally left. If only brother's master was still alive, they definitely wouldn't dare to treat us so. The little Lolita's voice was very soft and adorable, making others feel comfortable. Chi Su's master. Yun Luofeng suddenly recalled Xiao Mo's previous words. What type of person is his master? Qiling leaned her head to one side. I've always addressed my brother's master as Aunt Yun. Her appearance is similar to Sister Yun. Aunt Yun, with the surname Yun. If that woman had the surname Yun, she shouldn't be related to her mother. After all, her mother was Yun family's daughter-in-law and her surname was Bai. Aunt Yun doesn't remember her own name, but she carried a bracelet with the word Yun engraved. I can let you see the bracelet. The little Lolita happily fished out a bracelet from her lapels, handing it to Yun Luofeng as if presenting a treasure. This was something Aunt Yun gave me when I was born. I have always taken good care of this. Boom. The moment she saw the bracelet the little Lolita took out, Yun Luofeng's mind instantly turned blank as a scene surfaced in her head. The woman in the scene was seated upright in a room while revealing a beautiful smile. There was a white jade bracelet on her wrists as she whispered to the man who was currently embracing her. This was a memory she had when she was 4. It was reasonable to think that her memories should be very blurry, but Yun Luofeng didn't understand why her childhood memories would be so crystal clear. Chapter 1791, by Ling. 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Therefore, she had recognized this bracelet, which was a love token Yun Yang gave to Bai Ling back then. Bai Ling had always worn this on her hand, without taking it off. She's not dead. Could it be Yun Yang and Bai Ling was still alive? Then where did those two corpses in the Yun family's ancestral tomb come from? Sister, you also think that Aunt Yun isn't dead? The little Lolita adorably smiled and kept the bracelet. Her actions were very careful, afraid she would accidentally break it. Brother also thinks that Aunt Yun is still alive. However, everyone else says she's dead. Even the Chi family had a falling out with us after Aunt Yun's death. Perhaps recalling the Chi family's actions, little Lolita pouted. Actually, the Chi family's current accomplishments are due to Aunt Yun. Even those few mountain ranges in their hands were conquered by her. You're saying the mountain ranges belonging to the Chi family were conquered by Chi Su's master? Yun Luofeng's heart sank little by little. Actually, she hadn't intended to interfere in this matter. However, if Chi Su's master was Bai Ling, then she would snatch back everything she had conquered. Master, do you think that the woman they're speaking of is Bai Ling? Just as Yun Luofeng was pondering, Xiao Mo's voice sounded once again via straight transmittance. I will not overlook any opportunity. Yun Luofeng slowly looked up and her pitch-black eyes revealed determination. Therefore, I will find her. In truth, Yun Luofeng did not have a deep impression of her memories with Bai Ling. More of it was through General Jun's description of her. That devastatingly gorgeous woman donned in armor had swept everything before her on the battlefield, not inferior compared to any man. In Yun Luofeng's heart, she had long wanted to meet with this female general capable of causing the downfall of a nation. But as Bai Ling was dead, she didn't have the chance even if she wanted to. Even if there was only a minuscule hope right now, she wouldn't give up. Most importantly, Bai Ling was the mother of this body. Just based on this point, she had to meet her. Sister, you resemble Aunt Yun. Therefore, I like you very much. Can you be my sister-in-law? The little Lolita blinked her eyes as she expectantly looked at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. No. Why? Is my brother lacking? He's handsome, has good talent and his personality is gentle. Xiao Ling. Before Qi Ling finished speaking, she had been interrupted by a voice from behind her. Her body stiffened and turned back while sticking her tongue out. Brother, you're back. Miss Yun has yet to recover, don't come here to disturb her and let her rest. Chi Su glared at her, intimidating her to the extent she dare not speak and could only weakly answer, okay. The instant Chi Su entered the room, Yun Luofeng looked at him and a glint flashed across her eyes. I've heard everything from Qi Ling. Chi Su frowned. Xiao Ling likes to spout nonsense. Miss Yun, you don't have to listen to her and we won't chase you away. It's fine if you rest well. No, I mean. Yun Luofeng pursed her lips. I can help tide you over this crisis. However, you have to promise to meet my 3 requests. Chi Su was somewhat shocked. Miss Yun, our medicine store doesn't lack money and what I need are spirit herbs. Therefore, I'm afraid you can't help us. Who said I can provide you with spirit herbs? Chapter 1792, Shameless Chi Family, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled and slowly got up from the bed. Not only can I provide spirit herbs, I can also use those and produce spirit medicine liquid. Some spirit herbs were required to be directly consumed, but there were some that would cause death by an explosion as a person's body can bear the powerful medicinal effect. For those types of spirit herbs, they had to be diluted in medicinal liquid. One example was the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid Yun Luofeng consumed when she had crossed over. Chi Su's body shuddered and looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. You. Is what you say the truth? That's right, Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. I require you to promise to meet my 3 requests. What are your requests? Chi Su's heart clenched as he hastily questioned. First, I am looking for 2 people. One named the Ghost Emperor and another named Ji Jitian. Chi Su frowned. It was somewhat difficult to search for someone, but if he could return to the Chi family, it wasn't a problem to search for them by using his family's influence. I'll promise you. What about the second request? Yun Luofeng shot a glance at Chi Su and said indifferently, the second request is that I'll provide you the items, but you can't expose my identity. To the outside world, these items were accidentally obtained by you. I can also promise you this. The third request. Yun Luofeng paused. I want you to swear to God that you'll never betray me in your life. Otherwise, your soul shall disperse and never to be reincarnated. Even in the previous 7-province continent, there were many who believed in the heavens. However, to cultivators of that level, they did not have much contact with the heavens, and only after breaking through to deity level would they become aware of the existence of heaven. From then on, they wouldn't violate their oaths, or else their soul would really disperse, without being able to reincarnate. Without hesitation, Chi Su pulled Qi Ling and knelt down, taking an oath under the heavens. Of course, on the precondition that Yun Luofeng truly had the ability to help them. Shortly after, I'll pass you a prescription and I want you to gather these herbs in 3 days. All right, Chi Su did not inquire further and took the prescription. Miss Yun, when would our medicine store be able to sell the spirit medicinal liquid? Approximately a month's time. Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment before speaking. It would take at least 25 days for the medicinal herbs to transform into spirit herbs in the God Code world. In addition, she had to extract the herbs, and that would require at least 2 to 3 days worth of time. However, the agreement we had with the Qi family only allows us to operate until the month's end. From now until the month's end, it was coincidentally 1 month worth of time left. What's the agreement you had with the Qi family? Chi Su glanced at Yun Luofeng and said, letting the medicine store become a household name in a year's time. If so, we only require 1 day for that to happen. Besides that, I have something else for you to do other than gathering those medicinal herbs. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and a glint streaked across her eyes. After hearing her following words, joy flashed through his eyes as he deferentially cupped his fists before Yun Luofeng and walked out. To prevent Qi Ling from disturbing Yun Luofeng, he also dragged her out before he left. One had to say, Chi Su's abilities were great. Even though he wasn't able to purchase spirit herbs due to the Qi family's oppression, the normal medicinal herbs he had gathered were innumerable. As such, not even 3 days later, he had delivered all the medicinal herbs Yun Luofeng required. Within the God Code world, Yun Luofeng passed the medicinal herbs to the spirit beasts, ordering them to plant those herbs into the medicinal fields. Chapter 1793, Shameless Qi Family, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. She turned and looked at the seeds of the dragon saliva tree and then pursed her lips. This tree requires a dragon's urine to grow, and luckily Yun Xiao left Little Big with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would require very long for this tree to mature. Yun Luofeng then turned towards Little Bug, who was currently playing with milk tea. Urinate. What? Little Bug widened his eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion. This is a dragon saliva tree and it requires a dragon's urine to germinate. You shall urinate right now. But, Little Bug shivered, what if I can't urinate? Yun Luofeng smiled. Looking at her smile, Little Bug shivered uncontrollably. I'll urinate right now, please don't be reckless. Little Bug was very frightened. He hadn't forgotten how this woman wanted to grill him. His fear of Yun Luofeng made him disregard everything and leap out of her hands. Standing beside the tree seed, he held his breath and forced out a few drops of urine. That's right, it was only a few drops. Although dragon urine was a filthy item, it was very precious to humans. To explain it in one sentence, a dragon's body was a treasure. Even their scales could achieve an effect of repelling spirit beasts, and from this, it could be seen how precious dragon's urine was. I'm done. After completing his task, Little Bug climbed to Yun Luofeng's side, revealing an aggrieved face. That's all. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and asked. Little Big felt aggrieved. Do you think we're the same as humans? Our urine is of this quantity and these few drops came out because I forced myself. Yun Luofeng, who wanted to say something, suddenly noticed that the dragon saliva tree planted in the field started germinating. Although its bud was only the size of a bean seedling, it was sufficient to cause excitement. Master, we've succeeded. The dragon saliva tree has finally germinated. Xiao Mo's excited face was flushed red and he nearly jumped from joy. For over 10,000 years, the dragon saliva tree that no one could succeed in cultivating has germinated in our hands. Unfortunately, Little Bug's urine quantity is too little. Otherwise, the sapling wouldn't be so small. Yun Luofeng stroked her jaw. Little Bug, the task of watering the dragon saliva tree shall be passed to you. Remember to water it every day. If Little Bug was a human, his face would definitely be as black as a pot this instant. Even so, they could still sense the complaint he was radiating. Mistress, you're ruthless. He suddenly felt that the worst mistake he committed in his life was to follow Yun Xiao to leave the God Burial Mountain. At least when he was trapped in the mountain, he would not live as miserably as today. A month's time had passed extremely quickly. It was as though the end of the agreed time between Chi Su and the Qi family had arrived in the blink of an eye. Ever since Qi Mo came to Fendling Town a month ago, he had never come here within the entire month's time. It seemed that he had concluded that Chi Su would certainly lose a month later. However, even though he hadn't come to Fendling Town, the activities happening here were still spread to the Qi family. Empire City. Compared to Fendling Town, Empire City seemed extremely luxurious. After all, this was the city that the imperial family resided in. In the Qi family, the middle-aged man had a cold face while tightly clenching his fist. A trace of fury streaked across his stern expression. You're saying that Qi Su is selling spread medicinal liquid 2 days from now? Chapter 1794, Shameless Qi Family, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Spread medicinal liquid was more precious compared to spread herbs as it was produced by mixing a few spread herbs and the effect was extremely effective. However, even the powerful Qi family did not have the method to produce the spread medicinal liquid. Father, Qimo glanced at the middle-aged man. Say, do you think that woman Yu Nuqing kept her stash and secretly handed the formulation for spread medicinal liquid to Qi Su instead of the Qi family? The middle-aged man frowned. That Sut actually dared to conceal a stash and gave such a precious formulation to Qi Su. This formulation would only be useful in our hands and giving it to Qi Su is completely wasting something good. At this moment, Qimo and his father completely forgot that the current influence of the Qi family was because of Qi Su's master, Yu Nuqing. Not to mention that if the spread medicinal liquid formulation was from Yu Nuqing, even if she had given it to Qi Su, what's wrong with the teacher handing their mantle to their disciple? Instead, they believed that Yu Nuqing should give all the good stuff to the Qi family. Having given it to Qi Su was simply a crime even death can atone for. Father, be at ease. So what if he has the spread medicinal liquid formulation in his hands? Without spread herbs, I doubt he can produce any good quality spread medicinal liquid. By using ordinary medicinal herbs, it wouldn't be effective. Qimo smirked. After he fails, we shall snatch the formulation from him. What do you mean snatch? Qi Zheng coldly smiled. The spread medicinal liquid formulation supposedly belongs to the Qi family. It's proper and expected as a matter of course to take back something we own. Would he dare to not hand it over? Yu Nuqing, that woman was freeloading in our Qi family for numerous years and I never took any lodging fees from her. That formulation shall be used to cover the cost of what she has owed us all these years. If Qi Su and his sister were present, they would definitely notice that their father was an extremely shameless person. The reason Qimo would be so sinister was all because, like father, like son. Family head. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and a woman ran while staggering, and her pale complexion made her seem sick. You can't treat Suer and Linge like that. They're your children. Who allowed her to enter? Qi Zheng's face revealed impatience and his expression was cold. Moer, take your mother out and without my orders, she's not allowed to take a step outside. Yes, father. Qimo cupped his fists and his gaze towards the woman was filled with coldness and loathing. As a woman, you shouldn't interfere in a man's affair, lest you get chased out of the Qi family. Lin Qing's body stiffened and widened her eyes in shock. You dare to speak to me this way? I'm your mother. Mother. Qimo sneered. Do you honestly think you're my mother? I'm. Moer, perhaps afraid that he would reveal some secrets, Qi Zheng hastily shouted. What are you standing idle for? Send her away. Hearing his orders, Qimo swallowed his words. Glancing at Lin Qing with indifference while grabbing her lapels, he dragged her out. Qi Zheng took a deep breath and slowly sat down. It seems like I shouldn't have told him about his identity back then. 20 years ago, Lin Qing gave birth to the Qi family's eldest son, but who would have expected that after he was born, the entire Qi family's flowers and plants had instantly wilted. As such, the midwife claimed that he was an ominous existence and would affect the Qi family's future path. Therefore, he strangled his son without hesitation. Just by chance, his mistress had given birth to a son and he was Qimo of today. As such, he secretly replaced the original with a fake and brought Qimo into the Qi family, passing him off as the eldest son. At that time, Lin Qing was unconscious due to severe blood loss and unfortunately although her life had been saved, she was completely muddle-headed about what had happened outside. Thus, she hadn't noticed that the son she brought up wasn't her biological son. Chapter 1795, Shameless Qi Family, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Family Head. Within the room, an elder who was standing reverently and respectfully beside had heard Qi Zheng's mutters and said, at that time, the Lin family's influence was greater than the Qi family and you dreaded Lord Lin, so you weren't able to expose the eldest young master's identity. After that, when the Lin family encountered an accident, you informed the young master of the truth. In addition, you allowed him and his birth mother to meet but who would expect Yu Nuqing to appear and accept second young master as her disciple. Thus, you weren't able to bring Qimo's mother into the family. However, right now, the elder paused for a moment and said, Yu Nuqing has passed away, so what's there to be worried about? That's right, the Lin family was down and out, Yu Nuqing had also died, and those who could protect Lin Qing and her son no longer existed. What did he have to fear? Actually, the reason I've hidden this for so long had a few reasons. First, Yu Nuqing was too powerful and second, I wanted to borrow her strength. If she knew that Moer and Qi Su weren't biological brothers, then she wouldn't help the Qi family. This was what he feared the most back then. Yu Nuqing was very aloof and was intolerant of a single grain of sand. What she looked down the most on was a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines. That year, in order to obtain Yu Nuqing's help, he did not dare to take in concubines and had never met with Moss's mother in those 10 years. Instead, he used all his effort to care for Lin Qing and her son, not even despising that trash Qi Ling. If not for his exceptional performance, Yu Nuqing would definitely disdain the Qi family. Elder Qi, you're right. Now that Yu Nuqing is dead, I no longer have to fear anyone. In addition, now that the Qi family is sufficiently powerful, we don't require her help anymore. A faint smile curved up on Qi Zheng's face. Even so, he had internally hated Yu Nuqing, wishing he could dismember her into pieces. If it weren't for her, he would not have to snub Moss's mother for so many years. All the more he would not keep watch by Lin Qing, this old woman, for over 10 years. Everything was all Yu Nuqing's fault and she should have died. At this moment, Qi Zheng did not notice in the slightest that his actions were all in order to obtain Yun Yuqing's help. If he truly thought that he was letting down Qimo's mother, he could have rejected Yun Yuqing's help. Wanting others to help him and wanting to enjoy a luxurious life, where would there be such a good deal? Forget it, I don't care what Moer wants to do. How could I not know he purposely wanted to reveal the truth because he wants to bring his mother back into the estate and give her status? Qi Zheng bitterly smiled. All these years, I've indeed let down Moss's mother and I should compensate her. If Jisoo heard his words, he would definitely spit out blood from anger. This bastard had killed his son and used his mistress's son to impersonate his brother. All these years, he enjoyed the benefits his master had brought even while wanting the country his master had conquered to be given to his mistress's son. And then he even felt that he had let down Qimo's mother. He had truly never seen such a shameless beast. Did you hear about it? Qi family's medicine store will be selling a type of stride medicinal liquid. It's said that this stride liquid can assist in cultivation. TSK isn't the manager of this Qi family's medicine store Qi Su who was expelled from the Qi family. I have a relative in the royal city and he personally told me that the Qi family had issued a banning order. Reasonably speaking, Qi Su shouldn't have any stride herbs in his hands, so how did he produce the stride medicinal liquid? Do you think Qi Su stole the formulation from Qi family and used ordinary medicinal herbs to produce the stride liquid? If the stride medicinal liquid is produced using normal medicinal herbs, I'm afraid the effects would definitely be reduced. Chapter 1796, Shameless Qi Family, 5. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Within Fengling Town, some news had spread throughout the entire town. 2 days later, the Qi family's medicine store will be selling stride medicinal liquid. With the emergence of this news, the entire Fengling Town was in a state of commotion. However, everyone had a bystander attitude as no one believed that the stride medicinal liquid produced by the Qi family would be very effective. Miss Yun, how is it going? Within the courtyard, Qi Su hastily walked in. Seeing the woman calmly lying on the bed, he was clearly anxious. There are only 2 days left and I'm afraid we're too late. Yun Luofeng glanced at Qi Su with indifference. Return and wait. 2 days later, I'll bring out the stride medicinal liquid. Qi Su originally wanted to say something but after noticing Yun Luofeng's unperturbed expression, he swallowed his words. He ought to trust her. Since she had said she would accomplish it, she would definitely abide by her promise. Frankly speaking, Qi Su didn't know why he trusted Yun Luofeng. Perhaps because her appearance was similar to his master. Her appearance made Qi Su unconsciously believe in her words. All right, 2 days later, I'll wait for you at the lobby. He took a last glance at Yun Luofeng before walking out. Young master. Xiu had long been waiting for him in the lobby, and her delicate face and eyes were filled with anxiousness. I've heard of the recent happenings. Did Lord Yuqing leave the stride liquid formulation for young master? However, without stride herbs, this formulation. Xiu, since I've done so, I have my own reasons. Qi Su frowned. He promised Yun Luofeng he would never expose her matters, and even if Xiu was his own servant, and someone his master left by his side, he wouldn't tell her. Young master. Xiu pursed her lips. I'm only worried about young master. If you were to fail, the young mistress would be captured by the Qi family. She did not believe Qi Su was capable of obtaining stride herbs. If he had them earlier, he wouldn't have fallen to his current circumstances. Furthermore, you have the leisure and mood to visit that woman at this point in time. Seeing that Qi Su was silent, Xiu spoke while feeling aggrieved. Instantly, a stern gaze fell on Xiu. What do you mean that woman? You better be polite when you speak. Don't assume that just because you're someone master left behind, you can ride over my head. That year, master merely saw that your talents were good and saved your life. She left you by my side to protect me, not for you to make decisions for me. Xiu's expression turned pale. Ever since a year ago when the young master had been chased to Fengling Town, she had followed along. She suffered many hardships during this period, but she ultimately persevered on. Unexpectedly, the young master would actually berate her because of a woman of unknown origins. Young master, only her appearance is similar to Lord Yuqing and in actual fact, she's unrelated to her. Please don't be fooled by her. Qi Su's expression gradually turned chilly. Xiu, it seems like I'm unable to disciple you since master is away. Since that is so, then I'm unable to accommodate you here anymore. You should leave. He was Yun Yuqing's disciple and Xiu was only a servant his master left behind. As a servant, she had actually dared to go against her lord's orders. In that case, why should he keep her? Chapter 1797, Shameless Qi Family, 6. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. A trace of panic streaked across Xiu's eyes and she hastily knelt down. Young master, I beg of you not to chase me away. If Lord Yuqing were to find out when she returns, she'll definitely kill me. Qi Su lightly sighed. Ultimately, he was tender-hearted towards Xiu. In any case, she had indeed suffered much within this year by following him, so how could he truly chase her away at this point in time? If you're respectful towards Miss Yun, I'll let you stay, but if you violate my orders, don't blame me for disregarding our past relationship. The aura on Qi Su's body surged forth and pressured Xiu in an overbearing manner. Xiu's expression paled and her body nearly collapsed, yet she didn't dare to utter a single refute. You can go, and don't provoke Miss Yun. She's not someone you can offend. Qi Su flung his hand and said indifferently. If Yun Luofeng could really take out so much stride medicinal liquid, then this woman was indeed someone Xiu could not afford to offend. I'll follow your orders, young master. Xiu stood up from the ground and lowered her head all along, hiding the unwillingness and fury in her eyes as she slowly retreated. There were only 2 days left before the agreement date Qi Su had with the Qi family would arrive. To avoid attracting attention, Yun Luofeng had hidden in the God Code world to produce spirit medicinal liquid at night, while reading a medicine book in the pavilion at day. However, what puzzled her in these 2 days was, although the expression Shiyu gave her would reveal anger, she did not mock and ridicule her, nor chase her away. She did not know what happened and did not care for Shiyu's change. Instead, she read the book in her hands in all seriousness. In an instant, 2 days had passed and today was the day where the Qi family would sell the spirit medicinal liquid. Qi Su had been waiting in the lobby for Yun Luofeng early morning and chased out all his subordinates, having Qi Ling look after them outside. From afar, he saw the white-robed lady walking over. In that instant, the sunlight sprinkled on her face and seemed extremely dazzling, causing one to be unable to shift the gaze away. Qi Su suppressed his shock and smiled while asking, "Miss Yun, you're here." With a flip of her hands, a space ring appeared in her palm. There was a bewitching smile on her face and her pair of pitch-black eyes were bottomless. "This is a space ring and I have placed all the spirit medicinal liquid within. Right now, I'll hand it all to you." Qi Su's heart thumped and his fingers trembled as he took the space ring. "Miss Yun, what are the effects of this spirit medicinal liquid?" Yun Luofeng glanced at Qi Su and said, "It's a strengthened spirit-gathering medicinal liquid." The spirit-gathering liquid she produced previously wasn't effective for people of the Fengyun continent. Therefore, she had changed her previous formulation and invented this strengthened spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. The strengthened medicinal liquid is very effective for people below the deity level. For example, a cultivator who has broken through to sage level low rank can advance to intermediate rank in half a year's time after consuming this medicinal liquid. A sage level breakthrough was considered extremely difficult in the 7-province continent, but for the Fengyun continent, it wasn't extremely difficult. Even so, a sage level cultivator required at least 1 year to have a breakthrough. The half a year's time Yun Luofeng mentioned was, even if your talent was extremely lacking, you could advance to intermediate rank within half a year's time. For experts with great talent, it was reckoned they would succeed in a few months. Chapter 1798, Selling Spirit Medicinal Liquid 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Qi Su's breathing became hurried. Is what you say true? There were countless sage-level cultivators in Fengyun continent and precisely because of this, it indirectly proved the importance of this strengthened spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. The strengthened medicinal liquid is for sage-level cultivators and those below shouldn't use it. Otherwise, it'll cause death by explosion. Therefore, I have also prepared normal spirit-gathering medicinal liquid and anyone can use it. Yun Luofeng smiled. Of course, this strengthened medicinal liquid is of little value to deity-leveled cultivators, but even so, it will allow their cultivating speed to increase. Qi Su's hand tightly grabbed the space ring and trembled. Looking up, his gaze locked on Yun Luofeng. What's your motive for helping me? I've told you, I want you to locate people for me, while the second reason being, I'm short of money and the money from the sale would belong to me entirely. As a matter of fact, Yun Luofeng did not lack money. However, if she wanted to increase her strength, she required to nurture more precious spirit herbs and in addition, she had another plan. These plans of hers would make her very poor. All right, I can agree to those requests of yours. Qi Su's heart was moved emotionally. Oh right, are you heading together with me to the medical store? Yun Luofeng shook her head. I'll pass on that. You have to solve these matters personally and at that time, remember to bring me money. Qi Su nodded. Since that's the case, wait here for my good news. After speaking, Qi Su walked to the door with huge strides. Reaching out and opening the door, he slowly walked out. Brother. Seeing Qi Su's emergence, Qi Ling softly called out and an adorable smile could be seen across her jade-like carved face. Xiao Ling, let's go. Qi Su held on Qi Ling's hand, revealing a determined smile. From today on, I want the Qi family to be helpless against us. Qi family's medicine hall. Regardless of the factions belonging to Fengling Town or other small towns, they had all arrived due to the rumors, resulting in an impenetrable crowd in the medicine hall. The shopkeeper was currently dealing with the customers with sweat across his head and suddenly, he saw Qi Su brother and sister walking from the rear and his eyes brightened. Young master, young miss, you're here. Uncle Zhao, it's been tough on you. Hand the rest over to us. Qi Su gentle smiled and passed through the crowd, walking into the medicine hall. Uncle Zhao wanted to say something but after noticing the unperturbed smile on Qi Su's face, he unconsciously swallowed his words and stood on one side with helplessness across his face. Young Master Qi, the spirit medicinal liquid your Qi family's medicine store publicized, is it a genuine product? Among the crowd, a middle-aged man stood out and questioned. His words were flattering but his eyes were cynical. Evidently, they did not believe Qi Su could truly take out any spirit medicinal liquid and they came here today to have a good laugh. Facing the middle-aged man's questioning, Qi Su smiled and touched the space ring on his finger. Instantly, a bottle of spirit liquid appeared in his hands. Actually, it's very simple to prove whether this spirit medicinal liquid is genuinely effective. Bring over a bathing tub. After he spoke, 2 tall and sturdy men carried a bathing tub and entered from outside. This tub was filled with water and steam spread throughout, filling the entire medicinal hall. Chapter 1799, Selling Spirit Medicinal Liquid 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. This spirit medicinal liquid is to be used during bathing. Pour the liquid into the tub and seed within to cultivate. It'll allow your cultivation speed to increase considerably. Qi Su smiled and walked to the tub. Opening the cork, he poured 1/5 of the contents into the tub and in that instant, the originally clear water turned faint green and emitted dense spirit energy. The spirit energy is very dense. The middle-aged man who sneered at Qi Su earlier on, froze and hastily closed his eyes. Sensing the spirit energy entering his internal organs through his pores, he felt comfortable from head to toe. To verify the authenticity of the spread medicinal liquid, you only need to enter the tub and cultivate. The effects of one bath will last for half a month, and if you think that it's truly beneficial to your cultivation, it's fine if you purchase at that time. Chi-Su took back the cork and sealed the bottle. There was a faint smile across his face along with a calm appearance. Let me try first. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened and dashed to the tub. However, before he managed to reach the tub, a thick arm stopped him and pushed him away. Get lost, let me try. Not giving others an opportunity to react, he jumped into the tub with a plop. Without even taking off his clothes, he sat in a lotus position and started cultivating. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and released an explosive shout. Refreshing, it's too refreshing. The density of the spread liquid was similar to spring water and channeled through his pores into his body. Boom. In an instant, the aura on this man rose and a huge storm formed above his head. He broke through. Everyone was stunned, revealing shock on their faces. Even Chi-Su was shocked by his sudden breakthrough, reacting only a while later. If my guess isn't wrong, this customer was on the verge of a breakthrough. This strengthened spread gathering medicinal liquid can allow a low-rank sage-level cultivator to advance to intermediate rank in half a year's time at most. For this customer, he only required an opportunity to break through, and I'm honored that our medicinal liquid became this opportunity. His luck was extremely good. The medicinal effect of the spread gathering medicinal liquid required an extended period of time to be displayed, but coincidentally, he encountered someone who was about to break through. Usually, for a sage-level cultivator's breakthrough, they required a huge amount of spread energy to break their bottleneck. The energy provided by this medicinal liquid just happened to be used for breaking through, thus allowing him to advance. Ha ha ha. The sturdy man heartily laughed. Coming to Fengling Town was the correct decision. Young Master Chi-Su, how are you selling this spread-gathering medicinal liquid? Chi-Su narrowed his eyes. The strengthened spread-gathering medicinal liquid will be on sale for 80 million taels. Even for people of the Fungyun continent, 80 million taels was not a small sum. The sturdy man was clearly shocked by the price and frowned. I haven't prepared enough this time and didn't expect to encounter such a great item. May I know if young Master Chi-Su can give us time to prepare so that I can pull together this sum of money? After all, they were not from those huge families in the royal city, and it would definitely be difficult for them to fork out this sum of money all of a sudden. Sure, Chi-Su paused for a moment and nodded. You can first make an advance payment of 10 million for every bottle. When you've pulled together sufficient money, you can collect the spread liquid in Fengling Town. Haha, thank you, young Master Chi-Su. I'd like to order 2 bottles. Chapter 1800, Selling Spread Medicinal Liquid 3. 1 bottle could be used 5 times and every dose was effective for half a month. Which is to say, 1 entire bottle of spread medicinal liquid could only be used for 2.5 months. Therefore, the sturdy man had placed an order for 2 bottles. Young Master Chi, I'd like to make an order too, but I don't have enough funds, so I'll just take 1 bottle. TSK, you penniless cultivators, what use would there be for 1 bottle? Young Master Chi, give me 5 bottles. But of course, I'm ordering in advance as I have to bring the remaining money when I return. Looking at the flocking crowd, Chi-Su felt emotionally moved. Raising his hand, he stopped the bustling crowd. Everyone, this strengthened spread gathering liquid is only for people of the sage level realm. Although deity-leveled cultivators can also use it, the effect is minuscule. Everyone suddenly became silent and quietly listened to Chi-Su's speech. Minuscule effect. Even so, everyone still believed that a deity-level cultivator could increase their cultivation speed after using the medicinal liquid. The reason they did not interrupt was that they believed Chi-Su had something else to say. However, as expected, Chi-Su continued speaking. The strengthened medicinal liquid cannot be used by cultivators below sage level. Otherwise, they'll immediately die from exploding. What? Everyone paled and there was a man who became distraught. I originally wanted to purchase some for my son's consumption and he's only 10 years old, not yet at the sage level realm. If he could use the medicinal liquid, he would definitely break through to sage level in a short time. I'm the same as you. Although my son was only born, I have to prepare in advance for him. Seeing the distraught expression, Chi-Su smiled. Have you forgotten the name of this spread gathering medicinal liquid? It's a strengthened version, and since there's an improved version, there will naturally be a normal version. The normal version is cheaper and can be purchased at 30 million taels. 1 bottle can be used for 8 times and the normal spread gathering medicinal liquid is for people below sage level cultivation. The crowd, who was originally crestfallen, immediately became excited upon hearing Chi-Su's words. Young Master Chi, then what's there to wait for? I'll order 3 bottles of the strengthened spread gathering medicinal liquid, and for the normal version, I'll have 10 bottles. The price for the strengthened medicinal liquid is too expensive, so I'll only order 1 for my own use. In addition, I'll order 20 bottles of the normal version. From the start, everyone came here to watch a show and no one expected that the day would come when the Chi family's medicinal hall flourished. What were spread herbs? Compared to spread medicinal liquid, they were not worth mentioning. No matter how exceptional the spread herbs effect was, it would at most increase cultivation and improve physique or treat every illness. Could it allow one to break through on the spot like spread medicinal liquid? Clearly, it was impossible. Make way, make way. Just as the crowd was in a commotion, an unbridled voice sounded from the rear. Don't you see our eldest young master coming? Why aren't you making way? Behind the crowd, Chimo was lightly waving his fan while a sinister smile surfaced on his feminine face. Looking at the medicinal hall surrounded by a crowd, a mocking smile curved on his lips. The matter of Chi-Su selling spread medicinal liquid was originally only well known in Fengling Town, and other towns were unaware. He was the one who purposely helped broadcast the news so that he could witness today's scene. In a short while, he would be exposing Chi-Su on the spot and in addition, snatch back the spread medicinal liquid formulation. Just as Chimo wanted to squeeze into the medicinal hall, his actions infuriated a tall and sturdy man in front. He pushed Chimo and fiercely spoke. Chapter 1801, Selling Strud Medicinal Liquid 4. Clenching his teeth, do you know who I am? That sturdy man had always been fearless, and after hearing Chimo's speech, he looked at him in disdain. Who cares about you? In any case, I'm not allowing you to cut in line. Either you queue up or else, get lost. At this moment, the sturdy man's voice attracted everyone's attention and all of them turned to look. Looking at Chimo, their eyes rolled with contempt and fury. Who knew how many bottles of Strud gathering liquid Chisu had? If someone else placed a huge order, wouldn't there be nothing left for them? This was a Strud medicinal liquid that could allow a sage-level cultivator to break through, so how could they allow others to cut in line? No matter what identity someone had, everyone had to line up and wait. Chimo's expression turned ashen from anger. I, Chimo, have lived for so many years and no one dares to speak to me this way. Men, chase all of them out. His words thoroughly infuriated everyone. A man among the crowd motivated by a desire to see the world in chaos shouted, where did this arrogant idiot come from? No matter who are you, we won't allow you to cut in line. How dare you chase us away? Don't tell me you're trying to prevent us from obtaining the Strud medicinal liquid. Originally, Chimo only intended to chase them away to vent his anger, but in his speech, it became Chimo wanting to hog all the Strud gathering medicinal liquid and not leave any for the rest. How could they allow this to happen? The crowd angrily glared at Chimo, just like if he dared to take a step forward, he would be dismembered. Actually, he could only blame himself for publicizing for Chisu. Cultivators in Fendling Town weren't powerful and the bodyguards he brought would be sufficient to deal with them. However, at this moment, he could sense a powerful aura radiated from a few people among the crowd and their aura caused him to fear. Evidently, those few experts weren't from Fendling Town. Chimo gritted his teeth and spoke. Chisu, you had better get out here. Don't assume that I can't do anything to you by hiding inside. Now that a year's time has arrived and this Chi family's medicinal hall is still half dead with your management, you've lost. Immediately hand over Qiling and I'll spare your life. Within the medicinal hall, Chisu and his sister had already heard Chimo's voice but they chose to ignore him. Now, with his arrogant voice sounding once again, it caused Qiling to sneer and she subconsciously grabbed Chisu's hand with fear revealed in her eyes. Xiao Ling, don't be afraid. Chisu consoled Qiling and patted her hand. I'll go out and have a look. Wait for me here. After speaking, he looked up towards Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, please take care of Xiao Ling. After he gave his instructions, Chisu pushed away Qiling's hands and walked out of the medicinal hall. Chimo was still shouting himself hoarse while his face was red. Chisu, you're an ostrich, a coward who can't admit you lost. I really wonder why Yu Qing took such a moron like you as her disciple. She should have taken me in instead. That's right, in Chimo's heart, he always considered Chisu inferior to himself. He was jealous of Chisu having such a powerful master. This was why after Yu Qing disappeared, Chimo had treated Chisu in this manner. You called for me. A cold voice sounded from inside the medicinal hall and looking up, Chimo saw Chisu in brocade clothing walking out. His handsome face was indifferent as Chisu coldly gazed at him. Chisu, you now appeared. Chimo sneered and said, you lost, so hand over Qiling. Chapter 1802, Selling Strud Medicinal Liquid 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Are you sure that I lost? Chisu smiled coldly and asked in reply. Obviously. A haughty expression surfaced on Chimo's feminine face. Did you believe by using Strud medicinal liquid to attract the crowd, it would prove that you won? Let me tell you the truth, the Strud liquid your medicinal hall is selling was publicized with my help. Otherwise, how would I have the opportunity to expose you? Chisu narrowed his eyes. I'll have to thank you for that. If it weren't for Chimo, it wouldn't have been possible to sell so much Strud medicinal liquid in a short time. At this point in time, you're still reluctant to admit your loss. Chimo smiled in mocking. The reason why it's called Strud medicinal liquid is that it requires Strud herb extracts to produce. If you use normal medicinal herbs in place of Strud herbs, you're deceiving your customers. Chisu, father is very angry and if you personally deliver Qiling to the Qi family, I'll persuade father for you and have him forgive your mistake. He had to make Chisu personally deliver Qiling. That way he would suffer for the rest of his life. Currently, Chimo did not see that after everyone heard his words that they were looking at him with contempt. It was as though he had said something foolish. Chimo, how do you know my Strud medicinal liquid wasn't produced using Strud herbs? Chisu coldly smiled and used a disdainful tone while asking. Haha. Having heard his question, Chimo laughed maniacally. Spirit herbs. If you had Strud herbs, would you be in such a plight today? Chisu, are you treating me as an idiot? Furthermore, the Strud herbs in the Lufeng kingdom were controlled by the Qi family. Even the scattered Strud herb dealers wouldn't go against the Qi family and sell him Strud herbs. In that case, where would his Strud herbs come from? Come, let me see what kind of product is your Strud medicinal liquid. Chimo sneered and bypassed the crowd, directly walking into the medicinal hall. As these customers knew about Chimo's identity, they did not stop him this time. Instead, they had an attitude of watching a good show. Within the medicinal hall, Qiling saw Chimo walking in and her petite figure shuddered, hastily hiding behind Uncle Zhao. Chimo did not notice Qiling and walked in without consulting anyone. Where's the Strud medicinal liquid? Hurry and hand it over. Someone in the crowd could no longer continue just watching and said, Chi family eldest young master, isn't the strud medicinal liquid in the tub? Your Chi family is in control of huge quantities of strud herbs, yet you can't identify strud medicinal liquid. Chi Mo's expression changed and his gloomy eyes shot towards the man who spoke. Only then did he walk towards the bathing tub. Looking at Chi Mo walking towards the tub, Uncle Zhao helplessly shook his head. Compared to the outstanding second young master, this Chi Mo was a good for nothing. He truly didn't know what the family head was thinking, to chase out the excellent second young master and hand over his family property to the incapable Chi Mo. This was basically leading the Chi family, who with great difficulty became stronger, for a dead end. This is your so-called strud medicinal liquid. It's merely some. Before Chi Mo finished speaking, his expression suddenly froze. He was indeed a blockhead, but even so, he was still able to differentiate between normal medicinal herbs and strud herbs. Therefore, after sensing the spiritual energy contained in the tub, his expression was extremely unsightly and he furiously turned towards Chi Su. Chi Su, where did you obtain these strud herbs? Did you steal these from the Chi family? Facing Chi Mo gnashing his teeth, Chi Su smiled indifferently. I walked out of the Chi family naked and you also searched my body. Furthermore, you also snatched my space ring, yet now you're claiming that I stole these from the Chi family. Chapter 1803, Selling Strud Medicinal Liquid, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. That space ring was given by his master and the items inside were extremely precious. However, it had been forcefully snatched away by the Chi family. They even shamelessly claimed that he was naked when he was born and so when he left, he had to leave naked. Every single item on his body belonged to the Chi family. Therefore, not only was his space ring snatched, he was even stripped. Luckily, a friend of his provided him some clothing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to peacefully walk into Fengling town. Since you claim you haven't taken anything from the Chi family, where did you obtain the strud medicinal liquid formulation from? Chi Mo sinisterly glared at Chi Su. His eyes were similar to a poisonous snake that twined around Chi Su's neck. Eldest young master. It was still the man who ridiculed Chi Mo earlier on who spoke. Since you say the formulation belongs to the Chi family, what proof do you have? If the Chi family truly had the formulation, why hasn't your family used it before? This. Chi Mo's expression changed and he shamelessly said, this formulation must belong to his masters and he actually stashed it away. Isn't this the same as stealing from the Chi family? In addition, those strud herbs should belong to the Chi family. Chi Su's mother had snatched his mother's position, so what right did he have to possess these items? Ha ha. That man laughed out loud. You've said that the formulation came from second young master's master, but this is the first time I've heard that items from someone's master shouldn't belong to them, but should instead be given to you. Accepting his master's mantle means stealing from you. I've never encountered someone so shameless as you. Chi Su gratefully looked at that man. Unexpectedly, there was someone who did not fear the Chi family's position and dared to say such a speech. As expected, the moment he spoke, Chi Mo's expression filled with killing intent shot towards him, while radiating a bone-chilling chill. You're sure courageous to humiliate our Chi family. The man fearlessly smiled. Respect a man and he'll reciprocate the same. If it weren't for eldest young Master Chi being so shameless, why would I do so? Just as Chi Mo wanted to get angry, that man had walked to Chi Su and cupped his fist amicably. Second young Master Chi, I come from the Tianqi kingdom and you can address me as second brother Chi 1. Coming to the Lufeng kingdom this time was to experience the outside world, and after hearing that strud medicinal liquid was for sale, I had come. Someone from the Tianqi kingdom. With the surname Chi. 2. Chi Su's eyes flickered, revealing shock in his eyes. It was no wonder that he didn't fear Chi Mo. There was only one family in the Tianqi kingdom who was called Chi, and that was the Tianqi kingdom's imperial family. Chi Mo clearly had not thought of his identity and continued spouting off incessantly. Who cares where you came from? Those who offend me will be killed. At this moment, Uncle Zhao's face became red through and through. Being from the Chi family, it was reasonable to say that he should obey the Chi family's orders. However, if given a chance, he would choose Chi Su. This Chi Mo was extremely stupid. The other party was clearly from Tianqi kingdom's imperial family, yet he could overlook this point and have even dared to hoot before him. Furthermore, to address himself as second brother Chi, only the second prince could do so. Evidently, Chi Su had also noticed this point as he respectfully replied, Second Lord Chi, may I know if you have something to ask? This man was around 30 years old while Chi Su was only a teenager, so addressing him as Second Lord Chi wasn't excessive. Furthermore, the other party clearly wasn't willing to be called a prince. Otherwise, he wouldn't have introduced himself as second brother Chi. Second Lord Chi narrowed his eyes and smiled while asking, Young Master Chi, I'd like for you to provide me strud medicinal liquid in huge quantities. Of course, I will purchase it at retail price. How about it? Chapter 1804, Yun Luofeng's Huge Ambitions, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. This. Chi Su hesitated, the production of strud medicinal liquid is challenging, so could you give me some time to consider? He wasn't able to casually make a decision and had to consult with Yun Luofeng first. Therefore, Chi Su did not immediately agree to his request. Sure, I'll be staying in Fengling town for a few days, and when you have decided you can send someone to inform me. Second brother Chi smiled as he glanced towards Chi Mo. Of course, if you need my assistance, I will be extremely happy to help. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. I will settle my own family issues and I shall not trouble Second Lord Chi. Alright then, Second Lord Chi nodded and no longer said anything. Then I'll take my leave first and wait for your news. After speaking, Second Lord Qi turned and left, and at the same time, a few experts followed behind him. Earlier on, when Second Lord Qi glanced at Qi Mo, he felt it was difficult to breathe, and he only relaxed after Second Lord Qi left. Qi Su, I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to hand over the spread medicinal liquid formulation? Don't forget that your master Yun Yuqing freeloaded on us for an entire 10 years and father never even asked her for a single cent. Coincidentally, I'll take the formulation as payment. This was the previous excuse he wanted to say, and so he had naturally taken it out. Qi Su laughed from anger. Qi Mo, do you know what the Qi family's position was 10 years ago? My master hasn't given the Qi family a single cent, but the few mountain ranges the family possesses were obtained from her. Father being able to break through to his current realm was also due to her help. You dare to say she freeloaded for 10 years? After speaking, Qi Su's eyes were filled with rage. The crowd had also been infuriated by Qi Mo's shameless argument. So it turns out, the Qi family is so shameless. Relying on someone else's master to become prosperous, yet daring to say their master freeloaded in their family. If I was young Master Qi's master, I would never help this Qi family who has the heart of a wolf and the lungs of dogs. TSK, his master can't be blamed. I heard that when his master was present, the Qi family displayed a benevolent father and filial son appearance, with everyone getting along well together. Qi Mo also heeded Qi Su in everything. Unexpectedly, second young Master Qi's master has only disappeared for 3 years, and they've revealed the true colors. The Lufeng kingdom was only so big, and everyone certainly knew of the Qi family's affairs as they disdained them at the same time. It was just that they did not dare to comment about this. It was only after Second Lord Qi took the first step that they had dared to reveal their internal thoughts. Qi Mo's expression turned from green to red and from red to white, as if contaminated with colors. He fiercely glared at Qi Su. Qi Su, just you wait. I'll return and have father come looking for you. Would you dare to not give the formulation when father asks it from you? If you're unwilling to hand over the formulation, you're being unfilial. I've been chased out of the Qi family. His words meant that, since I've been chased out from the family, you all have no relations with me. Qi Mo snorted and led the Qi family's subordinates outside the medicinal hall. In any case, this formulation would belong to the Qi family sooner or later, and the family would be handed to him. Therefore, he wasn't impatient. Without the Qi family's backing, Qi Su wasn't his opponent. Brother. After seeing Qi Mo leave, Qi Ling walked out from behind Uncle Zhao and pulled on Qi Su's sleeve, looking worried. Qi Su knelt down and patted Qi Ling's head. Xiao Ling, everything is over. Brother will never allow anyone to harm you. Xiao Ling believes in brother. An innocent and naive smile surfaced on Qi Ling's face. In this world, other than Aunt Yun, she trusted her brother the most. Chapter 1805, Yun Luofeng's Huge Ambitions 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. However, there was another Yun Luofeng right now. The young Qi Ling would never forget that Yun Luofeng provided her brother spread medicinal liquid, helping both of them. Her small heart now contained another young lady of recent acquaintance. In the courtyard, Yun Luofeng was currently seated in a pavilion while holding a book. Her body lazily leaned on a pillar as sunlight sprinkled down on her face, seemingly devastatingly gorgeous and bewitching. Xiu was standing not far away, and while waiting for Qi Su, she would occasionally glare at Yun Luofeng. In any case, this was an important day that determined whether Qi Ling would be sold, yet how could this woman be so unperturbed? Furthermore, the young master had saved her, shouldn't she be worried about them? As expected, if it was something unrelated to her, she wouldn't worry. Xiu tightly bit her lips. A useless woman like her, she didn't know why the young master let her stay. Just as Xiu was complaining indignantly in her head, she saw two familiar figures, causing her to instantly brighten up. Young master, young miss, you've returned. Sister Yun. Qi Ling saw Yun Luofeng, who was currently reading at a glance, and revealed a bright expression. She raised her short legs and ran over, bouncing and vivacious. All along, it was as if she hadn't seen Xiu in the slightest. Xiu's expression stiffened and she held in her anger. Both the young master and young miss were the same. She really didn't know what charms this outsider had to have charmed them both. Furthermore, the young miss loved to pester her in the past, but because of this woman's appearance, the young miss's eyes had only fallen on her. Sister Yun, I don't have to be sold by the Qi family. A resplendent smile appeared on Qi Ling's petite face, looking innocent and naive. Yun Luofeng slowly put down the book and looking at Qi Ling's bright laughter, a faint smile quirked on her bewitching and gorgeous face. Raising her hand, she lightly caressed Qi Ling's head as her pitch black eyes seemed to radiate a bright light. Then, I'll have to congratulate both of you. Qi Ling originally wanted to say it was Yun Luofeng's contribution, but suddenly realizing that Xiu was still present, she had swallowed her words. Although Xiu was someone belonging to Aunt Yun, Sister Yun mentioned that other than them, this matter couldn't be revealed to anyone, including people alongside her brother. Thinking of this, Qi Ling pouted. Sister Yun, will you stay in the Qi family forever? As her crisis had been resolved, perhaps Sister Yun would leave. Yun Luofeng's hand on Qi Ling's head froze, and she said with a slight smile, after I've found who I'm searching for, I will leave. Oh. Qi Ling lowered her head in disappointment. Even though she didn't want to see Sister Yun leave the Qi family, she still hoped that she would find her beloved one soon. Qi Su quietly looked at the little Lolita standing within the pavilion before slowly turning towards Yun Luofeng. Traces of gentleness could be seen on his handsome face. All these years, other than himself and master, this was the first time Xiao Ling had relied on someone like that. Even with mother, she had never been in this mood. Xiu, leave us now. Recalling Brother Qi's request, Qi Su frowned and glanced at Xiu while speaking indifferently. Xiu froze and indignation filled her eyes. Alas, she bit on her lips and lowered her head. Yes, young master. Chapter 1806, Yun Luofeng's Huge Ambitions, 3. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Before she left, Xiu did not forget to glare fiercely at Yun Luofeng. Qi Su's mind was filled with the matter of the second Lord Qi and did not notice Xiu's fierce glare. After Xiu left, he hastily walked to Yun Luofeng's side. Miss Yun, I encountered Tianqi Kingdom's second prince today at the medicinal hall. Tianqi Kingdom's second prince. Yun Luofeng's eyes twinkled and inquired, what did he come for? Qi Su glanced at Yun Luofeng and said, the second prince wants us to provide a huge quantity of strut-gathering medicinal liquid and he will purchase it at the original price. I didn't agree immediately and said I had to consider. In any case, the strut-gathering medicinal liquid was provided by Yun Luofeng and he didn't know how much she had left. As such, he did not casually agree to second Lord Qi's request. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment. Within a month's time, I can provide 50 bottles of strengthened strut-gathering medicinal liquid and 100 bottles of the normal version. If he agrees, this business can be established. All right, I'll reply to him shortly. Qi Su smiled. Evidently, he very much wished to take up the second prince's business. Qi Su, money from the sale of the medicinal liquid today doesn't have to be passed to me. Reason being, I need you to purchase other items. Yun Luofeng's eyes twinkled. The Fangyun continent wasn't like the seven-province continent and many plans she wasn't able to execute there could be successfully carried out in full swing here. Miss Yun, please speak. Qi Su reverently and respectfully stood before Yun Luofeng. Perhaps that strut-gathering medicinal liquid caused him to revere her. I'll write what I require and you can just purchase those items for me. Furthermore, have the second prince stay for the time being. In a month's time, I'll personally meet him. Yun Luofeng's finger lightly tapped the stone table as her narrowed eyes revealed a glint. Her lips quirked up and she quietly laughed. The strut deity continent was too powerful, to the extent that she wasn't able to contend against it. Luckily, there existed a Fangyun continent that provided a training space for her. Precisely because of that she would seize this opportunity and have Fangyun continent become her backing. The news of Fengling Town's Qi family selling strut medicinal liquid had spread throughout ever since then, and there were even more who were attracted to visit. Uncle Zhao had been overworked in recent days, yet on his face, there was a smile that never disappeared for long. Even Qi Su's bodyguards had been dispatched to assist him and from this, the popularity of the medicine hall could be seen. Of course, with some being happy, there would be those who were angry. Within the Qi family's hall, Qi Zheng slammed the table with veins bulging out on his forehead. He then furiously shouted, Qi Su, that unfilial son dares to disregard my orders. Don't tell me he wants his father to personally look for him in Fengling Town. During this month, Qi Zheng had repeatedly passed down an order for Qi Su and his sister to return. However, Qi Su had disregarded his orders. This was the reason why Qi Zheng was extremely furious. If Qi Su was before him, he would definitely slap this unfilial son of his dead, without being able to restrain himself. Father, Qi Su is clearly ignoring you. A cold glint streaked across Qimo's eyes. Previously, he also claimed that he didn't belong to the Qi family. Impetuous. Qi Zheng's face was ashen as he trembled from rage. My Qi family fed him for numerous years and now that he doesn't need the family, does he think he can kick us away? I'd like to see if he will dare to be unyielding and not hand over the formulation if his father personally visits him. Chapter 1807, Yun Luofeng's Huge Ambitions, 4. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. The real reason why Qi Zheng was so angry wasn't that Qi Su was unfilial. Instead, it was because he had something as precious as the spread medicinal liquid formulation but didn't give it to him. He wouldn't forgive Qi Su for this. Men, follow me to Fengling Town right now. In addition to the formulation, I will also take every single item in the Qi family's medical hall. Father, Qimo's eyes twinkled, the Qian family has sent someone over again, saying that if Qiling becomes the Qian family old man's concubine, the Qian family will use the 100-stalk spread herb as the betrothal gift. 100-stalk spread herb. Qi Zheng stared distractedly. A trace of greed flashed across his eyes and soon after that, he became quiet. 1 year ago I talked about directly sending Qiling to the Qian family's old man, but you insisted on expelling them to Fengling Town. Not only that, you even set up such an absurd bet with Qi Su. Now that you've lost, how are you going to bring Qiling back? When he thought of this, Qi Zheng was extremely regretful. Qiling was only a trash and was completely useless in the Qi family. Being able to exchange her for 100-stalk spread herb was considered making a profit. Father, with something as serious as a marriage, the parents have the final say. As Qiling's father, what right does she have to disobey if you force her to marry whoever you want? Qimo sneered. As for my agreement with Qi Su, won't it be fine if I don't acknowledge it? We can only do so this time, Qi Zheng looked at Qimo and said. In addition, make preparations to bring your mother into the estate in a few days' time. Qimo stiffened, and looked up at Qi Zheng in disbelief. His eyes were filled with happiness. Father, is what you say for real? You're giving my mother a proper title. Moe, Qi Zheng looked at Qimo with heartache. All these years, you and your mother have suffered many grievances. Now that the Qi family is sufficiently strong and Yun Yuqing isn't here, it's reasonable to say that I should compensate you. Speaking of this, he paused and continued. I know you were jealous of Yun Yuqing accepting Qi Su as a disciple. However, so what if he's Yun Yuqing's disciple? You're the Qi family's eldest son and everything will belong to you. Father, I understand. It's only because I have been separated from my mother for so many years, that's why. I am indeed at fault on this, keeping both of you separated. From now on, I will use my entire life to make it up for both of you. He felt that the worst mistake he had done was to have separated Chimo and his mother. However, he did not think that strangling his own son to death was wrong. Who would have expected that little baby would cause all the flowers in the entire courtyard wilt the moment he was born? If an inauspicious person like him were to live, it would definitely affect the Chi family's future. If it weren't because he had died, how could the Chi family have achieved the current position? Therefore, Qi Zheng was glad that he had resolutely strangled Qi Su's biological brother to death back then. He even believed that it was Chimo's arrival in the Qi family that brought luck, allowing the Qi family in a short time to become a faction that was only beneath the imperial family. If Yu Qing knew that the Qi family she helped had such thoughts, would she regret her previous actions? Father, when are you going to take back what belongs to our Qi family? Wait, it should have been, taking back what belonged to him. Qi Zheng's expression darkened little by little, and a ruthless glint streaked across his cold eyes. We'll set off to Fengling Town shortly. I'd like to see if that unfilial son dares to disobey my orders. Fengling Town. Qi Su and his sister did not know the commotion within the Qi family. Qi Su and his sister did not know the commotion within the Qi family, and even more than that, they didn't expect Qi Zheng to personally make a trip there. Chapter 1808, Yu Luofeng's Huge Ambitions, 5. Translator, D.R.Z. Editor, Rock. Currently, within the courtyard, Qi Su was waiting outside Yu Luofeng's door. A moment later, the door was pushed open and a white-robed lady was reflected in his eyes. Qi Su's eyes brightened, but just as he wanted to speak, he suddenly noticed 3 ladies standing behind Yu Luofeng. They were expressionless, with lifeless eyes, similar to a humanoid puppet. Miss Yun, they are. Qi Su was taken aback as he looked at these 3 young ladies in astonishment, with shock apparent in his eyes. When did these few people suddenly appear in Miss Yun's room? Why was I unaware? Furthermore, all 3 of them radiated a powerful suppressive aura, causing him to tremble. Deity level. Qi Su trembled. If his guess wasn't wrong, their strength should be at the deity level. Let's go, aren't we meeting the Tianqi Kingdom's second prince? We'll set off right now. Yun Luofeng smiled and glanced at Qi Su as she slowly spoke. Meet the second prince. Then these 3 women. Qi Su did not understand what Yun Luofeng planned to do. In particular, she had him purchase a bunch of waste metal used to forge weapons a month ago. After he brought those back, she had been hiding in the room without coming out. Now that she's appeared, there are 3 additional women with her. No, seemingly sensing something all of a sudden, Qi Su's eyes were filled with shock. Miss Yun, they aren't breathing. That's right, these 3 women weren't breathing. Regardless of humans or strip beasts, as long as they were alive they had to breathe. There was only one situation where one didn't have to breathe. Puppet. Have you guessed it? Yun Luofeng smiled. These 3 puppets are my masterpieces I created this month. Initially, Yun Luofeng's strength was low and Yun Yi who she created was only in the sage-level cultivation realm. With her strength increasing, the puppets she produced were now at the deity-level realm. However, these 3 are my failed products and I intend to sell to the second prince. Qi Su widened his eyes in shock. Are you selling your failed products to the second prince? Won't he come after you later? Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng quirked her lips. Although they are failed products, their strength is in the deity-level realm. They are also different from humans, without any sense of pain and won't die, being able to fight continuously forever. In addition, they'll never betray you. Do you think that the second prince wouldn't like such a puppet? The reason why these puppets were a failure was that the materials she tasked Qi Su to find were missing something called cosmic iron. Cosmic iron was extremely hard to find and with Qi Su's abilities, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. As such, she did not put it on the list of materials. Previously, when she constructed Yun Yi, it was the heart of waste metal that Juqian left in the illusionary realm that allowed Yun Yi to advance. However, Yun Yi swallowing thunder to advance was something she hadn't expected. These 3 puppets would always be in the deity-level realm, not able to break through. Thus, Yun Luofeng had called them failed products. Miss Yun, Qi Su was silent for a moment and said, why don't you use these few puppets for yourself instead of giving them to the second prince? You cannot put a price on these items. His words implied that she would take a loss selling these puppets. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. Not only will I be selling to the second prince, I will also be selling puppets on the continent. Do you think that if there are puppets for sale on the continent, those huge factions would abandon the opportunity? Once they give up, it means losing to their rivals. Therefore, I believe those factions will definitely establish a puppet core. Chapter 1809, Yun Luofeng's Huge Ambitions, 6. Translator, D.R.Z. Editor, Rock. Qi Su's jaw dropped. What's your motive for doing this? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and quietly laughed. Puppets won't betray those who purchase them. Similarly, they won't betray those who created them. If I send these puppets into the various huge factions on the continent, wouldn't it mean that those factions will fall into my hands? Qi Su stiffened as he looked at Yun Luofeng in shock. Could you imagine if the main fighting power of various huge families changed to be puppets? With these puppets falling into various huge families, wouldn't it mean that Yun Luofeng would hold the lifeline of all the factions? Miss Yun, is this where your true ambitions were? From the start, Yun Luofeng wasn't aiming for a small profit. What she required had always been the entire continent. Yes, my motive is the entire continent. There would be a day when she would take hold of the entire continent. Qi Su bitterly smiled. Not only these puppets. Even the spread gathering medicinal liquid you've provided is too effective. If only you could provide these medicinal liquids in the future, having those factions in the continent work for you wouldn't be impossible. Yun Luofeng smiled and did not reply. What she wanted was not for those factions to work for her. Instead, she required an existence that could contend against the Spirit Deity continent. As such, so what if she used unscrupulous divisive tactics? She only had to protect those around her and that was enough. The second prince is leaving tomorrow. Should we meet with him right now? Chi Su's eyes were filled with complicated emotions, yet contained a trace of admiration. On the Fengyun continent, only Yun Luofeng dared to say such words of controlling the entire continent. Even those top experts in the kingdom would not dare to be so arrogant. However, Chi Su had a feeling that with Yun Luofeng's arrival in the Fengyun continent, there would soon be an upheaval. Fu Lai In. The man stood upright facing the window, with both hands behind his back and his eyes had always been looking at the bustling streets. Your Highness, Qi family's second young master has arrived. The bodyguard's voice sounded from outside and his tightly furrowed brows loosened as he smiled. He's finally here. Invite him in. Creak. The door was pushed open and the man slowly turned, with his line of sight falling on Chi Su who walked in. The moment he saw Yun Luofeng walking in soon after, he unconsciously paused for a moment and said, "This lady is Second Lord Qi, she's my friend and has been staying with me recently. Therefore, I've brought her along." Oh. The man laughed, revealing a dubious smile. So it's young Master Qi's friend. If so, please take a seat. After speaking, Second Lord Qi turned his sight towards Chi Su. How's second young Master Qi's preparation going? I've brought 50 bottles of strengthened spirit gathering medicinal liquid and 100 bottles of the normal version. Chi Su took out a space ring and placed on the table. I'll trouble Second Lord Qi to check. There's no need. I believe in you. Second Lord Qi smiled and fished out a stack of banknotes from his lapels, placing it before Chi Su. This is the money for purchasing the spirit gathering medicinal liquid. Si Chu smiled and collected the banknotes. Second Lord Qi, I have something else to sell you this time. After speaking, Chi Su clapped his hands and instantly 3 women walked in. These 3 women weren't pretty but instead radiated the spirit of steel without a common woman's gentleness. Chapter 1810, Qi Family Finding Trouble 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Second Lord Qi stared blankly and his face instantly darkened. Second young Master Qi, what do you mean? Do you think of me as someone lecherous? Hurry and have these women leave, I'm not interested. Second Lord Qi, you've mistaken my intentions. I'm thinking of selling them to you as bodyguards. The moment Chi Su spoke, a powerful aura emitted from their bodies and this aura caused Second Lord Qi to be startled and frown. Deity level. I have deity leveled bodyguards with me and I'm afraid I won't be interested in yours. Just then, the white-robed lady seated beside Chi Su suddenly spoke. Try sensing if there's any peculiarity with them. Hearing her voice, Second Lord Qi turned his sight towards the white-robed lady. He hadn't sized up Yun Luofeng before and looking at her now, he realized that she was actually very beautiful. She had a bewitching gorgeous face, with bright pitch-black eyes, while her faintly quirked lips radiated a wicked feel. An entire set of white robes made her skin look white as snow and her beautiful hair scattered behind her back, similar to a waterfall. However, Second Lord Qi was not a lecherous person and he recovered his senses soon after being shocked. What do you mean? Yun Luofeng smiled. Tianqi Kingdom's second prince is actually unable to notice their peculiarity. Second Lord Qi glanced at Yun Luofeng before looking away and once again looking at these 3 women, similar to an immovable mountain. A long time later, he noticed something as he said, puppets. These 3 women don't seem to be alive. In that case, it meant that they were puppets. That's right, they're indeed puppets. Yun Luofeng's finger lightly tapped the table. Second prince indeed doesn't lack deity-leveled experts on your side. But are you sure they won't betray you? For example, if someone abducted their family, lovers, or even children, can they still remain loyal to you as before? Everyone had their weak spot and once their enemies held these weak spots, it would be a life-threatening threat to him. Second Lord Qi's face stiffened. Indeed, he was unable to guarantee that people around him would forever be loyal. However, these puppets are different, Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. They aren't alive and only know how to obey orders. Therefore, they'll never betray you. Second Lord Qi became silent. He can refute the fact that Yun Luofeng's speech was indeed very enticing. Furthermore, Yun Luofeng paused and continued speaking. Not only will these puppets never betray you, they don't feel any pain and will never die. With them by your side, it's equivalent to having an undead core. These puppets had the same abilities as those skeleton core Yun Luofeng had. Without any life, they wouldn't feel pain nor die. As long as their body wasn't torn or their bones crushed, they could still stand up and fight no matter how huge an injury they received. Okay. Sure enough, Second Lord Qi had been persuaded by Yun Luofeng. I'll take these 3 puppets. If you have other puppets available, please sell them to me. Apologies, the puppets I currently have on hand are limited. After a period of time, Chi Su will be selling these puppets in the store. At that time, you can purchase it in the shop. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled and slowly stood up. Okay. Second Lord Qi nodded. However, I have a request. You can sell these puppets to anyone, but not the other princes of Tianqi Kingdom. Chapter 1811, The Qi Family Finding Trouble 2. Translator, Zen_Editor, Rock. I can persuade Chi Su to agree to your request. Yun Luofeng pushed the responsibility onto Chi Su instead of saying she could do it. After all, she did not want anyone to know she had the ability to create puppets yet. Yun Luofeng did not ask for a reason. Everyone had their own secrets. Moreover, Qi Lao came from the imperial family, so confidential secrets must be involved in it, so she naturally did not inquire further. Young master, young master. Suddenly, a panicked voice was heard from outside the door. Qi Su hurriedly stood up just as the door was pushed open with a bang. Uncle Zhao staggered inside. Young master, not good. Family head brought the members of the Qi family here, and Miss happened to go to the medicine store and was caught by the Qi family. They're saying they will take her back to be the concubine of old man Qian. What? Qi Su stumbled and nearly fell over. He turned back and cupped his fist toward Qi Lao. Second Master Qi, I will bid my farewell now since I have something to attend to. After saying this, he shot out of the door like a burst of wind. Qi Lao frowned. The Qi family are truly unreasonable troublemakers. I had just reached an agreement with Qi Su, so I mustn't allow Qi Su to be defeated by the Qi family. Servants, come with me to the Qi family clinic. He would like to see how the Qi family bullied people. The perimeter of the medicine store was teeming with observers. Qi Mo had burst into the medicine store and dragged out Qi Ling from her hiding spot behind the counter. A slap was mercilessly flung onto her delicate face. Qi Ling was stupefied, tears filling her innocent eyes. Her body was shivering as she tightly bit her lips, not saying a word. Little BTCH, you dare to hide. The Qi family was kind enough to raise a trash like you for so many years, yet you are so ungrateful now. Qi Mo harshly tugged on Qi Ling's hair and dragged her out of the medicine store hall. Miss. Qi Su's subordinates approached, wanting to stop this, but were blocked by the experts brought here by the Qi family. They could only helplessly watch Qi Mo drag Qi Ling outside. Qi Zheng coldly watched them from his position outside the door. His face was devoid of emotion, as though it was not his biological daughter being mistreated and beat up by Qi Mo. Seeing the disdain in the crowd's eyes, Qi Zheng dryly coughed and said, Everyone, although Qi Ling is my daughter, she has been a delinquent since she was young and should be disciplined. She might only be 5 years old, but she already learned how to seduce people. That man recently came to the Qi estate to find her, so I have no choice but to bring her back. Qi Zheng shook his head, his expression helpless. As the proverb goes, don't air your dirty laundry in public. Qi Ling had not done those things, and even if she did do it, wasn't he shaming the Qi family by claiming his daughter had gone and seduced a man? Qi Ling's face was full of grievance, and bead-sized tears dropped from her eyes. I didn't. Qi Mo initially did not realize the intention of his father's words and only jolted to his senses after Qi Ling started speaking. He slammed Qi Ling's head against the wall. Little BTCH, you have the guts to deny it. As your elder brother, I will teach you a lesson today and see if you dare to shame our Qi family again. After hitting the wall, Qi Ling's head started bleeding profusely. Her face was pale, and her shivering intensified. Chapter 1812, The Qi Family Finding Trouble, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Cough, cough. Qi Zheng dryly coughed and reproachfully glanced at Qi Mo. You heard this girl's face, what should we do now? Although he said that, he did not stop Qi Mo at all when he slammed Qi Ling's head onto the wall. Qi Mo eerily smiled. The Qi family might lack some things but not straight herbs. No matter how marred her face is, it can be remedied. However, I can't let her use them for free, Qi Su must pay to buy them. He had wanted to beat this darn girl up since a long time ago and vent his years of dissatisfaction toward Qi Su on Qi Ling. Although there were a lot of bystanders, no one came forward to help Qi Ling and merely pointed their fingers and wagged their tongues from the side. Human kindness was nothing more than this. Qi Ling soundlessly cried, tears drenching her face. Blood ceaselessly flowed from her forehead. Despair about the world filled her large eyes as she watched the populated street. Little BTCH, even if Qi Su comes this time, he can't save you. Qi Mo sneered and pulled on Qi Ling's hair again as he walked to Qi Zheng's side. Dad, let's have someone take this girl back first. Take her back. His words caused Qi Ling to shudder. She broke her silence and suddenly started screaming at the top of her lungs, No. I don't want to go back. Brother, save me. Sister Yun, save me. Qi Zheng frowned. This girl called Yun Yuqing, Auntie Yun, so who was the Sister Yun? However, Qi Mo did not ponder over it anymore and tossed Qi Ling to the side. He ordered the Qi family's guards, take this girl back to the Qi family. Yes, eldest young master. A guard went up and grasped Qi Ling's arm before walking out of the crowd. With strength called up from somewhere, Qi Ling opened her mouth and chomped on the guard's arm. The pain made the guard let go, and Qi Ling took advantage of the opportunity to swiftly run in the other direction. You want to run? Qi Mo's gaze was menacing. He swiftly reached Qi Ling and tightly clutched her shoulder. Little BTCH, let me see where you can run now. Qi Ling's face turned pale, but she suddenly saw the two approaching figures, and her eyes lit up. Brother, Sister Yun. Qi Su caught sight of Qi Ling in Qi Mo's hold at first glance, especially the bright red handprint on her face and the profusely bleeding wound on her forehead. Pain stung his heart. Xiao Ling. Swish. Before Qi Mo could react, a shout was heard from in front of them, and the tornado approached them head-on, sending his body back a few steps. Qi Su frantically protected Qi Ling in his arms and furiously glared at Qi Mo. Then, he looked down at the girl's flushed face with heartache, his eyes full of guilt and pain. Xiao Ling, brother wasn't able to protect you. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Looking at Qi Su's anxious face, Qi Ling shook her head. Her eyes were sparkling as she raised her hand to gently wipe away the youth's tears. Brother, Xiao Ling doesn't hurt. Don't cry. It really doesn't hurt. Her cheek and forehead were clearly hurting, but she could not say it out loud, because she didn't want to make her brother sad. Qi Su set Qi Ling down, turned to Yun Luofeng and solemnly requested, Miss Yun, please help me take care of my sister. Originally, everyone was focused on Chi Su and did not discover Yun Luofeng behind him, but Chi Su's words made everyone turn to look at her. Chapter 1813, The Chi Family Finding Trouble, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. When Chimo saw the woman in snow-white clothes, shock appeared in his eyes. Of course, his shock wasn't due to Yun Luofeng's stunning beauty. It was due to terror deep in his heart. Too alike. They looked too alike. This woman and Yun Yuqing looked too alike. If she was not 20 or so years younger, then he would truly suspect that Yun Yuqing had returned. Chimo. After leaving Qiling with Yun Luofeng, Chi Su slowly turned his head. His bone-chilling gaze was akin to a sharp blade, mercilessly slicing into Chimo's flesh and bones. Back then, I made a deal with you. If I could turn the Chi family medicine store in Fengling Town into a household name within 1 year, you would let Xiaoling go. Are you going back on your word now? Chi Su's eyes were brimming with killing intent at that moment. He wished nothing more than to charge over and kill Chimo. However, he also understood that he could not be rash. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Once he gathered enough strength, he would certainly make these people meet a tragic end. Chimo was frightened by Chi Su's gaze. His face was somewhat pale, and he had difficulty breathing. Perhaps sensing Chimo's trouble, Qi Zheng's eyebrows knitted, and he soundlessly resolved the stream of pressure for him. Qi Zheng's severe gaze landed on Chi Su's face like a knife. Chi Su, this matter can't be blamed on Moer. It was my decision. Chi Su snorted. He did not expect anything from the Qi family ever since he learned the true colors. He was not the slightest bit surprised by Qi Zheng's words. People say that a tiger won't eat his children no matter how ferocious he is, so I truly don't understand why you must force my sister and me to our deaths. Chi Su's eyes were full of rage, and his clenched fists were cracking. Force you? Qi Zheng frowned. Since when did I force you? If it weren't for Qi Ling acting unbridled herself, why would so many things happen? If she did not entice the old family head of the Qian family, why would he name her particularly? In other words, old man Qian only took a liking to Qi Ling because Qi Ling acted unbridled. If she maintained her reserved manner, why would he want to marry her? Could it be that it was a woman's own fault for a man taking a liking to her? The bandits were the innocent party. Qi Zheng, you appear to have forgotten that Qi Ling is only 5 years old. A 5-year-old girl seducing an old man. Was that possible? Perhaps because Chi Su was too enraged, he did not call Qi Zheng father, and directly called his name instead. As expected, his referral caused Qi Zheng to tremble from anger. His face was imposing without doing anything. What impudence! You unfilial son, how dare you be so unfilial? Due to our relationship as father and son, I gave you the Qi family medicine store in Fengling Town, but I didn't expect you to pay me back like this. Qi Zheng's face was icy. Since it's like that, then I will take back the medicine store. Return everything from the medicine store to me. Hand everything over, not only the prescription for the spread-gathering medicinal liquid but also the money you earned from selling the medicinal liquid. Qi Zheng finally voiced his objective. More than that, his chest was puffed up, evidently not seeing anything wrong with his actions. So what if the prescription was left to Qi Su by Yun Yuqing? The Qi family medicine store belonged to the Qi family in the end, so what was wrong about him demanding everything from the medicine store back? Let's not talk about the prescription, the money alone. There's not a tale of it. Qi Su harumphed and watched Qi Zheng with an aloof expression. His gaze was as though he was looking at a stranger. An unfilial son as expected. Qi Zheng was angrily pointing at Qi Su. As your father, I order you to hand everything over. These are all meant to be given to your elder brother. Your brother is the eldest son of the Qi family, so he should logically inherit everything. You are the second son, so making sure you are fed is more than enough. What right do you have to compete with your brother? Chapter 1814, The Qi Family Finding Trouble, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Clap, clap, clap. A wave of clapping was heard, immediately followed by a masculine derisive and mocking laughter. This is my first time seeing someone so biased. Your second son achieved this accomplishment with his hard work, why should he hand it over to someone? Who are you? How dare you mind our Qi family's business? Qi Zheng asked between clenched teeth as he furiously watched the slowly approaching Qi Lao. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he finished speaking, several hidden guards descended from the sky and drew out an icy longsword, settling it on his neck. Qi Zheng's face turned livid instantly. However, he was at the mercy of someone else's sword, so he did not dare to say anything rashly. You again. Chimo recognized this man with a single look. What's the relationship between you and Qi Su? Why do you keep helping him several times? Qi Lao snorted. I need to purchase spread-gathering medicinal liquid from him, so I will help him of course. Hearing this, Qi Zheng released a breath of relief. If all you want is the spread-gathering medicinal liquid, then all's well. Make your guards release me. After I obtain the prescription, I will provide the spread-gathering medicinal liquid to you. Hearing this, Qi Su was startled, his gaze toward Qi Lao filling with worry. He was afraid Qi Lao would agree. If it was like that, then his and Yun Luofeng's plan would wither into nothing. In contrast, Yun Luofeng remained calm the whole time. Her hand was gently patting Qi Ling's back, without a single ripple in her placid eyes. Qi Ling hid her entire body in Yun Luofeng's embrace, and only a little head peeked out to timidly look at Qi Zheng and his son. Faced with Qi Zheng's anticipation and Qi Su's worry, Qi Lao suddenly chuckled and said, that's quite a good idea. However, Qi Zheng paused, a smile turning up on his lips. If I have to cooperate with the shameless Qi family, I would rather choose Qi Su. At least I would worry less about his character. Qi Zheng's face drastically changed. Looking at the resolute Qi Laoer, fury burned in his eyes. Qi Su has no power or authority, but the Qi family is a big family and a powerful business. You will certainly regret rejecting the Qi family and choosing to cooperate with Qi Su. I don't know whether I will regret it. Qi Laoer smiled, baring his pearly teeth, making him appear airy and chilly. However, I do know that you will definitely regret it. Get lost. Bang. Qi Laoer fiercely kicked Qi Zheng in the chest, sending him flying back in an instant. He swatted off his sleeve and retracted his leg as he icily said, "From now on, if you take another step inside Fengdan Town, I will find someone to break your leg." Qi Zheng was frightened by the strength behind Qi Laoer's leg. He scrambled up with difficulty and ran off. Qi Mo was also dumbfounded. Without waiting for Qi Laoer to make him leave, he hurriedly chased after Qi Zheng. Qi Laoer turned to face Qi Su with a faint smile. "Second young Master Qi, you previously said this was your family business and did not wish for other people to interfere, so I did not do anything to them and only help you chase them off. I believe that they will regret it when you grow to be powerful." Qi Su had the best talent in the Qi family, Yun Yuqing would not take him on as a disciple otherwise. However, he was too young still and still had a long way to go, but he only needed time. Eventually, the entire Qi family would fall into his hands. This was why Qi Laoer said that Qi Zheng would regret it. Chapter 1815, The Qi Family Finding Trouble, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Qi Su turned to walk to Qi Ling's side, his eyes full of heartache. "Xiao Ling, do you blame brother for not seeking retribution from the Qi family?" Qi Ling shook her head, her resolve unwavering. "I know brother wants to conceal his strength and bide his time until he has enough power to make the Qi family fall without any chance of recovery. My temporary grievance will only make brother's eventual revenge greater." Qi Ling was raised in a place like the Qi estate since she was young and was taught by Yun Yuqing, so how could she be a naive little girl? It wasn't a problem that Qi Su didn't deal with the Qi family since he wasn't powerful enough yet. As soon as he obtained enough power, it would be the Qi family's doomsday. "Xiao Ling, the Qi family's empire was built by master, so I will take back what belongs to us little by little." Qi Su's eyes were cast down, viciousness glimmering in his eyes. His master helped the Qi family raise its strength in order to make the Qi family become his shield and guarantee his safety for his whole life. The mountain range conquered by his master did end up in his hands. But after master went missing, those people threatened to harm Xiao Ling to force him to hand over the mountain range to them. For his sister's safety, he could only give up the wealth in his hands. Yun Luofeng suddenly broke her silence after a moment of contemplation. "Qi Su, since the medicine store belongs to the Qi family, then return it to them." Uncle Zhao frowned, his tone clearly unfriendly. "Miss, the Qi family's medicine store was managed by second young Master Qi until now. Why should his work benefit those people? I know you are second young master's friend, but aren't you overstepping your boundaries by deciding this for him?" In comparison, Qi Laoer also realized something and he looked toward Yun Luofeng with praise in his eyes. No wonder Qi Su took a liking to this woman, she truly had extraordinary abilities and when she considered a problem she was more thorough than anyone else. Evidently, upon seeing Qi Su keeping Yun Luofeng by his side, Qi Laoer reasonably assumed their relationship wasn't ordinary and did not consider her to be the creator of the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid at all. The medicine store is under the Qi family's control, but does the deed also belong to the Qi family? Yun Luofeng ignored Uncle Zhao's words and kept her eyes on Qi Su. Suddenly realizing something, Qi Su nodded. "Although second prince helped me chase the Qi family's people away today, the Qi family's medicine store currently belongs to the Qi family. Naturally, I can't continue to manage the Qi family's medicine store." Qi Su smiled. "Uncle Zhao, Miss Yun is my good friend, and she has a good suggestion. If you want to follow me, why don't we open another medicine store? How about it?" Anyway, within this month, the medicinal herbs inside the Qi family's medicine store were essentially all sold, and he possessed a large amount of wealth, so he had the capital to break away from the Qi family. Only then did Uncle Zhao come to a realization and shame flashed through his face. "So that's Miss Yun's plan. I have misunderstood Miss Yun. Indeed, the Qi family's medicine store belongs to the Qi family, so regardless of how successful we are, the Qi family can take it back. So why don't we strike out on our own instead?" Uncle Zhao paused briefly before continuing. "Young master, this old servant is willing to follow young master and absolutely won't return to the Qi family to be loyal to that nitwit." "Great." Qi Su was obviously pleased. "Uncle Zhao, why don't we open a medicine store in Empire City this time? I will make the Qi family unable to remain in Empire City." Chapter 1816, The Qi Family Finding Trouble, 7. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. He was cooperating with the second prince of Tianqi Kingdom and he possessed the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid and puppets, so it wouldn't be long until he defeated the Qi family. "Brother." Qi Ling's heart contracted and she subconsciously clutched Qi Su's hand while tightly biting her lips and asking, "Are we returning to Empire City?" That place could be considered to be the nightmare in Qi Ling's heart. Upon hearing the words, Empire City, she started trembling, and her face drained of color. "Xiao Ling, we left in a sorry state last time, but this time we are powerfully returning." Qi Su comforted Qi Ling's fragile mind. "Moreover, don't you want to see mother?" Qi Ling shuddered and lowered her head. Some time later, she finally looked up. "I don't want mother, I want Auntie Yun." Qi Su helplessly smiled. A year ago, when they were kicked out of the estate, their biological mother was powerless to do anything but help the Sioux watchers they left. Could they blame her though? Previously, when his master was here, it caused their mother's position in the Qi family to be very high and Qi Zheng respected her a lot. However, a year after master disappeared, those people determined master to be dead, and their mother's status was worse than a maidservant. Her talent was not very good, so even if master wanted to help her raise her strength, she couldn't do it. So she truly could not be blamed for it. Brother, I don't want to be a trash anymore. Qi Ling looked up, her big eyes brightly shining. I want to cultivate. I will persist through it no matter how painful it is. If I have the strength, then I can go to the Forest of Heaven's trial to find Auntie Yun. She must be alive still. Xiao Ling, your body can't handle it. Qi Su's heart jolted. He looked down at the girl in front of him, helplessness leaking out of his eyes. Brother, I want to try it again. Inside Qi Ling's young heart, she had stubbornly believed that Yun Yuqing would definitely return to their side as long as she could cultivate. Yun Luofeng stood beside the brother and sister, and her eyes were dark as though she was contemplating something. Brother, Ling'er isn't afraid of pain or of death. I only want Auntie Yun to come back. If Qi Ling was given another chance to choose, she would not allow Yun Yuqing to risk her life. She would rather be a trash for life than to allow Auntie Yun to step into that dangerous place. However, Qi Ling did not know anything back then and had no idea what Yun Yuqing was doing. It wasn't until she grew older that she understood why the woman who was warm like a mother suddenly disappeared. If she wants to try, then let her try it. Just as Qi Su was about to deny her, a voice spoke, causing him to start. Qi Su quickly recovered and shook his head with a wry smile. Miss Yun, Xiao Ling's build is a bit special and she will be in endless pain when she cultivates. If she forcefully cultivates, her blood vessels will certainly burst, and she will die. He looked at Qi Ling again, his eyes full of gentleness. When Ling'er just turned 2, Master wanted to teach her to cultivate but discovered her body's peculiarity. Hence, she went to the Forest of Heaven's trial to find a strut plant called the 9-star strut fruit. This fruit can help Xiao Ling forcefully cultivate. Who knew she would go and never return? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. Besides Qi Ling's special build, she had also discovered Qi Ling's memory surpassed that of normal people. Normally, memories from before someone was 2 years old should be easily forgotten. Yet, she remembered them clearly, and her memory about Yun Yuqing was remarkable. Chapter 1817, The Qi Family Finding Trouble, 8. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. After a moment of consideration, Yun Luofeng looked up and said, if you can believe me, then give Qi Ling to me, and I will help her. Let's not speak of the 9-star sprit fruit, even the normal 9-star fruit was very hard to buy and a person had to go to the Forest of Heaven's trial to find one. Hence, she could only use other methods to help Qi Ling. Qi Su was startled and started contemplating it with a frown. It was not that he did not trust Yun Luofeng, but enabling Qi Ling to cultivate was something impossible. Hence, after a moment, he turned to look at Qi Ling. I will leave this for Xiao Ling to decide on her own. I can't help her make this type of decision. After the Qi family raggedly retreated, the crowd around them also dispersed almost completely. Besides Qi Su's subordinates, only Qi Lao and his people remained. I want to follow Sister Yun. Qi Ling made the decision without much thought. Although Qi Su already knew her decision, he still trembled. Xiao Ling, are you sure? Yes. Qi Ling nodded, and the corner of her eyes unconsciously reddened. I want to find Auntie Yun. I also don't want to be sold by Daddy again. Since you have decided, then you must persist in walking this path. Qi Su took a deep breath and clapped Qi Ling's shoulders. Brother will support you no matter what. Yun Luofeng lifted her hand and pulled Qi Ling to her side before looking up at Qi Su, a faint smile turning up on her wicked and stunning face. I will take her away for a month. During this month, prepare for our departure to Empire City. Also. Originally, Yun Luofeng was speaking normally, but then, her voice did not enter through his ears and directly rang inside his mind. Spiritual sound transmittance. Why shocked Qi Su even more was the content of the strut transmittance. It was actually the prescription for the strut gathering medicinal liquid. She actually directly gave the prescription to him, and had him make the medicinal liquid as well. I will also temporarily give my space ring to you for safekeeping. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yun Luofeng pulled off her space ring and placed it in front of Qi Su. Qi Su swept his mental energy over it and grew more shocked. These were all the strut herbs necessary to make the strut gathering medicinal liquid. Where did she obtain so many strut herbs? There was more in here than everything in the Qi family's possession. However, Qi Su knew what he should ask and what he should not ask, especially with so many people present. Hence, his inquiries were swallowed back before they reached his lips. However, he inwardly decided that he would not betray Yun Luofeng in this lifetime and also would not be unworthy of her trust. In truth, it was not a reckless action for Yun Luofeng to give the prescription and strut herbs to him. First, this pair of brother and sister once swore to the heavens. Second, Qi Ling was beside her. In this world, Qi Ling was undoubtedly the most important family member to Qi Su. Since he dared to give his sister to her, why didn't she dare to give him the prescription? Moreover, Qi Su was conducting business on her behalf, and she deeply believed that she should not use anyone she doubted and should not doubt anyone she used. She chose him, so she would not doubt him. Qi Ling, let's go. Yun Luofeng held Qi Ling's hand and sent a glance at Qi Su. In a month, I will bring Qi Ling back and come to find you. In an extremely dangerous mountain range overrun by bristles and thorns, a woman in white held a sword in her left hand to slash through the bristles blocking her path and held the fair and delicate little girl in her right hand. Chapter 1818, Princess, Run. 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. This is deep into Lingchuan Mountain, so there shouldn't be anyone coming to disturb us. Yun Luofeng stopped walking and turned to the little Lolita beside her and asked, Qi Ling, are you prepared? The little Lolita lightly bit her lips, determination shining in her bright eyes. I'm prepared. Yun Luofeng wickedly smiled. I don't have a spirit fruit to help you, so this might hurt. If you can endure it, then you won't be a trash any longer. In truth, Yun Luofeng knew a method that would be able to help Qi Ling since the first time she met her. However, the process was very painful, so how could she withstand it at such a young age? Hence, Yun Luofeng never mentioned helping her. It wasn't until a few days ago when she said those words herself outside of the Qi family medicine store that Yun Luofeng decided to lend her a hand. Sister, Ling'er isn't afraid. Radiant light like the sun sparkled in Qi Ling's eyes, glimmering with hope. Then sit down first and attempt to cultivate. You should know the technique for cultivation. Endure it no matter how painful it is. I won't let you die, Yun Luofeng firmly said as she watched Qi Ling. Okay. Qi Ling was sitting cross-legged as her mind recalled the cultivation technique that Yun Yuqing taught her. Spirit energy gathered in front of her, slowly forming a layer of thick fog. The thick fog penetrated Qi Ling's pores and wanted to burrow into her, but at that moment a sharp pain shot through Qi Ling, causing her to shudder and her face to instantly turn pale. At the same time, a hand was placed on her back, and a warm power transmitted from the hand into her body, soothing her pain. However, Qi Ling's cultivation was different from Yun Xiao extracting blood from his heart. The spirit energy in God Code space could numb Yun Xiao from the pain when he extracted his blood, but it could not completely numb Qi Ling's sense of pain. Hence, her body would jolt with every trace of spirit energy that entered, but she tightly bit her lips and did not utter a sound. Qi Ling, if you can't persist, don't worry. We can wait until we find the spirit fruit to help you cultivate. Yun Luofeng's voice came from behind Qi Ling, but it did not move Qi Ling's heart at all. She could only choke 5 words out due to the pain. Want to find Auntie Yun. She could not give up. Seeing her like this, Yun Luofeng did not say anything more and placidly sent spirit energy into Qi Ling. The spirit energy could not eliminate her pain, but it could save her life. As long as Qi Ling successfully made the spirit energy pass through her veins, she would not experience so much pain when she cultivated in the future. This first step was crucially vital. The spirit energy inside her both grew more and wanted to break through her veins. Due to the gathering of the spirit energy, Qi Ling started trembling. No matter what, Qi Ling was merely a 5-year-old child. She could refrain from making a sound but she could not control her tears. Her fair and delicate face was quickly drenched with tears. If there was not a conviction in her heart to support her, perhaps she would have given up already. Minutes and seconds passed. The sky turned from dawn to dusk. Qi Ling nearly fainted from the pain, but due to the spirit energy given to her by Yun Luofeng, her mind felt strangely clear. Finally, just as Qi Ling could not withstand it anymore, an explosion was heard. Her body could not support her anymore and she fell back. Chapter 1819, Princess, Run. 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Before her body could hit the ground, 2 arms caught her from behind. Sister Yun. Did I succeed? Qi Ling had a mournful smile on her lips, and her pale face was drained of color. Her breathing was very weak, as though she would disappear at any moment. Yun Luofeng quickly pulled out a stalk of spirit herb from the space to feed it to her. When she consumed the spirit herb, she slowly recovered. Yes, you succeeded. You are no longer a trash. Yun Luofeng's words did not make Qi Ling happy. She lowered her head and dejectedly said, if I was old enough back then, I absolutely wouldn't have let Auntie Yun take a risk. She wouldn't leave my brother and me then. Sister, do you know? Besides brother, Auntie Yun is the one who treats me the best, even better than my mother. A year ago, when my brother and I were kicked out of the Qi family, mother stood by the side and watched. Qi Ling kept her head lowered. I know she wasn't strong enough and could not resist against daddy, but why didn't she dare to even say a word? Even a word would have been good enough. Then at least, I wouldn't feel so bad. She did not hate her mother, nor did she resent her. She merely felt sad that mother did not dare to say a word because she was timid and looked on helplessly as they left the Qi estate. Even Auntie Yun, who was unrelated to her by blood, was willing to take a risk for her, so why was her mother so weak? Wasn't there a saying that a woman might be weak but would be unexpectedly strong as a mother? If she had a child in the future, she absolutely wouldn't let them be bullied. That's good, I am not a trash anymore. From now on, I can protect brother. I also need to go to the Forest of Heaven's trial to find Auntie Yun. When Qi Ling said her last sentence, her eyes were shining, as though she was a different person. In truth, Yun Luofeng herself did not understand why she had such a good impression of Qi Ling even though she hadn't known Qi Ling for long. This favorable impression was natural, so she was clueless about the cause. Qi Ling, I injected a lot of spirit energy into you just now. The spirit energy is very pure and has remained inside your body. Absorb it now and it can help you raise your strength. Originally, Yun Luofeng thought that coming here for a month would be enough. Who would have known that 3 months would have passed by the time Qi Ling finished cultivating? In these 3 months, Yun Luofeng also did not neglect her cultivation and would frequently go find spirit beasts to fight with. This allowed her cultivation to strengthen and stabilize at the god level. Of course, Yun Luofeng reaped a bigger reward when she accidentally stumbled into a mountain cave a month ago. She discovered quite a number of corpses in there, and for some unknown reason, the death energy did not dissipate after they died and accumulated inside the cave instead. Hence, Yun Luofeng released her skeleton army. After absorbing the death energy, the strength of the skeleton army soared to advanced rank sage level and was only a step from god level. Although the skeleton army was only at advanced rank sage level, Yun Luofeng believed that they would not lose against god-level cultivators. In addition to the growth of the skeleton army, the power under Yun Luofeng grew quite a bit as well. The gold-seeking hamsters consumed spirit herbs with everything they had over these 3 months, so they all reached sage level. Milk Tea and Hamster Queen were bordering on a breakthrough and could nearly advance to god level. Unfortunately, Huo and Cha Cha hadn't found a method to raise their strength yet. As for Xiao Mo, he was in no hurry since his strength originated from the god code space. Chapter 1820, Princess, Run. 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Xiao Mo's strength would rise every time the god code space enlarged. Little Tree recently started studiously cultivating. He was originally the strongest out of everyone, but now even Milk Tea was close to surpassing him, so how could he not worry? Thankfully, he had reached half god level some time ago, so he would probably be the first spirit beast to break through to god level. Lingchuan Mountain. A group of people were having a confrontation with a few spirit beasts. There was a young girl dressed in pink standing in the center being protected by everyone. She had a cute and exquisite face, but her clothes were splattered by blood and her delicate face was very pale. Your Highness the Princess, we will protect you so you can leave here first, the lead guard said, his expression determined in the face of possible death. No, I can't leave. There was fear in the girl's eyes, but her voice was staunchly determined. If I leave, my mission this time will dissolve into ashes. Princess, if you don't leave, aren't you giving those people what they want? They purposefully made you come and find Shranks and grass in order to utilize the spirit beasts in Lingchuan Mountain to deal with you. The guard's face was anxious as he worriedly watched the ferocious beasts. It was not that the Imperial clan did not have any experts, but how could those people allow the princess to take those experts with her? They purposefully used the princess's filial piety to force the princess to go and find Shranks and grass so that the princess would be killed without a doubt. Those people were truly cruel. While those guards attempted to persuade the girl, an enormous spirit beast suddenly tore open a guard's chest, and the guard instantly fell onto the ground. Almost immediately, the beast had charged to the front of the girl. The girl was pale from fright, and she could not move. Her eyes were full of fright as she looked on helplessly as the spirit beast leaped toward her. Swish! Just as the girl thought she would die without a doubt, a branch pierced through the sky and was embedded in the beast's head. The beast's claw stopped a mere centimeter from the girl, and then it fell down from the air and roughly dropped onto the ground with a bang. However, this was not the end. The other spirit beasts that were tangling with the guards also had branches penetrate them. They dropped to the ground without any warning and didn't rise again. Everyone was stupefied and they turned to look at the origin of the branches. They found a woman in white clothes slowly walking out of the trees. The woman was very young, about 20-something years old. Her face was beautiful enough to overturn nations, and no one could overlook it. Miss, was it you who saved us? A guard asked while respectfully cupping his fists. The woman looked young, but how could anyone who appeared deep in Lingchuan Mountain be ordinary? Oh, Sister Mew, it's you. While everyone tried to guess the woman's identity, a little head peeled out from behind the woman. She stuck her tongue out and said, Sister Yun said there was someone disturbing our cultivation, so we came to take a look. I didn't expect it would be you running into trouble. You are. The girl was startled. You are Qi Ling, Qi Su's younger sister. Why are you here? After hearing their conversation, Yun Luofeng slowly retracted her imposing aura. So she was an old friend of the Qi siblings. An innocent smile spread on Qi Ling's face. It was Sister Yun who brought me here. She said she had a way to help me cultivate, so I came with her. Oh right, Sister Yun is my teacher. She allowed me to not be a trash anymore. Chapter 1821, Princess, Run. 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Teacher. This word started Yun Luofeng but she did not refute it. Really? You can cultivate? The girl's eyes sparkled, and her face was full of joy. That's great. Right, is your brother doing? All right. When the girl mentioned Qi Su, she was blushing, and her face contained shyness. Seeing this, Yun Luofeng smiled. This girl's relationship with Qi Su was likely not as simple as friendship. This girl did not forget about Qi Su while he was down and out, so she was a worthy girl to befriend. My brother is doing well, but I was nearly sold off by the Qi family. Qi Ling pouted, her face brimming with the grievance. What? The girl was shocked. You were saying the Qi family wanted to sell you. When did this happen? How could they do something so atrocious? I originally thought it was good that your brother and you left the Qi family, but I didn't expect those people would be inhumane to this extent. Selling a daughter. The Qi family was not that poor. If nothing else, they merely considered Qi Ling useless so they wanted to trade her for something. This was undoubtedly Qi Mo's idea. Thinking to this point, the girl was furious. An idiot like Qi Mo was not worthy to hold Qi Su's shoes for him. She really did not understand what Qi Zheng was thinking. Sister Mew, I remembered the emperor was sick, how is he? When they were kicked out of the Qi estate a year ago, the emperor of Lufeng Kingdom was seriously ill, and as the princess, she could not come to send him off, updated by .com. The girl's eyes darkened. Father Emperor's condition is worsening. This time, it was his consorts who made me come to Lingchuan Mountain to find Shranks and grass. They claimed that since Father Emperor loved me the most, it would be unfilial of me if I didn't go and find the Shranks and grass. Truthfully though, they didn't need to say something ridiculous like that. As long as there's a single hint of hope for saving Father Emperor, I wouldn't give up. Shranks and grass. Yun Luofeng aloofly glanced at the girl. Lingchuan Mountain doesn't have Shuangtsung grass. What? The girl's face shifted. Impossible. Consort Qin said the Shuangtsung grass was located deep in Lingchuan Mountain. How could there not be Shuangtsung grass? I am speaking the truth. I have dwelled inside Lingchuan Mountain for 3 months but never saw the Shuangtsung grass. Qiling agreed from the side. Sister Yun is right. Lingchuan Mountain doesn't have any Shuangtsung grass. You must have been deceived by those people. In truth, Qiling did not know what Shuangtsung grass was. She only knew that whatever Yun Luofeng said, it was correct. The girl's legs grew weak and she nearly collapsed on the ground. She harshly bit her lips and angrily said, as if it wasn't enough that they wanted to harm me. If they worsened Father Emperor's illness because of this, Father Emperor would die. Your Highness the Princess, this subordinate has already said that those people have bad intentions. They all want your Highness to be met with mishaps. The guard beside the princess bitterly stated as he hastily helped the princess up. Those people were like jackals and hyenas. Ever since His Majesty fell ill, they had treated the princess like this and wished nothing more than to cause her death. As loyal subjects of the princess, how could they not be enraged? Thank you. The girl stood up. Not only did you save me earlier, but you also told me Lingchuan Mountain doesn't have Shuangtsung grass. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would delve deeper. Right, I haven't asked you for your name yet. My name is Mu Zushin. Yun Luofeng replied with a faint smile. Mu Zushin was somewhat dazed. With some difficulty, she had learned of a method to save Father Emperor, but it turned out to be those people's plot to harm her. Chapter 1822, Princess, Run. 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Sister Mu, are your father's concubines bullying you at home? Qiling worriedly looked at Mu Zushin. At Empire City, after Auntie Yun left and she and her brother fell into misfortune, only Mu Zushin did not start treating him differently. This was also why Qiling liked her. Mu Zushin's eyes darkened. Qi Zheng went to the imperial family to ask for my hand in marriage on Qimo's behalf. Those people already agreed. What? Qiling shouted in panic and hurriedly latched onto Mu Zushin's arm. Sister Mu, you can't be married to him. He's a scoundrel. He even hid me. Mu Zushin's heart was squeezed. She worriedly examined Qiling. Qimo hid you. Where did he hid you? Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, but I hate him. Qiling pouted. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Sister Yun, can we save the Emperor? If the Emperor wakes up, Sister Mu wouldn't have to be married to that giant scoundrel. Yun Luofeng's eyes flickered and she nodded. Qi Mu wants to go to Empire City to develop. We can go to the Imperial Palace to look at him at that time. Good. Qiling finally smiled. In her eyes, Yun Luofeng was extremely capable. She could certainly help the Emperor recover. Mu Zushin did not say anything in response to Yun Luofeng's agreement. She shook her head with a wry smile, her eyes full of grief. The various famous physicians in Lufeng Kingdom had all taken a look at Father Emperor, but they all could not cure him. He had consumed countless spiritual herbs but still did not get better. No matter how strong Qiling's teacher was, she could not save him. Mu Zushin gently sighed. Mother Empress was Father Emperor's most beloved woman, but she died during childbirth. However, Father Emperor did not blame her rival for harming Mother Empress and extremely doted on her instead. He also did not instate another Empress for many years, causing some people to boil in jealousy. If Father Emperor died, then she would not have any more family in this world. What should she live for then? Moreover, those people wanted to make her get married to Qimo. Since there isn't Shuangtsung grass here, then let's return to the palace. Qiling, if you see your brother, send my regards to him. Mu Zushin solemnly requested while looking at Qiling. Also, don't tell him about my situation. I don't want him to go back and stick up for me. He would not win against the Qi family, especially since the current Qi family had the imperial family supporting them. Doesn't Sister Mu want to see brother? Qiling bit her lips and unblinkingly looked at Mu Zushin. Mu Zushin's fingers trembled. She shook her head with a wry smile. What use is there to see him? He can't help me. Anyway, she did not want him to be pulled into these matters. All right then. Qiling lowered her head, full of disappointment. However, when she realized they would head to Empire City soon, she regained her spirits. Sister Mu, my brother and I will come and find you. Mu Zushin froze. She wanted to say something but could not voice it in the end. Yun Luofeng looked at the sky before turning to Qiling. It's late already. We should head down the mountain. Otherwise, your brother will think I abducted and sold you. Qiling nodded and grasped Yun Luofeng's hand, an innocent smile spreading on her fair face. Sister Yun, let's hurry and leave then. I miss brother. It was her first time being away from brother for so long. Yun Luofeng did not say anything else and leaped into the air with Qiling in her arms, her body instantly turning into a light and shooting into the distance. Fengling Town. Inside a residence, Xiu was standing outside the study. After a moment of contemplation, she pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 1823, Princess, Run. 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Xiu immediately saw the youth sitting in front of the desk. She bit her lips and said, Young master, you allowed Miss to leave with a strange woman, can you truly be without worry? 3 months have passed already, and Miss still hasn't returned. I'm afraid it bodes ill for her. Xiu's eyes were filled with anxiety. She truly did not understand, they have never met this woman before in their life, so why did young master trust her so much? Chi Su frowned and looked up at Xiu. First, she is not a strange woman. Second, Xiao Ling is my sister. As her brother, could I possibly harm her? Young master, that's not what I meant. Xiu was drenched with sweat. I only worry that she has deceived young master. You are kind and easily trust other people. Perhaps the Qi family purposefully found a woman that resembled Madame Yuqing in order to target Miss. Bang. Siom. The youth roughly tossed the pen onto the desk and icily said, Xiu, don't forget your status. Aren't you overstepping your position? How could he not worry about Qi Ling? However, he worried about Qi Ling, but it did not mean he did not trust Yun Luofeng. He was merely afraid they had run into danger. Back then, Yun Yuqing had claimed she would leave for a year but then did not return even after 3 years. Young master, you have changed. Xiu took a few steps back and stared at Qi Su in disbelief. You used to put Miss above all else and do everything with her benefit in mind. Now, she has gone missing for 3 months, but you still have faith in that woman. I can guarantee that that woman has taken Miss away and absolutely won't return. Qi Su was livid and pounded his fist on the desk. Xiu, you. Young master, you disappointed me too much. With another glance at Qi Su, Xiu turned around and headed out the door. If you won't go find Miss, then I will go find her. I will bring Miss Lingge back. Qi Su's face turned more displeased. If he did not know Xiu was completely loyal to him and only dared to disobey him out of worry for Qi Ling, he would certainly kill her with a slap. Stand right there. I believe in Miss Yun. I don't permit you to go. Xiu's steps halted and her gaze filled with more disappointment. She did not expect young master to lose his wits due to a woman and would neglect Miss as a result. Young master, I believe in my instinct. She won't return. If I wrongly accused her, then I will be her slave for the rest of my life to make up for my mistake. Xiu looked up straight at the courtyard in front of her. Her voice was powerful and full of resolution. However, at this time, 2 familiar figures suddenly entered their sight in the air. The woman's clothes were white as snow and fluttered with the wind. She held a cute little Lolita in her arms and was shooting towards them at a rapid speed. Miss. Xiu involuntarily cried out as she watched the 2 people coming from the sky. The words she had just spoken echoed in the courtyard, like a hand fiercely slapping her. It was extremely embarrassing. Siom. Closely following, her heart finally settled after 3 months of unease. Brother, I have returned. The moment Yun Luofeng touched the ground, Qi Ling's soft and sweet voice called out. Qi Su had his head lowered and was writing something in the study. When he heard Lolita's voice though, his pen slipped from his hand, and he madly dashed out of the study. Chapter 1824, Princess, Run. 7. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Before Qi Ling could react, she was pulled into a warm embrace. You returned. You finally returned. Qi Su's voice was slightly trembling. In these 3 months, he had suppressed worry in his heart, afraid that other people would follow his lead and worry. He was afraid that Yun Luofeng and Qi Ling would go and not return like master. He did not want to experience the pain of losing family a second time. Sensing Qi Su's worry, Qi Ling stuck her pink tongue out and innocently said, Brother, sorry. I forgot the time while cultivating, so I returned late. Cultivate. You. Qi Su released the girl in his embrace and examined her with shock. You can cultivate. Qi Ling nodded. Receiving a confirmation, Qi Su's lips shuddered, and emotional tears could not help but flow down. That's great. You can finally cultivate. That's truly great. Qi Su wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and looked up at Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know when Xiao Ling would be able to cultivate. Yun Luofeng smiled. Actually, Qi Ling has quite the talent and a strong heart, so you can give her to me to train. I will let her grow as fast as possible. Joy entered Qi Su's heart, and he hurriedly rebuked, Xiao Ling, why aren't you paying your respect to your master already? In the beginning, Qi Ling only considered Yun Luofeng to be her master in her mind and continued to call her sister. However, Qi Su's words meant that Qi Ling could recognize Yun Luofeng as her master. Qi Ling knelt down partially and cutely stuck her tongue out before mischievously saying, Xiao Ling greets master. On the side, Xiu had her mouth wide open from shock. This woman did not take advantage and abduct Miss. She also helped Miss successfully cultivate. Recalling how she previously targeted Yun Luofeng, shame flashed across her face. In truth, she did not especially hate Yun Luofeng. It was merely because she thought Yun Luofeng dragged young master down, so she felt conflicted about her. However, young master just had to admonish her because of this, causing her to be more furious. Added with her worry for Qi Ling, this was why she said something so undue. Upon learning that Yun Luofeng helped Qi Ling cultivate, the grudge in her heart also dissipated, and she stood on the side and bit her lips, not saying a word. Xiu, do you remember what you said earlier? Qi Su aloofly glanced at Xiu. You said that if Miss Yun didn't kidnap Lingge, then you would be her slave to make up for your mistake. You belong to her now and have no relationship with my sister and me from now on. Young master. Xiu's expression changed, and she dropped her kneeling position on the ground with a plop. I was wrong. Please don't make me leave. It's too late. Qi Su aloofly glanced at Xiu. I know you looked down on Miss Yun, but I previously warned you that she wasn't someone you could offend. Yet, you just wouldn't listen to me and disobeyed me again and again. Why do you think I should retain you? Xiu wanted to continue to beg when Yun Luofeng's bewitching voice was heard. Qi Su, are you attempting to forcefully stuff someone you don't want into my hands? I don't have a habit of taking unwanted things from other people. Xiu's face froze. Her head was leaning against the ground, and she was an inch from finding a hole in the ground to burrow herself into. Her strength was not bad, but these people all disregarded her. Chapter 1825, Princess, Run. 8. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Why don't you want her? Chi Su glanced at Xiu. Truthfully, he was making Xiu go and submit to Yun Luofeng in order to polish her character and make her understand she could not offend some people. Too weak, I don't need her. Yun Luofeng was very honest, but her words drained Xiu's face of color. She rejected Xiu, not because of Xiu's prior attitude towards her, but because Xiu's strength did not meet her standards. Chi Su was instantly rendered speechless. That was true. Yun Luofeng was able to create a god-level puppet, so how could Xiu meet her standards? Her rejection made sense. Then we will have Xiu sweep the back courtyard. In any case, he did not plan to keep Xiu by his side, but he did not kick her away in consideration of his teacher. Of course, if she wanted to leave herself, he would not stop her. Xiu's complexion did not look too good. She was kneeling on the ground with her head lowered. She would rather go sweep the courtyard than be kicked out. Otherwise, if Lady Yuchen was still alive, she certainly would not spare her. That's right, Xiu had an inherent fear towards Yun Yuqing. She still remembered how she was being hunted to death by a group of people 3 years ago, and the graceful Yun Yuqing descended from the sky in her snow-white clothes and saved her. Yun Yuqing was her savior, so she should be grateful towards her, and she was. However, compared to gratitude she had more fear. Siom. After saving her, Yun Yuqing clearly told her objective and ordered her to follow Chi Su and protect him. If anything happened to Chi Su, Yun Yuqing would make her pay with her life. This was why she did not want young master to kick her out. Otherwise, Yun Yuqing would certainly kill her. She could still recall the murderous aura surrounding Yun Yuqing as she said this back then. It was an aura that could kill her at any moment. Thinking about this point, Xiu lowered her head and bit her lips. Young master, I am willing to go sweep the courtyard. I only beg young master to allow me to stay by your side. Chi Su paused before saying, although I'm having you clean the courtyard, you must be respectful toward Miss Yun from now on. She is your first master. You must defer to her more than Xiao Ling and me. Xiu looked up in shock. Although Yun Luofeng helped Miss to be able to cultivate, young master was making her defer to Yun Luofeng more than them. Was this merely because he was thankful for Yun Luofeng's assistance? Regardless of how many questions Xiu had in her mind, she did not say it out loud. She cast her eyes down. As you order, young master. She had no choice. She also believed from the bottom of her heart that a woman like Yun Yuqing absolutely would not die inside the Forest of Heaven's trial. Leave us then, I have something to say to Miss Yun. Siom. Chi Su did not torment her any further, but his distant tone made it clear he did not want to speak to Xiu anymore. Xiu stood up from the ground and slowly left. Her gaze toward Yun Luofeng did not contain its previous resentment, it could be labeled as chagrin at most. Chi Su did not look at Yun Luofeng until Xiu left. Miss Yun, while you were gone, I reached an agreement with the second prince of Tianqi Kingdom. What agreement? Yun Luofeng asked with raised brows. It's like this, we want to develop in Empire City, but the Qi family certainly won't allow it. Perhaps we would even be tragically suppressed in Empire City. They might possess the strength-gathering medicinal liquid, but if the Qi family suppressed them, their path in Empire City would be incomparably difficult. That was why Chi Su had so many apprehensions. Chapter 1826, Arriving at Empire City 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Because of that, I plan to use the second prince's name to open this medicine store. As compensation, they have a priority to purchase anything inside our medicine store. Although Yun Luofeng provided quite a bit of strength-gathering medicinal liquid to the second prince every month, who would resent having too much of an item like the strength-gathering medicinal liquid? In truth, the second prince had other reasons for agreeing to this request. He could determine that the provider of the strength-gathering medicinal liquid would certainly be someone extraordinary in the future. He would not suffer any loss by befriending someone like that. That was right, he said the provider of the strength-gathering medicinal liquid, not Chi Su. After all, Qi Lao believed that Chi Su could not provide the strength-gathering medicinal liquid, and there was certainly a higher power helping him. However, there was no way that Qi Lao would guess that the higher power he thought of would be Yun Luofeng. Your worries are correct. Yun Luofeng lightly stroked her chin, a light flashing through her eyes. When Qi Ling and I went to cultivate, we ran into Mu Zushin. Chi Su jolted when he heard this name, and deep fondness flashed through his eyes. Yun Luofeng was observing his expression the whole time. When she saw the emotion in his eyes, she determined that the relationship between Chi Su and Mu Zushin wasn't ordinary. She continued watching Chi Su as she said, Mu Zushin said that the imperial family wanted to marry her to Chi Mo. One single Qi family doesn't need to be feared, but if we want to achieve success in Empire City, it would be best to avoid trouble with the imperial family. As expected, when Chi Su heard that Mu Zushin was getting married to Chi Mo, Chi Su was taken back at first, but soon after, a barely detectable trace of pain flitted through his eyes. She originally thought Mu Zushin's affections were unrequited, but it turned out it was mutual. However, because Chi Su was evicted from the Qi family, he could only repress his feelings toward Mu Zushin. Perhaps even Qi Ling did not realize this. Chi Su's pain instantly receded, and he quickly recovered. In truth, even without the marriage between Mu Zushin and Chi Mo, I must still keep the imperial family in mind because Consort Qin is my father's younger sister. Consort Qin. Yun Luofeng's eyes flickered. If she remembered correctly, Mu Zushin said that it was Consort Qin who was scheming against her. Chi Su, when the medicine store has its grand opening, don't let people know about the second prince yet. After all, he is a prince of Tianqi Kingdom. Him coming to the Lufeng Kingdom to open a medicine store might not go over smoothly. Chi Su started. He did not consider this point initially. The events after that should run without a hitch. The store is opened already, what can they do? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. In truth, our apprehensions are different. You are only worried about the imperial family and the Qi family suppressing the medicine store, but do you think something like the Strip-gathering medicinal liquid can be suppressed? If people know that it was you who opened the medicine store, shameless people would certainly try to snatch it by force. But if it was another kingdom's prince, to avoid a conflict between two kingdoms, they would not have the guts to do that. Qi Su's face froze. Yun Luofeng was right. With those people's character, they would certainly try to take the Strip-gathering medicinal liquid by force. If the Qi family asks, say that you have sold the prescription to the second prince already. Yun Luofeng shrugged. If someone was willing to step forward and take the blame, who was she to stop them? Miss Yun, I understand. When will we depart for Empire City? Qi Su asked after calming down. Pack up your things. We will leave now. Yun Luofeng's words caused excitement to erupt in Qi Su. Heavens knew how repressed he had felt the past year. He never imagined there would be a day where he could go back. He would certainly make those people understand what a big mistake they made by evicting him. Chapter 1827, Arriving at Empire City, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Brother, are we going home? In contrast to her previous aversion toward Empire City, Qiling's face was lit up with a joyful smile currently. Since we are going back, doesn't that mean Sister Mu won't have to marry Qi Mo? After all, it's brother who had a betrothal with Sister Mu. Betrothal? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and subconsciously looked at Qi Su with a smile on her face. Xiom. Xiao Ling, don't speak nonsense. Qi Su's face shifted and he immediately admonished. Muera and I are merely brother and sister. Oh. Qi Ling pouted. She still remembered shortly before they left, Sister Mu sought brother out to confess. But brother said he merely considered her to be his younger sister, so she did not regard Mu Zushan as her sister-in-law ever again. However, she wholeheartedly did not wish for Sister Mu, who she liked, to be married to someone she disliked. Yun Luofeng aloofly looked toward Qi Su. Qi Su, the person I chose can't be cowardly. If you don't even have the guts to pursue your feelings, how can I count on you to do anything for me? Yun Luofeng's words were measured, but they easily clashed into Qi Su's heart, causing pain to shoot through it. Mu Zushan was a princess, but she did not have the temper of a princess and stood by his side all along while he was downtrodden. How could he not like a girl like that? However, she was a princess, and he had already been expelled from his family and constantly underwent danger. How could he drag her into a situation like this? Yun Luofeng's words were like a cold bucket of water pouring over his head though, drenching him completely. That's right, he was cowardly to the point of not daring to directly face his desires. What right did he have to properly conduct business for her? Miss Yun, thank you. Qi Su's face was brimming with gratitude. I understand. I won't give up in the future. He was no longer the previous Qi Su. He had the ability to give Mu Zushan a superior life. Empire City. In the Qi estate, Qi Zheng was sitting inside his study and had his eyes closed to rest. Suddenly, he heard the footsteps outside the door, and his eyes shot open. Xiom. Squeak. The door of the study was pushed open, and Qi Mo entered the room. With a frown, he said, Dad, I investigated what you told me to. Oh. A glint flickered through Qi Zheng's eyes. What is the background of the woman by Qi Su's side? No background. No background. Another one without a background. Qi Zheng did not look too pleased. Yun Yuqing also did not have a background. This woman looked so similar to Yun Yuqing, could they be related somehow? Could she be Yun Yuqing's daughter? A holier-than-thou woman like Yun Yuqing would marry someone and have a daughter. Qi Zheng absolutely would not believe that. Because there probably was not any man in the world who Yun Yuqing would take a liking to. Dad, even if she was truly related to Yun Yuqing, why should we be afraid of her? She is nothing but a young woman. Could she possibly be stronger than Yun Yuqing? Qi Mo looked completely uncaring. Qi Zheng took a deep breath and inquired, what about the man who helped Qi Su? Did you find anything? Qi Mo's face darkened. He is the second prince of the Tianqi kingdom. In truth, Qi Lao's identity was not any secret. However, Qi Zheng did not consider this from the start, so he had to send someone to investigate it in order to know his identity. The second prince of the Tianqi kingdom. Qi Zheng exclaimed. Why is the second prince of the Tianqi kingdom helping him? Qi Mo's expression turned gloomier. The news that my people obtained from Fenglin town is that Qi Su has already sold the prescription of the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid to the second prince of the Tianqi kingdom. Chapter 1828, Arriving at Empire City, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. After saying that, Qi Mo indignantly said, Dad. What right does that bastard Qi Su have? What right does he have to sell my prescription to other people? That belongs to our Qi family. That's right, even now, Qi Mo believed that the prescription of the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid belonged to the Qi family. By selling the prescription of the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid to the second prince, it was the same as selling off a possession of the Qi family. As the heir of the Qi family, how could he be content? No wonder. Qi Zheng closed his eyes with chagrin. Sometime later, he finally opened his eyes. I was wondering why the second prince of the Tianqi kingdom would help him for no reason. It turns out he was aiming for the prescription as well. Qi Su is truly a traitor who leeched off us while helping others secretly. He doesn't understand he should offer good things to the Qi family. Even selling it to the Qi family would work. Instead, he gave it to someone else. Dad, what should we do now? Chimo was very enraged. As soon as he thought of how the prescription that belonged to him was stolen by someone, fury was boiling inside of him. Chimo, ignore this for now. In a few months, fourth princess will become a member of our Qi family. Go find her first, Qi Zheng said while looking at Chimo. Chimo was startled, and Mu Zhuxian's pretty face surfaced in his mind. Greed and desire flashed through his eyes. Since the first time he saw the fourth princess, he had been deeply captivated by her. Who knew that the imperial family would establish a betrothal with Qi Su, and the fourth princess had her eyes solely on him? Why? He was the eldest son of the Qi family, so why wasn't the betrothal set with him instead? Thankfully, the emperor was seriously ill, and Yu Niuqing's fate was unknown, so he acquired the chance to marry the princess. Also, Qi Zheng hesitated for a moment before continuing, the fourth princess can only be your concubine. She can't become your wife. What? Astonishment overtook Chimo's face. Making the fourth princess be his concubine. The imperial family would permit that. Qi Zheng also saw Chimo's doubt and explained, this was your aunt's order. If you want to marry the fourth princess, she can only be your concubine. Chimo's aunt was evidently Qi Qin, the consort Qin who hated Mu Zhuxian to her bones. With consort Qin's hatred for Mu Zhuxian, how could she allow Mu Zhuxian to be the wife? Mu Zhuxian must be a concubine. As long as I obtain her, a concubine will do. Moreover, if I took a princess of the imperial family as my wife, how could I take concubines in the future? Chimo licked the corner of his mouth. If she is a concubine, then she can't mind my business. Qi Su, don't think that I don't know that she is your heart even though you kept rejecting Mu Zhuxian. I want to let you know that the woman you like is only worthy of being my concubine, being played with as I please. You will certainly be in pain for your whole life at that time. He could imagine Qi Su's pained expression already and broke into laughter. Qi Zheng's following words filled his heart with joy again. Moer, make preparations, I will bring your mother back to the estate in a few days. I want to give her a status. Yes, father. At that moment, Chimo felt like he was the ultimate winner in life. He not only had power and status, but his mother was also returning to the estate. His mother becoming a proper wife of the Qi family was within reach. Was this something that Qi Su could contend with? That guy was only worthy of looking up at him. Go on then. Qi Zheng waved his hand, his gaze toward Chimo brimming with loving care. Chimo cupped his fists and retreated. He wanted to go find the fourth princess and make her understand that relying on him would be the best choice. In the inner court of the imperial palace, Mu Yiren was laying on the bed unconscious. His face was pale and his breathing weak. A beautiful woman dressed in an imperial gown was resting by his side. There were tears on her face, but not much sincere grief in her expression, her behavior entirely superficial. Chapter 1829, Arriving at Empire City, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Suddenly, someone outside the door announced, Consort Qin, Her Highness the Fourth Princess has returned. What? Consort Qin was shocked. That girl actually didn't die. Consort Qin realized she overreacted, and because there were some civil and martial ministers in the room as well, she quickly covered it up. A smile turned up on her face. It's good the girl is back. She must have retrieved the Shuangtsung grass. His Majesty will be saved. Hearing this, the ministers became excited as well. A kingdom cannot lack a ruler forever. If His Majesty remained unconscious and did not wake up, then the Lufeng kingdom would be annexed eventually. We pay respect to your highness the princess. A row of greetings was heard outside the door. Soon after, a fair hand pushed open the door and a figure energetically entered the room. Siom. Consort Qin was the first to receive her. She donned a fake smile and said, Your Highness the Princess, have you obtained the Shuangtsung grass? If you have, then hurry and take it out. Or do you not want to save His Majesty? As soon as Mu Zhuxian heard Consort Qin mention the Shuangtsung grass, fury rose in her eyes and she angrily glared at her. You dare to ask me? You lied to me saying Lingchuan Mountain had the Shuangtsung grass. I turned the mountain upside down and still couldn't find it. What? Consort Qin held her mouth in astonishment. Your Highness the Princess, you said that you turned Lingchuan Mountain upside down. From what I know, Lingchuan Mountain has countless dangers. If you truly ransacked it, how can you stand here unscathed? If you ask me, you were too cowardly and did not dare to go to Lingchuan Mountain, right? Mu Zhuxian snorted. Since Consort Qin knows Lingchuan Mountain has countless dangers, why did you force me to go there then and you yourself hid inside the imperial palace? You claim that you're infatuated with Father Emperor, but I don't see it. Consort Qin had a hint of embarrassment on her face and awkwardly chuckled. This consort needs to take care of His Majesty, so how could this consort leave? Moreover, as His Majesty's daughter, Princess ought to take a risk for His Majesty. Is that so? Then why didn't Consort Qin assign the experts of the Imperial Palace to me? If the Imperial Palace doesn't have any experts, the Qi family has quite a few, isn't it? Mu Zhuxian's words caused Consort Qin's face to freeze. The ministers inside the room all simultaneously turned the gaze toward Consort Qin. Consort Qin did not hold much hatred toward the previous empress. After all, when the empress passed away, the Qi family had not obtained power yet, so Consort Qin naturally had not seen the previous empress. However, she hated Mu Zhuxian. Because the emperor dearly loved Mu Zhuxian, it made her inwardly unhappy. Mu Zhuxian was merely a daughter, and she had birthed a son, to say the least, but she had never seen the emperor dote on her son that much. When Yu Niuqing was still here, Consort Qin did not dare to be too impudent because she knew Yu Niuqing's character. If Yu Niuqing learned of her true nature, she certainly would not support the Qi family anymore. Siom, on top of that, Mu Zixin had an extremely good relationship with Chisu, and Yu Yuqing was a protective person, so Consort Qin could not bully Mu Zixin. As a result, Consort Qin did not reveal her nature until a year after Yu Yuqing left. Consort Qin, your actions simply disregarded fourth princess safety. A minister could not remain silent and spoke up, his face livid. If anything happened to the princess, how could this subject explain it to his majesty? They knew that Mu Zixin went to Lingchuan Mountain but did not stop it since the imperial family had a lot of experts. What they did not expect was for Consort Qin to not give a single one of those experts to Mu Zixin. Chapter 1830, Arriving at Empire City, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Fangyun continent was different from other places in that women participated in politics if they had the ability. His Majesty was unconscious, and Consort Qin was the only woman bestowed with the title while the other women were merely imperial concubines and noble ladies won. On top of that, the only prince inside the palace was mothered by Consort Qin, so she naturally obtained the power. Of course, this did not escape connection with the Qi family's help. Father Emperor, Mu Zixin slowly walked toward the bed. Her eyes unconsciously reddened as she looked at the weakly breathing man on the bed. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to save you even if I exhaust my life. Consort Qin was derisive toward this. Your Highness the Princess, it's useless regardless of what you say. If you are truly capable, then bring a physician that can cure His Majesty here. Mu Zixin icily glanced at Consort Qin but did not say anything and left. Siom. She originally wanted to return to the princess estate to rest but deeply frowned when she reached the doorway and saw the approaching figure. Fourth princess. Chimo caught sight of Mu Zixin at first glance. His eyes were undisguised as he looked straight at the graceful and delicate girl in front of him, wishing nothing more than to jump her and eat her clean. Why are you here? Due to Consort Qin, Mu Zixin was angered as soon as she saw a member of the Qi family. Of course, Chisu and his sister were the exceptions. What is your Highness the Princess saying? I'm your fiancé, why do I need a reason to come see my fiancé? Chimo greedily evaluated Mu Zixin and harshly swallowed, a lascivious smile spreading on his feminine face. His gaze was too candid, so candid that rage shot. Translator, Zen_. Mu Zixin, do you really think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you simply because you are a princess of the imperial family? Didn't you used to ride roughshod over everyone precisely because your father the emperor spoiled you? Let me tell you, the current imperial family is Consort Qin's domain. If the emperor dies, then Consort Qin's son will logically become the next emperor. Mu Zixin's eyes widened and her body trembled from anger. You are impertinent. Impertinent. So what? It's not like your father the emperor will ever recover. The imperial physicians have determined that he won't stay alive for more than a few months. But a kingdom can't lack a ruler. I will be the little emperor's cousin in the future, and you will scamper to curry my favor. It was unsurprising that Chimo would say that. His little male cousin was the emperor's only son, so he was the next in line to be the emperor. As soon as the emperor died, the imperial family would be under the Qi family's control. Father Emperor won't die. If you curse him again, I won't spare you. Mu Zixin's face was deathly pale, and her body was trembling as though she would fall over at any second. Chimo sneered. Mu Zixin, I reckon you still don't know that Consort Qin has already bestowed you as a concubine to me. You will be nothing more than a little concubine of mine from now on. Do you still think you are the high and mighty princess? What right do you have to run your mouth off in front of me? Chapter 1831, Arriving at Empire City, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Especially since this woman slapped him. He would certainly pay her back for this slap later. Viciousness appeared in Chimo's eyes when he thought of that. Mu Zixin was astonished by Chimo's words. She completely did not expect Consort Qin to be gutsy enough to make her, a rightful princess, be a concubine. Chimo, I won't let you have your way. Mu Zixin gritted her teeth and glanced at Chimo with loathing in her eyes. No matter what happens in the future, I am still currently a princess. You better be more respectful, I won't forgive you otherwise. After saying this, Mu Zixin bypassed Chimo and did not forget to harshly slam against him with her shoulder as she walked past him. BTCH. As Chimo watched Mu Zixin's back figure, he darkly said, I will let you run rampant for a little longer. After you become my concubine, you will beg. His words naturally drifted to Mu Zixin's ears. The moment she closed the door, her tears could not be held back anymore and flowed freely. Chisu, although you once rejected me, my heart will only accept you. Mu Zixin took out a jade pendant. It was her betrothal token with Chisu from when Yu Yuqing was still here. Back then, I already thought it over and decided to go to Fengdan Town to find you when Father Emperor recovers. If you love me, then I will follow you no matter how hard and exhausting it is. If you don't love me, then I will be your younger sister and never regret it. However, I can't wait for that day anymore. Chisu, do you know? Besides you, I was able to persist through these days because I have a Father Emperor that has always loved me. I wish to save him with everything I have. Mu Zixin cast down her eyes laden with grief. So, if Father Emperor truly can't be saved, then I would rather follow him than suffer Chimo's humiliation. A good woman did not marry two husbands. She did not merely have a betrothal with Chisu, but she also gave her heart to him. Hence, she absolutely would not permit herself to marry another man. If she could not guard her innocence, then what purpose did she have for living? Mu Zixin limply collapsed on the ground. Her hand clutched her face and noiselessly sobbed. Empire City. When Chi Su stepped onto the luxurious streets once more, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart, and his eyes were full of memories. Chi Su, tell me what the Chi family's strength is, Yun Luofeng asked as she looked at the man next to her. Hearing this, Chi Su was startled briefly before seriously answering, the strongest person in the Chi family is my father, Chi Zheng. He had broken through to God level already and is merely a step away from heavenly God level. Miss Yun, I know your strength must be extraordinary as well, but there is still a certain difference between two heavenly God level cultivators. Yun Luofeng was dumbfounded for a few seconds. She originally thought that with how powerful the Chi family was, Chi Zheng would at least be a heavenly God level cultivator. She did not expect him to also be God level. It appeared that even if there were a lot of heavenly God level cultivators in a place like Fangyun continent, not everyone could achieve it. Miss Yun, don't doubt me. A God level can sense the rules of heaven and earth, and those who can sense it more intensely will also be more powerful. Chi Zheng might have only reached God level for 5 years, but with my master's previous help, he was unrivaled among all the God level cultivators. Unrivaled among all the God level cultivators. Yun Luofeng shrugged. Let's not mention the fact that she possessed the dragon scale armor. Even if she could not summon the armor, she might not lose against Chi Zheng. What about the imperial family? Yun Luofeng continued inquiring. Chapter 1832, Old Blacksmith 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. She had to understand the imperial family's current situation. The situation within the imperial family is more complicated. Chi Su cast a glance at Yun Luofeng. There are two Reverend God experts in there. Reverend God. Yun Luofeng's expression became grave and stern. What comes after God level was Heavenly God and lastly, Reverend God. The Shi family was the #1 aristocrat family in the Lufeng kingdom, second only to the imperial family. Yet, she didn't expect the difference of one rank was so huge. Miss Yun, in the kingdom, once someone's strength advances to God level, they would be absorbed into the imperial family and separated from their families. They would then enjoy unsurpassed power in the kingdom. Chi Su paused for a moment before continuing. So why would anyone be unwilling? Furthermore, entering the imperial family would be much easier than fighting outside to establish their own faction. Therefore, this had resulted in the Chi family becoming the #1 aristocrat family. And who are those two Reverend God experts? Yun Luofeng frowned and asked. Siom. They are the #1 experts of Lufeng kingdom, and above everyone. Their position even surpasses the emperor. Chi Su's expression was serious. However, they will not interfere in any matters of the imperial family. Only when they need something will they find the imperial family to do work for them. It could be said that the real power holder of the imperial family were those two Reverend God experts. However, they were only concerned about cultivating and didn't care about the imperial family's affairs. As such, the emperor was still the #1 decision-maker of Lufeng kingdom. I understand. Yun Luofeng stroked her jaw as her eyes flickered. Do you want to visit your childhood lover? Chi Su's face blushed and was silent for a moment before speaking. Miss Yun, I wish to visit her only after I have achieved some success. I don't wish for her to worry about me, and furthermore. Pausing for a moment, he said. I don't wish for too many people to know of my return to Empire City. It's fine for you to decide concerning your own personal affairs. I will not interfere. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. Miss Yun, where are we heading to now? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and asked, where's the worst district in Empire City? Chi Su was momentarily stunned before he immediately understood her intentions. You're afraid that purchasing a store in a good location will attract too much attention and sir, decided to choose one in a bad location. Hearing his explanation, Yun Luofeng nodded. That's right, we can't attract too much attention at this time. I know, it's the West City. Not waiting for Chi Su to answer, Chi Ling interrupted. Her little face was flushed red, while her long eyelashes fluttered similar to a doll and she looked extremely adorable. Siom. Let's go, our destination will be the West City. The words, West City, caused Chi Su to be momentarily distracted. Noticing the fleeting emotions in his eyes, Yun Luofeng did not pry and allow Chi Su to bring her towards the West City. Compared to the luxurious East City, the West City was unfrequented. Regardless of the stores or streets, there were extremely few customers. There was an old blacksmith seated outside an empty store while the hammer in his hands continuously hammered against the heated sword. This old blacksmith looked very old and his head full of white hair made him seem exceptionally weak. Just as he was engrossed in work, he heard two familiar voices in front of him, causing his aged body to suddenly stiffen. Uncle. The old blacksmith looked up, seemingly incapable of believing that the two people standing before him were right before him. His eyes unconsciously reddened as even his voice was excited. Sue, Ling'er, you've returned. Uncle. Chapter 1833, Old Blacksmith 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. A trace of a shock streaked across Yun Luofeng's eyes. This old man was actually Chi Su's uncle. Looking at his appearance, those who weren't aware would think that he was his grandfather. However, Yun Luofeng noticed very soon that this old man wasn't old, probably around 30 to 40 years old. There was some other reason that resulted in him looking aged. You've returned. Does Chi Zheng the bastard know? After mentioning Chi Zheng, the old blacksmith's face revealed fury, as he was wishing he could cut him into pieces. Uncle, how have you been this year? All sorts of feelings welled up in Chi Su's heart. That year when an accident happened to the Lin family, his mother had taken his uncle and his family into the Chi family. The Chi family had also treated them well due to Chi Su's master. However, after his master went missing, the Chi family had chased out his uncle and his family. His uncle's family were originally blacksmiths and helped others forge weapons. Normally he could have a good life by relying on his skills, but alas, he had been suppressed by the Chi family and had to live miserably. Pretty well. The old blacksmith smiled. His smile was very forced and one could see that he didn't want Chi-Su to be worried. Uncle, has mother come here lately? Chi-Su sighed and asked. The old blacksmith was startled. You didn't know your mother had been locked up? His question caused Chi-Su's expression to change instantly. Chi Zheng, that bastard locked up my mother. The old blacksmith coldly laughed. Someone like that heartless bastard, what wouldn't he do? A few months ago, your aunt fell sick and your mother secretly brought some money, thinking of having your aunt visit a physician. However, Chi Zheng, that bastard, found out and brought a group of men to snatch the money back and even beat her up. Speaking of this, the old blacksmith sighed. He said that this money belonged to the Chi family and your mother, who has been freeloading, doesn't have the right to give to others. However, the huge business the Chi family currently has was earned with the help of your master. Chi-Su tightly clenched his fist. Even though Chi-Ling felt unhappy that Lin King hadn't spoken up for them previously, her petite face showed rage after hearing that her mother had been beaten up. Uncle, how is aunt doing? Has she recovered? Chi-Su asked worriedly. The old blacksmith's expression darkened. It's still the same. Furthermore, her condition had worsened. Perhaps she only had a few days left. Of course, he did not tell this to Chi-Su. Right now, Chi-Su wasn't doing well either, so how could he possibly involve him? Uncle, bring me to visit aunt in a while. I'll talk to you about some serious business first. Chi-Su's expression became serious. I'll introduce to you, this lady is Yun Luofeng, and also my lord and Xiao Ling's master. Before the old blacksmith, Chi-Su did not conceal Yun Luofeng's identity. He had also willingly become Yun Luofeng's subordinate. The old blacksmith looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. His nephew had always been prideful, yet now he was willingly working for someone else. This lady didn't seem simple. Miss Yun, my uncle is someone who can be trusted. Chi-Su smiled and said. Yun Luofeng did not comment anything as she trusted Chi-Su. Uncle, we came to Empire City to open a medicine store. Would you be willing to sell us your store? Chi-Su asked in seriousness. The old blacksmith smiled. If you want the shop, I'll give it to you. In any case, there's no business here and having it is just a waste of time keeping it open. Chi-Su stared distractedly and unconsciously looked at Yun Luofeng. Contrary to what he thought, Yun Luofeng nodded her head without being polite. Since that is the case, I'll accept this store. As repayment, I'll help treat your aunt. Chapter 1834, Old Blacksmith 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The old blacksmith was shocked and he looked at Chi-Su. Su'er, your lord, is a physician. Not only is she a physician, she has very powerful abilities. Since she's willing to treat aunt, let her have a look. Perhaps she'll be able to cure her. Chi-Su gave an enigmatic smile. He had confidence in Yun Luofeng. Someone who has the spread-gathering medicinal liquid formulation, what else can she accomplish? All right. The old blacksmith became excited. To make it convenient to take care of your aunt, she's just right inside. Miss Yun, please follow me. After the old blacksmith walked into the store, Yun Luofeng also followed in. Upon entering, she heard sounds of coughing and lightly frowned as she slowly walked into the hall. There was a small bed placed within the hall and on the bed, a pale-faced woman was lying there. She had heard the conversation outside and so she was not surprised to see Chi-Su and his sister. Su'er, Ling-er, it's great that you've returned. They did not have to worry about these two children anymore. Aunt, don't speak. Chi-Su hastily ran to the bed and held onto her hand, with his eyes reddened. Let Miss Yun check your body. The woman nodded. I'll have to trouble Miss Yun. The old blacksmith did not have children and so, they had always treated Chi-Su and Chi-Ling as their own children. Her sickness was due to her worrying about Chi-Su and his sister, which resulted in prolonged anxiety. Furthermore, as she hadn't been able to obtain treatment, it worsened her condition. If Chi-Su hadn't returned, she wouldn't have many days left. It's not a serious illness. Yun Luofeng glanced at her and obtained a conclusion. Chi-Su, I have a few stalks of medicinal herbs here. Boil them and it'll immediately cure her illness. The old blacksmith widened his mouth in shock. Miss Yun, how could I possibly have you provide the herbs? It's fine if you tell us the prescription and I'll purchase the herbs. First, the Chi family is currently oppressing you while the entire Empire City's medicine halls are controlled by them. How could you possibly purchase any medicinal herbs? Yun Luofeng glanced at the old blacksmith. Secondly, you've given your store to me for free, so what if I give you a few medicinal herbs? The old blacksmith was instantly silenced. He knew that what Yun Luofeng spoke was the truth. The Chi family wouldn't possibly sell any medicinal herbs to him. Even if they sold any, it would definitely be for an astronomical amount. Furthermore, he did not have much money left. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to even invite a physician. Furthermore, Yun Luofeng paused. Your blacksmith skills seem to be pretty good and I was wondering, would you be willing to work for me? Since she wanted to use puppets to control this Fengyun continent, then she would definitely require a huge amount. The required number couldn't be made just relying on herself. She couldn't possibly spend so much time on producing puppets. Of course, puppets were different from the strut-gathering medicinal liquid. She could have Chi-Su produce the strut liquid, but she had to control the production of the puppets. Therefore, she only intended for the old blacksmith to forge a few basic items. Lastly, it had to go through her hands to allow the puppet to work. This was also her motive of deciding to help the old blacksmith. Of course, I'll provide you a pretty good salary, Yun Luofeng smiled and slowly said. Seeing that the old blacksmith was still startled, Chi-Su became anxious as he hastily said, Uncle, hurry and say yes to Miss Yun. In addition, you can't tell others that Miss Yun is my lord. Otherwise, it'll bring trouble for Miss Yun. Chapter 1835, Old Blacksmith 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The old blacksmith recovered his senses and looked at Yun Luofeng with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Yun. If it weren't for you, we would have. While speaking, he was choked with emotions as his eyes contained tears. Since Jisoo is my subordinate, I am obligated to make sure he can work for me without any worries for his family. She had another reason for helping the old blacksmith. That was so that Jisoo would be without worries and help her wholeheartedly. Siom. After resolving the issue of the store, Yun Luofeng began preparation for opening the business. For these 3 months, Jisoo wasn't idle for a moment. For the medical hall, he had prepared a huge quantity of strip-gathering medicinal liquid. Only with this strip medicinal liquid would they be able to open the shop in a short period of time. However, Jisoo noticed that Qiling had a worried frown on her face these few days and looked listless. From the start, he thought that Qiling was sick and went looking for Yun Luofeng to treat her. However, after seeing Qiling, Yun Luofeng knew that this little girl had a load on her mind. Even after Jisoo questioned her several times, Qiling had only shaken her head without speaking. Unfortunately, he could only drop the subject. One day when Yun Luofeng walked out of the store, Jisoo had held Qiling's hand and walked to her side. Miss Yun, the store will be opening in 2 days. Why don't we go out and have a good meal? Previously in Fengling Town, with the popularity of the spread-gathering medicinal liquid, it caused all the medicinal herbs in the store to be sold out. Jisoo did not hand this money to Qi family and kept it with him. Therefore, he was still able to afford to treat Yun Luofeng to a meal. Yun Luofeng was silent for a while before speaking. Alright, let's go. Jisoo smiled. I know a restaurant in Empire City with good food. Unfortunately, it's hard to book a room there, so I can only ask Miss Yun to accept seating in the lounge. It's fine. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. She did not care about these matters. Furthermore, Yun Luofeng paused and glanced at Qiling. You should bring Qiling to walk outside and relieve her boredom. No matter what, Qiling was only a 5-year-old girl, and after experiencing so many unforeseen events, it wasn't unexpected for her to be somewhat depressed. In addition, Yun Luofeng had taken a liking to this little girl deep down. Qiling had a look of about to speak, seemingly wanting to say something but found it hard to say it out loud. Jisoo, noticing that Qiling had something to say to her, she said, "Can you let me and Qiling speak alone?" Siom. Jisoo was somewhat shocked, but he knew that Qiling was not in good condition recently, so he did not reject her request. Alright, I'll head to Longfeng restaurant first. Xiao Ling knows the direction. After talking, you can find me there. After speaking, he looked at Xiao Ling as he was still somewhat worried about her. Ultimately, he turned and left. Feeling unease about Xiao Ling was naturally unrelated to Yun Luofeng. He was only worried that Qiling had kept something inside and was unwilling to tell him. Your brother has left. Yun Luofeng looked down at Qiling and asked. You've been at a loss for a few days, don't you have something to say to me? Qiling tightly bit her lips and lowered her head. After brother stands firm in Empire City, I want to go to the Forest of Heaven's trial. Therefore, master, could you take me along with you? Actually, without Qiling mentioning it, Yun Luofeng would go looking on her own. She wanted to verify her internal conjecture and find out whether Yun Yuqing was Bai Ling. Chapter 1836, Old Blacksmith 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. However, what she didn't expect was, for Qiling to have such thoughts. Qiling, Yun Luofeng was taciturn for a moment. Stay by your brother's side and I'll search for her instead. After all, Qiling was too young, and how could she possibly bring her to a place like the Forest of Heaven's trial? But. No buts. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. Since you've acknowledged me as your master, you have to listen to me. Qiling felt aggrieved but wouldn't disobey Yun Luofeng's orders and could only say, alright, I'll stay with big brother. Hearing her words, Yun Luofeng's expression loosened and gently stroked Qiling's head. Rest assured, I'll definitely bring her back. With Yun Luofeng's declaration, Qiling immediately revealed a beaming smile, and her hidden worries were also instantly thrown out. Ling'er believes in master. Since her master had said so, then Aunt Yun would definitely return. Oh right master, when we're free in a moment, I'd like to visit Sister Mu. I'm somewhat worried about her. Qiling blinked her huge bright eyes and pitifully looked towards Yun Luofeng, for fear that she would reject her request. Yun Luofeng stared blankly for a moment. Her eyes sank as she thought of the bedridden emperor and then consort Jin, who was related with the Qi family. Looking at her, Qiling assumed that Yun Luofeng didn't like the idea of her interacting with the imperial family, and so, she hastily said, Master, if you aren't fond of it, I won't go. I'm not forbidding you from meeting her, but... Yun Luofeng paused. Let's find a suitable time and I'll make a trip there too. More importantly, even if Qiling wanted to meet Mu Zushin, no one would allow the meeting. Unless they could meet outside. Evidently, now that Mu Zushin was occupied with the emperor's illness, she did not have spare time to have a stroll outside. Furthermore, since Qiling was unable to enter the palace, he would not be able to meet her. The instant they stepped into Longfeng restaurant, they spotted Jisoo waiting for them. Feeling delighted, and just as he wanted to greet them, he heard a contemptuous voice at this instant. Oh, who did I just see? So it's actually Qi family's brother and sister. A pair of defeated dogs actually dared to return. Jisoo's brows gradually furrowed. He coldly shot a sideways glance and recognized the few people who walked over. With a pair of siblings leading the group, the brother had a handsome appearance yet seemed unkempt. His lips quirked as he revealed the haughty smile. The sister by his side had a gorgeous and dignified aura, pleasant and adorable, but her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred the moment she saw Chi-Su. That sort of hatred was similar to that of someone being abandoned by their lover, with their love turning to hatred. Spotting them coming, Chi-Ling shuddered and unconsciously burrowed into Yun Luofeng's embrace while a trace of fear appeared on her petite face. Clearly back when Chi-Ling was in Empire City, they had a huge influence on her. Zhao Chao, Zhao Qi, why are you here? The world was really small. Chi-Su originally didn't intend for others to know the news of his return, but unexpectedly, they actually encountered the Zhao family siblings outside the restaurant. Chi-Su, Zhao Qi glanced at Chi-Su with loathing, before turning her sight towards Yun Luofeng, and a fierce look streaked across her eyes. Previously when I confessed, didn't you claim that you would only marry Mu Zushin? Then who is this woman? You've fallen for someone else so soon. It seems like you were merely saying things. Chapter 1837, Old Blacksmith 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Obviously, Zhao Qi did not say this to Mu Zushin. She was once envious of Mu Zushin being able to become Chi-Su's fiancé, yet she herself wasn't able to have his attention. However, as Mu Zushin was a princess, what could she do even if she was jealous? She did not have the courage to resent Mu Zushin out of jealousy and so shifted her hatred to Chi-Su. Even though she was even perfectly willing to become his concubine, what she received was his cold rejection and lost all her dignity back then. Luckily the heavens weren't blind, and with Chi-Su's backing collapsing, he was expelled from the Chi family. At that time, she had mocked and ridiculed the siblings, so much so that when no one was paying attention, she secretly gave Chi-Ling a beating. If it weren't for Chi-Su's timely arrival, she would have ruined Chi-Ling's chastity. Therefore, even though this incident was over a year ago, Chi-Ling still felt fear internally, as her entire being shrank in Yun Luofeng's embrace and shuddered incessantly. Recalling their previous actions, killing intent radiated from his ice-cold eyes. Yun Luofeng was aware of Chi-Su's personality. He would never think of killing on a normal occasion unless the other party had committed a crime that would anger both heaven and man. Coupled with Chi-Ling's fear, it wasn't hard to guess that they had done something towards her. While consoling Chi-Ling, her wicked eyes swept over the group and her faintly narrowed eyes revealed an eerie aura. Siom. Zhao Qi, Chi-Su tightly clenched his fist. I merely rejected your request to be my concubine, but why are you harboring hard feelings towards me because of this? Furthermore, you took advantage of the opportunity to abduct my sister. If it weren't for my timely arrival, my sister would have perished in your hands, so how do you think we should settle this debt? Currently, there were many passers-by gathered at the restaurant's doorway. After hearing Chi-Su's words, they looked at Zhao Qi in astonishment, with disbelief and shock in their eyes. Zhao Qi's beautiful face instantly turned pale, as she trembled from rage. Chi-Su, don't put words in my mouth. Who wants to be your concubine? For someone like you without any status, you don't even have the right to beg for my hand in marriage, yet you're thinking of having me as your concubine. This matter was simply a humiliation for her. Her brain must have been fried for her to commit such actions back then. Of course, Chi-Su wasn't only handsome, his strength was also out of the ordinary. In addition, with Yun Yuqing's protection, he was still the legitimate successor of the Chi family back then. For such an outstanding man, it was impossible for her not to fancy him. Chi-Su, this young man is Chi family's Chi-Su, the one that was chased out the family a year ago. TSK, I didn't expect that he would actually return. What's even more unexpected is that the Grand Tutor's daughter actually wanted to become Chi-Su's concubine but flew into a rage out of humiliation after getting rejected. No one disliked the bustling scene, but it caused Zhao Qi to turn pale from anger as her furious gaze swept across those crowd in a discussion. Those who dare to sprout nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Qi raised her head and looked down at Chi-Su. Chi-Su, what right do you think you have to be worthy of me, and you even dare to smear my reputation? It's your half-hearted nature, not satisfied with having a wife like the princess, and you even delusionally wanted to take me in as your concubine. I hadn't agreed and you're making bogus accusations against me. Let me tell you, not to mention being a concubine, even being your wife is belittling of my status. I, Zhao Qi, would rather marry a poor man to become his wife than become a rich man's concubine. Even if it was back then, I would also disdain it. Siom, this sentence of rather marry a poor man to become his wife than become a rich man's concubine was supposedly a noble and virtuous speech, but in Zhao Qi's mouth, it caused Yun Luofeng to feel it was fake. Chapter 1838, Chi-Ling isn't a trash, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. She believed Chi-Su. Therefore, were it not for Zhao Qi having done so, Chi-Su wouldn't have claimed that it happened. However, she did not meddle in this affair as she believed Chi-Su had the ability to resolve it. The Zhao family's eldest young miss has a strong character to say she would rather marry a poor man to become his wife than become a rich man's concubine. I believe that she's not someone who would beg to become someone's concubine. I believe the Zhao family eldest young miss. Chi-Su of the Chi family must have delusionally wanted to obtain the best of both worlds, and thus had been rejected by the lofty and unyielding eldest young miss. As a result, he's slandering her name. A lively conversation occurred with everyone joining in, and their expression towards Chi-Su and his sister was filled with contempt. Zhao Qi quirked her lips and a smile surfaced on her composed and beautiful face. Her gaze shot towards Yun Luofeng, who was hugging Chi-Ling in her embrace as a ruthless glint streaked across her eyes. Even if she no longer fancied Chi-Su, it didn't mean other women could stand by his side. She didn't dare to offend Mu Zushin, but it wasn't the case for other women. As Zhao family's daughter, I'd naturally have a lofty and unyielding character. Not like someone who would offer themselves and become a concubine to a handsome man. Someone like that is simply disgracing the reputation of us, women. Her gaze had been staring unwaveringly at Yun Luofeng, and the person she referred to was naturally her. Yun Luofeng originally did not intend to meddle in this affair and gave full rights to Chi Su to resolve this issue. Unexpectedly, the opponent had shifted the topic to her. Instantly, she lifted her black eyes, which contained a sharp glint, and shot towards Zhao Qi. Her glance caused Zhao Qi to feel needles piercing her back, and cold sweat flowed down from fear. However, since Yun Luofeng would be willing to become a concubine of a down-and-out man, she wouldn't be from an influential background. Therefore, her complexion had recovered very soon. Pa. Not waiting for Yun Luofeng to take action, Chi Su walked up swiftly and slapped Zhao Qi. He did not restrain his strength, and with this slap, Zhao Qi had been sent flying. Standing on Zhao Qi's original spot, Chi Su's tightly clenched fist produced cracking sounds as his delicate eyes were full of anger. Zhao Qi, I haven't taught you a lesson for your previous speech, yet you dare to even humiliate Miss Yun. She's Qiling's master, yet you dared to say that about her. Are you honestly treating me as someone easy to ride over? Chi Su had long wanted to beat Zhao Qi beforehand. Regardless of whether the incident with Yun Luofeng had happened or not, he would never let her off. However, he originally intended to settle this in the dark, yet Zhao Qi's framing had thoroughly infuriated Chi Su, making him unable to restrain his anger. Care. Zhao Chao finally recovered his senses and hastily walked to Zhao Qi's side, lifting her up from her ground. Are you all right? How are you feeling? Speaking of this, he turned towards Chi Su and looked at him in fury. Chi Su, you're sure courageous to even dare to hit my sister. Not only will I hit her, but I'll also kill her sooner or later. The moment he mentioned the word, kill, he did not restrain his killing intent in the slightest. You, Zhao Chao's expression changed. Chi Su, my little sister hadn't said anything wrong. You claimed that she wanted to become your concubine, but that's impossible. You have the princess as your fiancée, and with my sister's lofty and unyielding personality, she would never do something like snatching someone else's man. Comparatively speaking, that woman by your side cannot even compare to a single strand of hair on my sister's head. Frankly speaking, even Zhao Chao wasn't aware of Zhao Qi going to Chi Su to confess to him. If he knew, he would definitely stop her. It wasn't because he had an upright moral character, but instead, he was afraid Zhao Qi might implicate the Grand Tutor estate. Chapter 1839, Qiling isn't a trash, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After all, Chi Su's backing had yet to collapse, and the Emperor wasn't bedridden at that time. Furthermore, he had also dearly loved the fourth princess. If the fourth princess were to lodge a complaint, the Grand Tutor estate would be done for. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and glanced towards Zhao Qi, who was lifted up by Zhao Chao. At this moment, Zhao Qi's complexion was deathly white, arousing people's protective feelings, and this had caused the surrounding crowd to be sympathetic. They were continuously cursing Chi Su and disdained Yun Luofeng's actions. You're saying this woman is Qiling's master? It's a huge joke. Why would a trash need to acknowledge a master? Even if you're just finding an excuse, you should have used a better one. Clearly, she's a slut that had seduced you. Seeing his own sister getting bullied, Zhao Chao wouldn't tolerate it and fiercely glared at Yun Luofeng, with contempt flooding his eyes. You baddies, you're not allowed to bully my master. Qiling originally felt fear after seeing the Zhao family's siblings and had been hiding in Yun Luofeng's embrace. However, after hearing that her own respected master was being humiliated, she was thoroughly enraged. She immediately got out from Yun Luofeng's embrace and pounced towards Zhao Chao with her claws. Zhao Chao did not make any movements. He did not think that it was embarrassing to deal with a little girl in public, but instead, did not wish to dirty his hands. Although Zhao Chao did not move, an 8 or 9-year-old young man dashed out and furiously released an attack at Qiling. Xiao Ling. Chi Su's heart instantly skipped a beat. Although Xiao Ling wasn't a trash, she only started cultivating not long ago. In addition, she was still young, and how could she be an 8 to 9-year-old young man's opponent? All along, Yun Luofeng stood on one side without batting an eyelid. She wanted to see the extent of Qiling's cultivation over these few months. While assisting Qiling in cultivating, she had also used spiritual energy to nourish her body. In addition, not only did she provide spiritual energy from the God Code world, but there was also countless spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. As such, Yun Luofeng was confident that with Qiling's 3 months' worth of training, it was equivalent to others' 3 years' worth of training. Otherwise, if she weren't able to defeat this young man under such conditions, then her talents would honestly be extremely bad. The young man already pounced to Qiling's side, and a vicious glint streaked across his eyes. His attack was also very ruthless, completely not treating his opponent as a 5-year-old little girl. Just as everyone believed Qiling would be heavily injured if not dead, Qiling suddenly dodged his attack. The young man stared blankly for a moment, and before he managed to recover his senses, Qiling quickly grabbed his arm and bit on it. Ah! The young man screamed in pain, wanting to get rid of Qiling by raising his hand. However, Qiling bit on him firmly, without any trend of letting go. You better let go. The young man got angry, and a palm strike aimed at Qiling's head. A glint streaked across Qiling's huge eyes. The instant the young man's attack was about to strike, she hastily loosened and dodged. However, the young man could no longer retract his hands, thus hitting his own arm. The crowd only heard sounds of dislocation, and shortly after, an anguished wailing sounded. Who asked you to be those 2 bad guys' henchmen? I'll beat you to death. Qiling's face became flushed from anger. Taking advantage that he hadn't recovered his senses, she hastily pounced on him and pressed him down firmly on the ground. Her small fists were enveloped in a layer of spirit energy and fiercely hit on the young man's chest. Anyone who follows those 2 bad people aren't any kind souls either. Who told them to bully my master? Therefore, while she was hitting this young man, Qiling did not feel ashamed in the slightest. Who told him to be the Zhao family siblings' henchman? Chapter 1840, Qiling Isn't a Trash, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Zhao Qi and her brother's expressions were very unsightly. The young man who attacked was their cousin, and although his talents weren't considered the best, he wasn't the worst either. It was unexpected that he would actually be suppressed by Qiling. Qiling was only 5 years old. Furthermore, she was still a trash a year ago. That's right, that was a year ago. At that time, Qiling was indeed a trash, but what everyone didn't expect was that she could cultivate now after not seeing her for a year. In an instant, everyone looked at Yun Luofeng. If Qiling was able to cultivate, then was what Qi Su said the truth, that this woman was Qiling's master. Zhao Chao's thoughts did not stop here. He knew that Yun Yuqing's disappearance was because she went searching for medicine for Qiling. Now that she could cultivate, didn't it mean that Yun Yuqing had returned? Furthermore, why did that woman seem so familiar looking? There was also some degree of resemblance between her and Yun Yuqing. This thought caused Zhao Chao to be stunned, and his expression became increasingly unsightly. Get lost. Evidently, Zhao Qi was not as perceptive. She quickly walked over, and her slender leg was just about to fiercely kick towards Qiling. At that moment, an arm stretched out from the side, firmly gripping her leg. Zhao Qi was shocked. She hadn't seen Yun Luofeng standing beside Qi Su a moment ago, so how did she unknowingly appear by her side? Furthermore, Yun Luofeng didn't even give her a chance to react. It seems like you don't want this leg of yours, so. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. After that, a clear and crisp sound suddenly echoed, and what was heard soon after was Zhao Qi's heart-wrenching and miserable scream. Ah! My leg, my leg! Bang! With a push, Zhao Qi fell on the ground with a deathly pale complexion and tightly grabbed her leg that Yun Luofeng had broken. This was too shocking. To the extent, no one was able to react. Qi Su had been shocked by Qiling's abilities earlier on, and so, Yun Luofeng was ahead of him and taught Zhao Qi a lesson. However, he felt that crippling one leg was letting her off too easy. In the past, what she attempted to do was to find someone and defile Qiling. At that time, Qiling was only a 4-year-old child. However, there was ample time for revenge later, and he would settle the debts with her one by one in the future. Master. Qiling got off from the young man and steadily stood beside Yun Luofeng. Her long eyelashes fluttered similar to a doll, causing others to be fond of her. You aren't hurt, are you? Yun Luofeng questioned while being deeply concerned. Qiling shook her head. Since they bullied Master, they're all bad guys. Yun Luofeng picked up Qiling. Although this girl was young, she was quite heavy after lifting her up. Qi Su clearly did not let her suffer after they were chased out from Qi family back then. Care. Zhao Chao finally reacted and released a furious shout. Qi Su, my father will never let you off for having dared to injure Care. Just you wait. After speaking, he ordered his subordinates to carry Zhao Qi away. Just now, he had been shocked by Qiling and assumed that Yun Yuqing had returned. However, if Yun Yuqing had indeed returned, how could the Qi family be unscathed? Therefore, in regards to Qiling being able to cultivate now, he figured that she had encountered a stroke of luck during this past year. As for the resemblance between Yun Luofeng and Yun Yuqing, it wasn't as if there weren't people who resembled each other in this world, and it must be a coincidence. Qi Su, let's go in. Qiling must be hungry. Yun Luofeng carried Qiling and entered the restaurant. Qi Su's appetite was not affected due to Zhao Chao and his sister's appearance, but his handsome face was cold and grim as he quietly followed behind of Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1841, Qiling Isn't a Trash, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Qi family. Within the huge courtyard, a beautiful lady walked in together with a young lady who was around Qi Su's age. A group of servant maids followed behind her, and her posture was similar to an empress on an inspection tour as she overlooked at each of the flowers and trees in the garden. Who transplanted these plants here? Reporting to Second Madam, these were personally planted by the First Madam. The address of Second Madam caused the beautiful lady to be displeased, and she frowned. Hurry and cut down these plants here. They're simply an eyesore. However, these are the First Madam's favorites. The housekeeper seemed somewhat reserved as he answered. At this moment, Qi Zheng and Qimo had arrived, and after hearing the housekeeper, Qimo was instantly enraged. Didn't you hear the Second Madam's orders? Hurry and cut down these plants that are an eyesore. The housekeeper was somewhat dumbstruck. Wasn't young Master Qimo the First Madam's son? Why did he speak up for the concubine? Furthermore, not only did the family head have a woman outside, but there was also an illegitimate daughter that he concealed for numerous years. Thinking of this, the housekeeper was outraged by this injustice for Lin King. He had once received help from Lin King, and naturally, he would stand on her side. However, in this current situation, he was completely unable to utter a single word. My lord. The beautiful lady appeared aggrieved as tears flowed down almost instantly. She weakly and delicately leaned on Qi Zheng and cried pitifully. I know I'm only a woman you kept outside for many years, and these people would definitely side towards sister. I don't wish to vie for anything, and even gave her the son I gave birth to. Why is she treating me like this? What exactly have I done wrong? Even gave her the son she gave birth to. The beautiful lady's words caused others to be shocked, not understanding what her words meant. Since Qi Zheng had agreed to bring his outside family in, he did not intend to conceal Qimo's identity. He dryly coughed and said, announce this to everyone. The Second Madam's position in the estate will only be inferior to mine. Furthermore, she is also Moss's birth mother. Similar to lightning striking down, everyone was dumbstruck. Qimo was the Second Madam's son. Then what about the First Madam? That year, the First Madam's baby was stillborn, and to comfort her, I had no alternative but to have Fifei separate from her son. For all these years I owe them so much, and now I intend to compensate her by bringing her into the estate. What? Everyone was even more dumbstruck. That year, the first and second madam gave birth at the same time, but the first madam's child was stillborn, so he used the second madam's child as a replacement. Qi Zheng would never tell others that he personally strangled his own son. Even if he had a reason for his actions, he would definitely be criticized by the public. Moer, Qi Zheng frowned. Where's that woman? Didn't I have you release her and let her pay her respects to your mother? Why isn't she here yet? Having the first madam pay her respects to the second madam was something only Qi Zheng would do. Everyone wanted their pride, and even though many pampered their concubine, they wouldn't do something so excessive. Qi Zheng felt that he owed Jian Fifei too much and so intended to let her have a proud moment in the estate. There was a rule in the Lufeng kingdom stating that men can only remarry after their wife passes away. If the wife hadn't died, the concubine wouldn't be able to occupy the top seat. This was also the reason why Jian Fifei was only a second madam. However, with Su Zheng's protection, Jian Fifei's position in the estate was far above Lin Qing's. In this case, Qimo can become the son of the first wife. Even so, what did that affect? No one had set a rule that family property must be given to the son of the first wife. As long as the family head wanted to, he could give it to whoever he likes. Chapter 1842, Qiling Isn't the Trash, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Because of that, the prejudice towards a son from the first wife or concubine was not very prominent in the Fengyun continent. A concubine's child would also not be looked down upon, as they only despised failures and weaklings. With someone as selfish as Qimo, he would never allow his mother to become the second madam. Father, that woman claimed that she's feeling unwell so she won't be coming. Qimo coldly replied. What? Hearing his words, Qi Zheng was instantly enraged. She actually dared to be absent during this sort of occasion, to the extent of disobeying my orders. Jian Fifei snuggled up to Su Zheng's embrace, without regard for others. My lord, forget it. After all, she's your wife and I'm only a concubine. It's better not to force her to pour tea for me. If others were to know, they will even think that you're pampering your concubine and ignoring your wife. I don't wish for you to be misunderstood as such. Jian Fifei's appearance seemed as if she had suffered from a huge grievance. Su Zheng's heart ached. However, this was Empire City, not Fengyun Town. If this were to be transmitted to those ministers' ears, it would definitely affect Consort Qin. Although the little prince was the emperor's only son, the emperor still had a nephew, isn't he? Even the matter of him selling Qiling was not aware by anyone from Empire City. Father, the young girl beside Qi Zheng immediately pouted and furiously said, I do not think it's wrong to have that woman Lin Qing pay her respects. She should reflect on committing so many acts that let my mother down. Lair, stop talking. Jian Fifei's complexion paled as she hastily berated Qila. No, I have to speak. Qila still had a furious expression. First, she snatched away mother's rights to accompany alongside father. She even snatched the blood relation between my big brother and mother. All these years, mother had to keep watch by an empty room because of her, with an endless amount of tears. I tried to persuade mother numerous times to seek for father, but she stubbornly refused to, claiming that Lin Qing was a jealous woman and wouldn't allow her existence. She would rather suffer these grievances than cause trouble for father. Mother has been so sensible, but what about her? If she truly cared about father, she would accept the woman you love. Qila clenched her teeth, acting as if Lin Qing was the mistress. Furthermore, she landed my mother in this miserable state, shouldn't she pay her respects and apologize? Lair. Jian Fifei hastily stopped her again. Of course, if she really intended to stop her, she would cover Qila's mouth when she spoke. However, she was evidently waiting for Qila to finish speaking before insincerely berating her. Qimo. Qi Zheng had been thoroughly enraged by her words. However, his rage was not towards Qila but instead, Lin Qing. Drag that woman here to pay her respects and apologize. Even if she dies from her illness, haul her here as long as she's still alive. If someone unaware of the situation witnessed this scene, they would even assume Lin Qing had committed an unforgivable act towards them, to the extent that she had to apologize even when she was seriously ill. All right, I'll find her right now. With Su Zheng's words, a sinister smile quirked up on Qimo's face. He then made a victory hand signal to his sister and soon after, walked towards the back courtyard direction. Fifei, we shall wait for her in the hall. Qi Zheng held Jian Fifei's hand. Looking at her appearance that was still devastatingly gorgeous, he was more fond of her the more he looked. All these years, you've suffered many grievances. You've raised Lair up with much toil, yet I wasn't able to meet with you even once. Right now, I'll have the main culprit of this apologize to you, and it's up to you to decide to forgive her or not. Chapter 1843, Qiling Isn't the Trash, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After saying this, Qi Zheng brought Jian Fifei and her daughter into the hall and seated them high up above while waiting for the sinner to appear. Shortly after that, a woman with a deathly pale complexion was dragged in by Qimo. With her pale complexion, it was evident that she was seriously ill and she even staggered while walking, seemingly about to fall down at any time. Qi Zheng did not feel a single ounce of sympathy to her condition and even believed that she was reaping what she had sown. Lin Qing, kneel down before Fifei. Qi Zheng loudly shouted. Lin Qing's body trembled and tightly bit her lips. Why do I have to kneel for a concubine? Beoxnovel, Siom, based on the fact that you stole Fifei's son and snatched the love and pampering that belonged to her. His way of speaking was as if Lin Qing had wanted to snatch away Qimo. Obviously, he was the one who strangled Lin Qing's son and had Qimo replace him, yet in the end, it had become Lin Qing's fault. Her body had trembled even harder. She finally understood the reason why Chimo did not reciprocate in the slightest regardless of how well she treated him. So it turns out, Chimo wasn't her son. The child she took care of for numerous years was instead someone else's. She who was completely kept in the dark had to be forced to apologize right now. Qi Zheng, I've completely given up on you. 1 year ago, I believed that it was a good choice for them to leave the Qi family when you chased Su'er and Ling Er out. Even if they had to suffer hardships outside, it was much better than suffering from humiliation here, and so, I did not stop you and neither did I speak up for them. Lin King's face was filled with bitterness. However, I never would have expected that you thought of selling Qi Ling. She still remembered the scene and appearance of Qi Ling when she had hugged her legs and cried when she was chased out. However, she had wanted him to leave the Qi family behind as far as possible at that time. Therefore, she did not help her daughter, to the extent of not even saying a single word for her. At that time, her daughter was very heartbroken and she would never forget her expression that was filled with disappointment. If she were to know Qi Zheng's true motive, she would have gone all out at the risk of her life to protect her own children. Yesterday, you told me you had a woman outside and she had even given birth to a daughter. I also consented for you to bring her back. Lin King's expression was of sorrow. However, you're actually inhumane to this extent. I've taken care of her son for numerous years, yet you're forcing me to apologize. Imprudent. Qi Zheng slammed the table and furiously shouted. You've enjoyed the domestic bliss that belonged to someone else and shouldn't you apologize? Fine, since you said Chimo isn't my son and even brought this woman back, the Qi family property was acquired by Yun Yuqing. Shouldn't you return all those back? Beoxnoval, Siom, Qi Zheng narrowed his eyes and a cold glint streaked across. Yun Yuqing is dead and I'm the Qi family's head, so all these things belong to me. I haven't settled debts with you, yet you dare to mention the Qi family's property. Be frank with me, did Yun Yuqing give the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid formulation to Qi Su? He even sold the formulation to Tianqi Kingdom's second prince. He sold something that should have belonged to Moer, and not only do you have to apologize, you have to repay this debt. Lin King stiffened. At this moment, she felt that she must have been blind. How did she get deceived by a man like this in the past? What if I refuse? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Men, prepare tea for the first madam. There was already a subordinate who prepared the tea by one side, and hearing his orders, he immediately walked to Lin King's side. First madam, please. You. Lin King trembled from anger as her body was near the brink of collapsing. Chapter 1844, Not Giving Him a Single Copper, 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Lin King, your children are still in my hands. If you don't wish for Qi Ling to be sold, immediately apologize for the crimes you've committed. Qi Zheng revealed a cold expression as he sternly berated. A trace of anxiousness streaked across her eyes. What are you going to do to Ling Er? Apologize or else, I'm sure you know Qi Ling's ending. To Lin King, she was simply in a living hell during this period of time. Therefore, she had already been prepared to die than submit. But there was still someone who she cared about in her heart, and they were her son and daughter. My lord, Jian Fifei glanced at Lin King with pity and held on Qi Zheng's arm. Let's forget it, the grievances I have suffered don't matter. In any case, this was how I lived for numerous years while sister lived like a princess, so how can she endure such humiliation? Therefore, on the surface, her words were pleading for Lin King, but in actual fact, it had aggravated the situation, causing Qi Zheng to be even more enraged. Kneel down. Bang. Qimo, who was standing behind Lin King, kicked on her knee, causing her to fall and kneel on the ground. As her body was very weak, the fall was extremely painful as her complexion became increasingly pale. Hold the teacup and apologize. Qi Zheng cast a meaningful glance at the guard on one side. The guard handed the teacup to Lin King and she tightly gripped on the cup. She had wanted to smash the cup several times, but thinking of Qi Ling, she forcefully restrained her internal urge. Please, have a drink. Lin King seemed to have exerted all her strength to speak as her body wavered, nearly collapsing on the ground. Jian Fifei lowered her eyes, concealing the complacent smirk within while reaching out her hands to receive the cup in Lin King's hands. Yet, she secretly released spirit energy to cause pain in Lin King's hands, and as a result, the teacup toppled over. Ah. The tea was spilled on Jian Fifei's hand and she cried out in pain, while her tender hand was flushed red. Even her eyes had reddened while brimming with tears. Mother. Chimo and Chila hastily ran to Jian Fifei's side and their expressions were filled with worry. Soon after, they used a furious gaze to stare unwaveringly at Lin King. Lin King, I know you're a jealous woman, but I didn't expect it was to this extent. Are you that unwilling to accept Fifei? Qi Zheng angrily struck Lin King's chest, and in that instant, her body flew out like a released arrow. He did not even give her an opportunity to explain herself, but frankly speaking, Qi Zheng wouldn't believe her even if she explained. The instant she fell, Qi Su and Qi Ling's appearance surfaced in her mind and a bitter smile emerged on her face as she slowly closed her eyes. Mother. Suddenly a heart-wrenching shout suddenly sounded. It was familiar yet distant, causing Lin King's mind to explode. Su'er. Was that Su'er? Why did he return to Empire City? Lin King tried to open her eyes with all her might to look at her son who she yearned for day and night, yet was powerless to do so. The strength to even talk had disappeared as she lost consciousness. Within the lobby, Qi Su charged in swiftly and Yun Luofeng entered while carrying Qi Ling. Qi Su saw Lin King, who had been struck back by Qi Zheng, and his entire face was deathly pale, with worry and fury alternating, while the old blacksmith was the last to enter the hall. The old blacksmith had been contemplating for a few days whether to let Lin King know the news of Qi Su's return, and ultimately, he felt that he should let her know. The moment he wanted to enter the Qi family, he encountered the housekeeper, who ran out in haste. The housekeeper had told her that Qi Zheng brought a concubine back, with intentions to make things difficult for Lin King. Chapter 1845. Not giving him a single copper. 2. Translator, BRZ editor, Rock. Upon hearing this news, the old blacksmith hastily went to search for Chi-Su, and this was why he had returned to the Chi family. Chi-Su, who allowed you to return? The instant he saw Chi-Su brother and sister, Chi Zheng's expression changed as he furiously shouted. Even so, Chi-Su did not even spare him a glance as he used a pleading gaze to stare at Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, could I trouble you to take a look at my mother? Yun Luofeng lightly nodded and walked to Lin King's side. The moment she looked at her, Yun Luofeng unconsciously frowned. She is malnourished, resulting in a weak body. Coupled with that blow earlier on, she fainted. Malnourished. Chi-Su's heart thumped. For cultivators, they could replace food with spirit energy, but that was only after they had attained a certain cultivation level. Lin King wasn't very talented and naturally, her cultivation wouldn't be high. Therefore, she had to replenish her energy by consuming food. Since Yun Luofeng claimed that she was malnourished, that was to say, Chi Zheng had treated her harshly. After checking on Lin King, Yun Luofeng ordered, take her back to rest first. The words she spoke were naturally meant for the old blacksmith standing behind her. Seeing his sister unconscious, the old blacksmith's heart had ached. After hearing Yun Luofeng's orders, he immediately picked up Lin King and walked towards the Chi family's back courtyard. Who allowed her to leave? Chi Zheng slammed the table and angrily shouted, Lin King, this woman hasn't apologized to Fifei. What right does she have to leave? Men, seize her. I'll like to see who dares to do so. Boom. In an instant, Yun Luofeng's aura gushed forth as she looked sharply at the guard who unsheathed his sword while berating him in an imposing manner. Without giving an opportunity for retaliation, her words along with the aura she released caused those guards to shiver and stop. There was also fear in their eyes, perhaps not expecting a young lady to release such a powerful aura, while the family head was incapable of releasing even 1/10 in comparison. Even so, just as both sides were crossing swords, the old blacksmith had taken Lin King to leave. Who are you to meddle in my Chi family's affairs? Chi Zheng furiously shouted, and his gaze towards Yun Luofeng gradually revealed flames of fury. Yun Luofeng did not speak or spare a glance at Chi Zheng, seemingly ignoring him completely while she continuously comforted the trembling Chi Ling. Of course, Chi Ling wasn't shaking due to shock but instead, from anger. I'll only ask you one thing, why are you forcing my mother to apologize? What had she done wrong? There was a cold glint flickering in Chi-Su's eyes as he coldly questioned. Chi Zheng snorted. Your mother snatched the rights and benefits of Fifei being the second madam and even caused the separation of me and Lair for so many years. More importantly, she snatched away Moer, causing Fifei to suffer for so many years. Don't tell me she shouldn't apologize. In truth, Chi-Su had already understood everything before coming to the Chi family. Now that he heard Chi Zheng's shameless words, a trace of fury streaked across his handsome face. Didn't you arrange for Chi Mo to enter the Chi family? For so many years, it was my mother who brought him up, and not only are you ungrateful, you have instead stabbed her in the back. Furthermore, you kept my mother in the dark for so many years about having a family outside. Shouldn't this be your fault instead? To think you pushed all the responsibility to my mother. Chi Zheng's expression changed. He was at fault. How could he ever be at fault? Chapter 1846. Not giving him a single copper. 3. Translator, BRZ editor, Rock. Chi-Su, seeing Chi-Su's unsightly expression, Jian Fifei hastily stood up while speaking in a grieving and lamenting manner. You're mistaken about your father. This wasn't his fault but mine. I was willing to stay home alone, and I was also willing to let go of Moer, only to help your mother accomplish her dreams of giving birth to a son. If you have to blame someone, just blame me. Your father is innocent. Not only did she help Chi Zheng absolve his fault, but she had also even proved that she was innocent. Instead, it caused others to feel that Lin King was too ruthless, to have snatched others' son and even caused her to guard a room alone. Fifei, these aren't your fault, but Lin King's. You don't have to take on this responsibility. Chi Zheng's originally unsightly expression had vanished after hearing Jian Fifei's self-reproaching words as he was emotionally moved while glancing at her. What had he done in his life to have such a woman who was considerate of him in all aspects? Comparatively speaking, Lin King was lacking too much. Chi-Su. Seeing that Chi-Su wanted to say something, Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened as she revealed a sinister smile. Do you think it's interesting arguing with these shameless people? Chi-Su stared blankly and turned towards Yun Luofeng in confusion. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. Let me teach you a truth. If you can't win by acting pitiful, then you should become fiercer. What are you waiting for? Beat 'em up now and I'll take responsibility if they die. Her voice was arrogant and unbridled, extremely domineering, as she clearly did not regard the Chi family of any importance. Yun Luofeng initially did not intend to reveal herself at such an early stage. However, the affairs of life are variable, and if she didn't teach them a lesson, it would be hard for her to swallow this anger. Slut, don't be excessive. This is the Chi family and killing you is as simple as killing an ant. Sheila furiously stamped her foot, and at this moment, a red light surfaced from behind Yun Luofeng, and soon after a little girl in red appeared out of thin air. Pa! The little girl raised her hand and fiercely slapped Sheila. In that instant, a bright red handprint appeared on her face. You better be more polite. You're seeking death for daring to scold my master. Just as she finished speaking, flames erupted from Huohuo's body as her full head of red hair stood erect. Chi Zheng had been staring at Chi-Su and did not notice how this little girl appeared. When he wanted to stop her after she appeared, it was too late. Chi-Su, it seems like you're tired of living. If so, I'll satisfy your wish. Boom. Chi Zheng furiously stood up, and of course, his target was Huohuo, who had slapped Sheila. However, before he even managed to arrive in front of Huohuo, he had been obstructed by a robust man. The man was expressionless and had a mediocre appearance, yet was very fierce-looking. His sturdy arms suddenly stretched out and struck towards Chi Zheng, who was attacking him. Bang! Qi Zheng hastily blocked his attack but had retreated after receiving the robust man's blow. There was a bloody taste in his throat and his complexion was similar in color to a pig's liver. 1. Deity level. What? This man is a deity-leveled cultivator. What is his background and when did he appear? Just as everyone was still puzzled after much thought, Yun Luofeng's wicked voice slowly sounded. Yun Yi, as long as he isn't dead, beat him as you wish. Her words meant that it was fine even if he became crippled. Even though Yun Luofeng did not intend to kill Qi Zheng at this moment, just based on his previous wrongdoings, he had to be in despair before he could die. HMPH, you think you can defeat me by landing a sneak attack? What an extremely funny joke. I've defeated deity-leveled cultivators before and you're not my opponent. Qi Zheng sneered and launched an attack towards Yun Yi. Chapter 1847, Not Giving Him a Single Copper, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Every attack of his aimed towards a fatal point and if it was an ordinary person, they would be seriously crippled if not dead. However, Yun Yi was a puppet. As a puppet without any life, there wouldn't exist any fatal point. Bang! Qi Zheng's fist landed on Yun Yi's chest and his palm suddenly exerted force, with a trace of spiritual energy entering his chest. He then revealed a complacent smile while thinking, is this bastard a fool? To not even protect his heart. Once his heart is attacked, he'll definitely die without a doubt. Yet, his smile stiffened soon after that. The reason was that Yun Yi had already grabbed his arm. With a sudden movement, a powerful energy struck against Qi Zheng's chest, causing him to fly out in a split second. How is this possible? He had clearly struck Yun Yi's chest, so how could he possibly be completely unwounded? Without time to think, Yun Yi had once again arrived before him. He grabbed Qi Zheng and lifted him high up before fiercely smashing him down. A loud bang sounded and a hole appeared on the ground. Yun Yi's action was too fast, not even giving Qi Zheng an opportunity to react. He only suddenly recovered his senses after an acute pain could be felt throughout his body. I was defeated. Impossible. I've defeated numerous deity-leveled experts, so how could I possibly be defeated? Of course, Yun Yi did not spare him just because he was defeated. Although he was a puppet, he had absolute loyalty to Yun Luofeng's orders. Since his master ordered him to beat him, then he would never let Qi Zheng off easy. Therefore, Qi Zheng, who was in great pain, saw Yun Yi leaping high up above. Before he managed to recover, Yun Yi landed on the ground and coincidentally stepped on his chest with a bang. As a result, Qi Zheng spat out blood and lost consciousness. Among deity-leveled cultivators, Qi Zheng's strength was indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, the person he encountered was Yun Yi, who was a puppet. Due to negligence, he had been injured by him. Comparing two people of the same realm, with one possessing a sense of pain and wasn't capable of fighting when injured, to the extent of even possibly losing his life while another was indestructible, without any sense of pain nor would he be injured. How could they possibly compare? This was completely incomparable. Qila and Qimo widened their mouth in shock as their body shivered. Father has been defeated. How is this possible? Compared to the pair of siblings, Jian Fifei screamed and rushed towards Qi Zheng while crying bitterly. My lord, please be all right, nothing should ever happen to you. What would I become if something happened to you? Who would become my backing? How would I possibly be able to ride roughshod over people? Unfortunately, Jian Fifei did not speak out the last three sentences. The reason was that she wasn't sure if Qi Zheng was acting unconsciousness or had indeed fainted. Yun Luofeng turned towards Qi Su. Didn't you want to vent your anger on behalf of your mother? At this moment, Qi Su finally recovered his senses and he looked towards Jian Fifei and the others with a gaze as sharp as knives. Do you think my mother should apologize to you? A chilly aura shrouded Qi Su's face as he spoke. Furthermore, in this huge Qi family, you could actually cause my mother to starve until she was malnourished. Qimo's expression changed as he furiously glanced at Qi Su. Qi Su, you coordinated with an outsider, injured our father and also schemed to obtain the family assets. You ought to be put to death. Schemed to obtain the family assets. Qi Su laughed wildly. The Qi family originally belonged to me. It's you shameless people who snatched the assets my master left behind for me. You even dare to say I schemed to obtain the Qi family's assets. I'm only taking back what was mine in the first place. Chapter 1848, Not Giving Him a Single Copper, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Qimo trembled from rage. If looks could kill, perhaps Qi Su would have been dead over 10,000 times. Moe, stop talking. Jian Fifei's face was filled with tears as she slowly stood up from the ground. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow as if Qi Su was some evil person. Sue, in any case, I'm still your second mother. I know you hate your father but he's innocent. Which man on this continent doesn't have 3 wives or 4 concubines? If it weren't for your mother's objection, your father wouldn't have been in such pain. Her speech made it seem as if Qi Zheng was guilt-free for having an affair outside while Lin King was extremely wicked. Furthermore, as the eldest son of the Qi family, Moe should inherit all the property. You even brought outsiders here to assault your father, isn't it to scheme and seize the family assets? Second mother, Qi Su sneered, I don't even acknowledge Qi Zheng, so how can you be considered as my second mother? Furthermore, you're a concubine and you dare to call yourself my mother. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I find you embarrassing. Once he recalled how they mistreated Lin King, forcing her to kneel down and apologize when she wasn't at fault, he felt extremely angry. Normally I wouldn't hit a woman, but if they're a slut, it's a completely different matter. You. Jian Fifei's complexion paled, as she was about to continue speaking. Qi Su found her words nauseating and did not allow her to continue. Rushing to her front, he stomped on Jian Fifei's chest with a bang. Brother, help me grab her and I'll give her a beating. Qi Ling had long wanted to take action, and upon seeing Qi Su rushing over, she immediately spoke up. Her voice was very quiet without any imposing manner. However, Qi Su as her brother listened to her and grabbed Jian Feifei's hair, held her hands behind her back, and prevented her from moving. Bad woman, how dare you bully my mother? Qi Ling swiftly ran to the front of Jian Feifei and slashed her sharp fingernails across her face, instantly causing bright red marks to surface. Slut, you actually dare to injure my mother. Qi was infuriated and wanted to go and teach Qi Ling a lesson. Before she managed to take a step, Huohuo, who stood on one side, immediately sent her flying. Qi Mo was frightened by Huohuo and became stiff all of a sudden while rejoicing that he wasn't the first one who stepped out. Ah! Jian Feifei released a heart-wrenching scream as her eyes reddened and tears continuously flowed down. Her voice was one of suffering, and Qi Zheng's eyes twitched as he laid on the ground and ultimately did not open his eyes. In reality, he did not lose consciousness earlier. He was afraid he would receive even more severe torture if he woke up, and so he feigned unconsciousness. It was human nature to be selfish. Even though he doted on Jian Feifei, the person he cared about the most was still himself. Even if Jian Feifei was suffering torment, he did not get up to help. In any case, after they freed themselves from this situation, it would be fine as long as he compensated her. Women were different from men during a fight. If Qi Su attacked her, he would probably at most give her a few slaps and kicks. It was different when it came to Qi Ling. Her sharp petite fingernails had scratched her entire face, while huge chunks of her hair were pulled out, even making her scalp bleed. It was so painful that Jian Feifei can restrain herself and bawled. Qi Su, Qi Ling, that's enough. Qi Mo loudly shouted. With Huohuo standing on one side and glaring like a tiger watching her prey, he did not dare to take action. Qi Su, Consort Qin is my aunt and the little prince is the future emperor. Aren't you afraid of Consort Qin's revenge? Qi Mo eyes radiated flames of fury. You should know that the imperial family has 2 reverend god and more than 10 heavenly god experts. Chapter 1849, Not Giving Him a Single Copper, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Frankly speaking, Qi Su was afraid of Consort Qin from the start and so reached an agreement with the second prince. However, right now, even if Consort Qin sent punitive forces against them, he had to teach this woman Jian Feifei a lesson. Consort Qin, so what? The Xi family is at fault, so why is it wrong to vent anger on behalf of my mother? Furthermore, I was only lecturing a concubine, so don't tell me Consort Qin wants to interfere in this insignificant affair. Qi Su coldly smiled. Qi Mo restrained his anger, seemingly recalling something as he spoke in contempt. Qi Su, you probably didn't know this, but Consort Qin has decided to have the 4th princess become my concubine. Aren't the both of you in love each other? At that time, I'll let you witness how your beloved woman gets tortured to death beneath me. What did you say? Qi Su's voice became colder, and it wasn't hard to detect the fury contained within. I said, your previous fiancée will become my concubine. A woman that's only fit to be my concubine but was the woman you loved, don't you find it embarrassing? Qi Mo clenched his teeth and said. Boom. Suddenly, a foot fiercely kicked Qi Mo in the face, causing him to rapidly retreat a few steps. His nose and lips were bruised, with blood continuously flowing out. I dare you to touch her in the slightest. A wicked aura gushed forth from Qi Su, and that aura thoroughly frightened Qi Mo as his face became deathly pale. However, he wasn't willing to lose and said in an unyielding manner, it doesn't matter even if you disapprove. Consort Qin has already decided and no one can stop her. If you are capable, go fight it out with her and I'll like to see how you end up dead. Pa. Qi Su's foot directly struck Qi Mo's face. With this kick, Qi Mo nearly met his end. Who told him to have such a foul mouth? He knew that Qi Su loved Mu Zushin and was even more aware that he wasn't his opponent, yet he wanted to provoke him. Wasn't this simply asking for a beating? Yun Luofeng smirked and crossed her hands as she lazily leaned on the door, while her wicked eyes surveyed the chaotic hall. None of the bodyguards in the entire Qi family dared to retaliate. It wasn't because they disregarded Qi Zheng, but instead, they had been frightened by Yun Yi's strength and Qi Su's wicked aura. Seeing that he was more or less done with his beating, Yun Luofeng slowly spoke. Qi Su, was the Qi family's courtyard purchased by your master? Previously, the Qi family wasn't located in the royal city and they only moved over after becoming strong. Therefore, she had asked this. Qi Su nodded. Everything the Qi family owns belongs to my master. It was also because of this that after knowing Lin King had been starved, he had been so infuriated. Furthermore, Qi Su's aunt fell sick and upon knowing Lin King secretly sent money to her, Qi Zheng beat her up. With all these incidents adding up, it caused Qi Su to have the impulse of destroying this Qi family. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. Since that is the case, then we will stay here. After all, everything belongs to your master. Oh right, I took a look earlier on and noticed that the Qi family's treasury has numerous treasures and a huge quantity of gold and silver. Sweep their treasury room clean and don't leave a single copper for them. Qi Su returned to Yun Luofeng's side. What about them? Should we chase them out? Qi Su intended from the start to kill his way into the Qi family only after he had grown powerful enough to oppose the imperial family. However, due to Lin King, he had no choice but to return earlier. Chapter 1850, Not Giving Him a Single Copper, 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Since he had done so, he might as well be thorough and seize everything, leaving them penniless. There's no need. Yun Luofeng revealed a wicked smile. I'll allow him to stay in the Qi family. Qi Su looked at Yun Luofeng in shock, not understanding her intentions. Even so, he did not raise any questions. No matter what Miss Yun did, there was a reason behind it and he only had to comply with her orders. However, Yun Luofeng clearly understood Qi Su's puzzled look and smiled. If they remain in the Qi family, what waves do you think they could cause? Or could they continue bullying your mother? Since they aren't capable of doing anything, so what if they stay? However, I feel that Miss Yoon isn't someone kind-hearted. Chi Su was silent for a moment and ultimately raised the question. Certainly, I'm not kind-hearted, and by having them stay is so that you can vent your anger at them when you're angry. Or when you're unhappy, you can torture them however you wish. The reason Yoon Luofeng allowed them to stay was for Chi Su to conveniently vent his anger. Just as she mentioned about seizing the Qi family's assets, Qi Zheng's eyelids twitched, and after hearing their current conversation, his expression became even more unsightly. Even so, he did not open his eyes. I still have Consort Jin as our backing, and after I file a complaint they will find themselves in serious trouble. As for these bodyguards, Yoon Luofeng paused for a moment, replace them all. I don't need to soil people. All right, Chi Su nodded. He approved of Yoon Luofeng's actions. Let's go and take a look at your mother. Furthermore, Yoon Luofeng was silent for a moment. Yoon Yi, watch them and don't allow a single soul to step out of the Qi family's gates. Qi Zheng's and the others' expressions immediately changed. If they weren't allowed to leave, how could they complain to Consort Qin? How would Consort Qin avenge them? In particular, although Jian Fifei did not reveal any expression, she was driven mad internally, wishing she could put Yoon Luofeng to death by 1,000 cuts. Also, Lin King and her 2 children ought to die. In the Imperial Palace's inner courtyard. Just as Niu Zushan was walking in the Imperial Garden, she suddenly noticed a silhouette in front. Slightly frowning, she did not intend to acknowledge the other party and wanted to walk past. However, who would have thought that the woman would actually call out to her? Fourth princess, please wait. Niu Zushan paused, turned to glance at her and questioned, what business does eldest young Miss Liu have? This woman was official Liu's daughter, and if Yoon Luofeng was present, she would recognize her as a follower of the Zhao family's siblings that day. It was just that since she did not utter a single word that day, Yoon Luofeng and her group did not pay much attention to her back then. A gentle smile hung on Liu Yue's face as she asked, does fourth princess know that the Qi family's second young master has returned? Niu Zushan trembled and felt joy deep inside. Chi Su has returned. However, thinking back to the situation in the imperial court in recent days, her joy suddenly disappeared and what replaced was helplessness. So what? Liu Yue's eyes flickered. There's a woman alongside Chi Su. Woman. Niu Zushan stared blankly, and the white-robed lady whom she met previously at Lingchuan Mountain surfaced in her mind. If she was with Chi Su, it should be her benefactor, Qi Ling's master. She had come with them. Previously, she wasn't able to express her thanks, but since she came to Empire City, she had to have a meeting with her. Chapter 1851, Not Giving Him a Single Copper, 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Furthermore, she missed Chi Su. Seeing Niu Zushan without any reaction, Liu Yu immediately clenched her teeth. Princess, in my opinion, I can see that her relationship with Chi Su is quite special. Special? Obviously it's special. She was Qi Ling's master and even helped Qi Ling cultivate. Would their relationship be ordinary? Niu Zushan frowned and her expression sank. What are you trying to say? Princess, you have a marriage agreement with the Qi family's second young master, but now he has another woman with him. How could you possibly tolerate his actions? I feel that Chi Su likes the woman very much. Niu Zushan's expression became even more unsightly. Of course, it was directed against Liu Yue and not Yoon Luofeng. Eldest young Miss Liu, aren't you meddling too much? I think it doesn't concern you who is with Chi Su, or it's because you're in love with him. Niu Zushan revealed a mocking smile as she coldly glanced at Liu Yue. Liu Yue lowered her eyes. Princess, I'm concerned for you and have no selfish motives. After all, I feel that only you are suited to stand beside Chi Su. So what if Chi Su had been chased out the Qi family? He was handsome and talented, and just with these, he could totally attract a woman's attention. She had also fallen for Chi Su back in the day, and that hadn't changed. Previously, Chi Su had the princess by his side, and other than admiring him, she did not have other feelings. No matter how much she liked him, she could only stand and watch from afar. However, it was fine if it was the princess, but who did that woman think she was? What rights did she have to occupy the position beside Chi Su? Since the Zhao family brother and sister suffered a defeat in her hands, she did not dare to act blindly without thinking. Thinking it through, she intended to inform the fourth princess of this and use her hand to get rid of Yoon Luofeng. Unexpectedly, the princess was unconcerned about it. Could it be that she was no longer fond of Chi Su? No matter how Liu Yue guessed, she did not dare to question Niu Zushan and could only unwillingly watch her leave, while her elegant face was filled with anger. Qi family. In the remote west courtyard, Qi Zheng was thrown on the bed and only opened his eyes after that man left. His eyes were filled with vengeance and killing intent. Chi Su, there will come a day when I'll make those who help you have a living death. If an uninformed person saw his expression, they would assume that there was an irreconcilable enmity between them and certainly wouldn't think that Chi Su was his son. My lord, Jian Fifei sat on the bed with her head of messy hair making her resemble a madwoman. Her face was filled with blood-red claw marks and her eyes were thoroughly red. Her weak and delicate body was lightly trembling, seemingly extremely pitiful. The precondition was to not look at her face. Jian Fifei originally had a gorgeous appearance and was naturally able to arouse a man's heart. Now that she resembled a madwoman and was disfigured, how could she possibly arouse a man's desire? Fifei, there was no longer heartache in Su Zheng's eyes, only traces of guilt. I implicated you and rest assured, when an opportunity arises in the future, I will tie them up and let you vent your anger. Jian Fifei shook her head. I don't wish for revenge nor to vent my anger. I only want you to be well, and this is more important than anything. Her words caused Qi Zheng even more guilt. He honestly didn't know how those people could bear to harm a kind-hearted woman like Jian Fifei. Fifei, once Consort Qin gets news of our situation she'll definitely avenge us. However, she's probably busy dealing with New Zushan and we will have to wait. Su Zheng comforted Jian Fifei and said, at that time, they'll definitely pay the price. I know you're kind-hearted and normally couldn't bear to take revenge, but towards them, there's no need to show mercy. Chapter 1852, Not Giving Him a Single Copper, 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Fifei lowered her head as she softly sobbed spasmodically and so Su Zheng did not notice the concealed malicious look in her eyes the moment she lowered her head. Since Chi Su moved back, he had also brought the old blacksmith and his wife to the Chi family. Now that the Chi family had returned to Chi Su's hands, he also took control of all the treasures in the treasury. However, he was aware that there would be a day when Consort Qin would be aware of what had happened in the Chi family. Therefore, he had to do his utmost in raising his strength. At this moment, the medicine store Yun Luofeng established was open for business and this store was named the Spirit Gathering Medicine Hall. The news of the Spirit Gathering Medicinal Liquid's appearance in Fengling Town had spread far and wide a few months ago. Now that everyone had heard the name, Spirit Gathering Medicine Hall, many had connected the store with the medicinal liquid in Fengling Town. As such, even though the medicine hall was located in the extremely desolate West City, it had become a bustling area as numerous cultivators came for the medicinal liquid. Everyone, other than selling Spirit Gathering Medicinal Liquid, our medicine store will also be selling another item. Shopkeeper Zhao welcomed the incoming customers with smiles as he spoke politely. Following his voice, those who were flocking to snatch the Spirit Gathering Medicinal Liquid had turned the gaze towards him. Men, bring up the puppet. Shopkeeper Zhao did not explain any further but instead directly issued an order. The moment he spoke, two men carried a few cages and walked up. Upon witnessing the human figures in the cage, everyone turned pale from fright. Human. The Spirit Gathering Medicine Hall also does human trafficking. No, didn't you hear what Shopkeeper Zhao said earlier on? These are all puppets. Puppets. There's someone in this world able to make puppets. Is this real or am I dreaming? Everyone knew the meaning of puppets. However, they had only heard of it and never encountered one in real life. Now that they saw the cages brought over one by one, they were incapable of freeing themselves from the shock. Shortly after that, Shopkeeper Zhao continued speaking. His words were like a heavy hammer that pounded on their hearts. These puppets possess god-level cultivation. Can you imagine what this means? Shopkeeper Zhao did not say anything else. But with just the last sentence, it caused everyone to be struck dumb. Not only was this a puppet, but also a god-level puppet. If they could purchase it, it would mean that their family would possess a god-level expert. Oh god, this is simply unimaginable. Of course, although everyone was shocked, they were clear that a god-level puppet wasn't the same as Spirit Gathering Medicinal Liquid. It was something that money couldn't even purchase. As this puppet is unique, with its materials hard to obtain and it being even harder to produce, we will only sell 3 puppets every month. Furthermore, Shopkeeper Zhao paused for a moment. According to my family head's request, we do not accept monetary exchange for the puppet. You'll have to exchange items of high value for it. If one isn't enough, you can gather several items to match the selling price. Hearing his words, a wave of commotion spread throughout the crowd. Shopkeeper Zhao, what kind of items can we use to exchange for the puppet? Shopkeeper Zhao had questioned Chi Su about this before and Chi Su had asked Yun Luofeng. After hearing the question, Shopkeeper Zhao immediately replied, Meteorite Heart. The meteorite heart was different from normal meteorites. It's where all the essence of a meteorite was contained and was extremely precious and hard to find. However, a god-level puppet was completely worth this price. Shopkeeper Zhao, is the Spirit Gathering Medicinal Liquid you're selling the rumored medicinal liquid previously in Fengling Town? Chapter 1853, Not Giving Him a Single Copper, 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Shopkeeper Zhao smiled, that's right. May I inquire the identity of the owner behind this Spirit Gathering Medicine store? The man continued questioning. Hearing this question, Shopkeeper Zhao didn't have the slightest annoyance as he continued replying, you'll have to forgive me for being unable to reveal this information. That person was still somewhat unsatisfied having heard his response, but just as he wanted to inquire further, a voice sounded from the rear. Make way, everyone get out the way. Everyone was startled and stepped aside. Soon after, a crowd of officers walked over under everyone's line of sight. The leader was a middle-aged man, with arrogance across his face. The scar on his face made him seem malevolent as his eyes contained a swift and fierce glint. Take away everyone belonging to the medicine store. What? Hearing his orders, everyone was stunned. Why are these officers suddenly arresting them? General Li, aren't you being excessive? Chi Su walked out from behind Shopkeeper Zhao with a cold expression. What crimes have our staff committed for you to arrest all of us? The instant General Li spotted Chi Su he was startled for a moment. You're the owner of this Spirit Gathering Medicine store? No, I'm only working for someone. Chi Su frowned. General Li, could you tell me what are your objectives for coming here? HMPH. General Li snorted. Even though Chi Su came out, he did not spare him any face in the slightest. This Spirit Gathering Medicinal Liquids formulation comes from the Imperial Palace and was stolen a while back. Now that your Spirit Gathering Medicine store is selling the medicinal liquid, it proves that you entered the palace and committed theft. Men, arrest them all and close down this medicine store. Chi Su knit his brows. He finally understood General Li's purpose in coming. Originally, he assumed that it would take some time before they would attempt to seize the formulation, but unexpectedly, they came during their first day of business. It seemed like someone must have heard the news of Spirit Gathering Medicinal Liquid and had designs on it. According to General Li, this medicinal liquid formulation comes from the palace and even the puppet's manufacture method is also from the palace. Chi Su quirked his brow and a cold glint streaked across his eyes. Of course, General Li raised his head with arrogance. He was acting upon concubine Qin's orders and she would be the future Empress Dowager. When she took a fancy to something, who would dare to resist? What? This strip-gathering medicinal liquid was stolen from the palace, along with the puppet manufacturing method. These people are really courageous to actually dare to steal from the imperial palace. Right now, the officers have even come to find the ones responsible. The crowd had instantly started a discussion after hearing their conversation, while they cast a despising look at the medicine hall. Chi Su's expression sank. Since General Li feels that our medicine store stole the formulation, then someone in the palace must know the method of producing this medicinal liquid. Why don't we invite that person to demonstrate how to concoct the medicinal liquid? If they're able to successfully do so, I'll immediately enter the palace and acknowledge my crimes. General Li was startled. Concubine Qin sent him not only to seal the medicine store but to also seize the formulation. Yet, Chi Su wanted him to demonstrate producing the medicinal liquid on site. Where was he to find that person? Seeing General Li's unsightly expression, Chi Su sneered. So it turns out, this is how the imperial family seizes others' belongings. And they even used such a dignified reason to frame our medicine store. General Li, you were originally an upright person, but after a year you've become so shameless. Chapter 1854, Not Giving Him a Single Copper, 11. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. His changes over this last year were huge. No matter what kind of person General Li was in the past, his current personality was extremely disgraceful. General Li's expression turned white from green, then vice versa. Ultimately, his gaze suddenly became extremely fierce. Chi Su, are you intending to oppose the imperial family? Chi Su coldly said, I'm not opposing the imperial family. I'm merely opposing Consort Qin. There's no need to guess, and I know Consort Qin sent you here. Within the palace, only she could commit such acts. You're uttering nonsense. General Li's expression changed and guilty conscience could be seen from his eyes. Chi Su, you're being treacherous. Consort Qin is warm and virtuous, how could she possibly commit such acts? I accepted orders from the 4th princess and she sent me here to seal the medicine store. That's right. This was also Consort Qin's orders. Not only did she want the spread-gathering medicinal liquid formulation, she also wanted to discredit Mu Zushin and make everyone think that the 4th princess was unreasonable. Unfortunately, it would be better to dispatch other subordinates, but she had instead dispatched a brainless general. If you truly accepted orders from the 4th princess, would you use such a tone to expose her identity? In contrast, you are defending Consort Qin. A cold glint streaked across Chi Su's eyes. From your words, I can infer the person you're working for. However, it's fine if you praise Consort Qin, but you have slandered the 4th princess. In reality, there were also many high officials and aristocrats who came for the spread-gathering medicinal liquid other than those common families. How could they be fools? If General Li was under the 4th princess, he would be doing his utmost in defending her, so why would he directly expose her identity? In contrast, not only did he praise Consort Qin to be warm and virtuous, he was even enraged the moment Chi Su mentioned her. As such, it could be seen whose orders he was under. Within the Lufeng kingdom, General Li's strength was pretty good, but unfortunately, he was brainless and only used brute force. Originally, Consort Qin thought he was capable and dispatched him there thinking that it was an easy feat to close down the medicine store. However, how would she know that General Li would make such a speech? Without a doubt, this had exposed her and caused the image she painstakingly upheld to crumble. HMPH, General Li snorted. Chi Su, it's useless no matter what you say. Today, this medicine store is doomed to be sealed. Men, haul everyone away. Instantly the guards standing behind General Li unsheathed their swords and prepared to attack Chi Su. Yet at this moment, Chi Su slowly raised his hand before gradually placing it down. Everyone was somewhat confused, not understanding his actions. However, in the next second, everyone noticed the meaning behind his hand gesture. Shopkeeper Zhao opened the cages and the puppets in the cage came out in haste. Similar to a gigantic mountain landing, it caused the entire ground to tremble. They released their imposing might without restraint as they expressionlessly gazed at the uninvited guests. This. God level. General Li turned pale from shock. Chi Su actually had God-leveled experts by his side. Although he had also broken through to God level, he wasn't facing only one God-level expert at this moment. Recalling Chi Su's previous words, he gritted his teeth and asked, Chi Su, are these puppets? Chi Su sneered. Didn't you claim my lord stole the palace's puppet manufacturing method? Then why are you asking if they're puppets? Chapter 1855, Not Giving Him a Single Copper, 12. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. General Li wasn't aware that the strip-gathering medicine store also sold puppets and Consort Qin did not inform him about that. Therefore, he merely went along with Chi Su's words earlier on. Thinking of this, General Li raised his chin and his arrogant face contained traces of his determination to win. That's right, these puppets originated from the palace and I'm only returning them to their rightful owner. Chi Su, you better tactfully hand over the strip-gathering medicine store, or else your ending will definitely be miserable. Then I'd like to see how miserable my ending will be. Chi Su had seen shameless people before, but he hadn't seen someone shameless to this extent. It was no wonder the current General Li would become a jackal in the same tribe with Consort Qin. Impudent. General Li loudly shouted and the few puppets moved. Their ice-cold gazes coldly stared at General Li, with an expression seemingly like looking at a dead man. General Li's expression suddenly changed. Sensing the aura these few puppets radiated, he fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Chi Su, you'll pay the price for your actions of today. After saying this, he waved his hands and said in a stern tone, let's go. A wise man submits to circumstances. With the powerful imperial family, how could they be helpless in dealing with Chi Su? The matter of vital importance now was to return to the palace and report this to Consort Qin. In a luxurious and unique imperial palace, a beautiful woman lazily leaned on a chaise lounge, with two palace maids fanning her at one side. There was even someone kneeling while holding the teacup and quietly waiting for her consumption. This beautiful woman was extremely gorgeous, with supple skin and brows similar to half-moons, looking sweet-tempered at a glance. However, her seductive pair of eyes instead contained a malicious intent. Mother! Suddenly, a 7 or 8-year-old little boy bounced and hopped as he ran in. Burrowing into the beautiful woman's embrace, he looked up and asked, "Mother, why isn't father dead yet?" If his words were overheard by the officials in the court, it would certainly cause a massive commotion. However, those who were in this palace were her trusted aides and naturally, they didn't need to restrain themselves. The beautiful woman lowered her eyes and gently stroked his head, while the malicious intent was replaced with an indulgent look. "The physician has diagnosed that your father only has a few months left. Don't tell me you aren't even willing to wait that long." The little prince pouted, seemingly arrogant and willful. "If he passes away earlier, this Lufeng kingdom would be mine. At that time, I'll ruthlessly torture that slut Mu Zushin, who told her to snatch away father's love from me. Like mother, like son. How much better could the son be, when he had a mother with this kind of moral integrity?" Although the little prince was still young, he had long hated Mu Zushin deep within his bones under the influence of Consort Qin's teaching. It was to the extent that he even hated his father. "Do you really wish for your father to die?" "Of course." The little prince held his head high and his chest out. "I'm father's only son, yet he doesn't even shower me with love. He only cares about that slut Mu Zushin. As his son, I should be the one he pampers, and why pamper a daughter? Everyone knows that daughters are spilled water and it's useless to care for them. In any case, they are to be married in the future." Consort Qin's gaze was comforting. "What my son thinks is correct. It is just that you can't casually say this in public, as there are many ministers who stand in Mu Zushin's faction. To prevent side issues from arising, there are some things we should keep in our heart." Chapter 1856, Like Mother, Like Son, 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. "Yes, Imperial Mother. Your son understands." The little prince buried his head in Consort Qin's embrace and grumbled. "Imperial Mother, those ministers are still trying to save Imperial Father, and they don't even treat me as the Emperor. Aren't they stupid? I'm the only son Imperial Father has, and who would be the Emperor if not me? In any case, this position would certainly be his and no one could vie with him. Since my son very much wishes for his death, I shall think of methods for you. Right now, head towards your Imperial Father's palace and remember, cry the moment you see your Imperial Father, to show your filial piety. Imperial Mother will settle the rest for you." Consort Qin lowered her eyes while a ruthless glint flashed across. The little prince no longer pestered her and retreated after bowing. Looking at the little prince's departing figure, a sinister trace surfaced in Consort Qin's eyes. "Men, summon Imperial Physician Yu." "Yes, Consort Qin." A palace maid retreated after hearing the orders. A moment later, a middle-aged man slowly walked in with the palace maid's lead. After he walked in, Consort Qin dismissed her servants and a cold glint streaked across her narrowed eyes. "Imperial Physician Yu, I want you to make the Emperor die 3 days from now." Imperial Physician Yu was startled as his astonishingly looked at Consort Qin. "Consort Qin, you can't wait any longer." That's right, the reason why the Emperor fell sick was related to Consort Qin. Originally, the Emperor's health had been in decline ever since the Empress's passing, to the extent of being bedridden. Of course, if he were to carefully nurse his health, it wasn't impossible to recover. However, Imperial Physician Yu, who was the leader of the physician court, was on Consort Qin's side. He had no alternative options, as Consort Qin had discovered his weakness, and so, he could only vow his loyalty to her. As Imperial Physician Yu deliberately caused the Emperor's condition to worsen, it resulted in him being unconscious. "That's right," Consort Qin smiled and said, "who told this dog Emperor to favor his daughter instead of his son? Also, he has been unwilling to make my son the crown prince. Therefore, he brought this situation upon himself. Imperial Physician Yu, help me this one last time, and after my son successfully ascends the throne, you won't be treated unfairly. Furthermore, I can make the decision and gift you the 100 stalks Strid herb." Traces of greed flashed across Imperial Physician Yu's eyes. To him, position wasn't important and Strid herbs were what he wanted the most. He previously secretly stole Strid herbs of the physician court and was discovered by Consort Qin's men, and thus joined her faction. After all, if this incident were to be known by the Emperor, what awaited him was not only losing his standing but also being trapped in prison. What orders does Consort Qin has? When giving his medicine today, add another stalk of poison herb that'll cause his death 3 days from now. I believe Imperial Physician Yu has the method to make it undetectable and prevent others from knowing. Imperial Physician Yu was silent for a moment and asked, "Why 3 days later?" "Because I want the blame for the Emperor's death by poisoning to be shifted to that slut Mu Zushin." Consort Qin never met the previous Empress, but from Mu Zushin's appearance, it could be seen how devastatingly gorgeous the Empress was. As a result, the Emperor hadn't been able to forget her for many years. It was also because of this that Consort Qin's hatred for Mu Zushin was much deeper. It had never occurred to her that it wasn't due to the Empress that the Emperor wasn't fond of her, but instead, due to her being incapable of attracting the Emperor's attention. Imperial Physician Yu's heart turned cold and he unconsciously sighed. It seems like with the Emperor's death, Consort Qin would no longer tolerate Mu Zushin. Chapter 1857, Like Mother, Like Son, 2. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Imperial Physician Yu did not linger for long before General Li entered in haste with an unsightly expression. Consort Qin, the Strid gathering medicine store manager, is Jisoo, and that son of a bitch was too much. He actually dared to humiliate the Imperial family in public, completely not placing any importance on the Imperial family. Consort Chin's eyes darkened. You failed the task of closing down the spirit-gathering medicine store. Furthermore, that store is related to Chi Su. Previously, the spirit-gathering liquid was sold in Fengling Town and naturally, Consort Chin wasn't aware and neither did Qi Zheng inform her, afraid that the formulation would be snatched by her. However, since the spirit-gathering medicine store opened in Empire City, there was no reason Consort Chin would be in the dark with her capabilities. It's Chi Su, that son of a bitch. General Li gnashed his teeth in hatred. Not only does he has the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, but he has also produced god-level puppets. Puppets in the god-level realm. Consort Chin's heart suddenly skipped a beat as a glint streaked across her eyes. If these puppets became mine, I'll have the capability to oppose those ministers. Summon Chi Su to meet me. He shouldn't have known that was my order and is pardonable. If he understands that I want the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, he'll definitely offer it with both hands. Consort Chin stuck out her chest as she ordered while being on her high horse. General Li's expression was somewhat embarrassed. Chi Su knows I belong to your faction. What? Consort Chin's expression changed. He knows it's me yet he dares to do so. I'm his aunt. Does he disregard an elder's orders now? This Chi Su was too excessive, without the slightest upbringing. She truly didn't know how his mother had brought him up. Furthermore, General Li cautiously glanced at Consort Chin. Before I came, I asked around and heard that Chi Su supposedly had the formulation, but sold it to the Tianqi Kingdom's second prince a few days ago. I believe that this medicine store should be the second prince's. Although General Li was stupid, he was aware of what to do. After he left in defeat, he had asked around about the medicine store's owner. The moment he inquired, he had managed to obtain information. The Empire City's locals weren't aware of Fengling Town's affairs, but they obtained the information from hearsay. As for the rumor of selling the formulation to the second prince, it was the second prince who deliberately spread the rumor to help Chi Su, with the objective to create a misconception. If the medicine store was the second prince's, it wasn't as simple to seize the store by force. Otherwise, it would start a war between two countries and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Consort Chin nearly spat blood from anger as her beautiful face became twisted. Chi Su the Beastard sold that formulation to the second prince instead of gifting it to his aunt. The Chi family has truly brought him up in waste. Your Highness, that Beastard is really too much, to rather sell it to the second prince than our Lufeng Kingdom. He's completely an ungrateful Beastard. Supposedly, General Li spoke to agree to Consort Chin's words, but who knew he would cause her to become more enraged. What do you mean sell to our Lufeng Kingdom? Not only am I the imperial consort, I'm also his aunt. Giving me his belongings is to his honor, and why should he take money? Consort Chin tightly clenched her fists. If Chi Su was before her, she would kill him without a doubt. Your Highness, are we to forget about this just like that? General Li carefully and cautiously asked. Consort Chin had an ashen complexion as she said, we don't have the capability to close down the medicine hall, but Chi Su cannot be forgiven. However, I have something more important, and after my son ascends the throne, that will be the day that this Chi family brother and sister die. Chapter 1858, Like Mother, Like Son, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Her face became twisted due to rage and her trembling delicate body radiated traces of cold air. Comparatively speaking, dealing with Mu Zushin was more important than Chi Su. Therefore, she would spare his life for the time being. General Li, follow me to visit the Emperor. Consort Chin took a deep breath and stood up from the chaise lounge. The time for the Emperor to consume the medicine has passed, and she was confident that Imperial Physician Yu had succeeded. Emperor's bedroom chambers. The little prince knelt before the Emperor's bed and cried uncontrollably as if the Emperor had met his end. However, his head had always been buried on the bed, and so no one discovered that he was only crying out loud without tears. There wasn't a single trace of tears on his face. Of course, the little prince's heart-wrenching wails caused the ministers keeping watch in the bedroom to be emotionally moved. Sigh, the little prince is really filial. He has been visiting the Emperor every day, but in comparison, I wonder where the fourth princess disappeared to. The Emperor doted on the fourth princess the most, and right now she is truly being unfilial. She couldn't even be compared to a single strand of hair on the little prince. All the ministers shook their heads and sighed with disapproval in their eyes. As Mu Zushin hadn't appeared in the Emperor's bedroom chambers for a few days, it caused everyone to be bitterly disappointed. After all, the Emperor doted on the fourth princess the most. Your servant pays her respects to Consort Chin. A wave of salutation sounded outside the doors. Soon after, Consort Chin entered and slowly walked to the Emperor's sickbed. The fourth princess hasn't come. Consort Chin's expression contained discontent. This fourth princess is too much. The Emperor is bedridden and she doesn't even know to keep guard by his side. Yesterday, she even came looking for me, saying that she is mutually in love with the Qi family's Chimo, and wished for me to grant their marriage in place of the Emperor. What? Without a doubt, Consort Chin's words were similar to a heavy hammer, causing everyone to turn pale from shock. The fourth princess wishes to marry Chimo. Doesn't she have a marriage agreement with Chi Su? Although Chi Su had been chased out of Qi family, now the Emperor is seriously ill, so how could she be concerned about her relationship and abandon the Emperor without concern? With this, all the ministers were unhappy with Mu Zushin's actions, and only a few ministers believed she wouldn't be so unfilial. A smile quirked on Consort Chin's lips as her lowered eyes concealed her complacent smirk. She quietly gazed at the man lying on the sickbed while a cold glint flashed through her eyes. Your Majesty, since you dote on the fourth princess so much and can't forget about the Empress, your consort shall send you all to have a family reunion in a few days. Fourth princess. Just as Consort Chin was pondering how to torment Mu Zushin, the palace maid's voice could be heard outside. Soon after, Mu Zushin dressed in pink walked in from the doors and spotted Consort Chin standing in the room with a glance. Her eyes then revealed traces of hatred. Fourth princess, you're finally here, Consort Qin faintly smiled. I thought you didn't care about the emperor. If so, the emperor would have wasted his doting on you. Mu Zushin snorted. Does keeping watch by imperial father's side represent my filial piety? If you have the spare energy, why don't you think of how to save him? Then has the fourth princess found any methods to cure the emperor? Consort Qin's eyes flickered as she gently asked. Mu Zushin bit her lips. I haven't found any right now, but I will do my best to save him. Is that so? Consort Qin sneered and the mocking in her eyes was obvious. Those ministers present could no longer continue watching and couldn't help but criticize her. Chapter 1859, Like Mother, Like Son, 4. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Fourth princess, the emperor doesn't have many days left and on the account that he doted on you for numerous years, it's better if you stay guard by the emperor's side these few days. The one speaking was Lu Yue's father, the cabinet minister Lu Yi. That's right, Grand Tutor Zhao also cast a disapproving gaze at Mu Zushin. What Lord Lu says is reasonable. Upon arriving, you found fault with Consort Qin and the little prince. However, Consort Qin and the little prince had been guarding by the emperor's side for many days. In comparison, you were missing for the whole day. What's even more absurd is that you requested Consort Qin to bestow you a marriage during this situation. Fourth princess, it's of your business to have mutual feelings with Qimo, but the emperor is seriously ill and you have the spare energy to care about your relationship. Aren't you letting the emperor down? Lu Yi furiously said while revealing a grieving expression. All of a sudden, Mu Zushin widened her eyes. She was mutually in love with Qimo, and even requested concubine Qin to bestow a marriage. Could this woman be more shameless? Instantly, Mu Zushin furiously glared at concubine Qin. Consort Qin, a shameless person like you dares to tarnish my reputation. When have I ever been mutually in love with Qimo? Clearly, it was you who wanted to gift me to Qimo as a concubine. Following Mu Zushin's voice, all the minister's sight gathered on Consort Qin's face. Consort Qin covered her mouth in shock and cast a painful gaze at Mu Zushin. Her expression was just like she was blaming Mu Zushin for framing her. Of course, at this moment, Consort Qin fiercely pinched the little prince's leg while everyone wasn't paying attention. Immediately, tears flowed down from his face as he pounced towards Mu Zushin. Bad woman, you're framing my mother. I personally witnessed you and cousin Qimo bantering flirtatiously. I also saw you kneeling before my mother to ask about a marriage. His fist fiercely struck Mu Zushin. It was reasonable to say that Mu Zushin could have sent the little prince flying with one hand, but at this moment, the aura radiating from General Li prevented her from moving. As his aura was only aimed at Mu Zushin, others hadn't noticed it. Bad woman, father's doting is wasted on you. You're the imperial family's misfortune, a disgrace. The little prince's fist fiercely hammered on Mu Zushin. She sucked in a cold breath from anger and viciously glared at the little prince. However, she hadn't moved in the slightest, but the little prince's body suddenly fell back with a bang as he fell on the ground. Imperial son. Consort Qin hastily went up and supported the little prince. She glanced at Mu Zushin with bitterness and said, previously you came looking for a marriage and even asked me to shoulder the blame by saying I am the one who forced you to marry. As such, you wouldn't be blamed for being unfilial. However, I'm honestly unwilling to witness the emperor being so pitiful and sir, had revealed this matter. However, tears spilled from Consort Qin's face. I never expected you would make false accusations and even framed me as such. Just because I had exposed your true colors before everyone. It's fine framing me, but why did you raise your hands against my son? He's still a child and no matter what mistakes he has done, how could you, as his sister, injure him? Mu Zushin had never encountered such shameless people before and trembled from anger. Her elegant petite face was also incomparably pale. I didn't injure him, he was the one hitting me. Fourth princess. Consort Qin carried the little prince and stood up, while her eyes filled with grief gazed at Mu Zushin. There wasn't anger in her eyes, only the emotions of resentment. You said you hadn't hit my child. Then why would he fall down without a reason? Chapter 1860, Like Mother, Like Son, 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Mu Zushin slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she opened her eyes. There was no emotion in her clear eyes. First, I didn't even touch him, so I'm not going to take the blame, and second, even if I beat him, so what? He beat me first. I just want to warn you, you can never escape God's retribution for all your deeds. If you do too many bad things, you'll have retribution sooner or later. You witch, you'll have retribution. You'll be damned. The little prince raised his head and glared at Mu Zushin. Mother said it was because of this woman that father ignored him. This woman took her father from her. So she deserved to die. Mu Zushin snorted and turned her eyes to the man on the bed. This time I came to take my father away. No. The first person who objected was Lu Yi. He frowned and said, the emperor is seriously ill in bed and can't stand being roughly moved. Where will you take him? I'm taking father to the princess estate outside the imperial city. The emperor loved Mu Zushin very much. In addition to the princess estate in the imperial palace, there was also another one outside the imperial palace, but Mu Zushin barely lived there. So there wasn't even a maid in the estate except for a few servants who were responsible for cleaning up. Consort Qin fluttered her eyelids. She had planned to force Mu Zushin to stay with the emperor. Then when she poisoned the emperor to death, she could dump the blame on her. She didn't expect that this woman wanted to take the emperor away. Then her plan was easier to carry out. Princess, I'm afraid it's not proper. If you take His Majesty out of the imperial palace, there won't be any If you take His Majesty out of the imperial palace, there won't be any physician available. Then how can he recover? Physician. Mu Zhuxin sneered. Father fell sick from overwork. If he takes a good rest, even if he can't immediately recover, he won't be like this. Obviously, he was harmed by those quacks. Don't worry. I'll look for famous physicians and ask them to treat father. If he can't be cured, I'm willing to die as an apology. Look for famous physicians. In this world, was there a physician who could cure father? She was taking her father away because she didn't want to meet Consort Qin and her son every time she came to the imperial palace. She would rather spend a few months outside. Besides, she would rather follow father after he died than become Qimo's concubine. Your Excellency. Seeing Lu Yi was going to say something, Consort Qin immediately interrupted him. Since Princess wants to do it, why don't we satisfy her? And will go to see His Majesty from time to time. The Emperor was seriously ill, so the most powerful person in the imperial palace was Consort Qin. Since she had agreed, no one dared to say no. Mu Zhuxin coldly glanced at Consort Qin, and ordered coldly, guards, take father away. Besides, in this period of time, no one is allowed to enter my princess estate without my permission. She meant Consort Qin. Consort Qin's face changed. Know what she was implying? She gave a ferocious smile. Mu Zhuxin, I'll allow you to live for a few more days. In 3 days, you must die. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Qi family, Yun Luofeng sat quietly in the pavilion, listening to Qi Su's report. Miss Yun, although generally tried to make trouble for us, thanks to him, the medicinal liquids of our strict-gathering pharmacy was sold out, and the 3 puppets were also sold. And someone sold us some meteorite heart. Meteorite heart. Yun Luofeng's eyes lit up. With the meteorite heart, she could forge puppets as powerful as Yun Yi. Chapter 1861, Like Mother, Like Son, 6. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng took over the meteorite heart Qi Su handed to her and asked with a smile, what else happened besides that? Qi Su fell silent and seemed to be worried. Seeing through him, Yun Luofeng asked mildly, are you worried about the 4th princess? Qi Su slightly nodded. I didn't plan to see her so early, but I heard Qimo said that Consort Qin wanted to marry her to Qimo as a concubine, so I'm a bit worried. Quote. From what he knew of Mu Zhuxin, she wouldn't be able to bear such a grievance. Then I ask you, is there any way to see Mu Zhuxin? Yun Luofeng asked seriously, her fingers gently tapping the table. In the imperial city, there are 2 princess estates. One is in the imperial palace and the other out of it, but she rarely lives in the latter one. So, if you want to see her, you have to go to the imperial palace. He was not qualified to enter the imperial palace, and those people wouldn't let him see Mu Zhuxin either. Just then, a guard came in a hurry. Second young master. This guard was not from the Qi family but rather had followed Qi Su before. What's the matter? Qi Su frowned and asked. The 4th princess is here and she wants to meet second young master. Mu, Qi Su's body shivered and his eyes were lit up. His heart was filled with joy, but he tried his best to restrain it. How did Mu know that I'm here in the Qi family? Let her in. Yes, second young master. The guard slowly left. After a while, Mu Zhuxin walked in led by the guard. From a distance, she saw the tall young man, and her clear eyes sparkled with joy. She hadn't seen him for a year, and he was still so handsome, but she felt as if she hadn't seen him for a lifetime. Qi Su. She stopped not far from Qi Su, and gazed at him, as if looking at her whole world. Mue, you've come. Qi Su didn't ask her how she knew he was in the Qi family, nor did he have to ask. Now the only thing in his mind was this girl in front of him. Qi Su, you shouldn't have come back, Mu Zhuxin said with a wry smile. The imperial city is unstable now, and father is ill in bed. I can't help you. I came back this time to seek justice for myself. A cold gleam flickered across Qi Su's eyes. The Qi family has today's status because of my master. I will never surrender my master's achievements to the Qi family. Mu Zhuxin had a lump in her throat, and she suddenly felt that Qi Su had grown up a lot in the last 1 year. Miss Yun. Suddenly, she saw the woman sitting in the bower, and she gave her a grateful smile. I heard that Qi Su was accompanied by a woman, and I guessed it was you. Thank you for your help that day. Otherwise, I might be buried on Lingchuan Mountain. Ah, Sister Mu, you've come. Before Yun Luofeng replied, a small figure rushed from the side. Qi Ling's body was soft, her smile was sweet and she looked so innocent. She was no longer as cowardly as the first time she met Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng put down the book in her hand and looked up slightly. Her wicked eyes fell slowly on Mu Zhuxin. The emperor of the Lufeng kingdom is seriously ill in bed. What's the matter with him? Quote. Mu Zhuxin's eyes darkened. He is ill because he has been mourning my mother all these years. However, because of those quacks in the imperial hospital, he didn't recover, but fell into a coma. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Could you take me to see him? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and there was a light in them. If she could defeat her enemy without a fight, she didn't mind leveraging other powers. If she could cure the Lufeng Kingdom's emperor, be it the Qi family or Consort Qi, she wouldn't have to deal with them by herself. Mu Zhuxin froze, then shook her head with a wry smile and said, Miss Yun, no one can cure my father. You'd better not get yourself into this trouble. Otherwise, it'll surely affect you. Since both father and she were going to die anyway, why should she get an innocent person involved? In particular, this innocent person not only was Qi Ling's master but also saved her life. Sister Mu, take my master to have a look. My master's medical skills are excellent and she should be able to cure His Majesty. In Qiling's heart, Yun Luofeng was an omnipotent god. There was nothing in the world that Yun Luofeng couldn't do. Mu Zhuxian smiled helplessly at Qiling's expectant eyes. She looked up at Yun Luofeng and said, I've taken father out of the imperial palace. I can take you to see him. If you can't cure him, you can leave secretly. If it was in the imperial palace, it would be rather inconvenient under so many eyes. Fortunately, she had already taken father out of the palace, and if Yun Luofeng couldn't cure him, no one would blame her. Let's go. Yun Luofeng closed the book in her hands and said mildly. Now, Mu Zhuxian, somewhat surprised, asked. Yun Luofeng glanced at her. Yes, is it inconvenient for you? No, said Mu Zhuxian helplessly, please come with me. The princess stayed. It was silent. Outside the East Wing room, seeing Mu Zhuxian coming from a distance, two guards respectfully made an obeisance. Your Highness. I'm bringing someone to see my father. Guard outside. Don't let anyone in. Yes, Your Highness. The two guards guarded the door. Miss Yun, these guards were given to me by father. They're absolutely loyal to me. You don't need to worry about them leaking any information. With that, Mu Zhuxian pushed the door open. It doesn't matter even if you can't cure my father. After all, she had already given up. Inside the room, a pale man was lying on the bed. His handsome face was full of pain, and his breathing was very weak, as if he would disappear at any moment. Yun Luofeng's face darkened as she saw the man lying on the bed. Miss Yun, what's the matter? Mu Zhuxian noticed the changes in Yun Luofeng and questioned. Yun Luofeng frowned slightly. Who fed him medicine today? An imperial maid. Is there any problem? Mu Zhuxian felt her heart skip a beat. Was there something wrong with today's medicinal soup? In the medicinal soup he took today there was a spirit herb called dream returning grass. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened bit by bit. Dream returning grass is very powerful. If anyone takes it they will die in their sleep within 3 days. Dream returning grass. Mu Zhuxian's face went white. How do you know that father took the dream returning grass? He has the smell of dream returning grass on him. Imperial physician, you dared to feed the emperor dream returning grass because it was colorless and tasteless, so no one would discover it. However, Yun Luofeng's mental strength was very strong, and the dream returning grass was a psychotropic spirit herb, so she could feel it with her mental strength. Chapter 1863, Healing 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Of course, she wouldn't tell Mu Zhuxian about this. Mu Zhuxian was not a physician, so she didn't know the dream returning grass was colorless and odorless. Then what should I do? Mu Zhuxian almost collapsed to the ground and bit her lips tightly. I thought father would be with me for a few months more, but I didn't expect. In fact, Yun Luofeng paused and continued, even without this dream returning grass, he has only 2 months to live. Qi Su hadn't spoken since he entered the room. He supported the trembling Mu Zhuxian for fear that she couldn't stand the blow. Master, Qi hugged Yun Luofeng's legs and looked at her pitifully. Do you have a way to save the emperor? Yun Luofeng gazed at the man lying in bed. He fell ill from overwork. It's not a big problem. He would have been able to recover soon if he keeps taking spirit herbs, but... Yun Luofeng paused. Someone replaced heavenly spirit ginseng in his medicinal soup with marsh ginseng, so he didn't recover, and even his body was worn down. Mu Zhuxian forced himself to calm down and asked, what's the difference between the two kinds of ginsengs? The difference is that the ginseng growing in a marsh is contaminated with the poison of the marsh, and it is difficult to distinguish between the two kinds of ginsengs. This poison won't kill him immediately, but will gradually corrode his body. The heavenly spirit ginseng plus the dream returning grass. It was very clear that someone was trying to kill her father. Consort Qin, it must be her. Except for this woman, Mu Zhuxian couldn't think of anyone else. Miss Yun, Mu Zhuxian suddenly knelt down in front of Yun Luofeng and begged bitterly, since you know what illness father has, you must have a way to cure him. Please save my father. As long as you save him, I will obey your orders for the rest of my life. Dignity, what was that? Was it as important as her father's life? She was willing to give her life for her father's life, let alone her dignity. Qi Su, seeing Mu Zhuxian kneeling down, also hurriedly knelt down in front of Yun Luofeng. Boss, please save His Majesty. Since there was no outsider here, he didn't call Yun Luofeng, Miss Yun, but called her boss. Qi blinked and also knelt on the ground. Master, please help Sister Mu. Yun Luofeng looked at the three kneeling before her and turned her eyes to Mu Zhuxian, whose face was full of tears. I didn't say I wouldn't save him. Mu Zhuxian was very glad to hear that. She looked up at Yun Luofeng gleefully. Miss Yun, are you willing to save my father? Saving him is saving myself. Yun Luofeng paused and continued. Besides, Qi Su and Qi Ling have both asked me to save him. How can I refuse it? For the sake of Qi Ling alone, she would save him. But the poison of the dream returning grass is working. Next, he will see the person he most wants to see and enjoy 3 days with that person. But after the 3 days, he will bleed from his nose and die. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin and pondered, so I have to detoxify him first. Miss Yun, if you need any spirit herb, just tell me and I will bring it to you. Mu Zhuxian's face was filled with joy. At first, she had no expectations of Yun Luofeng. Now, when she saw Yun Luofeng easily diagnose her father, and even knew what medicinal herbs he had taken, her heart was filled with hope. Chapter 1864, Ghost Emperor and Ji Jutian 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. She was like a drowning man grasping for a straw. Okay, Yun Luofeng nodded, I'll tell you what spirit herbs I need. Please find them for me. Of course, the sooner the better, I'm afraid he doesn't have enough time. Hearing this, Mu Zhuxian immediately had someone bring him a paper and a writing brush. Yun Luofeng wrote the medicinal herbs required for detoxification on the paper with the writing brush. Boil these strid herbs in 100 barrels of water until it's condensed to 1 barrel, and let him have a medicated bath for a day and a night in it. After that, the toxins of the dream-returning grass will be removed. After handing the prescription to Musician, Yun Luofeng wrote another one. This is for removing the marsh poison, but you should feed the medicinal soup to him instead of giving him a medicated bath. 2 days later, the marsh poison can be removed and he will wake up. Yun Luofeng's hand paused and she said, I'll also write you a prescription for body conditioning. After he wakes up, decoct the herbs and feed him the medicinal soup. Within half a month, your father will fully recover. Musician tightly held the prescriptions, her eyes full of gratitude. If Yun Luofeng could really cure father, then she was the savior of the Lufeng kingdom. Besides that, Yun Luofeng paused and glanced at Musician. Since someone wants to murder him, you'd better stay close to the emperor these days, so as not to give those people a chance. Even if Yun Luofeng didn't remind her, Musician knew what to do. A grim gleam flickered across her eyes as she thought that those people tried to kill her father for power. I understand, Miss Yun, thank you very much. Whether father can recover or not, I'll repay your kindness with the rest of my life. With a faint smile, Yun Luofeng looked back at Chisu. Are you staying here or leaving with me? Chisu was in a daze. He wanted to stay with Musician, but he finally shook his head. There are a lot of things I have to deal with in the Strid Gathering Pharmacy, and... A complicated light flashed through his eyes. If I stay here, I will cause troubles for Mu'er. If Consort Chin's men knew he was in the princess estate, they would send people here to get him. At that time, if they found the emperor was going to recover, they would try to murder him again. Just in case, he'd better not stay here these days. With this in mind, Chisu looked at Musician again, and he lowered his eyes to conceal his love for her. Xiaoling, let's go. Okay, brother. Qi Ling's face brightened with an innocent smile. It seemed that something occurred to her. She tilted her head and looked at Musician with her big clear eyes. Sister Mu, when my brother finishes his matters, we'll visit you again. Musician smiled and didn't ask them to stay. Now there was only her father in her mind. How could she have the heart to care about love and romance at this time? Besides, Chisu was right. In the present situation, they shouldn't stay here. Chisu took Qi Ling's hand and slowly walked out. When they came out of the room, his steps paused and he pondered, pursing his lips. Even though he didn't say a word, Yun Luofeng still saw the concerns about Musician on his face. I don't know if we can ride out the 3 days. 3 days later, the emperor would be awake. At that time, in the Lufeng kingdom, no one could hurt her. Chapter 1865, Ghost Emperor and Jijutian 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng kept quiet for a while and said slowly, if you are worried about her, I can lend you 2 puppets to secretly protect her. She was never stingy to her men. Since Chisu now worked for her, she wouldn't treat him poorly. Thank you. Chisu's voice was a little choked and his eyes were full of gratitude. Helping Mu'er is helping me. From now on, I'll give you my life as long as you need it. Yun Luofeng raised her eyes slightly. She looked so proud and arrogant that no one would dare to offend her. As I said, from the very beginning, my goal is to control the whole continent. And you, as my subordinate, will follow me to the peak after I become the king of the world. So you don't have to thank me. You just need to do the jobs I give to you well. The woman's voice was crisp and melodious, but it easily stirred the heart of Chisu. Control the whole continent. Become the king of the world. Only she could achieve this great goal. Chisu felt his blood surge for the first time, and perhaps the best choice he made in his life was picking her up that day. And what about the men I asked you to find for me? Yun Luofeng frowned. The continent of wind and cloud was not large. Where were Yunxiao and Jijutian? I've sent people to look for them and I believe as time goes by, we'll find them. Thinking of this matter, Chisu was a bit frustrated. He had been searching for them for a long time, but he failed to find them. However, he would never give up. After all, Yun Luofeng only made this request to him. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and looked at the blue sky not far away. There was a resolute light in her black and cold eyes. I see. Now you've almost got the Qi family in your hands. You can send more people to find them. You have to find them. Yes, boss. Chisu respectfully responded, wondering in his heart what the relationship between the 2 men and Miss Yun was. It seemed that they were very important to her. The lofty and steep mountains extended for tens of thousands of miles. The sky that was supposed to be blue was covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the sky, 2 men stood back to back, their robes were fluttering in the gale, and they looked so domineering. The 2 men were both very handsome. One of them was in a fiery red robe, and his long black hair was fluttering in the wind. With a point of cinnabar between his eyebrows, he looked so charming. This man looked so wicked, with a chilly smile on his enchanting face. Standing back to him was a man in black. The enchanting red-robed man couldn't overshadow him but served as a foil to him. With a majestic and handsome face, he looked like a god. A single glance of him would take people's breath away. Like the eyes of a hawk, his eyes were cold and sharp and looked unfathomable in the darkness. Ghost Emperor, Jijutian smiled, I never expected I would need your help one day. Yun Xiao was expressionless and looked as cold as a god of death. He was like a god, looking down at his people from the sky. I'll destroy anyone she hates, and protect anyone she cares about. Don't thank me, you should thank her. Every time Jijutian looked at Yun Luofeng, his eyes were shining with love for her. By rights, he should take him as a rival in love. However, Jijutian was different from Bai Su. Bai Su hadn't loved Yun Luofeng. He just wanted her ability. In fact, he had hurt Yun Luofeng many times. Chapter 1866, Ji Jutian's Admirer 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. So Yoon Seo tried to kill him. Though Ji Jutian fell for Yoon Luofeng, he never did anything to hurt her and even saved her life several times. So how could he kill him to make her sad? Besides, even if the man was his rival in love, so what? He had confidence in his Feng-heir, and in himself that no one could take his woman from him. Ji Jutian smiled enchantingly. Ghost Emperor, in my life, I have never admired anyone except you. No man could care for his woman like he cared for Yoon Luofeng. I feel the same about you. Yoon Seo answered him coldly, and his sharp and murderous eyes turned to the crowd approaching them. Ghost Emperor, we haven't had a competition since we met for the first time. Why don't we? With a bright smile on his face, he looked so charming, see which one of us can kill more people. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Yoon Seo was cold to everyone except when facing Yoon Luofeng. Hearing Ji Jutian's words, he answered with his actions. More and more people surrounded them, but they fell to the ground one after another under his sharp sword. It was a one-sided slaughter. Killing. It used to be a daily routine for him. When he first met her, he told her that the only thing in his life was killing before he met her. She was the only sunshine in his life, illuminating his entire world. Thinking of that woman with a perfect face and wicked behavior, Yoon Seo couldn't help but give a faint smile. It seemed that he had to solve these people as soon as possible. After that, he could go find her. Though there were a lot of them out there, they couldn't resist these two men. No matter how many they were, they would only end up dead. Ha ha. Ji Jutian laughed wildly, his long black hair was flying in the wind, and he looked so arrogant and wicked. Ghost Emperor, I didn't expect that I would join hands with you against the enemy one day. But it feels good. They were rivals in love, so what? Even though he was his rival in love, he still appreciated him a lot. If such a man accompanied Yoon Luofeng in her life, he wouldn't be worried about her. Sometimes, love didn't mean possession. He just wanted his beloved woman to live a happy life. So he never thought about how to force her to accept his love. All these people fell down, and their blood flowed over the mountain and dyed it dazzlingly red. Stop it. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard. Ji Jutian didn't stop. As his hands moved, the last person fell to the ground. At this time, a girl in red rushed to him. She was fair-skinned and pretty. She bit her lips, looking painfully and sadly at Ji Jutian. Ji Jutian, why are you so cruel to me? Am I ugly? Why don't you like me? Ji Jutian slightly raised his charming slanted eyes, looked down at the weeping girl and sneered, yes, you are. In my eyes, even a beggar is better than you. His words were so cruel, and he was looking at her as if he was looking down on an ant. The girl felt that her heart was broken into several pieces. She didn't expect that Ji Jutian would say such cruel words. Ji Jutian, I really like you. I fell in love with you when I met you for the first time. She still remembered how she met the man in the garden a few months ago. At that time, he, in a fiery red robe, stood under a peach tree and looked stunningly enchanting. Chapter 1867, Ji Jutian's Admirer 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. She had never met such a beautiful man before, so she had a crush on him. But his eyes were so lonely, proud, arrogant and defiant. A single glance of his captured her heart and she could no longer forget him since then. For your father's sake, I can spare your life. Ji Jutian slightly raised his eyes and said arrogantly, however, you must be punished. You sent people to hunt me just to force me to marry you. I can't forgive you. The girl's sad eyes were suddenly filled with fear, and she couldn't help but back up a few steps. What are you going to do? Of course too. Ji Jutian laughed presumptuously, ruin you. The girl shivered and tried to run away, but there seemed to be a boulder on her body and she couldn't move. Let me tell you, I never have a tender heart for women, especially women who covet something that doesn't belong to them. Ji Jutian coldly glanced at her, pinched her chin with his fingers, and his voice was bloodthirsty. I wonder if you will still dare behave like this after I destroy your face. Ah. When the woman tried to beg for his mercy, she felt a pain on her cheek and blood trickled down her white skin. It was so painful that she almost burst into tears. She screamed in panic, Ji Jutian, what did I do wrong? Is it wrong to fall in love with you? If you hadn't refused to marry me, I wouldn't have sent people to hunt you. However, she didn't expect that Ji Jutian was so powerful. The man next to him was also unfathomable and powerful. The girl bit her lips. When she first saw the man Ji Jutian called Ghost Emperor, she couldn't help but be attracted by him. But she fell in love with Ji Jutian first, so she only wanted Ji Jutian. However, she was high-bred and beautiful. Ji Jutian didn't like her because she happened not to be his type. But it didn't mean that no man would love her. Even if she loved Ji Jutian deeply, she had to charm this man into saving her. This, young master. The girl bit her lip tightly, turned her head and looked at Yoon Seo. Please, let Ji Jutian release me. I don't want to die or be disfigured. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to give you everything I have. However, Yoon Seo didn't even glance at her, as if she didn't exist. What? You can't seduce me, so you want to try someone else? Ji Jutian gave a grim smile. The girl was surprised. Ji Jutian was not happy because she was talking to another man. Was it because he loved her? He was angry just because she pushed him too hard. It must be like this. At the thought of this, the girl was gleeful and hurriedly defended herself. Jutian, I only like you. I begged him just because I wanted to survive. Don't get me wrong. Before she could finish, Ji Jutian suddenly pinched her chin forcibly. It hurt so much that the girl cried and her eyes were full of grievances. If you want to seduce a man, you should find the right one. Who do you think you are? Will Ghost Emperor put aside my little Feng-heir and choose you? Jutian's eyes were full of killing intent. He was even angrier when he saw the girl trying to seduce Yoon Seo. He would never allow anyone to undermine Yun Luofeng's happiness. Even though he knew Yun Xiao would not be tempted. Yun Xiao frowned as he heard Ji Jutian called Yun Luofeng, my little Feng, but his eyebrows loosened when he heard his last word. Chapter 1868, Smug, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Jutian. If you really need a man, I don't mind helping you. The killing intent in Ji Jutian's eyes grew more intense. He couldn't bear this woman anymore. Besides, do you really think I am afraid of your father? I went to visit him because I wanted to cooperate with him. But it seems that I shouldn't spare your life just for the sake of your father. As Ji Jutian relaxed his hands, the girl collapsed to the ground. Her face was filled with despair and pain, and she seemed to know that Ji Jutian would never love her. However, as she thought of the woman that Ji Jutian called little Feng, her heart was filled with jealousy. Why could that woman, having an excellent man's love, still gain the love of another one? That was unfair. Ji Jutian should love her. That woman stole everything from her. Yun Xiao didn't look at the girl, but he sensitively felt her resentment. His face immediately turned cold. This woman wouldn't hate Ji Jutian or him. Then the one she hated must be Feng. You're making trouble for Feng. Yun Xiao's voice was so cold that no one could feel any emotion from it. Figuring out what he meant, Ji Jutian gave a nonchalant smile. I wanted to spare her life, but now I think she will cause trouble if I let her go. Women were trouble. Except, of course, his little Feng. No. She opened her mouth in panic. Just when she tried to ask for mercy, she felt a hand grip her neck. As the hand suddenly exerted strength, her body softened and fell to the ground. She died. The very second before her death, the girl was still wondering why Ji Jutian killed her so ruthlessly since she just showed a touch of resentment but did nothing. He said he would spare her life. Ji Jutian took out a handkerchief, wiped his hands, and discarded it on the ground. Then he turned his beautiful and wicked eyes to Yun Xiao. Let's look for her separately. Since Yun Luofeng was here, they had to find her anyway. Okay. Yun Xiao's voice was as cold as ever. Then, before Ji Jutian answered him, his hawk-like figure quickly shot into the distance and disappeared without a trace. Ji Jutian coldly stared at the girl's body, and gave a grim smile. I did want to spare your life, but I accidentally mentioned little Feng. Your Jian family is the most powerful family of the Tianqi kingdom, and I don't know whether Feng can cope with you with her current strength, so I have to kill you in case you will make trouble for her. As for the Jian family, Ji Jutian squinted. If they can't make the right choice, I don't mind wiping them out. The Tianqi kingdom. The Jian family. A man was sitting cross-legged in the room with his eyes closed when he suddenly opened his eyes. His face was a bit pale, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He called out, Elder 5. Then, an old figure appeared out of nowhere. The old man stood in front of the middle-aged man and respectfully made an obeisance. Master, what can I do for you? Tell me honestly what happened to Tian'er. Chapter 1869, Smug, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Elder 5 paused and a touch of surprise flickered across her face. Master, the eldest miss. Tell me honestly, what on earth is she busy doing? The middle-aged man scowled and gnashed his teeth. Seeing that he had known about it, Elder 5 said helplessly, young Master Ji wasn't willing to marry the eldest miss and left with an excuse. Eldest miss was unwilling to accept it and took people to hunt him down. Stupid. The middle-aged man angrily pounded on the table, looking furious. Master, is there something wrong with the eldest miss? Noticing the middle-aged man's expression, Elder 5 paused and asked anxiously. The middle-aged man shuddered and closed his eyes. After quite a while, he opened his eyes. The members of the Jian family have telepathy with each other, but just now, I felt the telepathy between her and me disappear, which means she is dead. What? Elder 5 was stunned. Every member of the Jian family was born with telepathy with the other family members. Only the people of the Jian family knew about this and it was unknown to outsiders. Since Master said the eldest miss was dead, then she must have died. Thinking of this, Elder 5 was so regretful. He shouldn't have let the eldest miss go to hunt down Ji Jutian and should have tried his best to stop her. Master, are you going to chase after Ji Jutian? Chase after him. The middle-aged man sneered. To be honest, I don't know the real strength of Ji Jutian. Even if he isn't powerful, his potential is infinite. I can afford to lose a daughter but I can't afford to lose the whole Jian family. What are you going to do, Master? Uncle 5 thought for a while and asked. The middle-aged man's eyes twinkled. Tian'er had a fierce temper. No wonder Ji Jutian didn't like her. Then, let Answer marry him. The third miss. Elder 5 was surprised, but the third miss was born to your concubine. Will Ji Jutian marry a girl born to a concubine? On the continent of wind and cloud. Chapter 1870. Since Master said the eldest miss was dead, then she must have died. Thinking of this, Elder 5 was so regretful. He shouldn't have let the eldest miss go to hunt down Ji Jutian and should have tried his best to stop her. Master, are you going to chase after Ji Jutian? Chase after him. The middle-aged man sneered. To be honest, I don't know the real strength of Ji Jutian. Even if he isn't powerful, his potential is infinite. I can afford to lose a daughter but I can't afford to lose the whole Jian family. What are you going to do, Master? Uncle 5 thought for a while and asked. The middle-aged man's eyes twinkled. Tian'er had a fierce temper. No wonder Ji Jutian didn't like her. Then, let Answer marry him. The third miss. Elder 5 was surprised, but the third miss was born to your concubine. Will Ji Jutian marry a girl born to a concubine? On the continent of Wind and Cloud, people didn't care much about descent, but only considered it when distributing family property to children. However, Elder 5 didn't think Ji Jutian would marry a girl born to a concubine. Except for Tian'er, only my second daughter Ye was born to my wife. But she has to marry the second prince, so it can't be her. Now, only Answer is available. Answer is a quiet and gentle girl, and Ji Jutian will definitely like her. A cunning gleam flickered across his eyes. Besides the imperial family, he also wanted to rope in outstanding young spirit cultivators. If these people could be used by him, he didn't mind sacrificing his daughters. After all, he just took his daughters as tools. Unfortunately, Jianan was born to a concubine and he didn't like her much, so at the very beginning, he didn't think of her. But now he had no other choice. He would use any daughter he could use. Fortunately, the middle-aged man hadn't seen Yun Xiao, or else he would also scheme to marry a daughter to him. Elder 5, in the whole Tianqi kingdom, my daughters are the most beautiful women. These beautiful daughters are powerful weapons for me. Even heroes fall for beauties. No man can escape the temptation of beautiful women, and only the most outstanding men in the world are worthy of my daughters. The middle-aged man laughed and looked not quite sad about the death of his eldest daughter. Even though he was sad at the time he felt it, he was sad that he lost a bargaining chip instead of mourning for his daughter. Elder 5 gave a wry smile. He had a feeling that Ji Jutian wouldn't accept the third miss. Chapter 1870, Frame Up 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The Lufeng Kingdom, the Princess Estate. Time flew. Over the last 3 days the Princess Estate was very quiet, and even Consort Qin, who never stopped vexing Mu Zushin, didn't bother her. However, the peace was broken 3 days later. A crowd of people appeared at the gate of the Princess Estate. The crowd, led by Consort Qin, entered the estate in such a rush that the Princess Estate people couldn't stop them at all. What's the matter? Mu Zushin heard the noise outside and walked out of the estate. She couldn't help but frown when the first person she saw was the grim-faced Consort Qin. Mu Zushin, how dare you? Consort Qin gave out an angry howl that made Mu Zushin's eardrums ache. She rubbed her aching ears and looked quite dissatisfied. Are you here to disturb my father? Consort Qin looked extremely sad and pointed her slender fingers at Mu Zushin. How dare you mention His Majesty? During this period, I had someone monitor your princess estate. Why didn't you tell us His Majesty had died? Are you trying to conceal something? Mu Zushin scowled. Consort Qin, without any evidence, how can you accuse me like this? Aren't you afraid of eating your own bitter fruit? In fact, Mu Zushin knew Consort Qin's intention the very moment she appeared. However, when she thought of what Yun Luofeng told her, a killing intent appeared in her chilly eyes. Princess, stop quibbling. Consort Qin looked extremely sad. Imperial physician, you told me you took some dream-returning grass from the pharmacy. What were you going to do with it? If you didn't murder His Majesty, why don't you let us see him? I told you, father just fell asleep and no one is allowed to disturb him. Mu Zushin straightened up and blocked Consort Qin's way. She raised her chin obstinately, with a touch of coldness in her eyes. At first, the ministers didn't believe what Consort Qin said, but now seeing Mu Zushin preventing them from entering the room, they couldn't help but suspect that the emperor had died. The ministers immediately panicked. If His Majesty did die, the Lufeng Kingdom would be in a state of turmoil. Princess, an old minister stepped forward. I believe you're innocent, but please let us see His Majesty. Mu Zushin frowned. Miss Yun said father would wake up today, but it took time. Before he woke up, he couldn't be disturbed. I said no one was allowed in. Muksheksen shouted. When father wakes up, I'll let you see him. Wake up. Consort Qin sneered in her heart. The emperor will never wake up. It seems princess is trying to conceal something. You don't dare to let us see His Majesty because you're afraid we will find out you poisoned him, right? Consort Qin began to sob. His Majesty loved you so much. How could you murder him? Princess, get out of the way. If His Majesty is fine, why don't you let us see him? General Li sneered and went up to push Mu Zushin aside. Just then the two god-level puppets that were secretly protecting Mu Zushin fell from the sky, landed on the ground with a thud, and blocked his way with their massive bodies. Mu Zushin was stunned. These two people looked quite powerful. But she was sure she didn't know them. They are. General Li was stunned, and then he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly withdrew his hand. They're god-level puppets from the Spirit Gathering Pharmacy. Chapter 1871, Frame Up 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Puppets. Chi Su. Mu Zushin had heard about what happened in the Spirit Gathering Pharmacy. When she heard they were the puppets of the Spirit Gathering Pharmacy, warmth welled up within her. She soon calmed down, and her cold voice resounded throughout the yard. With a murderous air, anyone who dares to take one more step forward will be killed. The two guards, who had been ordered to protect Mu Zushin, went forward at her command and stared coldly at the group of people. Consort Qin was a bit chagrined. She really underestimated the girl and didn't know that she had borrowed the puppets from Chi Su. She seemed to be aware of what she was going to do. Unfortunately, she didn't take Mu Zushin seriously, so she didn't bring the strong masters of the imperial family with her. Mu Zushin, you murdered His Majesty. You should be sentenced to death. Consort Qin rolled her eyes and shouted coldly, don't you think you can survive with the protection of these puppets? Don't forget that the imperial family has a lot of strong masters. Do you think these puppets can protect you? I advise you to confess your guilt in case someone else is involved. By someone else, she was referring to Chi Su. She was very clear about Mu Zushin's feelings for Chi Su. To protect Chi Su, she would definitely plead guilty. However, in the face of her threat, Mu Zushin just sneered. You say I murdered my father. Where is the evidence? That's just your one-sided statement. I think you wanted to murder my father and you are trying to make me your scapegoat. Nonsense. Consort Jin was outraged. I love His Majesty so much. How could I murder him? My son, unlike you, also avidly loves his father. Only you would murder him. Mu Zushin gave her a contemptuous smile. Then why are you so sure father is dead? Well, Consort Jin sneered, I was worried about His Majesty, so I sent someone to check only to find that His Majesty had died. Mu Zushin tilted her head sideways. May I ask Consort Jin why I wanted to murder father? How would I know? You don't need a reason to murder. Consort Jin looked extremely indignant as if Mu Zushin had really murdered the emperor. Looking at her brazen face, Mu Zushin smiled but her heart was filled with murderous desire. The Grand Preceptor frowned. There was anger in his eyes. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Princess, if you think you're innocent, just open the door. If His Majesty is alive, we'll leave. Consort Jin gave a triumphant smile. The emperor was already dead, and Mu Zushin was destined to be buried with him. No matter how hard she tried to stop them, she couldn't get away with it. However, just as Consort Jin was gloating, a low, magnetic sound came from the room. Let them in. Consort Jin's face immediately stiffened, her pupils dilated, and she almost thought she was hearing things. Was that the emperor's voice? That was impossible. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to wake up. At the same time, the ministers present all heard the voice. Among them, some were glad to hear it, some couldn't believe it. And some panicked. It's His Majesty. It's His Majesty's voice. Did I hear it right? His Majesty really woke up. With the crowd was in an uproar, Mu Zushin had taken the lead to push the door open and at first glance saw the man on the bed with his eyes open. At this moment, Mu Zushin choked up. After suffering for a year she was finally relieved. Chapter 1872, Frame Up 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Father. Mu Zhenshin looked at her as lovingly as ever, with his eyes full of affection for her. Looking at him, she felt she was in a dream. Zushin, I'm sorry I let you be wronged. Mu Zushin couldn't control her emotion anymore, rushed into Mu Zhenshin's arms and burst into tears. Father, you woke up. That's great. You finally woke up. I thought I would never see you again. She really should thank Yun Luofeng. Had it not been for Yun Luofeng, she and father would surely have only met in heaven. She saved both father and her. Consort Jin stood stiffly at the door with cold sweat all over her. Her feet could hardly move, as if they were rooted to the ground. Consort Jin, didn't you claim His Majesty had died? And you said he was murdered by the princess. But His Majesty is alive. How can you explain it? A loyal minister snapped, looking quite angry. Consort Jin's face was pale and her lips trembled slightly. She had planned each step, but she never expected that His Majesty would wake up. It was all over. This time, she was finished. Hearing the minister's words, Mu Zhenshin glared at Consort Jin. Consort Jin, can you explain to me what happened? When I was sick, you bullied my baby girl. Your Majesty. Quote. Plop. Consort Jin fell to her knees with her face full of tears and she looked so sad and pitiful. I didn't mean it. Someone used me to frame the princess. I'm innocent. After saying this, she looked at Mu Zushin. Your Highness, I was deceived by someone. Please forgive me. Was she begging for her mercy? Mu Zushin sneered. Wasn't it too late? Consort Jin, you said you were wronged, but you tried to give me to Chimo as his concubine. Bang. Hearing Mu Zushin's words, Mu Zhenshin flew into a fury and pounded his clenched fist against the bed. Since he hadn't yet fully recovered, his fist didn't have much strength, but it still scared everyone in the room who gasped in horror. It seems that a lot of things happened when I was sick. So my baby girl is only worthy of being a concubine. As he said the last word, Consort Jin felt a murderous aura released from him, which made her legs limp and she almost fell to the ground. Your Majesty. I didn't make the decision. Somebody must have framed me. And, Mu Zushin sneered, you falsely accused me in front of the ministers that I had fallen in love with Chimo when father was dying and claimed that I begged you to allow me to marry him. Why did you think I would love a man like Chimo? There was a cold sweat on Consort Jin's forehead. She almost collapsed to the ground and even her eyes turned glassy. Mu Zhenshin clenched his fists, the blue veins in his forehead were strongly pulsing and he wanted to strangle the woman alive. Zushin is engaged to Chisu. Do you think Chisu is not as good as Chimo? Would she abandon Chisu and choose Chimo? Were the ministers stupid or were you stupid? Hearing his words, the ministers all kept silent. His Majesty meant they were stupid. They really shouldn't have believed Consort Jin's absurd words. Your Majesty. Quote. Chapter 1873, Frame Up 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Consort Jin tried to defend herself but was interrupted by Mu Zushin again. When father was seriously ill, you forced me to go to Lingchuan Mountain to search for medicine without sending the strong masters of the imperial family to protect me. Fortunately, I met Miss Yun, and she saved my life. Otherwise, I would have died on Lingchuan Mountain. Mu Zhenshin looked even angrier. He didn't expect that his daughter had almost died on Lingchuan Mountain. Lingchuan Mountain was such a dangerous place. There were numerous powerful spirit beasts in it. Without strong masters protecting her, how could she leave there safe and sound? Consort Jin was just trying to hound his daughter to death. However, Mu Zhenshin was interested in Miss Yun whom Mu Zushin mentioned and was very grateful for her help. Without her help, he would be separated from his daughter forever even if he woke up. And, as if not seeing the increasingly paler face of Consort Jin, Mu Zushin continued, the medicinal plant you said was on Lingchuan Mountain doesn't grow there. When I came back without it, you framed me as a coward who didn't dare to go to Lingchuan Mountain, and called me an ungrateful daughter. Mu Zhenshan gasped hard. His heart ached as if it had been torn. How much had his daughter suffered these days? If she hadn't been strong enough, she would not have been able to hold on. Consort Qin, you have really let me down. Mu Zhenshan slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and killing intent flickered across his eyes. Guards, take Consort Qin away and make her reflect on her misdeeds until she realizes that she was wrong. Why did His Majesty, who looked so angry, just order her to reflect on her misdeeds instead of punishing her? Some ministers who knew Mu Zhenshan well were not shocked but felt chilly, knowing His Majesty must have a reason not to kill Consort Qin. Consort Qin didn't think about this. She thought she would be executed. To her surprise, she just needed to reflect on her misdeeds and wasn't even imprisoned. This was really a surprise. Did His Majesty really love her? So he forgave her. You can leave now. I'll stay in the princess estate for some time. Mu Zhenshan waved his hand and closed his eyes. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep from killing Consort Qin right now. Soon, all the ministers retreated, leaving only Mu Zhenshan and Mu Zhuxin in the room. Father, Mu Zhuxin curled her lips. Consort Qin harbors ill intentions. You were poisoned by her. She almost killed you. If it weren't for Miss Yun, you would have already died. Hearing this, Mu Zhenshan became more curious about Yun Luofeng. It seems that I really should thank Miss Yun. When I'm free, I'll visit her and thank her in person. Mu Zhuxin was unhappy. Father, you know Consort Qin has done so many evil things. Why did you still let her off? Zhuxin, Mu Zhenshan sighed helplessly. It was because I want to know who Mu Ran's father is. Mu Ran was the son of Consort Qin and the only prince. Mu Zhuxin was stunned. What did father mean? As a matter of fact, before I became ill, I learned that I had become infertile due to constant overwork. But that doesn't mean that Mu Ran is not your son. Maybe you were able to make Consort Qin pregnant before you became ill. So, Mu Zhenshan gave a faint smile. I sent someone to secretly take his blood sample and make a blood test with it. It turned out that he is not my son. But I was sick in bed before I had a chance to check it out. Do you think I'll let her off after she cheated on me? Chapter 1874, Get Down on Your Knees, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. He didn't punish Consort Qin now just because he wanted to find out who committed adultery with her. Father, I think you can pretend you are going to execute Consort Qin. Perhaps that man will expose himself when he sees Consort Qin in danger. Mu Zhuxin's eyes sparkled and her voice was very soft and melodious. It's risky. If the man is mortally afraid of death, he won't come out even if Consort Qin is in danger. Mu Zhenshan's eyes were cold. At that time, he must have run away. You must keep it a secret and never leak it. When the man shows up, I'll torture them to death. If she only cheated on him, he might be able to forgive her. What he couldn't tolerate was what Consort Qin had done to his daughter over the last year. Mu Zhenshan sighed when he thought of the result of the blood test. No wonder he never liked his son. It turned out there was no blood tie between them, so he wouldn't like him anyway. Zhuxin, on the other hand, was everything to him. But, a fierce light flashed through Mu Zhenshan's eyes. Though I won't punish Consort Qin openly, I can secretly do something to her. Zhuxin, you can rest assured. Father will avenge you. At night, the moon was as cool as water. Consort Qin lay triumphantly on a chaise lounge, her face beaming with a smile. I made so many horrible mistakes, but His Majesty still forgave me. I must be very important in his heart. I'll solve that BTCH sooner or later. She picked up the teacup in front of her and was about to take a sip when a loud noise was suddenly heard and her quilt slipped out of her hand. Who is it? Bang! The next minute, the door was kicked open and a group of men in black rushed in, brutally kicking and beating Consort Qin. Who are you? How dare you? I will never let you off. Ah! The sharp pain made Consort Qin scream and she sounded very angry. Did that bitch Mu Zhuxin send you here? Tell her to wait and see. I will make her die without a burial place. As she said this, her voice turned hoarse, and she uttered a cry of pain. Outside the room, the little prince watched in horror as this group of men was beating up his mother. Then he ran away without looking back, for fear that they would beat him too. Consort Qin would never expect that her son was so cowardly that he left her behind in order not to get involved. Maybe she would feel sad if she saw the little prince turn around and run away. Of course, what happened to Consort Qin was unknown to Qi Zheng and Qi Mo in the Qi family. They were having a hard time these days. Qi Su hated his guts and didn't accept him as his father, so he often beat him up with some excuse. As Qi Su was protected by Yun Yi, Qi Zheng couldn't do anything to protect himself. He tried to resist, but was soon knocked out by Yun Yi. Now he only hoped Consort Qin could find out about his suffering and come to save him. Unfortunately, Consort Qin was badly injured and lay in bed for 3 months before getting out of bed. During those 3 months, instead of being beaten up, she was arped by a different man every day. Chapter 1875, Get Down on Your Knees, 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. She tried to complain to the Emperor, but he didn't believe that Mu Zhuxin would do that to her. To her horror, she shouted so loudly that night, but no one heard her, as if no one was around. It must be Mu Zhuxin. After the Emperor woke up she regained her power. Only she could do such a thing. However, what was even scarier to Consort Qin still awaited her. The inhumane treatment over the 3 months made her pregnant. She panicked but didn't dare to tell anyone for fear that the Emperor would find out. After all, the Emperor hadn't touched her for 3 months. If she was found to be pregnant, she would lose the Emperor's favor and even be killed. At the thought of this, Consort Qin bit her lips and ordered, "Guards, prepare for me." I'm going out to see my brother. It was unrealistic to have an abortion in the imperial palace, so she had to go to the Qi family to solve this child. Yes, Consort Qin. An imperial maid responded and left to prepare the sedan for her. The Qi family. As a eunuch called, "Here comes Her Highness," the servants fell to their knees in a row at the gate. She slowly stepped down from the sedan and went to the door of the Qi family. Why is my brother not here to greet me? Consort Qin raised her eyebrow and looked rather dissatisfied. If it were in the past, Qi Zheng and Qi Mo would have been waiting for her at the gate. Why hadn't they come here? Consort Qin, who do you think you are? Stop putting on airs in our Qi family. A cold voice came from behind the servants, causing Consort Qin to scowl, and she looked coldly at the several people coming from there. 3 people came over slowly. 2 of them were Qi Su and Qi Ling, and the third was Yun Luofeng. She immediately clenched her fists and her nails went deep into her flesh. That person's face was so beautiful that it had made her jealous for years. Even though she knew it was not Yun Yuqing standing there, she couldn't help being jealous. And this face was even more beautiful than Yun Yuqing's, and younger. Qi Su, Consort Qin snorted, turned her eyes to Qi Su and asked coldly, "Why are you here?" Qi Su sneered, "This is my home. Where should I be if not here?" "Nonsense." Consort Qin huffed, "Who says this is your home? This is my Qi family. Who are you? You aren't allowed to step over the threshold of my family." A person who had been expelled wouldn't be allowed to enter the Qi family. Qi Su gave a mocking smile. "Consort Qin, you seem to forget that you have married out of the family. I, Qi Su, am the young master of the Qi family. How can you say it's not my home? As for you, I think the one who should FCK off is you. How dare you?" Hearing Qi Su's words, a eunuch shouted out loud and the guards at the side all pulled out their weapons and pointed them at Qi Su. "Qi Su," Consort Qin pompously marched to Qi Su, "I am His Majesty's wife, while you are merely a commoner. You should get down on your knees in front of me. How dare you be so rude to me?" Qi Su smiled. "When Master was still around, His Majesty allowed me not to kneel down to him. If I don't even need to kneel down to His Majesty, why should I kneel down to you?" Consort Qin's face changed. She forgot about that just now. She gnashed her teeth at the thought and turned her eyes to Yun Luofeng in anger. "Why don't you kneel down to me?" The Emperor had allowed Qi Su and Qi Ling not to kneel down to the imperial family members, but this woman was just a commoner. Even if she forced her to kneel down to her, no one would dare to say anything. Chapter 1876, Get Down on Your Knees, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng glanced at her indifferently. "Get out of my face." Consort Qin's face immediately turned ferocious. "Good, very good. How dare these people disdain me, a royal consort? You're just a commoner. How dare you be so presumptuous? I hereby issue a decree that all your family will be executed." Hearing this, Qi Su and Qi Ling both turned their heads to look at her, their eyes filled with mocking and gloating. Consort Qin, as always, was brainless. She still dared to be so presumptuous in such an unfavorable situation. Besides, Miss Yun saved the Emperor, and she still tried to overpower her. "You don't want to get out of my face." Yun Luofeng's eyes turned dark, and she gave a sinister smile. "So you want to die?" Boom. In an instant, a great pressure hit Consort Qin. Under the pressure, Consort Qin felt breathless as if there was a knife on her neck. For the first time, she felt so close to death. Yes, Consort Qin felt the breath of death, her eyes filled with horror, her steps receding. No. That was impossible. This woman looked so similar to Yun Yuqing. Even her aura was just as horrible as hers. "You." Consort Qin took a deep breath. "I'll spare your life for now. I'm here to meet Qi Zheng. Leave as soon as possible." With that, she was going to enter the Qi family, followed by her attendants. Yun Luofeng looked at her back and sneered, "Did I allow you to go?" Consort Qin froze. She turned around with a pale face, trying to suppress her anger. "What do you want? Didn't you want me to get down on my knees?" Yun Luofeng stepped forward slowly, slightly raised her chin and looked down on her. "Now, get down on your knees." "How dare you?" Consort Qin got extremely angry and lost her temper, but suddenly she felt a pain in her knee and knelt down in front of Yun Luofeng with a thud. Her face was pale and her eyes were burning with rage. The people around were all dumbfounded. This woman ordered Consort Qin to get down on her knees, and she really did it. When did Consort Qin become so obedient? Qi Su stood beside Yun Luofeng, looking coldly at Consort Qin, and his eyes were icy. Every time he thought of what these people had done after Master went missing, he wished he could tear these people into pieces. You. Consort Qin's face turned purple with anger and shame and she trembled all over. "What are you waiting for? Get this woman." Seeing this, the guards drew their swords and rushed forward. However, before they could reach the front of Yun Luofeng, Qi Su suddenly moved. Before they could see the movements of Qi Su clearly, they felt a foot on their chest and they fell backward. The bones of the guards almost fell apart. It was so painful that they were unable to get up from the ground. Consort Qin struggled to get up, her body trembling harder. "Where is Qi Zheng? Call him out here. How could he indulge this beastard to treat his aunt like this?" "Aunt." Hearing this word, Qi Su almost burst into laughter. But this time, she still wanted to put the airs of an elder in front of him. Did she think he was stupid? "Your Highness." As Consort Qin's face turned darker, a voice of grief and indignation came from behind. "Your Highness, you have to uphold justice for me." Hearing this voice, Consort Qin looked a little better. However, thinking of Qi Su's rudeness to her, she scowled again and turned to look at the people coming from behind. Chapter 1877, Get down on your knees. 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Her eyes slowly turned to Qi Zheng and Qi Mo before she saw the delicate woman following them. She frowned and a touch of disgust flickered across her eyes. Why did brother bring this woman here? Although she didn't like Lin King, as a woman, what she hated more was this kind of coquette who was so good at seducing men. The woman's affectation, in particular, made her uncomfortable. But she knew it was not a time to make trouble. Consort Qin scowled and snapped, Brother, why were you so late in coming here? Didn't you see that Jisoo, the little beastard, was trying to give me a hard time? Today your Qi family must give me a reason. Not refuting her words, Jisoo smiled and his eyes were full of contempt and sarcasm. A touch of embarrassment flashed through Qi Zheng's face. He did want to come out earlier, but the Stam man kept close watch over him and gave him no chance. He glanced at Yu Ni behind him and gnashed his teeth. Consort Qin was here. He'd like to see how these people still bullied him. In fact, Qi Zheng had come out because Yun Luofeng told Yu Ni through soul communication to temporarily release Qi Zheng and his family. That was why they were here. After all, it was better to solve them together with Consort Qin. However, Yun Luofeng smiled and narrowed her eyes, and a smile flashed through her eyes. She didn't want to solve them herself but would let Jisoo solve them. Your Highness, I also wanted to come out earlier, Qi Zheng complained tearfully, but these people wouldn't let me, and I couldn't help it. Besides, several days ago, Jisoo brought these outsiders to the Qi family, seized our property, and confined me. I couldn't resist them. What? Upon hearing this, Consort Qin gnashed her teeth, and turned her eyes to Jisoo, little beastard, who allowed you to seize the property of the Qi family. How dare you, an expellee, do this to us? Her voice was shrill. If the Qi family's property was in Qi Zheng's hands, she might still be able to use them. But if Jisoo took them, from what she knew of this boy, she would not receive a single coin from him. How could she allow it? I know, your spirit-gathering medicinal liquid and puppets were both stolen from our Qi family. You stole these things from us and sold them to the second prince. How dare you? Consort Qin raised her eyebrows and huffed. No wonder they were born by the same mother. Both of them shamelessly claimed others' property as their own. Qi Zhen was so glad to hear this. With Consort Qin here, Jisoo would have to surrender. Smack. Just after Consort Qin said this, Jisoo suddenly appeared in front of her and slapped her hard. I never hit a woman, but some people force me to do it. It's not my fault. Consort Qin was stunned. She didn't expect that Jisoo would hit her with so many witnesses. How could he? Jisoo, it seems that you want to die. Consort Qin's eyes suddenly turned chilly and she gnashed her teeth. Your mother Lin King is ABTCH and you're a B-starred without family education who even dares to beat your aunt. Jisoo's aura suddenly changed. He grabbed Consort Qin by the neck, lifted her up and said coldly, say it again. At this moment, Consort Qin's face changed and she felt even angrier. Those guards were really trash. How could they be so weak? And how could Qi Zheng not come up to help her? Chapter 1878, Get Down on Your Knees, 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. In fact, the guards had been kicked to the ground by Jisoo and couldn't get up. As for Qi Zheng, with Yu Ni still behind him, he didn't dare to do anything. Not to mention Qi Zheng, even Qi Mo, who was always presumptuous, didn't dare to say a word. It wasn't that he had forgiven Jisoo, but that he lived a miserable life after Jisoo returned to the Qi family. After being brutally tortured these days, he didn't dare to go against him anymore. Unless Consort Qin could kill Jisoo. Yes. At this moment, Qi Mo had a feeling that Consort Qin couldn't kill Jisoo. Otherwise, Jisoo wouldn't be so disrespectful to her. Just then, a cold shout came from the sky and was heard by the crowd. Boy, how dare you attack the imperial consort? When Jisoo heard this, he felt a sharp pain as if a hammer had hit his chest. His hand trembled and Consort Qin slipped down from his hands. In the sky, an old man stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked coldly at the boisterous crowd below, and his eyes were growing angry. Elder Wang, help me. Seeing the old man, Consort Qin hurriedly called out as if seeing a savior. Elder Wang didn't speak. He stared at Jisoo with murderous eyes. With a boom, he suddenly released a powerful aura. Being hit by this aura, Jisoo felt distress in his chest and vomited a mouthful of blood. A heavenly god-level Strud cultivator. This old man was a heavenly god-level Strud cultivator of the Lufeng kingdom. Jisoo suppressed his inner shock and tried to work out a way to inform Mu'er to solve this old man. However, just as Jisoo was going to be overwhelmed by the aura, a white figure drifted by and stood before him. Jisoo, take care of your sister. Qiling was also affected by the aura of the old man. Now she was pale and unable to speak. Jisoo was shocked. As long as Miss Yoon stood before him, the pressure dissipated. Is Miss Yoon also a heavenly god-level Strud cultivator? Is this possible? Girl, you want to meddle in my business. The old man's eyes darkened. I just heard that someone was bullying our imperial family. I just came here to uphold justice for the imperial family. You'd better mind your own business. Just now, seeing the situation was unfavorable to them, Consort Qin's men had returned to the imperial palace and asked somebody for help. Elder Wang, who was cultivating, immediately came here after hearing the report. Although he was already a heavenly god-level Strud cultivator, he had to obey the emperor's commands in the imperial palace. There were, after all, still two reverend god-level Strud cultivators guarding the emperor. Consort Qin was the true love of the emperor. Even if she bullied the princess like that, the emperor still forgave her, which proved that the emperor really loved her. So he would unconditionally stand by Consort Qin's side. Even though Consort Qin was in the wrong. Elder Wang, don't let this woman off. She is with Jisoo. She disdained our imperial family. humiliated his majesty, and even forced me to kneel down to her, claiming that it just served us right. Consort Chin said with a sneer and glared at Yun Luofeng. Although there were many people around, Consort Chin thought no one would dare to refute her words. Sure enough, no one dared to defend Yun Luofeng and Chi Su when they heard Consort Chin's false accusation. That was the fickleness of the world. Oh, Elder Wang's eyes darkened bit by bit, and he said in a cold voice, "It serves us right." Humph. I'd like to see what makes you so presumptuous. Chapter 1879. Get down on your knees, 6. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. He didn't doubt Consort Chin's words. Whether or not Consort Chin said this, he had decided to take side with Consort Chin. Since that was the case, she didn't have to frame this woman up. It seems that the strong masters of the imperial family are just so-so. Yun Luofeng smiled. It seems that you cultivated so much that your brain has been damaged. Don't you know right from wrong? You do this just because you're a member of the imperial family. Don't you care about your reputation? Elder Wang suddenly scowled. Compared with Yun Luofeng, he believed in Consort Chin more. Yun Luofeng slowly stepped into the sky. In a snow-white robe, she looked as beautiful as a painting. Besides, Consort Chin is not the ruler of the Lufeng kingdom. After she said this, she had already stood opposite Elder Wang in the air, but her aura was no weaker than his. Humph, no matter what, you'll have to die today. It seemed that the strong master of the imperial family was brainless, and he didn't even care about the reputation of the Lufeng kingdom. Saying this, Elder Wang no longer spoke and rushed to Yun Luofeng. His hands quickly struck at Yun Luofeng like the claws of an eagle. Boom. Instead of retreating, Yun Luofeng came forward. The palms of the two people collided in the air. At that moment, everyone felt that the space around them was distorted by this powerful force. At that instant, Yun Luofeng retreated a few steps and a trace of blood oozed from her lips. Miss Yun. Master. Chi Su turned pale and Chi Ling burst into tears. If Aunt Yun was here, no strong master of the imperial family would dare treat them like this. As Aunt Yun was not around, they became so lawless. Linge, Chi Su held his breath. Go find Mu'er. Chi Ling's eyes lit up. How could she forget about Sister Mu? Thinking of this, she quickly turned around and rushed in the direction of the princess estate. Come on, stop that little BTCH. Consort Chin clenched her teeth and shouted. When the guards were going to come up to chase her, they were stopped by Chi Su. I'll see who dares to touch Linge. His aura was very strong and struck at the guards. Sure enough, the guards didn't dare to move again after being overwhelmed by this aura. Brother, what are you doing? Consort Chin turned angrily to Qi Zheng. Come on, get this little beastard. Qi Zheng didn't know how to explain to her. He didn't dare to act rashly, or else the man standing behind him would beat him again. Consort Chin angrily stomped. Brother doesn't want to touch his son even at this time. Ironically, Consort Chin didn't know that Qi Zheng didn't attack Qi Su not because he was his son, but that he was afraid of Yun Yi. If Qi Zheng really took Qi Su as his son, how could Qi Su be expelled from the Shi family? And he even wanted to sell Qi Ling. In the sky, Yun Luofeng looked up at the old man in front of her and a cold glint flashed through her black eyes. Is this the strength of a heavenly god-level Strud cultivator? It was almost impossible for a Strud cultivator of a lower level to resist one of a higher level once it was above the god level. Fortunately, her physique was strong. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured just now. Girl, I admit that you have a good talent since you became a god-level Strud cultivator at such a young age. Unfortunately, no matter how gifted you are doomed to be defeated by me. The old man snorted expressionlessly. Yun Luofeng took a deep breath, then she slowly closed her eyes while everyone was watching. Not knowing what she was going to do, everyone was stunned. Is this woman going to surrender after knowing she is going to lose? Chapter 1880, End of Consort Chin, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. However, before long, dragon scales appeared on the woman's body. Yes, it was a dragon scale-shaped armor, shining in the sun. When Consort Chin, who had been watching at the side, saw this, a greedy gleam flickered across her eyes. This dragon scale armor is also the Shi family's. Chi Su, the little beastard, stole this treasure to win the favor of this woman. Elder Wang, you must take the armor off this woman. She is not worthy of wearing it. Hearing this, Chi Su gave a sarcastic smile. Consort Chin. Why don't you just claim that all the treasures in this world belong to your Chi family? All eyes were on Consort Chin. Though the onlookers didn't dare to say anything for fear of the imperial family, they were clear about what was going on here. To their surprise, Consort Chin was so greedy that no matter what Yun Luofeng took out, she would say it was hers. Elder Wang scowled and glanced at Consort Chin with dissatisfaction. Though he firmly believed the words of Consort Chin just previously, now he hesitated. Consort Chin was ignorant. However, he knew clearly that the dragon scale armor was condensed after its owner drank dragon's blood. Of course, not all dragon blood had this effect. Those that could be condensed into dragon scale armor were very rare. The process was also extraordinarily painful. He didn't believe that anyone of the Chi family could bear that kind of pain. No matter how much doubt Elder Wang had in his mind, he didn't show it. He frowned. Little girl, it seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. In that case, I won't reserve any strength when I fight you. Boom. You're reading on.com, thanks. Then he punched at Yun Luofeng with all his might. Yun Luofeng's figure was as swift as a breeze. She easily dodged Elder Wang's attack, and then deftly moved behind him. A long sword suddenly appeared in her hand. She waved it and chopped at him. Feeling the cold glint behind him, Elder Wang hurried to dodge it. With a thud, the long sword cut a long hole in the ground, and Elder Wang looked a bit flustered. Many people in the street were watching the fight. Frightened by it, they all retreated to the back, fearing that the battle would affect them. The battle was not over. Although Yun Luofeng was a god-level spirit cultivator, she was no slower than the heavenly god level 1. Besides, with the protection of the dragon scale armor, her physical toughness was improved a lot. So, the weak people could only see sparks splashing in the air and can clearly see the battle between the two. Consort Qin was anxious. Elder Wang, didn't you just say you would fight her with all your might? This girl is just a god-level spirit cultivator. You're supposed to beat her soon even with only a third of your strength. Why don't you just kill her? Come on, kill her. Get my dragon scale armor back. Elder Wang in the sky had already taken out his weapon and didn't dare to despise his enemy anymore. However, even so, he looked flustered confronting Yun Luofeng who had the dragon scale armor protecting her. Elder Wang, who was already anxious, turned black at the words of Consort Qin, and he felt bitterness in his mouth. He never expected that one day, he would be forced to such a degree by a girl. Chapter 1881, End of Consort Qin 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. In particular, Elder Wang's consumption of spiritual energy was extremely fast after experiencing that battle and he gradually felt less capable than was desirable. In contrast, Yun Luofeng's attacks became fiercer, as if possessing unlimited spiritual energy. Elder Wang's expression became increasingly anxious. He had been too hasty making this trip, or else he wouldn't have been forced to this extent if he had called upon a few other elders. Just as Elder Wang was about to get defeated, a crisp voice suddenly sounded among the crowd. Elder Wang, stop your attacks. If you dare to injure Chi Su and Miss Yun, you had better be prepared to suffer the consequences. Elder Wang's expression suddenly changed. Why had the fourth princess come? However, as the fourth princess had an engagement with Chi Su, her arrival was within expectations. It was just that. What did she mean by harming this woman? Clearly, I'm the one getting bullied, alright. Mu Zhuxin dashed in past the crowd and her face was red through and through, evidently due to running too fast. Qi Ling who followed behind her was also panting and couldn't even utter a single word. However, after witnessing the scene in the skies, Mu Zhuxin was stunned. What's with the current situation? Reasonably speaking, shouldn't Yun Luofeng be bullied by Elder Wang? Why do I feel that Elder Wang is at a disadvantage? Seeing Mu Zhuxin's arrival, Yun Luofeng retracted her aura and walked down from the skies with indifference. Seeing her actions, Elder Wang dashed towards Yun Luofeng, with a cold glint streaking across his eyes as he was about to release an attack. However, it was as if Yun Luofeng had eyes behind her back, and the moment Elder Wang arrived near her, she suddenly turned and released a palm strike on his chest. Not expecting his sneak attack to be discovered, Elder Wang did not guard against her in the slightest. Furthermore, she struck right in the middle of his heart. He instantly spat out blood, then fell from the skies and crashed on the ground, resulting in a huge pit. Within the pit, he panted with great difficulty and felt extreme pain from his heart. Even breathing became difficult. Fortunately, he was a heavenly god cultivator and only required a short moment to gradually recover. If his strength was just slightly lacking, perhaps he would have perished on the spot. Qi Zheng's expression had turned pale from fright. If this woman fought with me instead of Yun Yi, I definitely wouldn't be able to survive from her strike and would die on the spot. Thinking of this, Qi Zheng was glad. Glad that he was still alive. The instant Yun Luofeng descended from the skies, the time limit of the dragon scale armor was up. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped her attack so early. Miss Yun, are you alright? Mu Zhuxin recovered from her astonishment and relaxed after seeing Yun Luofeng safe and sound. In any case, Yun Luofeng was her imperial father's benefactor. If something happened to her or if she was even injured by members of the imperial family, she would never forgive herself. Princess. Not waiting for Yun Luofeng to speak, Elder Wang had climbed out from the huge pit and covered his chest, while speaking with a pale face. I know you have an engagement with Chi Su, but this woman and Chi Su humiliated the imperial family and you definitely can't shield them. Humiliated the imperial family. Mu Zhuxin coldly smiled and glanced at Consort Qin who turned pale from fright. A cold glint then streaked across her lowered eyes. Did you see it or hear it personally? Elder Wang was startled. Consort Qin said so. She said that this woman forced her to kneel, even claiming that the imperial family was only fit to kneel before her. Chapter 1882, End of Consort Qin 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Mu Zhuxin released an increasingly chilly expression. Consort Qin's words can be trusted. Then if I say that Consort Qin had hanky-panky business with others and is pregnant with an illegitimate child, shouldn't you be grateful to me? She merely spoke casually but it caused Consort Qin's heart to skip a beat as her complexion turned deathly pale. As expected, this matter was done by Mu Zhuxin. Otherwise, how would she have known I was pregnant? Thinking of this, she gnashed her teeth while her gaze revealed fury. Princess, how can you randomly make such claims and frame others? Elder Wang was very discontented. Frankly speaking, he was very mindful of the emperor doting on the fourth princess. The fourth princess was woman and she would be married off in the future. It was better to shift his love and concern to the little prince instead, as he belongs to the imperial family. Mu Zhuxin shrugged her shoulders. You say that I'm framing her, so why are you so quick to believe Consort Qin's words? Elder Wang's expression soured. No matter if these words are true, I personally saw Chi Su wanting to strangle Consort Qin. He plotted against Consort Qin's life and ought to be put to death. This time around, he'd like to see how the fourth princess would help them. Plotting against the imperial family was a capital offense. That's right. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the rear crowd. Plotting against an imperial family member is indeed a capital offense. The moment his words were spoken, a middle-aged man walked over with the protection of a group of bodyguards. The man's appearance was handsome and was somewhat similar to Mu Zhuxin. The aura of the subordinates he brought along with him did not lose to Elder Wang. Heavenly God experts. To be capable of bringing so many heavenly God-level experts, there was only one person in Lufeng Kingdom. Not waiting for the spectators to guess the man's identity, they saw Elder Wang and the Imperial Guards kneeling down. Your humble servants welcome your majesty. A trace of delight flashed across Consort Qin's face. Earlier on, your majesty said that plotting against an Imperial family member's life was a capital offense. Could it be that he came to get justice for me? That's right, although she had conspired against the princess previously, the Emperor didn't even punish her and he must have regarded her as his true love. Now that she was nearly killed, how could his majesty be unconcerned? Perhaps due to the Emperor's arrival, Consort Qin looked up proudly and she said in an overbearing manner, Chi-Su, what else do you have to say? I'm an Imperial concubine and you even dared to humiliate me. It's simply not putting his majesty in your eyes. Qi Zheng and Qi Mo had also relaxed in succession. His majesty had come and was clearly on Consort Qin's side. This time, even if Yun Luofeng had monstrous abilities, it would be hard to escape death. Qi Zheng revealed a cold expression, if you have your mother offer an apology to Fifei, I'll save her life. Of course, she will no longer be Qi family's first madam and can only be a servant. In the future, there will only be Fifei as the Qi family's madam. Jian Feifei's face was beaming with a big smile and had an unconcealable complacent intent in her eyes. Lin King, no matter how you struggle, you'll never beat me in your whole life. In the future, I'll be the madam in Qi family who calls the shots while you'll only be a servant. I will return everything you and your son have done to me at that time. However, Jian Feifei did not reveal her internal thoughts and gently said, My lord, isn't this too ruthless? In any case, Lin King has had your child and brought him up, so why not let her become a concubine? Fifei, you're the kind-hearted one, not like Lin King's evil woman. Since you're so magnanimous, I'll definitely treat you well. These people minded their own business and spoke, without noticing Chi-Su's quirked lips and Mu Zhenshen's chilly expression. I haven't finished speaking. Plotting against the imperial family is indeed a capital offense, but Consort Qin has been demoted to a commoner. She's no longer my concubine. Chapter 1883, End of Consort Qin, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Consort Qin's smile stiffened. Qi Zheng, Qi Mo and Jian Feifei's complacent smile hadn't had time to disappear. Reason being, they were shocked silly by Mu Zhenshen's words. What did the Emperor say? Consort Qin is no longer an imperial family member. Your Majesty. Consort Qin screamed and glanced at him with a pitiful gaze. I wonder what your concubine has done for your Majesty to treat me so. Mu Zhenshen's expression darkened. You bullied others with your authority, and the person you bullied is my benefactor. What punishment do you think you deserve? Consort Qin's complexion paled as she weakly questioned, What does your Majesty mean? When has your concubine bullied your benefactor? Before she finished speaking, Mu Zhenshen interrupted her. Miss Yun is my benefactor and you brought men to bully her. You even wanted me to punish her for you. Bang. The moment he spoke, he released a palm strike and caused Consort Qin to suddenly fly out and crash with a bang. Elder Wang was shocked silly as a chill spread throughout his heart. He shrunk his shoulders, unconsciously wanting to lessen his existence. These events were out of his expectations and he had not managed to react until this very moment. Ah! Consort Qin screamed and tightly held onto her stomach. Blood flowed out from her lower body and her face was incomparably pale. Although Qi Zheng wasn't proficient in medical skills, he had previously learned a few tricks when Yu Niuqing was present. Seeing Consort Qin bleeding incessantly from her lower body, he was slightly startled. If it was her period, she wouldn't be bleeding so much. Could it be? Qi Zheng rejoiced internally, yet walked Consort Qin's side while remaining calm and collected. He then took Consort Qin's pulse and after sensing her pulse, his expression suddenly became extremely sorrowful. Your Majesty, Consort Qin had a miscarriage. Even if you no longer love her, but the child in her womb is your child. Please close one eye and save Consort Qin. Of course, he didn't do this for Consort Qin but only because he had wanted to survive. If Consort Qin was with child, the Emperor would definitely be soft-hearted and the Qi family could also escape from this calamity. However, Qi Zheng hadn't noticed at the moment he spoke, Consort Qin's complexion became increasingly pale. Her hands tightly grabbed her skirt as her gaze revealed despair. I'm dead. This time, no matter what I say, it's all useless. Ever since I was sick, I haven't touched Consort Qin, so how could she possibly be pregnant? Perhaps Consort Qin caused Mu Zhenshen to be infuriated. He did not even consider for a moment before speaking. What? The Emperor didn't touch Consort Qin? Qi Zheng's expression instantly turned pale as he submissively said, Your Majesty, are you mistaken? Consort Qin has always been gentle and virtuous, she would never commit such infidelity. Your Majesty must have had visited Consort Qin but had forgotten. At this moment, Qi Zheng spoke without thinking and instantly caused Mu Zhenshen's expression to turn cold. HMPH. Consort Qin couldn't endure the loneliness and betrayed me, yet she wants me to be the scapegoat. Ever since I recovered, I've been spending my days in the study room and this can be ascertained from the records. Mu Zhenshen's expression turned sharp and stern. Men, arrest Consort Qin and wait for my investigation before punishing her. Hearing his words, Consort Qin hastily climbed up and staggered as she pounced towards Mu Zhenshen. Your Majesty, your concubine was wronged. It's Mu Zhenshen, she deliberately framed me. When he heard Consort Qin trying to frame Mu Zhenshen, he became increasingly furious. Consort Qin is unrepentant and even wronged the fourth princess. Her crimes shall be increased. Chapter 1884, End of Consort Qin, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Your Majesty, I didn't lie. Oh right, the Strict Gathering Pharmacy. The pharmacy was opened by the Tianqi Kingdom's second prince and Chi-Su is already one of theirs. He sold the country to our enemy and Mu Zixin must have known about this. They collaborated to deal with the Lufeng kingdom. My son is the Lufeng kingdom's only prince and by doing so, she has pulled my son down. Consort Jin became anxious and wanted to push everything on Mu Zixin without a care for anything. Even if it was hard to escape death, she would never let them have a good life. Mu Zhenshin's eyes dimmed. Speaking of the little prince, I'm suspecting whether or not he's my child. Shortly after we return, I'll hold the blood identification ceremony. Consort Jin's body weakened and fell to the ground. Her gaze was filled with despair as she bit on her lips. However, Jisoo having secret ties with the Tianqi kingdom's prince is a fact. How can your majesty shield them? Secret ties. A wicked and sinister voice sounded. Consort Jin's lips trembled as she turned to the woman. Yun Luofeng quirked her lips. Who told you the Spirit Gathering Pharmacy belonged to the Tianqi kingdom's second prince? Consort Jin was startled. What did she mean? Didn't Jisoo sell the Spirit Gathering medicinal liquids formulation to the second prince? If that wasn't the case, she wouldn't have stopped going after the medicine store. That was only a rumor on the street and how could that be real? Did you personally hear Jisoo admitting it? Yun Luofeng glanced at Consort Jin with indifference and an expressionless face. Consort Jin finally recovered her senses, while baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, wanting to pounce towards Jisoo. Jisoo, you liar. You even dared to deceive your aunt. I'll kill you. Jisoo retreated and frowned as he sneered. If I hadn't said so, wouldn't you have taken advantage of His Majesty being seriously ill, with no one to restrain you, and seized my Spirit Gathering medicine store? I remember that General Li insisted that my Spirit Gathering medicinal liquid belonged to the Qi family and wanted to forcefully seize the formulation. This Spirit Gathering medicinal liquid belongs to the Qi family. You coveted the Qi family's belongings. Even until now, Consort Jin was still unrepentant. Mu Zhenshin cast a meaningful glance to his subordinates and they immediately went up, then held down Consort Jin, causing her to be immobile. What is the Qi family? Every single copper of the family was earned by my master. Jisoo looked up towards Mu Zhenshin. Your Majesty, I have something else I'd like you to be the judge of. Facing Jisoo, Mu Zhenshin's expression had instead alleviated. He quite liked this fellow and it wasn't only due to Mu Zixin. Instead, his talents were outstanding and he had a good personality. Only such a young man was suited to become the imperial family's son-in-law. There's no harm in speaking. Your Majesty, Qi Zheng previously fetched his mistress, Jian Fifei, back into the family. If that was all, it would be fine. However, I have found out something just a while back. Jisoo glanced at Qi Zheng while the killing intent in his eyes was extremely dense. Qi Zheng is savage and killed my brother. He even allowed Jian Fifei's son, Qi Mo, to pose as the Qi family's eldest son. What? Everyone turned pale from shock as they looked at Qi Zheng with disbelief. Even wild beasts look after the young, but he actually committed such actions that go against one's conscience. Qi Zheng's mouth dried up. He then quibbled, what nonsense are you sprouting? This matter was hidden for numerous years, so how could Jisoo know of it? Do you want to know how I found out? Jisoo sneered, since I found out that Jimo wasn't my brother, I've been talking with my uncle about this. At that time when my mother gave birth, my uncle and aunt were also outside. They heard the child's cries, yet you claimed that my mother had a stillbirth. As such, I deliberately investigated and fortunately, the heavens didn't let me down. I found out that you had killed my elder brother. Chapter 1885, End of Consort Jin, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Sue, are you speaking the truth? A trembling voice sounded. Jisoo was startled and hastily looked over, spotting a face filled with streaks of tears. Mother, why did you come out here? Sue, mother shall only ask you of this. Are you speaking the truth? Lin King tightly gripped her fists as she trembled incessantly. Jisoo bitterly smiled and nodded. It's the truth. Lin King knew that her son had never lied to her, so her furious eyes locked onto Qi Zheng. That year, you killed my son, just so Jian Fifei's son could sneak into the Qi family to pass as the eldest son. In the end, you actually said it was my fault. Qi Zheng, how could you be so savage to this extent? Clearly, you harmed my innocent child and had me take care of your mistress's son. Yet, after fetching your mistress into the Qi family, you forced your seriously ill wife to apologize. Recalling everything that happened that day, Lin King staggered as tears flowed down without restraint. 3 months ago, you claimed that I snatched Jian Fifei's son, causing both of them to be separated and sir, everything was my fault. You forced me to kneel and apologize to Jian Fifei but before then, I never knew that Jimo wasn't my son. What's more, I was unaware that you had killed my son. The crowd who was angry at Qi Zheng's action had become even more enraged after hearing Lin King's tearful complaints. There was actually such a shameless person in this world. First, he killed his wife's son and had his mistress's son sneak in by underhanded means. Then he even had his wife raise his mistress's son for 10 over years. Ultimately, he even forced her to apologize to his mistress, saying that she stole someone else's son. Even if one was shameless, they had to have a limit. How could a shameless person like this live until today? Qi Zheng's expression became increasingly pale. However, he was still reluctant to admit his mistakes. Just because Jisoo claimed I killed, how can it prove that I did so? Where's the evidence? Jisoo sneered. Do you have the guts to swear an oath? Swear to the heavens that if you killed my elder brother, you'll enter the 18 depths of hell without reincarnating for eternity. Hearing Jisoo's words, Qi Zheng's complexion became deathly pale as his eyes revealed his guilty conscience. From that, everyone had also understood who had lied. So what if I did so? Qi Zheng gnashed his teeth and admitted. That child was bad luck. The moment he cried, the entire back garden wilted and even the midwife said he brought bad fortune. Causing the flowers to wilt means bad luck. Yun Luofeng cast a meaningful glance at Jisoo and stopped his actions, before turning to Qi Zheng. Would you believe that I have a method to cause flowers to wilt? What? Qi Zheng stared blankly. Yun Luofeng wickedly smiled. There's a type of soil, named as yellow heaven soil, that will cause flowers to wilt when mixed with sprit flower powder. If you are doubtful, you can question the physicians at present. Even though Qi Zheng had learned some medical skills before, his talents were lacking and he was only a dabbler. Naturally, he wasn't aware of this. Among the people Mu Zhenshan brought, there were also physicians present, and upon hearing Yun Luofeng's words, they had also nodded. That's right, this method can also cause the flowers to wilt. Qi Zheng wanted to insist on his own views, but seeing the imperial physicians agreeing, his expression suddenly changed. It's impossible. How could those things you say be present in my Qi family? The incident of the flowers wilting must not have been caused by that. Is that so? Qi Su laughed grimly. He had already seen Jian Feifei's pale complexion with a glimpse as he continued speaking. Coincidentally, I've located the midwife from back then. Chapter 1886, End of Consort Qin, 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. In the beginning, the Qi family wasn't particularly influential, and coupled with his confidence that he could conceal this fact, he did not kill the midwife. Even if someone investigated this matter, what he did was reasonable. That's right, Qi Zheng believed his actions were reasonable, so naturally, he wasn't worried about the matter being exposed. In addition, he had Qimo enter the estate to prevent Lin King from feeling too deeply hurt. As for Jian Feifei, she had instead wanted to deal with the midwife. However, the midwife was very crafty and did not give Jian Feifei any opportunities. Moreover, Jian Feifei's capabilities weren't powerful enough at that time, so the midwife managed to escape. Ultimately, Qi Su had exerted a great amount of effort to locate the midwife. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty. The midwife walked out while being led by 2 guards and then knelt before the emperor and trembled. The instant Jian Feifei saw the midwife emerge, she swayed and nearly fainted. Speak, what exactly is going on? Mu Zhenshan questioned with a cold expression. The midwife trembled. It's Jian Feifei. She passed me a bottle of medicine to sprinkle on those flowers and had me tell the Qi family head that the child brought bad luck. In this case, Jian Feifei could take advantage of the opportunity and request for her son to enter the estate. Your Majesty, Jian Feifei promised me 100 silvers back then, and I accidentally divulged this incident to my son when I returned. My son was more sensible and claimed that Jian Feifei would murder me to shut my mouth. Therefore, her voice was constantly trembling as she spoke, I escaped without daring to take the money. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong and please spare me on the account that I didn't take the money. Mu Zhenshan snorted. Do you know that your actions caused the death of an innocent life? Repaying one life with one is natural and right. After speaking, he looked sternly at Jian Feifei. When Qi Zheng saw her appearance, he knew that the midwife was speaking the truth. Jian Feifei, he furiously shouted. All these years, what was the reason Qi Zheng had loved Jian Feifei so dearly? Wasn't it for her kind-heartedness? That year after he strangled his eldest son and was worrying about how he would explain to Lin King, it was Jian Feifei who stood up with an appearance that inspired reverence as she claimed to be willing to sacrifice herself to fulfill Lin King's wish of having a son. It was also because of this that he felt guilty towards her, even believing Lin King to have deprived her of her son. Unexpectedly, everything was her scheme. Qi Zheng's expression was of grief and indignation. He even dreamed that maybe if his eldest son wasn't dead, everything would be different. The Qi family's glory would be his, and the strict gathering formulation would also belong to him. Moreover, Qi Su would still be filial towards him. Even at this point, Qi Zheng hadn't reflected on his mistakes and pushed the responsibility on Jian Feifei. With Qi Zheng's furious shout, Jian Feifei's last line of defense finally collapsed and she collapsed on the floor. Her complexion was deathly pale and under extreme fear, she couldn't utter a single word. Enough. Seeing Qi Zheng about to lecture Jian Feifei, Qi Su coldly shouted. You have no rights to punish her. This woman landed my mother in such a plight and even caused my elder brother's death. I will personally take care of her. As for you, Qi Su coldly smiled. Did you think death would be your relief? No. He would let him suffer his whole life. Yun Luofeng leaned on a tree bark all along, and upon seeing the evil tendencies in Qi Su's eyes, she unconsciously quirked her lips. To humans, death was the easiest choice. Chapter 1887, End of Consort Qin, 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Instead, there was another method called making them live while wishing they were dead. As for all these matters, Yun Luofeng did not get involved as she knew that Qi Su would resolve it himself. Evidently, Qi Su's words caused Qi Zheng to be filled with dread as his voice trembled. Su'er, I'm your father. Father. Qi Su mocked, my father died the moment he killed my elder brother. Qi Zheng's complexion paled as his body staggered and fell. With his face similar to ashes, pain could be seen from within his eyes. He regretted it, regretted believing in false information and killing the newborn child. He felt even more regret of mistreating Qi Su after Yun Yuqing's disappearance. Unfortunately, everything had happened and it was useless to feel regret. Qi Su. Under such an extremely serious atmosphere, a languid voice suddenly sounded and caused everyone's sight to converge on her breathtaking gorgeous face. From the start, Mu Zhenshan did not pay much attention to Yun Luofeng. He only knew that she was his benefactor. However, at this very moment when he noticed her bewitching and gorgeous appearance, a trace of shock streaked across his eyes. Alike. They're too alike. She and Yun Yuqing were as if carved from the same mold. He doubted that anyone would believe that they weren't related. Furthermore, this woman had appeared alongside Qi Su and even accepted Qi Ling as her disciple. If it weren't because of Yun Yuqing, why would she coincidentally get acquainted with Qi Su and his sister? Even sparing no effort to help him. My lord, Qi Su did not conceal Yun Luofeng's identity as he gently called out. With Consort Qin falling from grace, there was nothing to fear about the Qi family anymore. Qi Zheng, who fell on the ground and didn't get back up, suddenly widened his eyes upon hearing Qi Su's address of Yun Luofeng as he stared unwaveringly at Yun Luofeng. Who exactly are you? Even though this woman and Yun Yuqing's appearance was very similar, he did not associate them together. The reason was that between these two women, one had peerless talent and courage while the other fawned on Qi Su. That's right. In everyone's eyes, Yun Luofeng relied on having a similar appearance with Yun Yuqing and had deliberately approached Qi Su, delusionally wanting to obtain wealth and rank through Qi Su. After all, although Qi Su was chased out of the Qi family, who could guarantee that he wouldn't return? However, Qi Su actually addressed this woman as Lord. Mu Zhenshan and his daughter seemed undisturbed on the outside, but this was internally mind-blown. Luckily, they had vaguely guessed Yun Luofeng's identity and were not as shocked as the others. What relationship you believe us to have, then that's the relationship we have. Under their astonished gazes, Yun Luofeng slowly spoke and had a faint smile, while her voice was as calm as a gentle wind. Neither had she agreed nor disagreed, even though they believed Yun Yuqing and Bai Ling to be the same person. Seemingly thinking of something, Qi Su stared blankly. My lord, do you and my master really have some sort of relationship? Would you believe me if I said don't know? Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and turned to Qi Su. Furthermore, no matter in public or otherwise, there's no need to address me as your lord. Ling'er is my disciple and you can directly call my name. Otherwise, if Bai Ling was Yun Yuqing, their relationship would be extremely messy. She doesn't know. Qi Su was somewhat stupefied. Yes was yes and no was no. So why would she not know? I'm tired, hurry and settle the matters here. Don't let them disturb my rest. Yun Luofeng clearly didn't wish to explain any further. She lazily stretched and walked towards the Qi family after bypassing the crowd. Chapter 1888, End of Consort Chin, 9. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. A trace of maliciousness flashed across Jian Feifei's eyes. It's all her fault. If it weren't for her appearance, I would be the Qi family head's woman and Qi Su with this mother would be crushed beneath my feet. Thus, her hatred for Yun Luofeng made her lose control as she got up and unsheathed the sword while aiming at the back of Yun Luofeng's head. Seemingly having eyes in the back of her head, the instant the sword chopped down, she rapidly turned and elegantly sent Jian Feifei flying with a kick. With a bang, she landed in the center of the street. You want to mount a sneak attack on me? Yun Luofeng smiled with her arms crossed as she looked down at Jian Feifei who was continuously spitting out blood. Her gaze filled with hatred stared unwaveringly at Yun Luofeng. You spoiled my plans and I won't let you off even if I turn into a ghost. Having committed an offense against me, do you think you have the right to become a ghost? The woman slightly lifted her brows with amusement in her eyes. Her insufferably arrogant tone caused Jian Feifei's face to turn ashen from anger. Qi Su had already brought bodyguards to surround Jian Feifei, and his handsome face was chilly as he spoke. You're overestimating yourself. Men, arrest her and put her to death by 1,000 cuts. Death by 1,000 cuts. This punishment caused Jian Feifei to tremble as her gaze was filled with dread. She knew Qi Su would never let her get away with it, yet she never expected to be put to death by 1,000 cuts. No, I haven't done anything, you can't treat me like this. Jian Feifei was incomparably frenetic and wanted to escape. Before she had the chance, she was tightly stepped on by Qi Su. What haven't you done? Although my elder brother was killed by Qi Zheng, you're the main culprit. Furthermore, he would never forget the moment when he stepped into the Qi family again, and how these people put on airs and forced his innocent mother to apologize. Once he recalled that scene, he felt his heart clench tight. Thus, no matter if it was Qi Zheng, Qi Mo, or this Jian Feifei, he would never let them have an easy death. Qi Mo had already been shocked and dared not utter any word. Just as he turned in an attempt to escape, Qi Su's sharp eyes glanced over and a powerful wind palm attacked, heavily landing on Qi Mo. Immediately, Qi Mo's body was sent flying and crashed onto the wall with a bang. In that instant, the wall collapsed and became a pile of rubble that buried his body. Take him away and I'll think of the best and most painful punishment for him. Qi Su revealed a cold smile. In his heart, there was an indescribable refreshing feeling. Qi Su, you'll be Qi family's head in the future, and I'll congratulate you in advance, Mu Zhenshan faintly smiled. However, I have to remind you of something. That Yun girl is definitely related to Yun Yuqing. Believe in my intuition. That's right, he had an intuition that there was definitely some sort of relationship between Yun Luofeng and Yun Yuqing. Qi Su's gaze was somewhat distracted and he entered a state of deep thought as he glanced in the direction that Yun Luofeng had departed. Night, the night scene was as still as water. Consort Chin shrunk in a corner as her body trembled incessantly. The door was pushed open with creaking sounds and soon after, a dazzling figure appeared before her. Looking over and seeing the handsome middle-aged man, tears of grievance flowed down. Your Majesty, your servant is wrongly accused. It was the fourth princess who framed me. Mu Zhenshan quirked his lips and revealed a cruel smile. I know you were wrongly accused, but it wasn't Mu'er who framed you. Chapter 1889, End of Consort Chin, 10. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. What? Consort Chin looked at Mu Zhenshan in shock. Your Majesty knew I was wrongly accused and even knew it wasn't the fourth princess. Then why did he treat me as such? Your Majesty, what do you mean? Consort Chin's lips trembled as her expression was rather unsightly. Because, Mu Zhenshan paused, those men dispatched to beat you and got you pregnant were my secret bodyguards. Boom. Consort Chin's mind exploded, with astonishment and disbelief on her pale face. Those people were dispatched by your Majesty. How? How could this be? Why would he make himself a cuckold? Consort Chin, this is the price for delusionally wanting to plot against Moose's life. Mu Zhenshan's expression was very cold. Furthermore, did you honestly think I didn't know that your son isn't my flesh and blood? Consort Chin's expression became increasingly pale. She tightly bit her lips as her widened eyes were filled with shock. Your Majesty knew. When? Mu Zhenshen's voice became gentler, and in addition, Consort Qin could only hear hatred from deep within his bones from his voice. Did you think I was truly in love with you because I didn't punish you previously? You were wrong. I only wanted to find out who made me a cuckold. Luckily, I had already investigated and found that your son is the son of the Tianqi Kingdom's third prince. Mu Zhentane coldly sneered. I let you off temporarily to pull the snake from its hole, and just yesterday, I captured the secret guard from the Tianqi Kingdom who came to deliver a letter. Consort Qin rigidly shook her head. She could never understand when Mu Zhentane knew everything. Since I know everything, there's no need to let you remain alive. Mu Zhenshen looked up and gazed at the woman who was collapsed on the floor. Therefore, it was a deliberate act for you to have a miscarriage at the Qi family. Consort Qin lowered her eyes. Her heart was already dead from despair. In any case, she was His Majesty's woman, so why was he so cruel to her? Not hesitating to let the world know he was made a cuckold. I'm sure you want to know why did I not hesitate in letting everyone know you betrayed me in order to punish you. Mu Zhenshen sneered. Not only do I wish for your death, I also want your reputation to be tarnished and spurned by the world. This is your end for delusionally wanting to bully Mu'er. Consort Qin suddenly looked up and gazed at Mu Zhenshen while shivering. For Mu Zhenshen, he did not hesitate to bring shame upon himself. Was this daughter so important to him? Mu'er is the Empress's child, and looking at her is equivalent to looking at the Empress. If not for the fact that as the Emperor I am unable to indulge one woman, I wouldn't even have you people's existence. It was fine when you knew your place, but unfortunately, you couldn't recognize your abilities and repeatedly made things difficult for Mu'er. Mu Zhenshen stood upright with hands behind his back. The moonlight sprinkled from outside the room and landed on his back. As such, to vent anger for Mu'er, so what if I let everyone knew you betrayed me? After speaking, Mu Zhentane turned and looked outside. Under the night scene, the little prince's petite face was pale and filled with panic. You're lying to me. How could I not be Imperial Father's son? I'm the Lufeng Kingdom's prince and the next monarch. They must be lying to me. It must be so. Consort Qin panicked as she hastily got up from the floor and dashed outside to embrace the little prince. Mu Zhenshen did not obstruct her as he expressionlessly looked at the pair of mother and son. Your Majesty, Consort Qin pulled the little prince and turned to kneel before Mu Zhentane. My son is innocent and please pardon him. He's only a child and is unaware of anything. Chapter 1890, End of Consort Qin, 11. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Doesn't know anything. Mu Zhenshen narrowed his eyes and slowly reaching out his hands, a piece of painting fell out. That painting was of a young woman, but she had over 1,000 sword cuts inflicted on her and she was kneeling while begging for forgiveness. Standing before that young woman was a little kid that stood akimbo accepting her kowtow with his head held high. Clearly, that young woman was Mu Zhenshen while the little kid was the little prince. A child of such a young age already had such a vicious heart. How could she say that he doesn't know anything? The instant Consort Qin saw the contents of the painting, the panic on her face increased. Your Majesty, someone must have framed the little prince. My son is innocent and kind-hearted. How could he wish to kill the fourth princess? Unfortunately, the little prince simply did not coordinate with Consort Qin. He pushed her hands away and fiercely glared at the woman within the painting. I am Imperial Father's son and she is just a daughter. What right did she have to snatch his love? Only I deserve to be pampered and she can only be crushed beneath my feet. Consort Qin turned pale from fright, wanting to reach out and cover the little prince's mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late as the little prince had spoken. Mu Zhenshen narrowed his eyes and traces of fury flashed across. Who taught you all this? He acted as if he had casually asked this question. This time, the little prince answered him without holding back. Imperial Mother told me. She said that only sons could inherit and women had to get married. Once they were married they will be like spilled water, no longer an imperial family member. Good, very good. Mu Zhenshen laughed from extreme anger. You've truly taught a good son. Luckily, you hadn't born nor raised my children. Otherwise, my children would have been ruined by you. You claim that he's innocent. Then how is Mu'er not innocent? You had a son together with a B-starred man and had me raise him for numerous years. You even had the cheek to delusionally attempt to kill my biological daughter. How can I possibly spare you and your son? Furthermore, don't assume I'm unaware. That third prince of Tianqi Kingdom is scheming to seize my kingdom. Therefore, not only has he made me a cuckold, he even helped you to have your son become the next Lufeng Kingdom's monarch. After Lufeng Kingdom falls in your son's hands, he'll immediately have the kingdom change surnames. The more he spoke, the angrier he was, and he coldly said, however, I will not punish you for the time being. After tomorrow morning's assembly, I'll then decide your crimes. It wasn't that he didn't want to punish her, but that he had to discuss this with the various ministers. However, Consort Qin's ending would definitely be extremely miserable. Thinking of what awaited her in the future, Consort Qin's legs went soft and she fell to the floor, and her eyes were filled with pain and suffering. Mu Zhenshen no longer spared her another glance and left upon flinging his sleeves. Consort Qin, who was left alone under this night scene, had to weep miserably. Imperial son, your mother let you down. Consort Qin's expression was bleak. If it weren't for your mother easily believing in others, she your father wouldn't have become someone else. 1. That person even claimed that he would assist her in becoming the most respected woman of the Lufeng Kingdom. Now that she was suffering here, that person would never come to save them. You're speaking nonsense. Don't think of deceiving me. I'm Imperial Father's son and not the Beastard's. The little prince angrily jumped up and his small hands ruthlessly slapped Consort Qin. Find Imperial Father and tell him, I'm his son. Imperial son. Consort Qin looked up in disbelief, seemingly unable to believe that the little kid who was ruthless, self-centered, and didn't recognize his own family was her own child. In reality, she should have expected long ago that the little prince would not recognize his own family. After all, this little prince had even waited for Mu Zhenshen's early demise so that he could assume the throne. Chapter 1891, End of Consort Chin, 12. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Consort Chin clearly knew that the little prince wasn't Mu Zhenshin's son at that time. Therefore, she hadn't felt that his son did not recognize his family. Get lost, I don't acknowledge you as my imperial mother. I don't have a mother like you who looks for B-starred men. You're guilty of this, but I'm not a B-starred son. I'm not. The little prince's face was full of madness as he slapped Consort Chin. Even though Consort Chin's evil crimes filled the heavens, she had wholeheartedly loved her son. She never expected that her son would be spoiled to this extent. Holding her cheek, Consort Chin was filled with regret. It was the first time she regretted not having disciplined the little prince and even instilled so many evil thoughts in him. Right now, she was reaping what she sowed. The next day, the imperial hall was filled with unceasing arguments. Qi Zheng's conducts and deeds invoked criticism and were the main topic of the argument. He had been spit on, cursed, and disdained by everyone. Not only did Consort Chin make Mu Zhenshin a cuckold, but she was also pregnant with a B-star child. Therefore, all the ministers had announced the death penalty for her. Of course, the death penalty was too easy and they even requested a physician from the Imperial Physician Court to retrieve a type of poison that could let her suffer pain for 7 days and nights until her death. Although the little prince hadn't committed a substantive mistake, he was not of the imperial family's bloodline, and the added fact that his heart was filled with malice at such a young age made him unpardonable. As for Consort Chin's henchmen, none were spared. The physician that assisted her had used his death to apologize after finding out what had happened to Consort Chin. Mu Zhenshin had originally admired Qi Su and he already had a wedding contract with Mu Zhenshin. Thus, he passed down the order for both of them to get engaged. With this order, naturally, some people rejoiced and others were worried. Those who rejoiced were obviously Qi Su, Qi Ling, and Mu Zhenshin, while those who worried were the young ladies of the Lufeng kingdom that adored Qi Su. However, even though the Qi family had a first wife, the position of the second wife and concubine positions was still available. Momentarily, all the ladies acted and this resulted in the Qi family's front yard being as busy as a marketplace. These people only thought of wanting to join the Qi family and never expected that their actions would offend someone named Yun Luofeng. At this moment within the room, Yun Luofeng was currently resting with her eyes closed. Hearing the clamorous voices sounding from the front yard, it instantly caused her expression to sink. Seeing her master's change of expression, Qi Ling volunteered. Master, I'll go out and chase them away. After resolving Qi family's affairs, Qi Su had temporarily left the Qi family for some matters. He had already left for a few days, yet those ladies still took great pains and patiently squatted outside the Qi family. As the bodyguards of the Qi family didn't dare to intercept these noble ladies, it resulted in them grouping together and treating the Qi family as a marketplace. Previously, Yun Luofeng had entered the God Code world the moment the sun rose and did not sense anything. However, she did not enter the God Code world today and thus, discovered the situation at the Qi family. Qi Ling, do you wish for Mu Zhenshin to be your sister-in-law? Yun Luofeng smiled and asked. Although she hadn't met with Mu Zhenshin often, she had a favorable impression of her. As the princess, Mu Zhenshin wasn't proud nor hot-tempered. Regardless of riches and honor, she had set her mind on Qi Su and she was worth it for Qi Su to spend his whole life loving her. I like Master the most, but... Qi Ling slanted her head. Master can't become Ling's sister-in-law, so Ling wishes for Sister Mu to become my brother's wife. Even though Qi Su was Qi Ling's brother, but in fact, Qi Ling always felt that her brother wasn't deserving of her master. Since that's the case, let's make a trip outside and end all the possible future trouble. Chapter 1892, News of Ji Jutian 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as a cold glint streaked across. She got up from the bed and walked out. Outside the garden, a group of women dressed in gaily colored clothing was seated among the flowering shrubs, seemingly fighting against each other. Spotting Yun Luofeng walking in from the back garden, their expressions stiffened but they soon disregarded her as they conversed with their companions while minding their own business. What had happened outside of the Qi family that day wasn't known to everyone. Therefore, they were all unaware of Yun Luofeng's identity. Who allowed them in? Yun Luofeng's eyes gradually turned chilly as she coldly questioned. Cold sweat emerged on the bodyguard's forehead. Miss Yun, these people came uninvited and your subordinate attempted to obstruct them, but they're simply unwilling to listen. Furthermore, the young master isn't home and the mist didn't come out, so we had no other means. Now that I'm here, immediately chase them out of the Qi family. Break the legs of whoever dares to take a single step inside. Yun Luofeng's voice was very domineering as her cold eyes swept across the ladies seated in a circle. A layer of chilliness spread across her wicked yet gorgeous appearance. She finally managed to have some peace and quiet these few days with great difficulty, yet they had unexpectedly came to disturb her rest. Yes, Miss Yun. With Yun Luofeng's orders, the bodyguard relaxed. These ladies standing here weren't aware of Yun Luofeng's identity but as Qi Su's bodyguard, how could he not be clear of her identity? Even his young master was Yun Luofeng's subordinate and as bodyguards, they naturally had to listen to her orders. Hey! A voice filled with contempt slowly sounded and among the crowd, a beautiful lady stood out. Saying it nicely, you are only the Qi family's guest. But if I were to be blunt, young Master Qi merely took you in out of kindheartedness. Do you honestly think of yourself as the head? When was it your place to speak in this Qi family? Even though this lady was beautiful, her appearance was filled with arrogance as she disdainfully sized up Yun Luofeng. Without a doubt, upon seeing Yun Luofeng's appearance, her eyes revealed unconcealed jealousy. HMPH. She's only slightly better looking and in this continent, strength is more important. Even if she's gorgeous, she's only of ours. Su Zhu, stop speaking. Soon after that, a sweet-tempered lady stood up and revealed a faint smile towards Yun Luofeng. Miss, don't take offense. Su Zhu's personality is straightforward and she doesn't mean any harm. After speaking, she instantly berated, Su Zhu, although what you said is the truth, you can't be so direct. After all, this is the Qi family and the woman in charge is the fourth princess. Why the need to bring trouble to yourself? She implied that Su Zhu's words were a fact and Yun Luofeng was occupying what belonged to others. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and sized up the sweet-tempered looking lady, and a cold glint flashed across her eyes. So you're still aware that this is the Qi family? If someone who didn't know witnessed this scene, they would assume that this was your territory. A smile hung on her lips as her words caused their expression to stiffen. You. Just as that lady named Su Zhu wanted to stand out, Yun Luofeng's wicked voice sounded. What are you all waiting for? Chase them away. Those who aren't willing to leave, have them leave on a stretcher. Pausing for a moment, her voice sounded again. Furthermore, remember to use alcohol and disinfect the place they stepped on. Su Zhu's expression turned pale from green and pale to ash, while her eyes were filled with fury. Chapter 1893, News of Ji Jutian 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The other ladies' expressions also darkened as they glared at Yun Luofeng with a scowl. What do you mean? I'm the minister's daughter, and if His Majesty knew how you treated me, he would never spare you. Su Zhu angrily rebuked. She wanted to continue teaching Yun Luofeng a lesson, but before she even reached her, she had been obstructed by the Qi family's guards. Similar to grabbing a little chick, she had been hauled out the door. Let go, you better let go. You're the Qi family's bodyguard, so why are you listening to her? I know, she must have seduced Qi. If the princess finds out about this, she'll never let her off. At this moment, Su Zhu clearly forgot that her motive for being here was also for Qi. As the crowd saw Su Zhu hauled out by the guards, they were unconsciously bewildered. Why did the Qi family's guards listen to her orders? Could it be Qi had really taken a fancy to her? No, absolutely not. If it was the princess, perhaps they had a chance to become the Qi family's concubine. However, if the Qi family had such a tyrannical, unreasonable, and evil woman, they would never have the chance to enter the Qi family's gates. Just as Su Zhu was cursing Yun Luofeng, a voice sounded from behind her and caused her furious expression to suddenly turn into surprise. What happened? Not far away, Qi stood by the gates as he frowned. I only left for a few days, so why are there so many people here at the Qi family? Young master, a bodyguard loosened his grip and Su Zhu fell to the ground with a bang, looking very battered. These people came to the Qi family requesting to meet the young master. They've been here for several days. Qi hadn't come alone, and there was also Mu Zushin by his side. Therefore, seeing Mu Zushin standing by Qi, the other ladies did not dare to move. However, Su Zhu's train of thought was different. She believed that she would be Qi woman sooner or later, and so it was reasonable no matter what she did. As such, she climbed up from the ground and rapidly pounced towards Qi. Qi jumped from shock and directly kicked Su Zhu in the chest without thinking, causing her to suddenly fly out and crash heavily among the flower shrubs. Su Zhu was startled as tears fell like rain. Young master Qi, I came to meet you, but this woman is too evil. She actually claimed that she was the Qi family's head woman and wanted to chase us out. While she was complaining tearfully, she did not forget to complain about Yun Luofeng. Mu Zushin's expression was similar to looking at an idiot, as her graceful face contained disdain. She then coldly looked at the battered Su Zhu. The other women thought they would witness Mu Zushin's ice-cold expression, but unexpectedly, she kept a straight face, just like she hadn't heard Su Zhu's complaints. How could this be? Wasn't Mu Zushin deeply in love with Qi? Why was she able to be unconcerned after hearing someone else claiming to possess what belonged to her? The sweet-tempered red-robed lady bit her lips and slowly walked to Mu Zushin and Qi. Your Highness, we only came to visit young Master Qi without other intentions. Unexpectedly, we actually discovered young Master Qi had another woman. She even threatened to chase us out. She adored Qi for many years, but sadly, when Qi had been chased out the family back then, she felt that she couldn't marry a powerless man no matter how much she loved him. Luckily, now that Qi had returned and even seized control of the Qi family, it wasn't beneath her even if she became his concubine. However, she was clever by not revealing her intentions, only declaring that she came to visit Qi. Chapter 1894, News of Ji Jutian 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Since you've been asked to leave, why are you being thick-skinned by staying? Mu Zushin coldly smiled. Could it be, to spy on Qi? The red-robed lady was startled. What did the princess mean? Mu Zushin did not care about her internal struggle and continued speaking. Lu Yue, don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. On account that your father has contributed much to the Lufeng kingdom, I've closed one eye towards your actions. Don't take an inch even when you've been given face. No matter how Lu Yue acted sweet-tempered, that was only before the opposite sex. As a woman, Mu Zushin only wanted to describe her with these two words, superficial BTCH. Lu Yue's complexion paled as she lowered her eyes. If someone unaware of the situation saw her expression, they would think that Mu Zushin bullied her with her authority. Your Highness, Su Zhu clearly belonged to the brainless and fearless type. Furthermore, she was like an unbeatable cockroach that could continue getting up after suffering from that kind of attack. We aren't coveting the position of head woman in the Qi family and only wanted to become his concubines. Isn't a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines normal? As the princess, you don't have the rights to stop him from taking in concubines. Concubines. A bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded from behind them. They saw Yun Luofeng, who hadn't spoken since earlier on, with hands across her chest as a devilish smile surfaced on her lips. She had a forced smile as she glanced at Qi. You're thinking of taking in concubines. Hearing her words, Qi was extremely alarmed. No, I will never have concubines. Especially these women who are so brazen. I wouldn't even want them if they were given to me. These women did not have any sense of propriety and even ran over to the Qi family, repeatedly wanting to become his concubine. Weren't they being brazen? As expected, their expressions paled after hearing Qi words as they became even more infuriated. However, they did not dare to get angry at Chi Su and Mu Zushin, and could only redirect their furious looks at Yun Luofeng. 1,000 or more thoughts were flashing across Lu Yue's mind. What did she mean? Not allowing Chi Su to have concubines. What about me who aimed to become the Qi family's head woman? Yun Luofeng grabbed Qi Ling's hand, seemingly not noticing those furious gazes as she faintly smiled. Then remember my words. If a person is too half-hearted, I don't think they can continue working for me. How much spare energy would they have to work for her when they had a harem that could easily catch fire? Because of that, she would never allow those alongside her to take in concubines. That was her most basic demand. Chi Su hastily swore an oath. Miss Yun, you can rest assured that I will never have concubines in my life. I'll never let my wife down. Yun Luofeng smiled and no longer commented. Since Chi Su had returned, she would let him handle these women. I want to cultivate in peace. If others disturb me, I'll have them leave while lying on a stretcher. Upon hearing her words, Suzu was instantly enraged. Who do you think you are? What rights do you have to control young Master Qi? Do you think you're the head woman? You. Bang. Before Suzu finished speaking, she had been kicked out. Chi Su clenched his fists as veins bulged from his temples while he furiously shouted, Men, tie Suzu up and have the Su family redeem her. Suzu panicked. Chi Su was actually so ruthless, without protective feelings for the fairer sex. He could bear to do so. Mu Zushin coldly glanced at Suzu and exhaled. It isn't your fault for being stupid. But being used by someone, that's your fault. Furthermore, before finding trouble for Miss Yun, please ask around about exactly what happened in the Qi family a few days ago. Comments 8. Chapter 1895, News of Ji Jitian 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Taken advantage of by someone else. Suzu suddenly widened her eyes as her startled gaze turned to Lu Yue. The reason she was so furious towards Yun Luofeng was because of the information Lu Yue channeled to her. Her words implied that Yun Luofeng was the type of woman who clung to Chi Su without any sense of shame, and that was why Suzu had been so furious. At this very moment, Lu Yue's complexion paled as she tightly bit her lips, seemingly very pitiful. Speaking in a restrained and cold tone, Chi Su said, Are you going to get lost or do you require my help to chase you out? Those ladies did not dare to stay and hastily left, other than Suzu who had been arrested. This time around, they listened to Mu Zushin's warning and went to investigate what had happened within the Qi family a few days back. Numerous bystanders were in the surrounding area that day, and it wasn't hard to make inquiries. After finding out that Yun Luofeng could actually stand up against a heavenly god expert, and even defeated him, their hearts instantly panicked. After that, when they heard that Chi Su was only working under Yun Luofeng, they finally knew how silly their actions were. The Su family's head only managed to rescue Suzu after personally making a trip and paying an extremely huge price. After returning, the family head fiercely taught his daughter a lesson and informed her about what had previously happened in the Qi family without leaving out a single word. Suzu was shocked silly and finally understood that she had been taken advantage of by Lu Yue. Thinking of this, she was very angry. The Su family's head was also infuriated due to this and used his influence to make things difficult for Lu Yue's father in all aspects. It was to the extent that Lord Lu had been suppressed in the court meetings. After this, whenever Suzu and Lu Yue met, these two women would have a showdown, wishing they could tear the other party to pieces. Of course, Yun Luofeng wasn't aware of these happenings because Chi Su informed her that someone witnessed Ji Jitian in the Tianqi kingdom. Chi Su left previously for a few days was also to verify this information. The Tianqi kingdom. Upon mention of the Tianqi kingdom, Yun Luofeng only knew one person, and that was the second prince. She narrowed her eyes and lightly tapped the table as she continued questioning. What about the Ghost Emperor, Yun Xiao's location? Do you have any leads? Chi Su furrowed his brows as he answered, he also seems to be in the Tianqi kingdom, but I can't be sure. Chi Su, follow me to the Tianqi kingdom and hand over the things here to Manager Zhao. Yun Luofeng slowly stood up. Regardless of whether this news is reliable or not, I will not abandon the slightest hope. Furthermore, we have to pass through the Tianqi kingdom to enter the Forest of Heaven's trial. Forest of Heaven's trial. Chi Su seemed to recall something as he questioned. Miss Yun, are you honestly unsure if you're related to my master? I'm not certain. Yun Luofeng shook her head. I only know my mother and father's names are Bai Ling and Yun Yang respectively, and they perished on the battlefield. Previously I saw the jade bracelet Xiao Ling took out, and that bracelet was a love token my father gave my mother. However, if she's still alive, then whose corpse is in my Yun family's ancestral tomb? Yun Luofeng honestly couldn't figure out their relationship and lightly sighed as she shook her head. Chi Su's face was instead filled with excitement. My master also came to this continent from the battlefield. She forgot about her past and her identity. However, there seemed to be someone named Ling from her memories, but she couldn't identify the other party. As for my sister's name, it was thought of by my master. Miss Yun, Chi Su took a deep breath and continued asking, since you claim that you're not sure of the identity of the corpse in the Yun family's ancestral tomb, then I'll ask you something. Have you ever seen your mother's corpse? Chapter 1896, News of Ji Jitian 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng was startled and shook her head. I have never seen her corpse, but if there isn't one in the tomb, my grandfather would have informed me. After all, if her corpse did not exist, it could prove that my mother is still alive. However, he never brought this up to me and I assumed that my mother's corpse does exist. Miss Yun, only after locating my master would you be able to verify if she's your mother. Chi Su had a premonition that Yun Luofeng was certainly related to Yun Yuqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such familiarity during their first meeting. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face. He very much hoped that Yun Luofeng was his master's daughter. In that case, his master wouldn't be alone in this world. It's useless to discuss this. We will verify this in the future. Yun Luofeng slowly stood up. Pack our belongings and we'll set off to the Tianqi kingdom. What she wanted to confirm now was whether Yun Xiao and Ji Jutian were in the Tianqi kingdom. I'll make preparations now. Qi Su turned and went to prepare for the departure. Qi Ling originally wanted to follow along, but who knew what dangers they would encounter while traveling. It would be somewhat inconvenient bringing her along, and Qi Su could only heartlessly reject Qi Ling while she tearfully looked at him. Compared to following him, Qi Ling would be safer staying in the Lufeng kingdom. Furthermore, there was also Mu Zushin here to take care of her. Qi Ling knew that her brother couldn't possibly allow her to tag along. So, she could only use a tearful expression to send him away, while not knowing when the next meeting would be. The Tianqi kingdom. Within flourishing streets bustling with activity, it was a boiling cauldron of voices. Unexpectedly, Yun Luofeng saw the existence of puppets among the crowd, and this caused her to be shocked. She did not expect puppets to have entered the Tianqi kingdom at such a fast speed. Qi Su acted like a loyal guard that followed alongside Yun Luofeng at all times. His eyes were also sizing up the flourishing Tianqi kingdom while he was somewhat absent-minded. Actually, my first meeting with Master was in this Tianqi kingdom. At that time, I went out to experience the outside world and encountered danger. Coincidentally, I was rescued by Master and managed to survive. If it weren't for Yun Yuqing, perhaps, he would no longer exist. The past events faded like a puff of smoke, causing Qi Su to reminisce, seemingly able to meet the gorgeous woman through this bustling crowd. Suddenly, his eyes focused and landed on a figure ahead. What's wrong? Yun Luofeng noticed his peculiarity and lightly frowned while questioned. The young man was startled and faintly quirked his lips. I saw an acquaintance. After speaking, he slowly walked towards the young lady surrounded by a group. Her appearance wasn't beautiful and could be described as normal. Her eyes were filled with panic as she helplessly glanced at the crowd before her. Jianan, I will be the second prince's wife sooner or later. However, you're actually not kneeling upon seeing me. Second prince's wife. Yun Luofeng frowned and suddenly recalled Qi Lao one who she met in Fengyun town, while revealing a smile. She recalled Qi Su mentioning that the second prince originally had a wife, but she had passed away due to illness. However, she did not hear that he was going to take in another wife. This was originally unrelated to Yun Luofeng, but after hearing the young lady's following words, her expression suddenly darkened. Second sister, since you're the pending second prince's wife, why are you getting furious that father is about to marry me to young Master Ji? Aren't you acting like you're not satisfied with what you have? Do you honestly think all men under the heavens are fond of you? Jianan raised her chin. Furthermore, marrying Ji Jutian is father's orders, and what use is there in obstructing my way? Chapter 1897, News of Ji Jutian, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ji Jutian. Joy streaked across Yun Luofeng's eyes. Ji Jutian was truly in the Tianqi kingdom. However, recalling their conversation, Yun Luofeng smirked. With Ji Jutian's personality, he wasn't easily controlled by others. Even though her father wanted her to marry, would Ji Jutian marry her for sure? You, Jian Yi huffed in anger and slapped Jianan's face. I'm the second prince's wife and don't you sully my reputation. No matter how powerful Ji Jutian was, he can compare to the Tianqi kingdom's imperial family. Even though that man was incomparably handsome, the person she wanted to marry was the second prince. Right now, Jian Yi just couldn't put up with Jianan, this concubine's daughter, sullying an extremely handsome man like Ji Jutian. Jianan snorted. What she said before was just to deliberately anger Jian Yi. Ji Jutian wasn't the type she liked. The person she liked was a youngster that was as elegant as jade. Just as Jian Yi was about to send another slap, an arm held her hand. The young man stood facing the wind and was matchlessly handsome. His appearance leaned towards to being inexperienced as his pitch-black eyes contained a cold glint. It's you. Jianan's voice contained surprise as she stared unwaveringly at the young man appearing by her side. If Yun Luofeng wasn't mistaken, she detected a trace of admiration that flashed across Jianan's eyes. So it turns out, she liked Qi Su's type. However, Qi Su already had Mu Zushin. Scram! Qi Su coldly shouted and pushed Jian Yi as his eyes were as cold as snow. Jian Yi's small face was deathly pale as her footsteps retreated. She then fiercely glared at Jianan. Jianan, other than acting wrong to seduce men, what else are you capable of? Towards her mocking, Jianan did not say anything to refute it. The adoration in her eyes was well concealed and she only revealed a happy smile. Will you get lost on your own accord or shall I help you? Qi Su's hands tightly grabbed Jian Yi as he coldly spoke. Sensing the aura Qi Su radiated, Jian Yi clenched her teeth. HMPH, I'll let you off today. I'll teach you a lesson next time. Let's go. After leaving these words, Jian Yi took her followers and left. She didn't act as if suffering a defeat but instead, was as proud as a peacock. After rescuing Jianan, Qi Su walked to Yun Luofeng's side. He smiled and scratched his head. Miss Yun, previously when I was traveling with Master, I had a few encounters with her and I couldn't help but stop to help her after seeing her bullied. Noticing that Qi Su hadn't spoken with her and instead, turned to the white-robed lady, traces of sadness flashed through her eyes. As Qi Su was back facing her, he did not see her expression. However, Yun Luofeng had clearly seen the emotions within her eyes. Wait for me, Yun Luofeng patted Qi Su's shoulders and walked towards Jianan. Earlier on you mentioned Ji Jutian. Is he fond of wearing red clothing and has a seductive appearance? Oh, right, there's also a bright red mark between his brows. Jianan did not answer Yun Luofeng's question but turned to Qi Su and he felt somewhat strange. Yun Luofeng was asking her, so why did she look at me? Why are you looking at me? Qi Su couldn't help but ask. In actuality, his heart had been filled by Mu Zushin and he was completely oblivious towards other women's peculiar emotions. Jianan slightly lowered her eyes. The person you described is indeed young Master Ji. However, he went out recently and will only return a few days later. Why don't you follow me into the estate and wait? I'll speak with my father, saying that you're young Master Ji's sister. He will definitely take you in. Chapter 1898, Jian and 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Chi Su's eyes brightened as his expression alleviated. He turned and asked, Miss Yoon, should we head to the Jian family? All right. Yoon Luofeng paused for a moment before nodding. Seeing that Chi Su had to ask for Yoon Luofeng's permission for a small matter, she revealed traces of shock and looked away. Yet, she did not say anything else. After all, they were merely acquaintances, so what rights did she have to ask about his relationship with that woman? Miss Jian, then we'll have to trouble you. Chi Su scratched his head and gently chuckled. In reality, the reason he helped her earlier on was that Jian had helped him in the past. He was someone who knew how to be grateful, and so he wouldn't possibly be indifferent after witnessing her getting bullied. Young Master Chi Su, stop addressing me by Miss Jian, and it's fine to call me Answer. Jian An's eyes were filled with smiles as her gaze towards Chi Su was very bright. Chi Su's expression stiffened as he sternly spoke. This won't do. There are differences between men and women, so how can I address you so intimately? This is being disrespectful to you. From how Chi Su had continuously addressed Yoon Luofeng as Miss Yoon, it could be seen that this young man's personality was inflexible and paid more attention to the difference between men and women. He hadn't even changed his address to Yoon Luofeng, so how could he possibly be so close to Jian An, who was just an acquaintance? Then you can do as you please. A trace of disappointment flashed across Jian An's eyes. She couldn't understand why was he so inflexible when it was just a way of address. Yoon Luofeng's gaze swept across Jian An's expression, and upon noticing the disappointment on her face, she slightly quirked her lips and softly said, Chi Su, I'm tired. Towards Yoon Luofeng's orders, Chi Su implemented it faster than anything. He immediately stood up and his eyes fell on Jian An. Miss Jian, should we head to the Jian family right now? His words were clearly questioning her. However, Jian An believed that if she continued to delay, Chi Su would definitely leave with that woman, and this made her feel uncomfortable. Even so, Chi Su's attention was all on Yoon Luofeng's words and did not even notice the trace of dissatisfaction Jian An revealed. Jian An took a deep breath and a smile surfaced. Young Master Chi, Miss Yoon, please follow me. After speaking, she slowly turned towards the streets ahead. Although Jian An's identity was that of a concubine's child in Jian family, the servants weren't as unkind as they were before, as the family head had arranged for her to marry Ji Jutian. After Jian An gave orders to bring Chi Su and Yoon Luofeng to rest, the servants immediately executed her commands. Very soon, this incident was spread to Jian Bowen's ears. Knowing that his daughter brought a group of outsiders, his expression was very unhappy. Just as he wanted to look for Jian An, he noticed his daughter walking into his study room. Answer, you honestly don't know how high our expenses are without being in my situation. Jian Bowen revealed a cold expression. Our Jian family doesn't have excess money to take care of your two friends. Jian family was quite wealthy, but Jian Bowen had always been petty. So how could he possibly spend money on outsiders? It didn't matter if it was a single copper. Father, Jian An's lips quirked up. Do you honestly intend to marry me to Ji Jutian? Are you sure he would listen to the Jian family's arrangements with that man's personality? Jian Bowen's expression darkened. The Jian family will not deliberately set you two up. Everything will depend on your hard work, and if you aren't able to let Ji Jutian fall for you, then it's because you're useless. Our Jian family doesn't need a useless daughter. Chapter 1899, Jian An 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Jian An lowered her eyes. Father, please forgive me for not being able to meet your wishes. No matter how outstanding I am, Ji Jutian will never fancy your daughter. Why? Because. Jian An's eyes flickered. Ji Jutian likes men. She would never marry Ji Jutian. However, if she were to directly raise the issue to her father, he would never agree to her requests. Therefore, she could only push the responsibility to Ji Jutian. In any case, Ji Jutian wasn't in Jian family, wasn't that so? Jian Bowen was shocked as he staggered and sat down with an ashen complexion. He hadn't considered this possibility. His eldest daughter's appearance was extremely beautiful, so how could it be possible that Ji Jutian was not fond of her? Even if he didn't wish for her to become his wife, he should definitely be willing for her to become his woman. However, towards his eldest daughter, he did not even spare her a single glance. Other than Ji Jutian having a different orientation, Jian Bowen simply couldn't think of another reason. No man wouldn't like a beautiful woman, nor could they resist such seduction. Jian An. Jian Bowen gnashed his teeth. How did you find out about this? Jian An didn't even stutter when she lied. Actually, I previously had wanted to become Ji Jutian's wife, but you personally told me about his sexual orientation, and sir, I could only give up. Didn't you know that the moment you revealed this, you would lose your position in the Jian family? Jian Bowen glanced at Jian An expressionlessly. Your ending will be to become a concubine of one of those influential families. No one would be willing to marry a concubine's daughter. Jian An faintly smiled. Father, do you know who are those people that I brought home? Jian Bowen revealed a puzzled look. That young man named Chi Su is the Lufeng Kingdom's young master. Furthermore, his master Yoon Yuqing is very powerful and not inferior to Ji Jutian. Do you think he would be acceptable? In her life, she only had Chi Su in her heart, and she was willing to take chances. You want your father to propose a marriage? Jian Bowen hadn't expected that Jian An would know the young master of the most influential family in the Lufeng Kingdom. If it was him, he would be helpful to the Jian family. No, Jian An shook her head. I want to vie for my own relationship. Furthermore, Chi Su isn't someone easily controlled. If he doesn't like me in the slightest, he would never agree to connect by marriage with the Jian family. Jian Bowen, who originally had an ashen expression, suddenly laughed heartily after hearing her words. Fine, if you can marry into the Qi family, you shall be a proper young miss of our Jian family. Jianan once again lowered her eyes as a bitter smile curved on her lips. So he means, if I can't marry into the Qi family, I will return to having no position in the family again. Inferior to even a servant maid. However, Jian Bowen's eyes twirled and continued speaking, if you fail, the Jian family will no longer have a daughter like you anymore. While your mother doesn't have to stay around any longer. Whoosh. Jian An's expression turned deathly pale as she looked up in disbelief, gazing towards Jian Bowen's cruel appearance. She didn't dare to believe that this was something her biological father had said. Even though her mother was born from a small family and couldn't bring about any assistance to the Jian family, she had loved this man for her whole life. Just because she failed, he would kill her mother. Jianan bit her lips as her gaze was filled with suffering. She regretted looking for her father to raise such a request. You can leave. Jian Bowen waved his hands and coldly said. Jianan then turned and left. Chapter 1900, Jianan 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Her mind was in a state of confusion and did not even know how she returned to her room. Answer, what happened? Within the room, a woman in sackcloth clothing saw Jianan walking into the room and hastily put down her needlework. Walking to Jianan's side, her gaze was filled with worry. Did your father say something to you again? Her mother's voice finally caused Jianan to recover her senses. She looked up and foolishly gazed at the woman before her. Mother, why don't we leave the Jian family? She had gone looking for Jian Bowen was to make him retract his orders to seduce Ji Jutian. As after all, she did not love Ji Jutian and was even more afraid he would fancy her. At that time, it would be hard to wind things down. Therefore, she had brought Chi Su here. What she didn't expect was, her father would use her mother to threaten her. Her mother was the most important person in her life. Frankly speaking, she did not have a single ounce of confidence to make Chi Su fall for her, else she wouldn't have raised the topic of taking her mother to escape from the Jian family. The woman's expression suddenly sank. Answer, what nonsense are you spouting? I will never leave Jian family. If your father chided you, just bear with it and it'll pass. Don't sing an opposing tune. Jianan smiled bitterly. She already knew that her mother would never leave. If she was willing to leave the Jian family, she wouldn't have deliberately schemed against her father to have his child. Otherwise, with her father's personality of judging others by their appearance, her mother would never have been able to enter the estate with her average looks. Answer, don't be angry with your father. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't exist. What your father says is right and listen to him. Don't mention such silly words of leaving the Jian family. I will never leave. Mother, what if father is thinking of killing you? Jianan couldn't restrain herself and said this. The woman was startled but continued smiling. How could your father kill me? I've at least given birth to a daughter for him, and he's not someone so ruthless. Furthermore, the woman paused and continued, if I haven't done anything wrong, why would your father think of killing me? Answer, you have to remember that men are kings in the world. If you were to marry, you have to be obedient. Follow what your husband says and if he hits you, you must have done something wrong. Therefore, you can never retaliate, do you understand? Jianan smiled bitterly. She had heard these words numerous times. After every few months, her mother would repeat this, seemingly afraid that she wouldn't listen to her husband in the future when she got married. The woman patiently persuaded, you have to remember what I've told you. If your personality is stubborn, men won't like it and they will divorce you. At that time, you'll be insulted and criticized by everyone. Your father can't bear to lose this face. In her point of view, when a couple divorced, the problem must have been with the woman. Otherwise, why would others divorce you for no cause or reason? Jianan understood her mother's personality and no longer said anything, only answering her. Mother, I understand. I will listen to father's words. Within a wing of the Jian family, Yun Luofeng seated on the table while Chi Su poured a cup of tea for her before he sat in front of her. Chi Su, Yun Luofeng lightly sipped the tea and spoke, how reliable do you think Jianan's words are? Jianan said that Ji Jutian would return in a few days, but she knew that Ji Jutian would never listen to the Jian family's arrangements. Hearing her question, Chi Su scratched his head. I'm not sure. It was several years ago when I previously encountered Jianan. I had met with some trouble and she helped me. At that time, Jianan was only 12 or 13, a naive and innocent age. However, people change and I don't really understand her current personality. Chapter 1901, Jianan 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Naive and innocent, Yun Luofeng sipped her tea. Within this kind of influential family, would there really be someone with a naive and innocent personality? Chi Su, Jianan fancies you. Chi Su, who just took a sip of tea, suddenly spat out after hearing Yun Luofeng's words. Luckily, she was fast in dodging and did not get sprayed. I wasn't deliberate. Chi Su wiped his mouth, with awkwardness across his face. I was only shocked by your words. I've only met her a few times, so how could she have fallen for me? Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. I will not meddle in your relationship, but my request to my followers is that concubines are forbidden. Otherwise, there will be countless troubles and it'll affect my work efficiency. Furthermore, since she came from Waxia, she had already found the matter of men having 3 wives and 4 concubines repulsive. Luckily, she found Yun Xiao. He would never let these troubles affect her and would personally settle those who fancied him without giving him an opportunity. I know. Furthermore, he had never considered about taking in concubines. In addition, Yun Luofeng slowly stretched as her expression was of laziness. I came here to find Ji Jutian, and if I find out that she deceived me, or even brings trouble to me, I will never let her off. As of now, she only saw the Jianan fancied Chi Su and did not notice other emotions. If Jianan attempted to do something, then don't blame her for being impolite. Miss Yoon, if you feel that Jianan deceived us, we can leave the Jian family. Chi Su frowned. If Jianan was really in love with him, then he wouldn't wish to stay here. No need. I feel that it's easier to locate Ji Jitian in this Jian family. Yoon Luofeng narrowed her eyes. Oh right, have your men continue their search. Tell me if they locate Yoon Sio's whereabouts. Okay. Chi Su nodded. I've sent out the majority of Chi family's men to search and in all likelihood, they will locate his whereabouts soon. Hearing his words, Yoon Luofeng did not say anything further as she entered a state of deep pondering. Oh right. Chi Su seemed to recall something as he said, I owe the second prince a favor and I intend to visit him in a few days. Yoon Luofeng's eyes flickered as she said, tell me the second prince's situation. Chi Su was startled as he looked up at Yoon Luofeng. The second prince and his wife are a married couple very much in love. When his wife was alive, the second prince only indulged her, to the extent of not stepping into any maids' or concubines' rooms. Unfortunately, the second prince's wife passed away due to sickness a few years back. Yoon Luofeng did not speak and continued listening. The second prince's wife had a sister and before she passed away, her last words were that she hoped that her sister would become the second prince's second wife. As the second prince belonged to Tianqi Kingdom's imperial family, the emperor would never allow him to not take in a second wife. To prevent her daughter from being bullied, the second prince's wife naturally hoped for her biological sister to take her position. This was much better than the second prince marrying a stranger. As for the second prince's wife's last wishes, the second prince would comply if he could. However, who would have expected that the second prince's wife's sister would also fall sick not long after that? Both siblings fell sick in succession. Yoon Luofeng lightly stroked her chin and entered into deep thought. Naturally, the emperor did not permit the marriage and instead, preferred the Jian family's second young miss, Jian Yi. Yoon Luofeng narrowed her eyes. Tell the second prince that I can save his wife's sister. Furthermore, I can help him ascend the throne. Chapter 1902, Jianan 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Astonishment flooded Chi Su's gaze. According to his understanding of Yoon Luofeng, usually she wasn't willing to help others. Miss Yoon, your request is? Chi Su pondered and asked. I want him to listen to my orders. All along, Yoon Luofeng had a huge appetite and wanted to control this Tianqi kingdom in one go and Chi Su believed that she had the capability to do so. Tell these things to the second prince and as for the request, I will personally inform him of it. Yoon Luofeng slightly smiled as her pitch black eyes were filled with confidence. Then I'll look for the second prince tomorrow. Just as both of them were conversing, footstep sounds could be heard outside. In an instant, both of them stopped their conversation. Chi Su, resolve the problems you stirred up. Towards women, you have to be decisive and ruthless to prevent future troubles. Yoon Luofeng said with indifference. She had already reminded Chi Su. If he were to procrastinate and cause future trouble, then it would be his own problem. Regarding the matters of feelings, one had to be firm in rejection and not give others hope first then despair shortly after. I understand. Chi Su helplessly sighed. He did not believe Jianan had fallen for him but he trusted Yoon Luofeng without a doubt. The words Yoon Luofeng said would never be wrong. Just as they were speaking, the door was pushed open. Jianan saw Chi Su the moment she entered and smiled. Young Master Chi, I have some matters to talk to you about. Would it be convenient to chat somewhere else? She glanced at Yoon Luofeng within the room. She clearly did not wish for her to know about their conversation. There's no need. You can speak right now. Chi Su flatly rejected her. Yoon Luofeng wasn't an outsider and there was nothing she couldn't listen to. Jianan stared blankly as her expression was of hesitation. To a woman, there are some words they can say in front of outsiders. Just as Jianan had a worried frown, Yoon Luofeng's bewitching voice sounded from the room. Chi Su, follow her. I've said what I have to say. You should know what to do. With Yoon Luofeng's prompting, Chi Su did not reject Jianan. He nodded and said, lead the way. Jianan felt mixed and complicated feelings. She had indeed wanted to speak with Chi Su but seeing how obedient Chi Su was to Yoon Luofeng, it caused her to be unhappy. However, she did not reveal discontent. Instead, there was still a gentle smile. Young Master Chi Su, please follow me. In reality, Jianan very much wished to bring Chi Su to her room to converse. At the same time, she was clear that if she had done so, Chi Su would certainly be unwilling. This young man had placed too much emphasis on the difference between men and women. However, wasn't such a man rare? In the rear rock garden, Jianan stopped and turned to Chi Su. She was silent for a moment before asking, Young Master Chi Su, what's your relationship with Miss Yoon? Perhaps due to Yoon Luofeng's previous reminder, Chi Su felt that Jianan's question was too deliberate and caused him discomfort. Miss Yoon is my friend. Coming to the Tianqi kingdom this time was to accompany her to look for Ji Jutian. Friend. Hearing his words, Jianan relaxed. I was originally under the impression. Under what impression? Chi Su frowned and asked. Jianan pursed her lips and did not answer Chi Su's question. Her eyes then fixed on Chi Su. Young Master Chi Su, actually, I fell for you the first time I met you a few years ago. Immediately, Chi Su's fingers stiffened. Perhaps due to Yoon Luofeng's previous reminder, he did not appear too shocked. Chapter 1903, Jianan 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Looking at his peaceful expression, Jianan's eyes darkened. Young Master Chi, could you possibly take me as your wife? Apologies, I'm unwilling. His words were very direct, causing Jianan's heart to be ripped apart and she felt a heart-wrenching pain. She already knew that Chi Su wouldn't be fond of a concubine's daughter. But after she heard his rejection in person, she was still upset. I know young Master Chi wouldn't fancy me because I am only the daughter of a Jian family's concubine. However, I only beg of you to help me this once. Could you pretend to marry me? After I leave the Jian family, I will return your freedom. Jian An's expression was somewhat pale. She looked up at Chi Su, while her eyes were filled with hope. The young man before her was her last saving straw. No one other than him was capable of helping her. Jianan, I already have a fiancée and she's waiting for me in the Lufeng kingdom. Right now, you are requesting that I pretend to marry you. Then if my fiancée were to find out, how am I to explain myself? Chi Su's expression had already cooled down. If it weren't for the fact that Jianan had helped him in the past, he would have directly rejected with, how could I break my fiancé's heart for a stranger like you? Jianan looked somewhat as though she was suffering. So it turns out that Chi Su already has a fiancé. Your fiancé, does she have a powerful status? Only a person with powerful status was worthy of Chi Su, and a concubine's daughter like her could never marry him. Chi Su frowned. Jianan, what do you mean? Would I be a snob? Let me tell you, even if the woman I love is a beggar, she's still my beloved. Do you know a year ago, when my master went missing and I was mistreated by the Chi family, everyone distanced themselves and only she stayed by my side. In my life, I will never let her down. Jianan chuckled with a deathly pale complexion. My apologies, I was wrong. How could the man she loved be a snob? Otherwise, she wouldn't have longed for him for so long. Young Master Chi, I'm also at my wit's end and sir, came looking for you. Can you help me? I believe that your fiancée must be very kind-hearted and she'll understand you. Jianan wanted to grab on Chi Su's sleeve but had been flung away by him. Chi Su's expression revealed impatience. My fiancée is indeed very kind. But kind-hearted women would still have high requirements in terms of feelings. Even though it would be a fake marriage, what woman could tolerate their man going through a wedding ceremony with another woman? Jianan's expression became increasingly pale. She was at her wit's end but was he still unwilling to help her? He wouldn't do even if it was fake. She didn't even request a real marriage. If Chi Su wasn't willing to help, there was only a dead end for her mother. Young Master Chi, a few years ago, you and your master came to the Tianqi kingdom. When you encountered danger and were surrounded by others, your master wasn't by your side. At that time, you asked me to locate your master and inform her of your predicament. Originally, Chi Su still felt somewhat grateful to Jianan, but after hearing her words, the sole trace of gratitude disappeared. I am very grateful that you notified my master and she also repaid your favor by giving you a few stalks of street herbs. Those herbs were very valuable and your mother was seriously ill at that time. It was Master's street herbs that saved your mother from the death's door. Chi Su looked at Jianan. Therefore, I've repaid your favor of before. I've always been someone who repaid a single favor with multiple favors. As such, when you were bullied by your sister, I also stood up and chased her away for you. Chapter 1904, Jianan 7. If you intend to threaten me with the favor, then I can only break all ties with you. He had a bottom line. He could repay a single favor with 10 favors but the precondition was to not touch his bottom line. Young Master Chi Su, seeing that Chi Su was about to leave, Jianan knelt on the ground with tears on her face. My father knows that you are the Chi family's young master and is forcing me to marry you. If I'm not able to do so, he'll kill my mother. She's my only kin and the most important person in my life. How could I turn a blind eye to her? Please help me. As long as we get married, my father will let my mother go. Don't tell me you are going to leave me in the lurch. Her cries were very heart-wrenching and her eyes were thoroughly red. Once she recalled the price her mother was about to pay, her heart had fiercely clenched tight. However, Jianan had never reflected on her actions. She brought everything upon herself as she was the cause for Jian Bowen to release such an order. She wouldn't meet her end if she hadn't sought for death. If she did not find Jian Bowen to say all those words, how would he use her mother's life to threaten her? Ultimately, it was her own fault. Chi Su's back stiffened and a complicated feeling flashed through his eyes. He deeply sighed. I would never hurt my fiancée's heart because of you. In my heart, she's more important. His words were already very ruthless. After he finished speaking, he slowly walked back. Jianan collapsed on the ground and her eyes filled with despair as she glanced at Chi Su's back while he walked away. Chi Su, are you honestly going to be so heartless? To prevent her from being hurt, you could disregard a person's life. I've begged you like that, yet why aren't you willing to help me? If you aren't willing, that man will definitely kill my mother. She simply couldn't understand how could Chi Su be so cold and ruthless. Saving them both was as easy as lifting his hands. Furthermore, it was only a fake marriage. Even though his fiancée would be heartbroken, wouldn't it be resolved if he explained to her? In addition, as a man, how could he be unable to suppress his fiancée? By having a mother like that, the influence Jianan received was very deep. In their world, men were heavens and an existence they had to look up at. She did not believe that Chi Su's fiancé could raise any disagreements. Furthermore, if a fake marriage could cause her to be heartbroken, what if Chi Su were to take in concubines in the future? Her mother said that it was a matter of course for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Preventing a man from taking a concubine was disrespectful and being unfilial to their parents-in-law. A daughter-in-law like that was destined to have fingers pointed at them. Chi Su did not know of Jian An's train of thought, but after hearing her words, he had already decided to leave the Jian family. However, as the skies were already getting dark, he sighed and said, it's quite late and I'll look for Miss Yoon tomorrow to speak about leaving. I'm sure she must be resting now. Furthermore, he doubted that the Jian family could cause any waves with just a night. Thinking of this, he stepped into his room and undressed after closing the door, preparing to take a rest. However, before Chi Su slept for long, he sensed that his door was pushed open and a stranger's aura entered. He did not open his eyes, wanting to know what that woman intended to do. As he learned medical skills from Yoon Yuqing at a young age, he subconsciously tightened his 5 organs, afraid that he would be subjected to a surprise attack. Chapter 1905, Jianan 8. Translator, BRZ editor, Rock. However, that person did not use any toxic smoke or try to poison him. Instead, she walked to his bedside. Shortly after, he heard the sound of tearing. Chi-Su could no longer restrain himself and opened his eyes, then looked at the young lady standing by his bed. Currently, her complexion was pale as before, while her clothing had been torn, with 2 lumps of meat appearing before his sight. Jianan, what are you thinking of doing? Chi-Su laughed grimly. Seduction. Unfortunately, this is useless. To me, there is no difference between your body and the bones of the dead. Young Master Chi-Su, I'm sorry. I have been forced to my wit's end. Jianan's face was wretched. If you were willing to help, I wouldn't have been forced to this extent. Chi-Su rolled over and stood up from the bed, with chilliness across his face. I originally wanted to leave after tonight, but since you've forced me, then I'll leave immediately. All ties shall be broken between us. Leave. Jianan miserably smiled. That is beyond your control. After speaking, she suddenly screamed. Her scream was very abrupt under the night scene and also interrupted the night's serenity. Chi-Su wasn't stupid, and from the start he assumed that Jianan wanted to seduce him. After hearing her scream, he understood her real motive. At this moment, his expression completely changed. Jianan, are you using your reputation as a wager? Do you think I'll act according to your wish? Even if you pour dirty water on me, I will never marry you. He honestly did not expect that Jianan would go to such an extent. At the same time, he felt regret. If he knew Jianan would do this, he wouldn't have come to the Jian family. I know you won't be controlled by others and would not marry me because of this. However, what if this matter were to be known by your fiancé? Do you think she'll believe you? Jianan pressed in closer to Chi-Su. However, if you help me and complete a fake marriage with me, I'll explain it to your fiancé in the near future. Jianan kept her adoration for him and made a suggestion. This would be a transaction. What do you think? Right now, she did not hope to have a conjugal union with Chi-Su. She merely wanted to save her mother. Chi-Su revealed a mocking smile. Do you think I'll trust you? I only know I have to make a lightning-fast decision right now to prevent anyone from having an opportunity to pester me. Chi-Su, why are you so heartless? Jianan's eyes were filled with pain. This should be an easy feat. As long as you casually deal with this, you could save a life. Even if you disregard my previous favor, you shouldn't be so heartless. I honestly didn't expect that the man I loved for numerous years would turn his back and leave me in the lurch. Chi-Su sneered. Save someone who schemed against me. I'm not that kind. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Jianan revealed a desolate smile and slowly shut her eyes. In her heart she had already been extremely disappointed by Chi-Su. If he was willing to help her at this moment, perhaps she would explain to others that it was a misunderstanding. Right now, since you was being heartless, then don't blame me for being immoral. Suddenly, Jianan opened her eyes and her gaze contained a resolute glint. At this moment, a wave of footsteps could be heard, and shortly after, a group of men broke through the door and entered, encircling the entire room rapidly. The first one entering was Jian Bowen and Jian Yi. After both of them witnessed the situation in the room, the former revealed a frown while the latter revealed disdain. Chapter 1906, Jianan 9. Translator, BRZ editor, Rock. Miss Yoon. Simultaneously, Chi-Su saw the white-robed lady standing by the door. His lips moved and his eyes revealed helplessness, while his expression seemed to be saying that he didn't know this situation would happen. Yoon Luofeng crossed her hands as she lazily leaned on the doorframe. Her wicked eyes quirked up as a smile surfaced on her lips. With her understanding of Chi-Su, he would never commit such a mistake. Therefore, there was only one reason. Yoon Luofeng narrowed her eyes as her smile deepened, yet it contained endless chilliness. However, she did not intend to resolve this matter on Chi-Su's behalf. If he couldn't even resolve such a small problem, how could she believe in his capabilities? It's late. Settle this as soon as possible. She lazily stretched and said indifferently. Her words meant, hurry and resolve this issue and don't disturb my rest. HMPH. Jian Bowen snorted as his expression sank. Answer, what exactly happened? Jianan glanced at Chi-Su and bit her lips, revealing a humiliated expression. Father, I'm also not sure what happened. Earlier on, I suddenly fainted when I went to sleep. After waking up, I realized that I was in young Master Chi-Su's room. As for other matters, I'm not sure. Her meaning was very obvious. Originally, she was sleeping, but was inflicted with sleeping smoke and had even been captured by Chi-Su. Upon seeing her untidy clothing, everyone could guess what had happened earlier on. I don't believe you. Why would others molest you instead of someone else? Jian Yi sneered as mocking could be seen across her face. I think it's because of your improper behavior on normal occasions that allowed others to take advantage of you. Jian An's expression changed as her body froze. Even though she guessed that her actions would arouse Jian Yi to humiliate her, she did not turn back because of her mother. Even so, after hearing Jian Yi's words, she still felt it hard to swallow. Jianan, someone like you dares to have delusions of young Master Ji. Jian Yi raised her chin and spoke with an overbearing attitude. You had better return to look in the mirror. With your appearance, you're simply a toad wanting to eat swan's flesh. Right now, you've lost your chastity and it's all the more impossible to marry young Master Ji. Jian An's head was lowered, seemingly about to land on the floor. Anyone who saw her would feel sympathy for her. Yeah, Jian Bowen frowned and glanced at Chi-Su. His eyes didn't look indifferent as before. Instead, he looked like a father looking at his son-in-law. Since this has happened, then you have to assume responsibility for my daughter and marry her. Oh right, I heard that you're from the Lufeng Kingdom's Qi family. Your family seems to have several spirit herb mountains. My request isn't much, it's enough to take out 3 as the betrothal gift. Within this continent, as spiritual energy was dense, medicinal herbs could go up by grade and become spirit herbs. However, for spirit herbs to appear, not only did it require dense spiritual energy, but there was also a requirement of a naturally formed mountain range. Even though other mountain ranges would also have spread herbs, the quantities could be counted on one hand. It was completely different from those naturally formed mountain ranges that grew spread herbs. However, the Qi family only had 5 mountain ranges that grew spread herbs. Yet, the Jian family requested 3 the moment they opened their mouth. Would there be something so good in this world? Qi Su laughed grimly as his eyes revealed the chill. As expected, these people are all jackals of the same tribe, avaricious and insatiable. Chapter 1907, Jianan 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Do you think a concubine's daughter is worth the price of 3 mountain ranges? Qi Su's handsome face contained scorn as his eyes were brimming with mocking. His voice was cold and detached, causing Jianan's heart to shiver at the same time. She tightly clenched her fists as her heart seemed to be squeezed tight. It was so painful that it was hard to bear. Originally, she thought she could let go of her feelings and make it a transaction. She then realized that a single sentence of his could send her down to the 18 depths of hell. Yun Luofeng, who stood by the door, looked up at Qi Su. She didn't expect that he would say such hurtful words. However, she still did not intend to help Qi Su. She believed that he could resolve this problem. Jian Bowen's complexion turned white, then red. He originally thought that Qi Su would use every means to obtain her after having committed such a beastly act towards his daughter. Furthermore, with this scandal, it would definitely affect Qi Su's position in the Lufeng kingdom. As such, using 3 mountain ranges as the price wasn't excessive. Jian Bowen breathed deeply and asked, if you're unwilling to take out 3 mountain ranges, then I'm sure 1 would suffice. 1 mountain range was his bottom line. I'm sorry. In my heart, she's not even worth a single copper. Qi Su looked up, and his cold and expressionless sight landed on Jian Bowen. Jianan looked up with wide eyes as she gazed at Qi Su in disbelief. Her lips were even trembling as her face was colorless. This man could be heartless to this extent. Could it be that he doesn't have the slightest sympathetic feelings for me? Qi Su, what exactly are you doing? Jian Bowen's expression turned chilly. You molested my daughter and you're telling me to let you off. If this spreads out, how could she marry in the future? It is none of my business if she is unable to get married in the future. This is her own fault and I have never touched a single finger of hers. You didn't touch her. Then what's with her clothing? Don't tell me she tore it herself. Jian Bowen coldly smiled and spoke with contempt. He clearly understood his daughter. Even though her heart was higher than the heavens, she would disdain to do something like this. Since she said I took her, then please invite someone to check her body. Check if she's still a virgin. Qi Su had one hand behind his back as he spoke indifferently. Jianan shook uncontrollably. She then pointed at Qi Su. Qi Su, you dared to commit such acts against me. You've taken me by force yet you want me to have my body checked. If news of me getting shamed this way was to spread out and everyone knows that I lost my chastity, how could I continue living? Are you intending to anger me to death? Tears streamed down from her cheeks and she tightly bit her lips. Her expression was of humiliation, just like she had been shamed by Qi Su. Qi Su, I know you have a fiancé but you neglected my previous favor of saving you, and harmed me this way. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Qi Su coldly spoke. I request for an examination of your body. If you've really lost your chastity, then I'll marry you. If you didn't, then it means that everything was done by yourself. Hearing his words, Jianan was jolted. Just as she wanted to continue arguing, a woman ran in the room and staggered. My dear daughter, this ungrateful man dares to treat you like that. Examine her body must be examined. Hurry and find an experienced old woman. I want the person who held my daughter to take responsibility. Chapter 1908, Jianan 11. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Jianan's expression completely changed. Examine her body, then wouldn't everything be for naught? This mother of mine is truly unable to achieve anything but is good at spoiling things. If it weren't for her, how could I be forced to this degree? Right now, she was still causing me trouble. Mother, Jianan shouted. This was supposedly a warning shout but when her mother heard it, all she heard was a grievance. My daughter, rest assured. Mother will help you. Quickly find someone to examine her body. Jianan's expression interchanged between ash and pale. Actually, I'm not sure if Qi Su did take advantage of me. After all, I was unconscious at that time, but the fact that he tore my clothes and molested me is a fact. When I woke up, I also saw him pressed on me. Her words were reasonable and others couldn't refute her argument. Qi Su, after speaking, she glanced towards Qi Su, so what if you didn't take my body? You've seen me all over and tore my clothes. Don't tell me you don't have to take responsibility. Jian Bowen also felt that Jianan's words were reasonable and assumed a strict face on the spot. Young Master Qi Su, my daughter is innocent and your actions equate to ruining her purity. I don't care if you've taken her or not, but you have to assume responsibility today. Qi Su smiled. Jianan repeatedly claimed that I pressed myself on her. I would like to ask if you've ever seen someone raping a woman with their clothes on. Everyone at the scene stared blankly. Earlier on, they hadn't managed to take notice of this point. That's right, Qi Su clearly has his clothes on, so why did Jianan claim that the other party attempted to molest her? Jianan already thought of an excuse. She lowered her eyes. Seeing that I woke up and realized that the situation was unfavorable, he then put on his clothes. Is that so? Then, in that case, you've seen my naked body. I'd like to ask you, is my mole on my left shoulder or right shoulder? A smile surfaced on Qi Su's face as his eyes radiated chilliness. Jianan was startled. How could I possibly know if his mole is on his left or right shoulder? However, she knew that she could never answer the question he raised. In addition, there were only 2 answers and if she randomly made a guess, there was a 50% chance of getting the right answer. Thinking for a moment, Jianan answered, left shoulder. Qi Su smiled. Upon seeing his smile, Jianan panicked. No, I recalled wrongly. It's the right shoulder. Congratulations, your answer is. With a tearing sound, Chisu took off his clothes and his two smooth shoulders were revealed before everyone. Wrong. There's no mole on my shoulders. Jianan's knees went weak and she nearly collapsed on the floor. She only managed to stabilize herself by leaning on her mother. Chisu actually tricked me. How could he be so ruthless? In this current situation, coupled with Jianan's flustered expression, even the slow-witted Jian Yi noticed the problem. She widened and tightly clasped her mouth in surprise. After a long time, she breathed deeply and said, Jianan, you dared to use your chastity as a wager to frame someone. TSK, by doing such a shameless thing, you've thrown our Jian family's face. Father, I feel that we should chase Jianan and her mother out of the family. After she spoke, the woman instantly became flustered. She hastily pulled on Jianan's arm. Quick, hurry and beg your father. We cannot leave the Jian family. Mother. Jianan's voice was very feeble. She knew that she was doomed this time. Chapter 1909, Jianan 12. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Why are you so useless, to even make your dad worry about you? Apologize to him right now so that you don't get chased out the family. The woman berated. Jianan tightly bit her lips without uttering a word. She was tired, really very tired. For her mother to stay in the Jian family, she was already extremely tired. Now that the truth is revealed, are you still forcing me to marry her? Chisu's lowered eyes swept past Jianan and his tone was of indifference. How can a woman so proficient in scheming enter our Qi family's gates? The complication was resolved. Yun Luofeng stood up and revealed a languid smile under this quiet moonlight. Chisu, I'm tired. Let's go. All right. Chisu no longer spoke with the Jian family members and walked to Yun Luofeng. He did not wish to stay in this place. Jian Bowen's eyes flickered and he shouted, Hold it. Chisu, who allowed you to leave? Since I say that you molested Ansa, then you must have done so. Let me tell you, you must marry her today or else you won't be taking a single step out of the Jian family. There was a reason why Jian Bowen dared to treat Chisu like that. There was someone from the Jian family that he had dispatched to the Lufeng kingdom. That man had stayed there for a few years and had only recently returned to the Tianqi kingdom. After finding out Chisu's identity, Jian Bowen had secretly talked to that man to find out about the Qi family's situation. As such, Jian Bowen knew that Chisu's powerful master, Yun Yuqing, had gone missing. Chisu currently called the shots in the Qi family. In his eyes right now, Chisu was a young man that possessed a vast amount of wealth, yet lacked strength. Although he had the Lufeng kingdom as his backing, didn't his Jian family have the Tianqi kingdom's imperial family to rely on? If he could force Chisu to marry Jianan, the Qi family's wealth would belong to him at that time. As for Chisu's fiancée, the Lufeng kingdom's fourth princess, he did not care about her. Since she was only his fiancée, no one would dare to say anything even if he didn't marry her. Furthermore, he did not think that the barbarous princess of Lufeng kingdom could be compared with his well-educated and docile daughter. Chisu's footsteps stopped and sneered as he said, Who do you think you are, to meddle in my marriage? Furthermore, I previously told Jianan that I have a fiancée in the Lufeng kingdom. Won't it do if you don't marry that fiancée of yours? Jian Bowen spoke in disapproval. He was honestly unwilling to let go of such an outstanding son-in-law. A cold glint streaked across Chisu's eyes. My fiancée is the Lufeng kingdom's fourth princess while your daughter is only a concubine's daughter. Does she have the qualifications to compare with my fiancée? He originally didn't wish to use status to pressure others, but these people were being unreasonable. He had no choice but to reveal Mu Zushin's identity. Jianan looked up in shock. It's no wonder he doesn't fancy me. So it turns out, his fiancée is actually the princess. Jian Bowen frowned. My daughter is willing to share her husband with the fourth princess. At that time, it's fine for you to grant her the title of a second madam. Of course, the Sprit Herb Mountain cannot be lacking and there must at least be two. Otherwise, I'll have your reputation swept away. Even if Jianan is willing, I'm not willing to marry her. Chisu had already walked to Yun Luofeng's side. Looking at the lady before her, his expression was filled with remorse. Miss Yun, I'm sorry for interrupting your rest. Yun Luofeng's crossed arms slowly loosened as her lips quirked. She looked at Jian Bowen with a smile as her pitch black eyes contained a cold glimmer. Chapter 1910, Four Kingdom Tournament 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Do you know how the Qi family in the Lufeng kingdom met its end? Yun Luofeng smiled and asked in an absent-minded manner. Jian Bowen was startled. All of a sudden, he recalled what his subordinate told him. It could be said as coincidence, as that subordinate was in the vicinity of the Qi family's residence that day. What's even more coincidental was that he witnessed the scene of the Qi family's destruction. It was said that during a contest of strength, a woman of heavenly god-level cultivation appeared and assisted Chisu in seizing the Qi family's position. That woman had peerless medical skills and even the emperor of the Lufeng kingdom who suffered from a terminal illness had been cured by her. Could it be that woman is the person standing before me? Jian Bowen's expression changed. If she possessed heavenly god-level cultivation, then he was truly unable to deal with Chisu today. Chisu, let's go. Glancing at Jian Bowen's deathly pale face, she knew that her words had intimidated him. She did not continue to linger as they slowly walked out of the Jian family. Chisu. Seeing that Chisu was about to leave, Jian An's complexion became deathly white. She hastily got up and chased him as he left. Her eyes were filled with despair. Could you bear to be so ruthless and abandon me without a care? Don't tell me, you've forgotten how I helped you in the past. Even if you're unwilling to marry me, I'm willing to become your concubine. In reality, the previous Jianan would never agree to become a concubine and was more unwilling to follow her mother's footsteps. However, right now, she had fallen for this man. She would rather abandon her dignity and become his concubine. More importantly, only Chi-Su could bring her out of the Jian family. Chi-Su's footsteps paused. Turning to take a glance at Jianan, his handsome face was shrouded in an ice-cold aura. Are you that desperate to leave with me? Not knowing why, Jianan felt flustered as she saw Chi-Su's expression. Yes, Ansa will definitely leave with you. Her mother hastily ran to Jianan's side. Ansa, even if you enter the Qi family as a concubine, you won't lose your identity. Quickly leave with him, and your father very much wishes for you to marry him too. Chi-Su only asked the question, but in the woman's speech, it became Chi-Su asking if Jianan was willing to leave with him. She had forgotten how Jianan had schemed against Chi-Su and how he treated her. Since that is the case, Chi-Su coldly smiled. Coincidentally, one of my subordinates has yet to wed. I'll gift her to my subordinate then. She couldn't blame him for being heartless. Jianan could only blame herself for trying to scheme against him by every possible means. He had never been compassionate towards this type of woman. Jianan was stupefied. Perhaps she never expected that her beloved man would say such words. He's treating me like an object and presenting it to someone else. Jian Bone's expression also had a drastic change. His gaze swept towards Yun Luofeng, seemingly pondering over something. After a long time, he clenched his teeth. Answer, leave with him. Father, Jianan screamed and her face was filled with disbelief. Be obedient, leave with him. For Chi-Su to personally act as the go-between for that subordinate, you must regard him highly. After a while, you would convince that subordinate to work for the Jian family. Answer, her mother consoled her, your father's words are never wrong. Although you're marrying a subordinate, at least you'll be his wife. Furthermore, the Shi family is an influential family in the Lufeng kingdom and they won't treat you unfairly. What caused Jianan to be heartbroken was her mother's words. Her eyes reddened as she staggered and retreated. Chapter 1911, Four Kingdom Tournament 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Mother, I've been living my entire life for you. You said that a woman must listen to a man's words, so I've been acting in accordance to father's commands. I've also done what you wanted by being an obedient daughter. Even if father tasked me to seduce Chi-Su, I've done so. The reason was that if I didn't marry Chi-Su, he would come for your life. For you, I wagered having my reputation swept away and falling out with Chi-Su because of such an act. However, at the end when father wants to give me to a subordinate, you're still asking for me to be obedient. Jianan felt bitter and hateful. Her entire life was a tragedy. Answer. Her mother's voice paused and a trace of remorse flashed through her eyes but disappeared in an instant. Listen to your father. He won't harm you. Jianan laughed grimly. She lightly shut her eyes and only looked over at Chi-Su after a long time. All right, Chi-Su, I'll leave with you. Miss Yun, Chi-Su smiled as his gaze swept towards Yun Luofeng. It seems like we haven't come to the Tianqi kingdom in vain. At the very least, I found a wife for the Qi family's cleaner. In the future, he will be more attentive in sweeping for our Qi family. Jianan, who was in complete despair, immediately widened her eyes after hearing his words, and she even trembled. Chi-Su intended to gift me to a cleaner. Jianan has some strength. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin. Therefore, you should cripple her, lest she bullies the old man. You're right. The cleaner uncle is nearly in his hundreds and how could he withstand Jianan's torment? As such, we should cripple her strength. Chi-Su nodded in agreement. Jianan's expression was deathly wild. Similar to thunder exploding in her mind, it became blank in an instant. Chi-Su, aren't you being too much? Jian Bone's expression was ashen as veins bulged on his forehead. He tightly clenched his fist and suppressed his internal fury. In the face of Jian Bone's fury, Chi-Su kept a straight face, seemingly not noticing in the slightest. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched. Chi-Su, I'm tired. Then let's leave right now, Chi-Su's respectful voice sounded. After that, he grabbed Jianan's lapels and dragged her like a broom towards the gates. Hold it. Just as Jian Bone wanted to release his fury, he saw the white-robed lady slowly stopping under the moonlight. Her back was to everyone and her domineering voice gradually sounded in this quiet night scene. Whoever dares to take a step forward, I'll break their legs. This sentence caused Jian Bone's foot to subconsciously pause. He then looked on helplessly at Yun Luofeng's departure. However, he was feeling deep regret in his heart. This time, he had lost a daughter and got nothing in return. If he hadn't forced Jianan to marry Chi-Su, perhaps. Even if he randomly found someone, he could have exchanged this daughter of his for a sum of money. Family head, are you all right? Jianan's mother weakly stood to one side. She wasn't too upset about her daughter's departure. In her heart, her man was the most important and as long as Jian Bone was safe and sound, she would be satisfied. Take a look at what kind of daughter you've educated. Jian Bone slapped her and flung his sleeves before leaving. She stood behind his back while her eyes were filled with guilt. It was all her fault that she hadn't taught her daughter well, thus resulting in the family head to be so furious. Second Prince's estate. A young lady with a pale complexion was nestled against the soft couch. She had an expression of painful suffering as her eyes squeezed shut. Chapter 1912, Four Kingdom Tournament 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Qi Laoer sat by her side while his eyes were filled with guilt. Ruoer, I didn't take good care of you and if your sister in heaven were to know, she would definitely blame me. Hearing his words, Yu Xiangxian slowly opened her tired eyes. A feeble smile surfaced on her pale face. Brother-in-law, this isn't your fault. If you hadn't brought me out of the estate in accordance to sister's last words, I would have already been sent to the third prince as a concubine. But, your illness. Compared to getting sick, I'm even more afraid to become the third prince's concubine. Brother-in-law, did you know? The third prince is very cruel and I heard that he tortured his previous concubine to death. While speaking, the young lady started crying. How could they be so heartless? To actually think of gifting me to the third prince. Her sister, the second prince's previous wife, had been sent to the second prince by those so-called relatives of theirs. Luckily the second prince fell in love with her sister at first sight. He stood his ground against the masses and married her as his wife. After that, he had treated her as if she was a treasure. When her sister was still alive, those people from Lin family had treated her extremely well. Unfortunately, the moment her sister passed away, they had intentions to send her away. The reason her sister left such a dying wish was that she was worried about her young daughter. Second, she wanted to find an excuse to bring her sister out of the family. Her sister believed that the second prince would protect her sister on her account. Ruoer, rest assured and recuperate. I won't let anything happen to you and you can stay in my estate with ease during these few days. Yu Xiangxian wanted to say something but saw the man seated on her bed standing up. His originally weary face was filled with determination. Looking at the second prince, she felt touched. At the same time, she understood that the second prince treated her this way because of her sister's last words. Yet, he did not know that she had also fallen for him. Although the second prince only had her sister in his heart, she wasn't willing to marry someone who she didn't love. Therefore, she had agreed to become Princess Qi Yue's nominal mother. Once she found a man she loved, the second prince would let her go. Your Highness. At this moment, a bodyguard walked in and spoke deferentially. Someone who calls himself Qi Su requests to meet you. Qi Su. Qi Lao was startled and passed down an order, let him enter. Yes, Your Highness. The bodyguard retreated. Cough cough. Yu Xiangxian coughed and sat up on the bed with great difficulty. She weakly smiled and said, Brother-in-law, who is this man named Qi Su? Qi Su is someone I encountered in the Lufeng kingdom. The spirit-gathering medicinal liquid I have and the puppets were all obtained from him. Is that so? If that's the case, then Qi Su is very impressive. That's only natural. Qi Lao laughed out loud. If not for Qi Su having a fiancé, I would have wanted to be a matchmaker between you two. It's unfortunate. Yu Xiangxian smiled and did not speak. In her life, after meeting a man like her brother-in-law, it was hard for her to fall for other men. Even if her brother-in-law couldn't forget her sister for his whole life, she was still willing to guard by his side as a sister and that was enough. At this moment, a man and a woman walked in under the bodyguard's lead. The young man looked matchlessly handsome while his actions radiated a nobleman's manners. As for the lady by his side, the instant Yu Xiangxian saw her, a trace of shock flashed through her eyes. Perhaps no one in this world wouldn't be moved by such a gorgeous woman. Chapter 1913, Four Kingdom Tournament 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. It was just that. This lady's appearance gave her a faint feeling of familiarity as if she had encountered her somewhere in the past. Yu Xiangxian tightly furrowed her brows and deeply pondered this. Qi Su pays his respects to the second prince. Qi Su cupped his fists and narrated. Yun Luofeng stood with her hands behind her back, with a light breeze blowing on her. With her fine black hair similar to a waterfall, her pitch black eyes were deep and her figure looked aloof and unyielding. Young Master Qi, you've come from far away, but I'm not in the mood to welcome you. I'll ask you not to take it to heart. Qi Lao smiled and lowering his head, he noticed that Yu Xiangxian was thinking. Ruoer, what are you thinking about? Yu Xiangxian tilted her head. I feel that this sister is very familiar looking. I seem to have met her somewhere. Her unintentional words caused Yun Luofeng's incomparably deep eyes to look at her face. Familiar. Could it be Yun Yuqing? Qi Su had also thought of this and immediately became excited. Miss, could it be that you've met my master? Qi Lao had some understanding of Qi Su and had also heard of Yun Yuqing. Hearing them talk about this, he was shocked and looked at Yu Xiangxian. Ah, I remember. Yu Xiangxian shouted with an excited expression. It's my benefactor. She looks similar to my benefactor. Benefactor? Do you know what's her name? Qi Su's breathing tightened as he nervously asked. A year ago, when sister was still alive, we were chased down by someone. It was our benefactor who descended from the skies and saved us. She said that she was friends with my mother and so saved us. I also saw her half a year ago during my sister's funeral. She only took a quick look before leaving. Her mother passed away very early and they didn't know their mother had such a friend. However, it was hard for them to be suspicious of their benefactor. You and your sister were chased down before. Qi Lao's breathing tightened and he unconsciously grabbed Yu Xiangxian's hand. Brother-in-law, it hurts. Yu Xiangxian slightly frowned and helplessness surfaced on her weak face. It was my sister who prevented me from revealing this. Traces of embarrassment streaked across Qi Lao's face. He loosened his hand and said, I'm sorry, it wasn't deliberate. At this very moment, Qi Su was already incapable of freeing himself from the excitement and tears couldn't help but flow down. Master, it's Master. She's still alive, I knew it. Master must still be alive. However, why didn't she come looking for me when she's still alive? Qi Su couldn't understand this question and he simply disregarded it. There was nothing more important than his master being alive. Yun Luofeng's eyes flickered. If Yun Yuqing was still alive, could she be Bai Ling? According to Qi Su's explanation, Yun Yuqing lost her memories. If she was Bai Ling and recalled everything, she would be in great pain after knowing about Yun Yang's death. After all, if Yun Xiao no longer existed, then her life would become meaningless. Sister, you're my benefactors. Yu Xiangxian looked at Yun Luofeng while her huge bright eyes twinkled with an innocent glint. Even though she was very weak, it couldn't conceal her former bubbly personality. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment. She could very possibly be my mother. Is that true? Yu Xiangxian's eyes brightened and smiled. Sister, if you encounter my benefactor in the future, please thank her in my place. I'm afraid I can no longer personally thank her. Xiangxian, don't say such silly words. You will definitely be all right. Qi Lao frowned and pretended to berate her. Chapter 1914, Four Kingdom Tournament 6. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. In his eyes, there was an unconcealed worry deep down. Brother-in-law, I understand my own body and I can't endure much longer. Furthermore, I only had my sister as my family. After I go down, I'll be reunited with her. Wouldn't that be better? Yu Xiangxian lowered her eyes and smiled. She did not say that against her will, but these were her sincere thoughts. The only things she couldn't let go were this brother-in-law of hers and her young niece. Just as Qi Lao was feeling worried, he heard a voice similar to the sounds of nature, causing him to suddenly stiffen. I can save her. I can save her. These four simple words caused Qi Lao's heartbeat to increase. He took a deep breath and suppressed his internal emotions. Looking up at Yun Luofeng, he asked, what are your conditions? In the beginning, he assumed that Yun Luofeng was Qi Su's woman. It was only later that he realized he was wrong. The Qi family was destroyed by her and even the Street Gathering medicine store belonged to her. How could she possibly willingly become Qi Su's woman? He didn't believe that a powerful woman like her didn't have any motive. I want the entire Fengyun continent. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as her lips quirked while she faintly spoke. Qi Lao laughed. The Fengyun continent is so huge. Is that something you can have even if you want it? As long as I want it, I'll definitely have it. Yun Luofeng looked confident. Therefore, my first step is your Tianqi kingdom. Qi Lao was somewhat shocked. This woman's appetite was very huge, and she to swallow his entire Tianqi kingdom. More importantly, he was only a prince and what ability did he have to give the Tianqi kingdom to her? Miss Yun, I'm afraid you've found the wrong person. I can't give you the Tianqi kingdom. No, you can give it to me. Yun Luofeng smiled. As long as you ascend to the throne, you'll be able to. Qi Lao was silent. He was silent for a long time before looking at Yun Luofeng. You mean, for me to listen to your orders and become your puppet? Yun Luofeng chuckled. I have sufficient puppets by my side, so what use would that be? Rest assured, I only require you to listen to my orders, but you won't be a puppet. I can guarantee this point. You can consider this first, and if you agree to my condition, I'll help you treat her. Furthermore, I'll assist you in ascending to the throne. He couldn't help but think that Yun Luofeng's words were indeed very enticing. The competition for the emperor's position was very fierce and it was hard for him to ascend the throne on his own. Furthermore, Yu Xiangxian could no longer endure it. All right, I promise you. Thinking it through, Qi Lao looked up and said, while looking at Yun Luofeng. Brother-in-law, Yu Xiangxian shouted in shock and bit on her lips. I'm not worth it. Qi Lao's expression became gentler. Stop saying silly words. I promised your sister to take care of you, so how could I let anything befall you? As long as there's a chance, I will never give up. After he spoke, he looked to Yun Luofeng and he questioned, if you can cure Yu Xiangxian, I'll agree to your conditions. However, I want to ask you something. There are so many princes in our Tianqi kingdom, so why pick me? Because out of so many princes in the Tianqi kingdom, only you wouldn't turn your back on righteousness and justice. Before coming to the Tianqi kingdom, Yun Luofeng tasked Qi Su to investigate these princes. Therefore, this was also the reason why she selected Qi Lao. Chapter 1915, Four Kingdom Tournament 6. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. The person she took in could never be a heartless man. Qi Lao was faithful to his wife, and had always been following his wife's last wishes to care for her sister even after she passed away. This was precisely the type of man she wanted to rope in. Miss Yun, if you wish to conquer the Fengyun continent, there's an opportunity. Opportunity? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. What opportunity? It would be the Four Kingdom tournament 3 months from now. The winner will be selected to become the ruler of the Four Kingdoms. Having heard what he said, Yun Luofeng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Yun Xiao would definitely participate in this Four Kingdom tournament, and perhaps she might encounter Yun Xiao if she were to tag along with the Tianqi Kingdom's troops. Thinking of this, she quirked her lips. What are the qualifications to participate in this Four Kingdom tournament? Princes of the Four Kingdoms have the opportunity to participate. At that time, you can tag along with me. Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin. All right, when the time comes, inform me and I'll immediately head over. She had a premonition that she would encounter Yun Xiao in this Four Kingdom tournament. Miss Yun, I wish to follow you. Qi Su became excited and said, Master would certainly be interested in this competition. If she's still alive, she'll certainly head for the Four Kingdom tournament. Upon thinking that he could meet his master, he became excited. Qi Lao smiled. Miss Yun, when are you able to treat Xiangxian? Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment. Tomorrow. I need to make some preparations before beginning her treatment. Sure, please speak up if you require any spirit herbs and I will bring them. As long as Yu Xiangxian could be cured, he was willing even if he lost his family fortune. Yun Luofeng wasn't polite with him. She would never use her own spirit herbs to treat others, and so she wrote a huge amount of herbs on a piece of paper and passed it to Qi Lao. Qi Lao retreated and Yun Luofeng left together with Qi Su, leaving Yu Xiangxian in the room. Yu Xiangxian knew from the start that the reason the second prince had done so much for her was all for her sister. However, she did not feel sadness but instead felt joy. If her brother-in-law wasn't a loyal person, how could she be attracted to him? Furthermore, she did not wish for her brother-in-law to forget about her sister. Sister, if I'm able to keep my life, I will take care of Qi Yue and accompany her my whole life. Then, I'll send her off to get married. I will safeguard the second prince's estate for you and no one will have the opportunity to bully Yue. She would do this even if it delayed her own marriage. Yu Xiangxian's illness was due to a type of slow-acting poison. This type of poison was more complex and normal physicians wouldn't be able to detect it. This was also the reason why no one could treat Yu Xiangxian even though she was seriously ill. It required a few days to detoxify the poison. When the second prince heard that Yu Xiangxian was poisoned, he immediately flew into a rage and ordered his subordinates to thoroughly investigate. However, he did not inform Yu Xiangxian of this and did it behind her back. Fortunately, with Yun Luofeng's treatment, the poison had been controlled and Yu Xiangxian was no longer as weak as before. During this time, the Jian family did not look to cause trouble for Yun Luofeng. As for Jianan, no matter how she resisted, her strength was crippled and she was taken back to the Qi family. Jian Bowen was frightened by Yun Luofeng's strength and didn't even dare to utter a single word. He only hoped that this incident wouldn't implicate himself. After all, he was only a god-level cultivator and Yun Luofeng had even defeated a heavenly god cultivator. Wasn't killing him be as simple as a matter of her raising her hands? Chapter 1916. Why is he here? 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Second Prince's Estate. Yu Xiangxian leaned on the bed frame, with a smile on her delicate and pretty face. Compared to before, her complexion was clearly much better. Today is the last acupuncture treatment. After this, your poison will be completely detoxified. Yun Luofeng kept the needles and glanced at the young lady as she slowly spoke. Yu Xiangxian smiled. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would have only lived for a few months. There's no need for thanks. This is a transaction between me and the second prince. She would treat her and assist the second prince in ascending the throne, while he would work for her. Xiangxian, you've finally recovered. Qi Lao relaxed following her recovery. In this case, at least I haven't let down your deceased sister. Yu Xiangxian's expression darkened, but after seeing Qi Lao's joyous look, a faint smile surfaced on her lips very soon. Brother-in-law, I promised my sister that I would care for you my whole life. Right now, I will fulfill my promise and protect her. Qi Lao's gaze revealed his stirred-up emotions and he turned to Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, I know you saved Xiangxian because of a transaction, but I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, At this point, this man who was already in his 30s can continue speaking. His voice was somewhat choked with emotions. For this favor, he had willingly become Yun Luofeng's subordinate. Qiling 1, I'll have the Spirit-Gathering Medicine Hall provide you with sufficient Spirit-Gathering medicinal liquid. Furthermore, with puppets that you can pick as you wish, are you confident in obtaining the first position in this Four-Kingdom tournament? Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and her domineering tone was exceptionally clear within the quiet room. Qiling's heart suddenly thumped. If Yun Luofeng could supply an unlimited amount of medicinal liquid, it wasn't a difficult task to obtain victory in this Four-Kingdom tournament. Give me some time. With sufficient time, I can train an invincible troop. Good. Yun Luofeng lifted her brows. Other than Spirit-Gathering medicinal liquid, I also have foundation-building medicinal liquid that is suitable for people who are new to cultivation. At the same time, select some young talents and train them up. In the future, these talents will become the Fengyun continent's overlords. Previously in the Longshao continent, Yun Luofeng had taken in a group of people that had a trash-like existence in everyone's opinion, while she was under the imperial family's monitoring. Even so, after going through her training, they had broken through to become geniuses in a short time. Throughout their transformation, the foundation-building medicinal liquid was essential. Furthermore, if these people were already geniuses, then how terrifying would their transformation be? Therefore, Yun Luofeng did not boast, as there would be a day when those geniuses would become the overlords of the Fengyun continent. Qiling's heart skipped a beat as light blossomed in his eyes. Hearing her words, he knew that the effects of the foundational building medicinal liquid were even more powerful. Miss Yun, please hand the task of recruiting talents to me. As for the name of the group that these talents will be part of, I'll have to trouble you to think of one. Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment. Looking up the skies, a faint smile curved on her lips. Then I'll name it Feng Xiao Kor. Feng Xiao Kor. Qiling was puzzled by this name but did not question anything. Instead, he laughed. All right, then that group shall be called Feng Xiao Kor. Sister, Yu Xiangxian sat up from the bed while an innocent and naive smile surfaced. There's still some time before the Four-Kingdom tournament. Now that I've recovered, why don't I entertain you during this time? Chapter 1917. Why is he here? 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng looked at Yu Xiangxian and nodded. All right. Perhaps I can obtain more information about Yun Yuqing from her. Yu Xiangxian smiled. Her smile was very innocent as her huge bright eyes were enthusiastic. Sister. Yu Xiangxian slowly got out of the bed and walked to Yun Luofeng's side. Hooking her hand through the crook of Yun Luofeng's arm, she giggled and said, I know a restaurant with good food. I will be the host this time around and bring Sister 1 to have a taste. What do you think? Xiangxian, your health. Qiling was somewhat worried about Yu Xiangxian. Ever since her gradual recovery, Yu Xiangxian was no longer a sickly beauty on the bed that looked ill. Her smile was very vibrant, tender, and charming. Brother-in-law, I've been on the bed for so many days so I should head out to take in some fresh air. You can be at ease. Qiling no longer said anything and sighed. Then pay attention to your safety. Yun Luofeng glanced at Qiling. Spotting the worry between his brows, she faintly quirked her lips. She's right, one should head out more to walk after recovering from an illness and take in some fresh air. Furthermore, with a physician by her side, will you have to worry about her safety? Qiling was momentarily stunned and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Yun. Xiangxian, listen to Miss Yun when you're outside and don't cause trouble for her. You hear that? Yu Xiangxian wittily stuck out her tongue. Brother-in-law, am I someone who only knows how to cause trouble? Be at ease, if I encounter the third prince and his gang, I will definitely make a detour. Qiling helplessly shook his head and no longer stopped Yu Xiangxian from leaving. However, the instant they departed, Qiling's expression instantly darkened. How is it going? You still haven't found anything. Within the quiet room, a black figure slowly descended and said in an extremely deferential manner. Reporting to your highness, your subordinate has investigated the entire estate's rear court and didn't manage to locate the culprit. Could it be? That the person who schemed against my wife and her sister isn't one of those women from the rear court. The second prince narrowed his eyes, then expanded the scope and searched through the entire Tianqi kingdom. If I find out who was the culprit, I will never let him off. Qi Ling's fists heavily smashed on the wall. His expression was very unsightly as flames of fury rushed forth from his eyes. The culprit even dared to poison his family within the estate. If he found out who committed the crime, he would never let him off lightly. Outside a dazzling restaurant along the bustling streets, there was a crowd whispering to each other. That crowd encircled a young man in ragged clothing, and as his back faced Yun Luofeng, she did not manage to make out his appearance. However, that slender and tall figure appeared very frail under this difficult situation. Stinky beggar, you are sure courageous to steal from our Tianqi 2 restaurant. Break this stinky beggar's legs and make him suffer, make him unable to either survive or end his life. Who doesn't know this Tianqi restaurant is the third prince's property? Isn't he seeking death for daring to steal in the third prince's territory? These people's conversation traveled to Yun Luofeng's ears, and she was not affected in the slightest. After all, there were many pitiful people in this world and not everyone deserved her help. However, the fleeting moment Yun Luofeng walked past the beggar, she subconsciously glanced at the young man. In that instant, her brows furrowed as her irises constricted. Chapter 1918. Why is he here? 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Even though the young man was in ragged clothing, his appearance was clean and neat. His tightly clenched fists faintly trembled as if he was doing his utmost to show restraint. Perhaps noticing the astonished look from one side, the young man cast a sideways glance. The moment he saw the white-robed young lady, the young man's eyes revealed countless different emotions. Grievance and indignation, and a very heavy resentment. Yun Luofeng never expected she would encounter Mo Chancheng at this very moment. What was more unexpected was that the young man who was once unexcelled in the world had been reduced to his current circumstances. However, Yun Luofeng suddenly recalled Yun Xiao's previous words. If Mo Chancheng encountered a life-threatening situation, his self-inflicted seal would break. At that time, this guy would certainly cause trouble for them. Therefore, Yun Luofeng quickly made a decision. Sister. The instant Yu Xiangxin turned back, she discovered that Yun Luofeng had stopped in her tracks. Before she could further question her, she saw Yun Luofeng slowly walking to the beggar. What did he steal? Just as the crowd had encircled the beggar, a wicked and chilly voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone to turn their heads. To Mo Chancheng, this voice was similar to music and his eyes turned moist. Zhu Qian, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I'll say it one last time. I'm not Zhu Qian. Yun Luofeng evilly threatened. If you call me the wrong name again, I'll leave without a second thought. Mo Chancheng was immediately silenced. He no longer wished to endure such days without having any strength and get humiliated by others. Right now, following by Yun Luofeng's side was undoubtedly his best choice. Yun Luofeng turned towards the crowd as she repeated her question, what did he steal from you? Within the crowd, the leader was a shopkeeper. He coldly smiled. Not only did he freeload in our Tianqi restaurant, but he also stole our spread herb. You're speaking nonsense. Mo Chancheng became furious. I didn't freeload and I paid. That stalk of spread herb was the payment for food, yet you claimed that I stole it. TSK, how could a beggar like you have spread herbs? That's a huge joke, and let me tell you, these spread herbs were stolen. Hurry and take out all the other spread herbs, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Mo Chancheng tightly clenched his fist as his face reddened. If it was in the past, how could I be bullied by these people? It's all Yun Xiao's fault. If he hadn't deceived me, I wouldn't have sealed my strength. Nor would I land in such a situation. Recalling the previous events, Mo Chancheng gnashed his teeth in hatred as his resentment exploded forth. Hearing the shopkeeper claims, Yun Luofeng finally understood the situation. As it turns out, this Tianqi restaurant was stealing so brazenly. She narrowed her eyes and swept across the crowd with a fake smile. Since you said that he stole these spread herbs, do you have any evidence? The restaurant shopkeeper was startled, and he continued to speak in an overbearing fashion. As a beggar, if he didn't steal these, then where did he obtain the spread herbs? Naturally I gave those spread herbs to him, Yun Luofeng smirked. Mo Chancheng, it seems like it isn't safe to keep those spread herbs with you. It's better that you return them to me. Mo Chancheng was bewildered. When did my spread herbs become hers? However, Mo Chancheng obediently took out all his spread herbs and passed them to Yun Luofeng. Here you go, your spread herbs are all here. Chapter 1919, I Want to Stay, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. That's right, Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and accepted all the spread herbs without a hint of politeness. This can be considered returning something to its rightful owner. Yu Shuangxian stood by Yun Luofeng's side and her huge eyes widened. Looking at Yun Luofeng's face that revealed a big smile, she felt that her actions weren't much different than the Tianqi restaurant's shopkeeper. She seemed to be profiting from one's misfortune. The shopkeeper's eyes were locked onto the spread herbs in Yun Luofeng's arms, and he roughly swallowed his saliva. Then, he sternly shouted, so it turns out, both of you are co-conspirators. Men, arrest these two people who dared to steal spread herbs from our Tianqi restaurant. After he spoke, the shopkeeper glanced at Yun Luofeng with his head held high. You must have hidden other spread herbs on you. Immediately hand them over and perhaps I might spare your life. Yun Luofeng glanced at the shopkeeper. There are only instances where I stole from others, and no one has successfully extorted a single copper from me. Are you sure you want to try this? HMPH. The shopkeeper snorted. My lord is the Tianqi kingdom's third prince, and she's only a commoner. There's heaps of women like her on the streets that I can kill as I wish. However, on the account of her appearance, I can give her to the third prince as a gift. How dare you? Seeing that these people wanted to deal with Yun Luofeng, Yu Xiangxian panicked. She immediately shouted and furiously glared at the shopkeeper. Only now did the shopkeeper notice Yu Xiangxian's existence, and he stared blankly for a moment. Not only was Yu Xiangxian from the Lin family, she also had the second prince's estate as her backing. Thus, she wasn't someone he could offend. Right now, she was standing up for this woman. Could it be that they are acquainted? Hey, Yu Xiangxian, I thought you were already dead. Why are you here? Did you recover? At this moment an eccentric voice sounded, and it gave off a very uncomfortable feeling. Yun Luofeng furrowed her brows, and saw a feminine face when she turned toward the voice. The man before her was dressed in brocade clothing, but it couldn't conceal his physique that seemed to have been drained by wine and women. His face was hollow, pale without the slightest hint of color. Sister, he's the third prince, Yu Xiangxian's heart tightened as she softly explained. Previously, she promised her brother-in-law to make a detour if she encountered the third prince. Unexpectedly, they had met him by chance. Although this Tianqi restaurant was opened by the third prince, he rarely came to the restaurant as he frequented brothels instead. Yu Xiangxian, why aren't you hiding at my second brother's place and dared to come out? The third prince feigned his elegant demeanor and flipped open his folding fan while revealing a sinister smile. With your parents as the matchmaker, your father has already arranged for you to become my concubine. Yet you're being so shady by staying in the second prince's estate. You think that I'm a pushover, aren't you? Yu Xiangxian's heart tightened as her palms started sweating. Her small face was deathly white where there was unconcealed fear in her eyes. Yun Luofeng's gaze was on the third prince, and the warnings of Qi Su surfaced in her mind. Although the civil and military officials within this Tianqi kingdom supported the second prince to be the crown prince, the emperor was biased and had supported the third prince. Unfortunately, this third prince was mud that couldn't be shaped. Therefore, even after numerous years, neither of the princes had assumed the position of the crown prince. Furthermore, even Consort Qin's son was a result of this third prince's actions. Chapter 1920. I want to stay, too. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. If he could take advantage of that and seize the Lufeng kingdom, the civil and military officers would then be silenced. As such, he would automatically become the crown prince. However, Consort Qin was unable to achieve anything but good at spoiling things. Moreover, he had neglected the love Mu Zhenshan had for Mu Zuxian. As a result, he had lost terribly. Of course, how could a dog like the third prince who indulged in lust and pleasures think of a legitimate idea? The only thing he could take advantage of was the thing between his legs that every man possessed. Just as Yun Luofeng was thinking over Qi Su's words, the third prince's eyes landed on her. In that instant, his breath was taken away and even his heart seemed to have jolted. The woman before him was purer than snow, with an extremely gorgeous appearance, capable of overturning states. Even the third prince, who had seen countless women, had never encountered such a beauty. If he could have her, he would be happy even if it was just one night. The third prince lifted his chin as he said in an overbearing tone, Yu Xiangxian, it's possible if you don't wish to become my concubine. Just give this friend of yours to me. How about it? Yu Xiangxian turned red from anger. In your dreams, Sister Yun is my benefactor and don't you even think of touching her. Yu Xiangxian, I'm giving you face by asking you. Otherwise, do you think you can stop me? The third prince laughed in disdain. He longer looked at Yu Xiangxian and lifting his hand, he was about to caress Yun Luofeng's face. Beauty, on the account that you're so beautiful, I won't bother about your mistakes. As long as you're willing to serve me. Mo Chancheng was standing beside Yun Luofeng all along, and seeing the third prince's outstretched hand, flames of fury ignited in his black eyes. He suddenly sneered as mocking flooded his eyes. This beastard dares to touch her. Does he honestly not know how the word, death, is written? The third prince did not think his actions were wrong. He could have as many women as he wanted in the Tianqi kingdom, and how many of them could resist his authority? However, just as his fingers were about to touch Yun Luofeng, a wicked and sinister voice that appeared to have risen from hell sounded and heavily rammed against his heart. Were you talking about me? Her voice was very cold. However, it wasn't the chilly type, but a type that contained wickedness. As long as one heard her voice, they would have a fearful and terrified feeling. Even the hand that he wanted to caress Yun Luofeng's face had stopped in midair due to her voice. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes, and looking at his outstretched hand, a chilly glint streaked across her eyes. Soon after that, she grabbed his wrists and suddenly exerted force. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the streets. Silence. On the street outside the Tianqi restaurant, it was totally silent, such that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone widened their eyes. There was shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Even Yu Xiangxian covered her mouth while she started trembling. Of course, she was shaking from excitement. No one had ever dared to touch the third prince in the Tianqi kingdom. After her excitement subsided, she was filled with worry. Yun Luofeng had injured the third prince and the emperor indulged him very much. Thus, he would definitely cause trouble for her. This won't do. She had to return at once to discuss this with her brother-in-law, on remedy methods. Mo Chancheng was tranquil as a sneer surfaced on his face. For daring to touch this woman, this third prince of Tianqi kingdom must have been sick of living. Sister, Yu Xiangxian tilted her head and pulled on Yun Luofeng's sleeve in worry. Return with me to the second prince's estate. The third prince will definitely seek revenge. Chapter 1921. I want to stay, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Seemingly not hearing Yu Xiangxian, she looked at Mo Chancheng. Why are you here? After he heard her question, Mo Chancheng revealed resentment across his face. Isn't it all because of Ji Jutian the beastard? I believed your previous words and went looking for Ji Jutian. As a result, he coincidentally activated the spatial wormhole to this place. It's fine if he wanted to leave by himself, but he gave me a push before he left and dragged me to this place. Mo Chancheng felt indignant. More importantly, I didn't get the chance to ask him anything. Ever since coming to this continent, Mo Chancheng's days weren't smooth sailing. In addition, with his strength sealed, he had basically been fleeing for his life. Fortunately, he was lucky and found a few stalks of strut herbs on a strut beast's corpse. However, he hadn't expected that it would result in today's situation. Yun Luofeng spared a glance at Yu Xiangxian and said, "Yu Xiangxian, head back first. I have to make a trip to the inn as Chi Su is still waiting for me there." Even though the second prince had invited them to enter the prince's estate, she felt that there were many inconveniences involved and so continued staying at an inn. Yu Xiangxian's mind was occupied with the third prince seeking revenge and so did not insist on staying. She nodded and said, "All right. Sister Yun, wait for me in the inn. Brother-in-law and I will think of ways to help you." After saying this, she clenched her teeth and ran towards the second prince's estate. Right now, the only person that could help Sister Yun was her brother-in-law. The instant Yun Luofeng turned around, she saw Mo Chancheng following behind as she coldly questioned, "Why are you still following me?" She helped Mo Chancheng because she didn't wish for them to shoot herself in the foot and allow him to break his seal. At that time, it would bring about trouble for her. Mo Chancheng's footsteps halted and he tightly bit his lips. "Yun Luofeng, I want to follow you." He hastily stopped himself after recalling Yun Luofeng's previous words as he called out to her. "Follow me." Yun Luofeng revealed a chilly smile. "Are you sure you want to follow me?" Mo Chancheng's eyes twirled around. "This continent is very dangerous and if you leave me alone outside, I'll definitely be chased down. At that time, if I were to break the seal by accident." Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. "You're threatening me. I only wish to follow beside of you." It was a hard-to-come-by opportunity where that B-starred Yun Xiao wasn't by her side. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? "It isn't impossible for you to follow me." Yun Luofeng's lips faintly curved as she revealed a wicked smile. "Coincidentally, I'm lacking a servant. If you can sweep the floor, wash clothes, cook, and clean the latrine, you're allowed to stay." Mo Chancheng was dumbfounded. It was fine for him to sweep the floor, wash clothes and cook. However, to clean the latrine. Could she tell him where exactly was the latrine? "Do you remember the illusionary realm Zhu Qian left behind? I've rebuilt it and my men are all cultivating in that realm. In the future, the task of cleaning the illusionary realm every day shall be handed to you. As such, my subordinates can wholeheartedly concentrate on cultivating." Mo Chancheng's lips twitched. However, he understood that this was the only way he could stay by her side. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, I'll do it." After all, he no longer wished to continue fleeing and it was safer to hide by her side. In reality, Yun Luofeng had her own considerations for allowing Mo Chancheng to stay. She thought about it and felt that it was the safest to have this time-ticking bomb by her side. As for everything else, it was just a punishment for him. Chapter 1922, An Emperor Shielding Shortcomings, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Just as Yun Luofeng entered Chi Su's room, she saw a subordinate of Chi family walking out. After turning back to look at that man, she shifted her gaze to Chi Su. "Chi Su, how much spread medicine does the medicine hall have?" Chi Su stared blankly and replied, "Probably over 1,000 bottles." "All right, for the time being, the Strid Gathering Medicine Hall will stop selling spread medicine to the public. I want you to wholeheartedly provide medicinal liquid to the second prince's troops." Yun Luofeng's voice was very solemn, causing Chi Su to tense up. "What happened?" Yun Luofeng stroked her nose and answered indifferently, "Actually, it's not a huge problem. I just crippled the third prince." Chi Su's lips twitched and he was stunned. She crippled the third prince. Yet she actually said it wasn't a huge problem. "The personality of my lord is sure similar to my master. In the past, his master would be calm and collected no matter how powerful their opponent was. It was as if she could use her hand to hold the sky even if it collapsed." "All right, I'll allocate some Strid medicine to the second prince right now." Chi Su took a deep breath as his expression was rather helpless. Besides that, Yun Luofeng pointed to the young man behind her, "This guy will be following you. It's fine to let him sleep on the floor." At this moment, Chi Su finally saw the silver-haired young man following behind Yun Luofeng. His looks were very handsome and even his ragged clothing couldn't conceal his mannerisms. "He is." Chi Su shifted his curious gaze to Yun Luofeng, seemingly wanting to ask about his origins. However, he was interrupted by the young man's grieving voice before he finished speaking. "I don't want to sleep in a room with a man. Yun Luofeng, I want to sleep with you." It was fine even if it was sleeping outside her room. As long as he could be near her, it was sufficient. Yun Luofeng dangerously narrowed her eyes as she evilly chuckled. "Do you think you have a choice?" The young man was instantly silenced. His face was filled with grief as he stared at Yun Luofeng, similar to a sorrowful wife. Chi Su noticed something fishy between them. In particular, the young man's expression was just like a sorrowful wife that had been abandoned by her heartless husband. Not to mention how pitiful he looked. "Then, you won't secretly leave me behind, will you?" the young man weakly asked. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be afraid of being abandoned. At the very most, he would chase her wherever she went. "Leave you behind and let you be bullied by the Fengyun continent's experts, and then allow you to break your seal. I'm not that stupid." Yun Luofeng coldly smiled. "Chi Su, the task of watching him will be on you. If he dares to do anything weird, inform me at once." Yun Luofeng slowly walked towards Mo Chancheng. Lowering her eyes, killing intent gradually surged forth. "Mo Chancheng, I know I'm unable to kill you at this point. However, if you dare to touch Yun Xiao, I will fight it out with you even if I have to sacrifice my life and everything." She had never trusted Mo Chancheng. The moment this young man appeared, he had wanted to kill her and Ji Jutian. If she hadn't impersonated Zhu Qian, she would have perished in his hands. It was precisely because she had impersonated Zhu Qian, which caused him to be hostile towards Yun Xiao and even wanted his life. Therefore, Yun Luofeng had ordered Chi Su to guard him closely. Mo Chancheng trembled from her words. Chapter 1923, An Emperor Shielding Shortcomings 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Of course, it wasn't because of fear. Instead, Yun Luofeng's words had hurt him. Zhu Qian was someone he didn't wish to hurt the most. Therefore, at the last moment, he had backed out. Yet, he had been locked up in the illusionary realm by Zhu Qian. Even when he attacked Yun Luofeng and Ji Jiqian in the past, it wasn't because of hatred but instead, blame. He blamed Zhu Qian for locking him up for so long, and not even visiting him for so many years. However, Mo Chancheng understood. If it weren't for the mistakes he committed, Zhu Qian would not have been so cruel to him. As such, he was willing to use his entire life to compensate him. It was just that. Thinking of Yun Luofeng's words, Mo Chancheng was filled with jealousy. He was jealous of Yun Xiao, as he was capable of making her give her heart to him and treat him so well. Just then, loud sounds could be heard from outside. Yun Luofeng frowned and glanced at Mo Chancheng. Wait here. Chi Su, head out with me to take a look. Chi Su nodded and walked out together with Yun Luofeng. Within the inn, a group of soldiers rushed in and encircled the entire establishment. The lead soldier was donned in armor as he looked awe-inspiring. We're here to arrest the criminal who injured the third prince. Bystanders are to leave immediately. After he spoke, those standing near the inn had escaped in succession. At the same time, on the porch of the second floor, a white-robed lady was reflected in his eyes. The shopkeeper of Tianqi restaurant walked out from the soldiers and spotted Yun Luofeng at a glance. He immediately pointed to her and shouted out loud, "It's this woman. She was the one who injured the third prince. Men, arrest this woman." The leader waved his hands and loudly commanded. In an instant, the soldiers uniformly unsheathed their weapons and attacked Yun Luofeng and Chi Su who stood on the second floor corridor. Casting a glance at those rapidly approaching soldiers, her sinister voice soon entered everyone's ears. That's right, I crippled the third prince. Because he deserved it. The leader nearly exploded from anger. He sneered and looked at the white-robed lady in mocking, as his eyes were filled with cynicism. This woman dares to be so arrogant in our Tianqi kingdom. Is she truly unaware of the saying, inviting death by your own recklessness? Seeing the soldiers rushing to the second level, those customers hiding in their rooms opened a small crack to view the outside situation. In an instant, a fiery red flame ignited from Yun Luofeng's body. Soon, those flames had transformed into an 8-tailed flame fox. The flame fox spurted a fireball and the soldier rushing in the front had instantly disappeared within the flames. At the same time, countless gold-seeking hamsters surfaced and squeaked. They bit whoever they encountered and the sharp teeth ruthlessly pierced into their skin. Chow Chow also appeared simultaneously and his huge body had pushed down the group of soldiers. With a furious shout, flames similar to a fireball spurted out and struck on their chests. Little Tree and Little Bug did not reveal themselves. To them, this level of a fight wasn't worthy of their assistance. Xiao Mo was a lazy person and from the day he followed alongside of Yun Luofeng, he had rarely participated in a fight in person. However, he had still appeared and sat on the staircase's railing while watching the show. Not to mention others, even Chi Su was stunned. He had followed Yun Luofeng for a few months but it was his first time meeting these spirit beasts. Furthermore, every one of them was very powerful. Astonishment could be seen on the leader's face as cold sweat trickled from his forehead. He clenched his teeth and said, "Rotten girl, this is the Tianqi kingdom and you've injured the third prince within our territory. The emperor will never let you off. Everyone, withdraw." Chapter 1924, An Emperor Shielding Shortcomings 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Thinking of leaving. Seeing that the leader was about to leave, Yun Luofeng's lips faintly curved. "Is my place somewhere you can come and go as you wish?" Boom. A powerful pressurizing aura pressed over, causing the leader to tremble and immediately fall to the ground. Sweat covered all over his body and his complexion was deathly white. "What do you want? Kowtow and admit your mistakes. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated." The leader was unyielding as his face turned red with anger. "Is that so? I'll end your life then." Yun Luofeng swiftly unsheathed her long sword. With a smooth motion it struck toward the leader's head. The leader wet his pants in terror and hastily kowtowed. "Hero, I know my mistakes. Please let me off. How can dignity be compared to life? There was nothing more important than keeping one's life." The longsword suddenly stopped and the sharp edge was only a millimeter away from his neck. If he was a second later in admitting his mistakes, it probably would have been a bloody scene. Even so, the leader was still pale from fright. He felt so close to the death god, to the extent breathing became difficult. "Speak, who sent you here?" Yun Luofeng slightly looked up. The third prince's subordinates shouldn't be at this standard. Although the third prince was useless, the emperor indulged him. So, he would have dispatched elites to protect the third prince. These soldiers were only ordinary and they were extremely weak. It's the Jian family's second miss. She came to complain, claiming that you injured the third prince. To curry favor with the third prince, I acted on my own initiative. Jian family's second young miss. Jian Yi. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. From how things looked, the Jian family was also at the Tianqi restaurant that day. At that time, she only noticed Mo Chancheng and did not notice anyone else's existence. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng surveyed her surrounding and spotted Jian Yi from the crowd. Jian Yi's expression turned pale from fright as her whole body slightly shivered. Even though these soldiers were weak, Jian Yi never expected that Yun Luofeng would have the courage to threaten them and force them to reveal her identity. The funny thing was, Jian Yi forgot that since Yun Luofeng dared to hit the third price, what else wouldn't she dare to do? Having a good brain was indeed a good thing but unfortunately, not everyone possessed one. After noticing Yun Luofeng looking at her, Jian Yi was frightened and wanted to escape. However, the instant she turned, a flame-like figure blocked her pathway. A little lowly in red looked at her while giggling. "My master didn't ask you to leave, so who allowed you to go? Get lost," Jian Yi furiously shouted, wanting to hit the little lowly as she raised her hand. Hearing her words, the little lowly's expression sank. Her fist struck Jian Yi with a bang and caused her to crash into the inn where she coincidentally landed beside Yun Luofeng. From the start, Huohuo had appeared as an 8-tailed fox. As a result, Jian Yi didn't expect in the slightest that this lowly before her was that fierce flame fox from the past. Jian Yi rubbed her aching arm and wanted to get up. However, the moment she looked up, she received a bone-chilling gaze. In that instant, her mind exploded. Yun Luofeng crossed her hand and gazed at Jian Yi with a devious smile. I knew that the Jian family wouldn't leave this matter alone. I never expected that they would use such a foolish method. Could it be that you thought these soldiers could subdue me? Chapter 1925, An Emperor Shielding Shortcomings, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Jian Yi inferred another meaning from Yun Luofeng's words. This woman had never once regarded the Jian family of any threat all along. Not exterminating their Jian family that night wasn't because she feared the imperial family. Instead, she did not believe that the Jian family could cause trouble for her. Jian Yi started panicking. She clearly knew of her father's hatred for Yun Luofeng, but she had a feeling that the Jian family was incapable of winning against her. No. Not only the Jian family. Perhaps even the imperial family wasn't her opponent. In her whole life, Jian Yi had only been clever this single moment. Even so, it was too late. Qi Su, head over and inform the Jian family. In exchange for Jian Yi's life, have them hand over 2 Sprit Herb Mountains. Didn't the Jian family cover the Qi family's Sprit Herb Mountains? Then right now, she would have Jian Bone give up 2 mountains and personally deliver them to her hands. Qi Su hesitated and he questioned, would someone as greedy as Jian Bone agree to these conditions? Yun Luofeng smiled and said, he will agree to it. The reason is that he only has Jian Yi left, who is somewhat valuable. Although Jian Yi was brainless, she had above average looks. Among the Jian family's 3 daughters, one was dead and the other crippled. Only Jian Yi was left intact and alive. If Jian Bone wanted to use his daughter to exchange for a greater profit, he would certainly be willing to part with 2 Sprit Herb Mountains. Huohuo, watch over Jian Yi with the hamster tribe. Don't let her escape. After passing down her orders, Yun Luofeng sent Cha Cha back to the God Code world while she returned to her room. At this very moment, she wasn't aware that a violent storm had arisen within the Tianqi Kingdom's assembly. Golden Imperial Palace Hall. Qi Baha sat upright on the dragon seat with a solemn expression and his eyes were stern and sharp. Lao, where is that woman who injured Lao San 1? Immediately hand her over. Qi Ling kept a straight face and said, Imperial Father, this matter is Lao San's fault. If he hadn't insisted on molesting Miss Yun, she wouldn't have retaliated. Insolent, Qi Baha sternly rebuked. As the prince, what fault does Lao San have? In my opinion, that woman must have been wanton. A fly doesn't bite uncracked eggs, and if it weren't for her loose behavior, why would Lao San even look at her? In Qi Baha's eyes, when a man took fancy to a woman, it was all because of the woman's wanton ways. Otherwise, why didn't the third prince molest others but only insisted on taking advantage of her? Wasn't it all because she had seduced the third prince? The civil and military officers sighed and shook their heads with disappointment showing on their faces. Even though the emperor wasn't considered wise in the past, he hadn't been so muddle-headed and tyrannical. Right now, his actions had thoroughly broken everyone's heart. Qi Ling clenched his fists. He knew that his imperial father was biased, but never expected it was to this extent of not differentiating between right and wrong. Imperial father, don't tell me, you think that it's a woman's mistake for looking beautiful. It's their looks that caused a man's licentious behavior. However, the man is innocent in this situation and it's the woman's fault. Qi Ling coldly chuckled. Then how could any woman in the world be innocent? Can you tell me why they have to bear this unreasonable criminal charge? Your Majesty, just as Qi Baha wanted to speak, a beautiful woman sobbed spasmodically as she spoke. You have to get justice for my son. I understand my imperial son's personality the most. He's obedient and well-behaved and he would never commit such indecent acts. Someone must have framed him. Looking at his beloved concubine sobbing, Qi Baha's heart softened. His sharp gaze shot towards Qi Ling. Lao, I know you've always refused to acknowledge your little brother. However, the state preceptor has mentioned before that Lao San's future is limitless and he will certainly attain the throne in the future. He will also lead our Tianqi kingdom to unify the 4 kingdoms. Therefore, as his elder brother, not only are you unhelpful, you are even colluding with outsiders to plot against his life. Exactly what evil intentions are you harboring? Chapter 1926, An Emperor Shielding Shortcomings, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. As he saw that Qi Ling was silent, Qi Baha's tone softened. Lao, there are many women in this world and since your little brother fancies her, so what if you give her to him? She ought to head over to Lao San's place and receive punishment. It was only a woman, and they could have as many as they want. Why was there a need for Lao to bully his biological brother for a woman? Qi Ling sneered, woman. Then did you know the woman you're speaking of was uninjured even after killing a heavenly god-level cultivator from the Lufeng kingdom? Throughout the entire hall, everyone sucked in cold air after hearing Qi Ling's words. Based on their knowledge, it was a young woman around 20 years old that injured the third prince. To possess the strength to defeat a heavenly god cultivator at such an age, exactly how terrifying was she? The woman you speak of is capable of making Qi Su obey her and is also the owner of the Spirit Gathering Medicine Hall. The Qi family's Qi Ling couldn't cultivate from when she was young, and it was also this woman who you disdained that used her superb medical skills to cure her. Perhaps you don't know who is Qi Ling. However, the emperor of the Lufeng kingdom was seriously ill a while back and everyone was helpless to cure his illness. I'm sure you know of this. Coincidentally, she was also the one who cured Mu Zhenshin. Qi Ling couldn't understand the reasons why his imperial father looked down on women. Doesn't he know that the woman he holds in contempt has terrifying power? You want to deal with her? Fine. The Lufeng Kingdom's emperor regards her as his benefactor, and if you harmed her in the slightest, I presume that it would incur a war between two kingdoms if this were to be found out by them. Frankly speaking, Qiling also wanted to say something like this. Please take a look at the Lufeng Kingdom's emperor and then reflect on yourself. Are you even a tenth of the Lufeng Kingdom's wise emperor? Qi Baha's expression turned extremely unsightly. He never expected Yun Luofeng to have such a powerful background. Just the thought of a war between the two kingdoms caused him to turn timid. Your Majesty, the beautiful lady in brocade clothing pouted as pea-sized tears flowed down, arousing pity from a man. My beloved consort, be at ease. I will compensate Lao San well. This time, Qi Baha no longer mentioned punishing Yun Luofeng. Imperial father, I have something else to discuss with you. Qiling slightly looked up and said, it's regarding the Four Kingdom tournament in a few months. Your son wishes to bring forth men to participate. Qi Baha's face faintly changed. In truth, he only wanted to have the third prince head to the tournament. Furthermore, due to the state preceptor's previous words, he was confident of the third prince victory. Therefore, hearing Qiling's request right now, he merely brushed him off casually. It's sufficient to have your third brother head there. You don't have to waste your time. In any case, you wouldn't be able to obtain victory. Imperial father, there are no rules on the participating numbers nor rules that a kingdom can only dispatch a single team. At that time, I'll sign up separately from third brother and it won't cause any losses. In normal situations, a kingdom would dispatch several teams to vie for victory. If they were unlucky, perhaps their kingdom's teams would encounter each other during the match and had to choose one or the other. Vice versa, if they were lucky, at least one team would win among so many teams, wasn't it so? Your Majesty, your humble servant finds the second prince's words to be reasonable. Various officials successively stood up in agreement. In any case, our Tianqi kingdom wouldn't make a loss regardless of how many teams we send out. Isn't that right? That's right, Your Majesty. Let's have the second prince head over, and no matter which prince obtains victory, it'd be our Tianqi kingdom's good fortune. Chapter 1927, An Emperor Shielding Shortcomings, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Looking at the various officials all in consensus, it wasn't appropriate for Qi Baha to be unyielding. He could only stiffen his face as he spoke. Since it's Sir Lao, I shall allow you to bring troops to participate. I hope you won't disappoint me or be a drag on your little brother's feet. One. Drag on his feet. Qiling chuckled in contempt. With that trash having had his body emptied by wine and women, he'll probably be made into mincemeat the instant he takes the stage. He truly couldn't understand where his imperial fathers had the confidence to believe that the trash would obtain victory. Just relying on those wise words from the state preceptor. Even if Lao San truly had the potential, he has thoroughly become a piece of mud after numerous years of indulgence and pampering by imperial father. If there's nothing else, the assembly shall be dismissed. Qi Baha's voice was as cold and solemn as he spoke expressionlessly. Long live your Majesty. All the officials knelt down and respectfully sent Qi Baha away. They only stood up and walked out the golden imperial palace hall after Qi Baha left. Somewhere in a courtyard as beautiful as a mural, a man stood erect under the wind on an artificial stone hill. His long black robes radiated a grim aura while a trace of emotion gradually surfaced on his expressionless face, seemingly recalling something. This emotion was fleeting and he recovered his ice-cold expression soon after. Suddenly, upon hearing footsteps behind him, he swiftly took out a mask and covered his heaven-shocking appearance. My lord, a man dressed in robes with dragon prints appeared and his face revealed respect as he spoke in an extremely deferential manner. The man answered with his muffled voice, the person I tasked you to find, how is it going? My lord, I've already dispatched the imperial family's experts to search for her. I estimate we'll have news very soon. Looking at the man standing before him, the yellow-robed man vaguely recalled the scene of this man's first appearance. He was similar to a god that descended from the skies, unfeeling and noble, and extremely powerful. In particular, this man's tone was extremely overbearing as he claimed to subdue his entire kingdom the moment he spoke. His overbearing tone angered two experts of the imperial family and resulted in a battle. However, that battle did not continue for long. The imperial family's experts had been defeated under everyone's watchful gaze, while this man still looked unfeeling and noble, similar to how he first appeared. His hair wasn't messed up in the slightest, as if the fight from before was as simple as waving his hands. It was also from that day that I, as the emperor seated up high above, had fallen to become his servant. Thinking of this, the yellow-robed man had an urge to cry. However, he didn't dare to reveal his discontent before this man. I'll give you 3 days. Find her within 3 days. Otherwise, there's no need for your Ziyu kingdom to continue existing. The man's voice was unfeeling and ruthless, similar to a heavy hammer that fiercely rammed against the emperor's heart, causing him to faintly shudder. Yes, my lord. I'll dispatch more men to search for her. The Ziyu kingdom's emperor suppressed his urge to cry and cupped his fists respectfully. After that, he staggered as he turned, while hastily leaving the courtyard. After his departure, the man took off his mask and revealed his handsome appearance. Feng, wait for me. I will head to your side in a short while. Under the azure skies, the woman's peerless figure seemed to have appeared, causing his callous eyes to gradually soften. Chapter 1928, The Ghost Emperor is Ugly. 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ziyu Kingdom. Within the imperial palace, the dragon-robed man flung his long sleeves as he slowly walked into the woman's chamber. At this moment, sounds of amusement could be heard, causing his brows to be tightly furrowed. Seeing the dragon-robed man walking over, the palace maids turned pale with fright as they hastily knelt in a row and spoke together. Your servant pays their respects to your majesty. Hearing the palace maids' voices caused a certain young lady who was laughing to stop. Looking at the dragon-robed man walking over with haste, she wittily stuck out her tongue. Imperial father, why have you come? The young lady was very beautiful while her eyes revealed cleverness. Even so, it can conceal her inherent pride. Feng the dragon-robed man's expression sank. After waving his hands for everyone present to retreat, he then spoke with a grave tone, "You're here again to cause trouble together with those group of palace maids and eunuchs. If you have the mood to play, why don't you go and learn about etiquette? That way I can gift you to the Ghost Emperor." Imperial father. Qiao Yifeng's expression completely changed. "Your daughter doesn't want to marry the Ghost Emperor. He's so ugly and he doesn't deserve to marry me." The dragon-robed man suddenly turned chilly. "What nonsense are you saying? Where did you hear that the Ghost Emperor is ugly?" Qiao Yifeng snorted, as her voice contained disdain. "If he weren't ugly, why the need to wear a mask? Even so, with the Ghost Emperor's strength, it's more than sufficient to match up to you." The dragon-robed man swept a glance at Qiao Yifeng. "Frankly speaking, the Ghost Emperor tasked me to find a woman and she definitely doesn't have a simple relationship with him. I hadn't thought of letting you be his wife, and from the start, I intended to gift you to him as a concubine." With a whoosh, Qiao Yifeng's expression turned incomparably pale and she even somewhat staggered. Looking at her father who pampered her to the extreme in the past, her face revealed disbelief. Why? Why is father gifting me to become his concubine? What right does a man who doesn't even dare to show his face to others have, to take me as a concubine? Imperial father, was it the Ghost Emperor who sent you here? Qiao Yifeng recovered her emotions very soon and clenched her teeth. "Tell him, in his dreams. I will never marry an ugly man." Looking at Qiao Yifeng's appearance of rather dying than submitting, the dragon-robed man's expression turned chilly. "Let me tell you, this matter is beyond your opinion. Men, take the princess into custody, and without my orders, she's not allowed to take a step outside." Hearing his words, 2 imperial bodyguards went up, with intentions of dragging Qiao Yifeng away. Qiao Yifeng struggled with all her might as her face appeared to be flushed red. "Imperial father, not to mention being his concubine, I wouldn't agree even if I could become his wife. Tell him to give up." Seemingly not hearing Qiao Yifeng's words, the dragon-robed man coldly looked at the guards dragging her away. From afar, Qiao Yifeng's furious voice could be heard. "Ghost Emperor, you this beastard who dares to peep on this princess, both of us cannot coexist together. With your ugly appearance, don't even think of." The dragon-robed man was evidently frightened by Qiao Yifeng's words, and before she spoke more unforgivable words, he directly tasked the guard to cover her mouth. At this very moment, a layer of cold sweat emerged on his forehead. Fortunately, the Ghost Emperor didn't reside in the Imperial Palace. Otherwise, the entire Ziyu Kingdom would be consigned to eternal damnation if he heard her. Whereas for Qiao Yifeng, she firmly believed that the Ghost Emperor had looked upon her beautiful appearance and ordered her Imperial father to force her. Otherwise, why would her Imperial father raise the issue of making her become his concubine for no reason? Chapter 1929, The Ghost Emperor is Ugly. 2. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Even if the Ghost Emperor was powerful, she would never fancy an ugly man. Unfortunately, Qiao Yifeng was incapable of resisting, as the guards directly dragged her back to her room and locked her up. She swept the teacups on the table in a rage as her chest undulated. "That Ghost Emperor is a beastard. I wonder where he had the guts to peep on me. In any case, I'm the Ziyu Kingdom's #1 beauty, so how can an ugly man match me?" "Princess," a palace maid on one side prudently glanced at Qiao Yifeng. "After the Ghost Emperor arrived in the Ziyu Kingdom, he had tasked your majesty to search for a woman. Therefore, according to my opinion, that woman must be the Ghost Emperor's lover, and perhaps it was your majesty's own initiative to have princess." Even though Qiao Yifeng was unruly and headstrong, she did not humiliate the servants. As such, this palace maid had the courage to say such words before Qiao Yifeng. "TSK, Qiao Yifeng released a sneer as her eyes were filled with disdain. "How beautiful do you think an ugly man's woman can be? Can she be compared to me? When the Ghost Emperor was battling with the 2 experts, I was also present. He must have taken a fancy on me back then." Qiao Yifeng gnashed her teeth in hatred. "If he has the capability, he should use normal methods to chase me. To actually force Imperial father to coerce me. The more he acts like this, the more I am disgusted." The palace maid lowered her head and no longer spoke. She felt that a powerful man that could cause others to fear would not be as what the princess described, falling in love with the princess at first sight. Furthermore, that kind of man would definitely disdain to force a woman by using his power. Qiao Yifeng took a deep breath. "Furthermore, the man that I would take a liking to must not only be strong, his appearance must also be matchless. The Ghost Emperor is undeserving of me. However, your majesty, he..." The palace maid carefully spoke, but before she managed to finish, she had been interrupted by Qiao Yifeng's fierce voice. "In his dreams, I will never yield." The palace maid once again lowered her head. She felt that the emperor wouldn't easily give up. Meanwhile, within the study room, the dragon-robed man held a book in his hands while a gorgeous woman in brocade clothing was currently pouring a cup of tea for him. "My empress," Qiao Yun sighed, "go back and persuade Feng. If she could marry the Ghost Emperor as his concubine, then he would stay in our Ziyu Kingdom forever." The empress was stunned for a moment. Feng has always been very prideful, and it'll be hard for her to accept being someone's concubine. Furthermore, will the Ghost Emperor agree to this? I'm afraid that it'll infuriate the man by gifting him a concubine. Qiao Yun chuckled. Isn't it normal for a man to have wives and concubines? In particular, a powerful man like the Ghost Emperor cannot have just one woman. By giving him a concubine, he would only be thankful, and how could he get angry? However, the top priority job now is to appease Feng, in case she offends the Ghost Emperor and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. "Yes, your majesty." The empress lowered her head. Suddenly the man's expression surfaced in her mind. Unfeeling, chilly, seemingly a bottomless abyss, causing one to be filled with fear and struggle for help. Would such a man honestly accept Feng as his concubine? Frankly speaking, the empress wasn't certain, as she was even faintly worried. However, no one could change what the emperor decided, and she could only comply. Chapter 1930, Heading Towards Fangyun City, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Tianqi Kingdom, Second Prince's Estate. Just as Qiling thought of leaving, he bumped head on into a woman and was suddenly distracted. Miss Yun, I was just about to look for you, and you came. I came to ask, when will we be leaving? Yun Luofeng shot a glance at Qiling as she asked. As the Four Kingdom tournament is held at Fangyun City and it's extremely far from the Tianqi Kingdom, we should be leaving 3 days later. Fangyun City. Yun Luofeng's eyes twinkled. This continent was named the Fangyun continent. Could it be? It's related to Fangyun City. Qi Su following beside Yun Luofeng was suddenly distracted after hearing the location. When my master came from another continent to the Fangyun continent, she came via Fangyun City. Hearing his recount, Yun Luofeng began pondering. Her fingers gently stroked her jaw. Since that was so, explain to me the situation of Fangyun City. All right, follow me and we'll discuss this slowly in the study room. Qiling's study room was simple and unadorned. The bookshelves were filled with books as it faintly gave off a fragrant odor. After walking in, he tasked 2 guards to deliver 2 stools, placing them near Yun Luofeng and Qi Su for them to take a seat. Miss Yun, young Master Qi Su. I'm not too knowledgeable about the exact situation of Fangyun City and I presume only my imperial father is clear about the inside story. Qiling's expression radiated seriousness. However, I know that this Fangyun City is our Fangyun continent's sacred place. If Fangyun City exists, so would the continent. Vice versa, once Fangyun City is destroyed, the entire Fangyun continent and even everyone in it would disappear. Yun Luofeng became silent. Previously the woman from the Qin family whom they captured on God Burial Mountain mentioned that the Spirit God continent existed because someone established a matrix, separating both worlds. Furthermore, they had transferred all the spiritual energy in the continent into the Spirit God continent. According to this view, the Fangyun continent and Spirit God continent were similar but was achieved by different methods. Whereas Fangyun City was also the location of the heart of the matrix. If the matrix core was damaged, the Fangyun continent would naturally disappear. As for these people, it wasn't possible for them to be eliminated by the natural law. They would probably enter the 7-province continent. There were too many experts on Fangyun continent and if they were allowed to enter the 7-province continent, it would definitely cause a violent sensation. Furthermore, there are too many of her close ones within the 7-province continent. Therefore, she would never allow this to happen. Other than that, Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as a cold glint streaked across her eyes. Qiling was silent for a moment. Everyone on this continent is afraid of damaging Fangyun City. Thus, Fangyun City is only a dead city in everyone's eyes. Other than special occasions such as the Four Kingdom tournament, no one would be allowed to take a single step inside Fangyun City on normal days. Yun Luofeng thought for a second and continued asking, You've never entered Fangyun City? I've never entered Fangyun City to this day. Also, I don't know how it looks inside. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng did not continue questioning. Even if she did ask, she probably wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information from him. However, Qiling paused for a moment before continuing. After entering Fangyun City, there's a place where you cannot enter. What place? Yun Luofeng's eyes brightened up. Chapter 1931, Heading Towards Fangyun City, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Fangyun City's ritual grounds. Qiling paused for a moment and continued. In reality, no one has entered this ritual ground. It's rumored that there is lightning surrounding the location and upon stepping in, one would be struck by lightning. Also, the bolts of lightning are even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation lightning during a breakthrough. Yun Luofeng's lips twitched. Even more terrifying than tribulation lightning. That's because they've never encountered true heavenly tribulation lightning. If she hadn't had the dragon scale armor as protection, along with her puppet that could absorb lightning, her soul would have been scattered under the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, Yun Luofeng believed that no matter how terrifying that lightning was, it couldn't be compared to that heavenly tribulation lightning. How are the preparations going for the troops? Yun Luofeng suddenly questioned. Qiling honestly answered, I've selected the elites from my men and this time around, we will never lose during the Four Kingdom tournament. While speaking, his voice suddenly became extremely domineering, seemingly having the imposing manner of a kingdom's ruler. Compared to the third prince, the second prince Qiling clearly had the capability to lead the Tianqi kingdom to its peak. Wait for me at the city gates 3 days from now. At that time, we'll set off together. After speaking, Yun Luofeng took a last glance at Qiling before turning to leave. With Qi Su following behind her, they quickly disappeared from the study room. 3 days later, the city gates were bustling with activity. Qiling was ready and waiting when he suddenly spotted the third Prince Qiyu leading a group of troops as they slowly walked over. Sparks flew the instant their eyes locked. There were flames of fury and contempt in Qiyu's eyes, as he looked down at Qiling standing before him. Oh, your hand has recovered. Qiling sneered as he expressionlessly questioned. Hearing his question, Qiyu's face thoroughly changed. He tightly clenched his left hand, while his right hand was limply hanging at his side. Second brother, even if my hand is crippled, I'm still capable of obtaining victory in the Four Kingdom tournament. As for you, Qiyu smirked in contempt. You were only sent by Imperial Father to increase our numbers. Imperial Mother mentioned before that Qiling heading towards the Fangyun City was because Imperial Father had sent him to increase their numbers. It is impossible for him to obtain victory. The reason is, the State Preceptor once said that I am bound to be the one who unifies the Four Kingdoms. Being compared with someone as outstanding as myself, Qiling is bound to seem more disappointing. Is that so? Qiling quirked his lips in mocking and shifted his sight to Qiyu's crippled arm. One of your arms is crippled and what capability do you have to obtain victory? Qiyu walked up and lifted his chin while speaking in an overbearing manner. Although I was also worried at the start, what Imperial Mother said is reasonable. I'm sure you know, the prophecies of the State Preceptor of our Tianqi Kingdom have always been very accurate. Since he said that I'm the one who can unify the Four Kingdoms, then I will win no matter what condition I'm in. His had a confident expression, as though he was certain that he would obtain victory. In actuality, Qiling was also aware of the state preceptor's abilities. In particular, the state preceptor had always maintained his young and youthful appearance. Solely relying on this point, one would know that he wasn't simple. However, his prophecy was from 10 years ago, and 10 years can completely change a person. Even if Qiyu had talent from the start, he had long become a dandy man after numerous years of pampering. Chapter 1932, Heading Towards Fangyun City, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. A dandy man capable of unifying the four kingdoms. If so, then there would be no such thing as trashes in this world. Qiling was disinclined to speak with him as he noticed Yun Luofeng and Qi Su walking over. However, there was another young man following them. Compared to Yun Luofeng and Qi Su, who had a relaxed look, the young man was carrying bags of luggage with a look of discontent on his handsome face. His forehead was dripping with sweat and even walking proved to be strenuous. In anyone's point of view, it would arouse feelings of heartache. Qiling glanced at the young man before shifting his sight towards Yun Luofeng as he questioned, "Miss Yun, you don't have a space ring." With Yun Luofeng's capabilities, it wasn't possible that she lacked space rings. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. He prefers to temper his physique and I can bear to discourage him. Thus, I've permitted him to carry these pieces of luggage. Mo Chancheng's expression became increasingly resentful, but he understood that Yun Luofeng wanted to use these methods to force his retreat. Therefore, he would never do as she desired. Qiling's lips twitched, fond of tempering his physique. Never in his life had he seen such methods of training one's body. HMPH. Qiyu's complexion darkened and snorted. Just admit that you're poor, why look for excuses? To think you could be poor to such an extent that you don't even possess a space ring. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow as her wicked smiling eyes gradually landed on Qiyu's face. Why, you don't want your left hand too? Her threat caused Qiyu's expression to change. Perhaps recalling Yun Luofeng's frightening aspect, he hastily stopped himself, afraid that this woman would take action because of a brief remark. Furthermore, she attacked him but his imperial father hadn't arrested her. Even his imperial mother reminded him to have less contact with her. Even so, he was unresigned. Unresigned to have suffered a defeat. Just you wait and see. After throwing out these words, Qiyu led his subordinates and walked out of the city gates. Qiling finally started talking after Qiyu's departure. Miss Yun, we should set off too. All right, let's go. Yun Luofeng nodded and flung her sleeves while taking the lead to walk out the city gates. Yun Luofeng and her company were unaware of a sinister pair of eyes coldly staring at their backs. This is the woman who injured my son. The noble lady tightly gripped her handkerchief, nearly tearing it apart. Her eyes were evil and menacing while staring intently at the departing troops. Reporting to her Imperial Majesty, she's the one who broke the third prince's arm. HMPH. I shall not take her life just yet. After my imperial son unifies the four kingdoms, it'll be her doomsday. The noble lady lifted her chin. In addition, have those experts of the imperial family disguise themselves as bandits and ambush them. However, don't touch Qiling and that woman yet, as killing their subordinates will suffice. Make it so that Qiling and that woman head to Fangyun City on their own. Even though she knew that Qiling couldn't win, she wanted him to suffer a heavy defeat. Within the Four Kingdom tournament, having a team was extremely important. Otherwise, it was impossible to win no matter how strong that single person was. Thinking of this, a chilly glint streaked across her eyes as an eerie smile curved on her lips. The road from the Tianqi Kingdom towards Fangyun City was extremely long and one had to go through a perilous mountain range during the journey. Fortunately, the men Qiling brought were elites of the team and there wasn't a need for Yun Luofeng to personally take action to resolve those dangers. Chapter 1933, Zhu Qian. Miss Yun, we'll be reaching Fangyun City very soon after passing this mountain. Qiling turned and said to the white-robed lady. Yun Luofeng nodded. I'll leave for a short moment so wait for me here. I'll be back soon. In regards to Yun Luofeng's action of disappearing for half a day upon arriving at every mountain, Qiling and company did not mind it. They did not say much about it and allowed her to do as she pleased. Of course, Yun Luofeng left because there were plenty of priceless treasures in the Fangyun continent and even the medicinal herbs were of better quality compared to the Seven-Province continent. In particular, there were much more precious medicinal herbs surrounding the mountains. As such, Yun Luofeng would gather all the precious medicinal herbs every time they arrived at a new mountain. It's more or less all of it. After Yun Luofeng kept the last stalk of medicinal herb, she glanced at the gradually dimming skies and muttered. They should have rested enough and I should return. Thinking of this, she turned and intended to return. Yet at that very instant, flute sounds from far away could be heard, causing her pupils to constrict and she looked far ahead. It was a white-robed young man with a head full of hair as black as ink spreading behind his back. Countless birds revolved above his head as they danced about, seemingly coordinating with his tune. A dull maple leaf fell, landing on the young man's shoulders. It seemed so picturesque, giving off a faintly discernible and unreal feeling. However, this young man was not similar to Chen Yuqing. Although Chen Yuqing's appearance was similar to an immortal and he acted like one, he still gave off a realistic feeling. Yet, the young man playing a tune seemed to have walked out from clouds and mists, and did not seem realistic. Yun Luofeng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her hand covered her chest as if a sort of emotion was about to overflow. However, Yun Luofeng was clearly aware that these overflowing emotions did not belong to her. Zhu Qian once told her that upon encountering his reincarnation in the future, she would recognize him with a glance. Right now, the instant she saw this young man, an unknown feeling emerged within her heart. He is Zhu Qian, the Zhu Qian I have been searching for. All of a sudden, the young man took a step and departed as his snow-white long robes gradually disappeared from Yun Luofeng's sight. Zhu Qian, Yun Luofeng shouted. However, the young man did not turn around and he disappeared within the forest in a flash. While those birds that originally encircled in the skies had also dispersed. Master, Xiao Mo's somewhat doubting voice sounded, is he really Zhu Qian? I remember Zhu Qian from the paintings wasn't someone like that. Initially, when Yun Luofeng obtained Zhu Qian's inheritance, she had also seen a painting. The man in the painting was wearing red robes while seated on a black chair with dragon prints. His left hand propping his chin while his right hand pointing a middle finger towards the skies. The meaning behind his actions was that even the heavens weren't deserving for him to take notice. How could such a proud and arrogant, powerful and strong man be the white-robed young man? They had two completely different styles. I have a premonition that he is Zhu Qian. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. It's no wonder I couldn't find him even after searching throughout the entire 7-province continent. So it turns out, he's in the Fengyun continent. Since it's things are much easier. As long as he exists, I can definitely locate him once again. Chapter 1934, Complete Wipeout. 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Xiao Mo was taciturn without speaking. Since Yun Luofeng believed him to be Zhu Qian, then there was a high possibility he was. Master, it's already quite late, Xiao Mo urged her. Without knowing why, he felt somewhat uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Yun Luofeng also seemed to have sensed something as she rushed in the direction of the Tianqi Kingdom's troops. As these troops had previously experienced a battle, they were currently resting at their original position. She had taken advantage of the time to separate from the troops to harvest medicinal herbs. At this moment within the forest, the setting sun reddened the whole sky. Qi Ling tightly gripped his longsword, while his face was dyed in blood and his gaze appeared malevolent. Qi Su guarded Mo Chancheng behind his back as he dealt with the atrocious group of bandits. His handsome face also appeared grave. Over half of their troops were casualties and he was afraid the rest could no longer persevere for long. Second Prince, these people don't seem like bandits. Qi Su blocked an attack with his sword and his voice was cold. Looking at these bandits concealing their appearance and aura, Qi Ling revealed an angry smile. Wiping the blood on his face, the smile on his lips seemed somewhat eerie. You're sent by Consort Lin. Consort Lin was the third Prince Qi Yu's mother. Other than her, he couldn't think of anyone else. These bandits did not utter a single word as their attacks became increasingly fierce. Towards Qi Ling's elites, they were completely ruthless. Qi Ling gradually became anxious, but more of it was anger. These elites were trained by him for numerous years and right now they were about to be completely wiped out. No, he would never allow such a situation to happen. Qi Ling gnashed his teeth and said, Young Master Qi Su, bring along the rest and escape. I'll ward off the attackers. He sensed that they didn't have intentions to harm him as he was still the Tianqi Kingdom's prince. If something really happened, no one could bear the responsibility. However, they were merciless against his own troops. From this, he could infer that Consort Lin intended to make him a general without an army. In that case, he would certainly suffer a defeat in this tournament. Qi Ling sneered. How could he allow that woman's evil schemes to prevail? I'm afraid it's beyond my capability, Qi Su retreated. I wonder if you've sensed two auras that have yet to appear. Both of them are evidently Heavenly God Realm cultivators. I'm incapable of leaving under their attacks and right now, we can only await Miss Yun's return. Qi Ling's eyes turned chilly. Within every kingdom, there would be a group of elders and those capable of entering that group were all Heavenly God cultivators. For the princes, the elder group was extremely important. As such, no matter him or Consort Lin's faction, they had all attempted to rope in those elders within the group. Right now, these Heavenly God cultivators clearly come from Consort Lin's factions. More importantly, those two Heavenly God cultivators he roped hadn't sent any information about Heavenly God cultivators leaving the Tianqi Kingdom. If it wasn't with his Imperial Father's permission, how could the matter of Heavenly God level cultivators leaving the Tianqi Kingdom be concealed? Thinking of this, Qi Ling's expression became increasingly grim as his heart turned cold. His elites were nearly wiped out, with only a few persistently persevering on, while those two Heavenly God level cultivators hidden in the dark had yet to reveal themselves. Chapter 1935, Complete Wipeout. 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. If it weren't for Qi Su giving out spirit herbs with healing properties, they probably would have been completely wiped out. Mo Chancheng stood behind Qi Su all along and looking at the experts killing him as if ants, an obscure glint streaked through his eyes. Should I try my luck? Perhaps the seal will be undone. He suddenly made a decision and stepped around Qi Su. Then, he walked towards those black-robed experts. They naturally regarded Mo Chancheng as Qi Ling's subordinates and launched an attack immediately. Mo Chancheng closed his eyes and a powerful pressure locked on him. A fatal crisis arrived before him, seemingly as though he was a small boat amid a violent storm. What are you doing? Qi Su's expression changed as he hastily pulled Mo Chancheng's arm, wanting to pull him away. However, at that moment, a raging flame suddenly ignited on that black-robed man who launched an attack towards Mo Chancheng. Soon after that, he turned into ashes while everyone was watching. The aura locked on him had disappeared and the earlier sense of crisis had simultaneously vanished without a trace. Mo Chancheng opened his eyes in fury, wanting to see who had disrupted his plans. Unexpectedly, he met a pair of ice-cold eyes. He trembled in that instant, wanting to say something as he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Frankly speaking, he did think of using such a method to lift his seal. Unfortunately, he had rarely encountered an expert after coming here and normal people were incapable of killing him or bringing about a sense of crisis. Only those fatal attacks were powerful enough for him to forcefully break his seal. Unexpectedly, his first attempt had been discovered by Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, hi. Mo Chancheng wanted to explain but the white-robed lady had already turned around as she swept across those black-robed experts with a cool eye. Did you enjoy killing them all? Her voice was bone-chilling, seemingly coming from the underworld as it caused others to be scared witless. Then now it's my turn. Boom. Before those black-robed men could react, a gust of violent wind surged forth and not a single living thing survived under the destructive storm. Let's go. In any case, Qiling's troops were more or less wiped out and their mission was considered complete. Therefore, the black-robed man did not hesitate, turning with intentions to escape. Thinking of leaving. It's too late. Bang. An overspread might capable of hiding the skies and covering the earth pressed down from above. Their bodies stiffened as they unconsciously stopped in their tracks. Meanwhile, the white-robed lady appeared behind their backs and her ice-cold, sharp weapon pierced a man's throat. In an instant, blood splashed out and it was completely silent. She was extremely fast, to the extent they were incapable of reacting in time. After they recovered their senses, that person had already met his end. Chi Su and company finally relaxed. As long as she returned, no one was capable of escaping. Hold it. Just as Yun Luofeng got rid of another two men, the two heavenly god-level cultivators hidden in the dark finally moved, with two silhouettes appearing in the skies. One was wearing a fluttering white robe and carried an immortal-like bearing, while the other was dressed in grey robes, seemingly rather mysterious. Miss, anyone can make mistakes and it's better to forgive them when possible. The white-robed elder spoke with indifference. Why the need to eradicate them? How could Yun Luofeng not know that these two elders were partners of those black-robed men who killed people as if ants? Forgive those who make mistakes. Eradicate them. Yun Luofeng chuckled. Then what are the previous actions considered as? I'm only taking revenge right now. One should pay with their lives for killing and they all deserve to die. Comment 0. Comment first rate this chapter, vote with Power Stone. Chapter 1936, Idiots Who Pose as Being Righteous. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The white-robed elder's eyes dimmed. I didn't see them killing, only you chasing them. I had no alternative but to step out and stop you. Oh, that's to say, this group of people around me committed suicide. Or perhaps there was an internal massacre. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as she spoke with an angry smile. The white-robed elder had an indifferent expression. It's possible. Are you an idiot or do you think everyone is a moron? Clearly, my men were killed by these people, yet you're still sprouting bullshit with your eyes open. Yun Luofeng pressed in closer to those two elders. Speak, who sent you here? Hearing her question, the white-robed elder did not even look up at her. I'm unacquainted with these people and I merely walked past when I saw you bullying the weak. I couldn't put up with your actions and interfered. What if I insist on killing them? A dangerous glint surfaced in Yun Luofeng's eyes as she revealed an angry smile. Then don't blame me for being unreasonable. The white-robed elder's tone was still of indifference, yet he had already extended his hand as he launched an attack towards Yun Luofeng. The two elders knew of Yun Luofeng's strength from Consort Lin and naturally, wouldn't underestimate the enemy. Therefore, after the white-robed elder attacked, the grey-robed elder matched his actions. Both of them were merciless and unleashed their full force. I'll kill those who obstruct me from killing my enemies. Yun Luofeng's voice was extremely domineering, as it echoed throughout the skies. Simultaneously, she summoned her dragon-scale armor while holding on a longsword in her hands. In the blink of an eye, she dashed towards the two elders. Flashes and shadows of swords could be seen and the entire skies vibrated due to their clash. Chi Su stood in the forest with his eyes filled with worry while spectating Yun Luofeng fighting in the sky. That's weird. Qiling slightly frowned. I've met the heavenly god-level cultivators within the imperial family, but I don't recognize these two. Chi Su was distracted for a moment before turning towards Qiling. Could it be that they weren't sent by Consort Lin? No, I believe it's her. Only she could have done something like this, said Qiling as he shook his head. Then what's going on? Chi Si questioned with a worried frown. Hearing their conversation, Mo Chancheng couldn't help but interrupt. Have you never heard of the art of disguise? They were capable of changing their aura and so it was natural they could alter their appearance. After all, since the so-called consort could commit such acts, she would certainly be unwilling to leave any traces. Therefore, it was natural that she ordered them to disguise themselves. Mo Chancheng couldn't help but glance at Yun Luofeng locked in a battle with the two elders, but it was unclear from his pitch-black eyes what were his internal thoughts. In the sky, Yun Luofeng was incapable of dealing with her opponents with ease as before. Although she had once defeated a heavenly god-level cultivator, that was because there was only one opponent. Right now, there were two of them standing before her. In addition, the dragon-scale armor had a time limit and she had to settle them within the time frame. Otherwise, once she lost the dragon-scale armor, it was even more impossible to deal with them. Boom. The grey-robed elder suddenly appeared behind Yun Luofeng. As he released a punch to her back, she was sent crashing a few meters ahead. Lifting her head, her narrowed eyes contained a chilly glint. Miss Yun. Chi Su's heart skipped a beat as hated his weak self. If it weren't for his weak strength, he could have been at least helpful in such a situation. Chapter 1936, Idiots Who Pose as Being Righteous. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The white-robed elder's eyes dimmed. I didn't see them killing, only you chasing them. I had no alternative but to step out and stop you. Oh, that's to say, this group of people around me committed suicide. Or perhaps there was an internal massacre. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as she spoke with an angry smile. The white-robed elder had an indifferent expression. It's possible. Chapter 1937, Broke Through to the Heavenly God Level, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Miss, do you know a saying? The old man in white looked at the white-clad woman in front of him and said mildly, Karma is ABTCH. Since you killed people, now you have to pay. Yun Luofeng wiped the blood off her lower lip and smiled, and I also want to teach you a saying, the wages of sin is death. Hearing this, the old man in white scowled and then he snorted, "You are really sharp-tongued. In this case, don't blame me for being rude." Boom. In an instant, the old man in white released a powerful aura again which swept across the whole sky like a flood. The sky turned grey at this moment. In the middle of the sky, Yun Luofeng held a long sword in her hand and stood against the wind. She looked nonchalant, and her long dark hair was fluttering in the gale. "Master, let Yunyi and Little Bug come out to help you." From the soul of Yun Luofeng came Xiao Mo's worried voice. Little Bug and Yunyi had broken through to the god level, and one of them was a primitive dragon ancestor, and the other was an immortal puppet. With the strength of the god level, they would be able to cope with the heavenly god level spirit cultivators. However, Yun Luofeng shook her head resolutely. "No, I can handle it. Besides, I've already reached the bottleneck several days ago. Perhaps this battle can help me make a breakthrough." From the very start, Yun Luofeng had been ready to fight the two old men. Even if she was defeated, she still had Little Bug and Yunyi in her hands. She had reached a bottleneck, so she wanted to fight the two alone. Boom. When Yun Luofeng said this, the attacks of the two old men had reached her again. Eager to fight, she came up to them. As the battle in the sky was getting fiercer, the people below became nervous. Mo Chancheng had been staring at Yun Luofeng who was fighting the two old men, and a red light gradually appeared in his black eyes. He tightly clenched his fists, and his young, handsome face was filled with anger. Yes, anger. Looking at the besieged woman, Mo Chancheng suddenly thought of the man who was as dazzling as a king being hunted by so many strong masters. Bang! At this moment, the fist of the old man in grey landed heavily on Yun Luofeng and made her shoot out like an arrow. "No, don't." Mo Chancheng felt his heart stop beating at this moment. His eyes were all red, and his long, silvery hair was wildly fluttering with the gale. He looked horrible, not at all like that young, innocent boy. Kill everyone, and bury them with Ju Qian. Bury them with Ju Qian. These words jumped into Mo Chancheng's mind, and his mind went blank, as if there was only one thought left: everyone present, whoever they were, shall die. The two heavenly god level spirit cultivators shall die, because they hurt her. The second prince shall die. If he hadn't attracted these people here, she wouldn't have been in danger. Click. The young man stood firmly in place and he could clearly hear the seal broken inside his body. However, at this moment, his eyes could only see the girl who was falling down from the sky. His eyes were all red as if being filled with blood and shining with a scary glint. Everyone was looking at Yun Luofeng, so no one found the abnormality in Mo Chancheng. Chapter 1938, Broke Through to the Heavenly God Level, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Bang! Yun Luofeng's body hit the ground so hard that it made a big hole in the ground. She wiped the blood from her lips and got up from the ground. Without hesitation, she rushed towards the two old men again. Ha! The eyes of the old man in grey were full of astonishment, and his voice was grim. "Girl, it seems that I underestimated you. Taking such a heavy blow, you can still stand up. No wonder you accomplished so much at such a young age." Yun Luofeng looked up, her black eyes sparkling. Continue. This time, she took the initiative and rushed towards the nearest old man in grey. The old man in grey dodged and evaded Yun Luofeng's attack. His arm fell heavily on Yun Luofeng's shoulder and made her retreat a few steps, leaving a shadow in the sky. At this moment, Yun Luofeng clearly felt that the power of the dragon scale armor began to decline. If she couldn't solve them now, she would not be able to defeat them with her own strength. "Girl, it doesn't look like you're going to last long." At first, Yun Luofeng was able to evade his attacks, but now her strength was waning. Apparently, she couldn't rival them. However, the old man in grey also wanted to fight a quick battle, so without giving Yun Luofeng breathing space, he attacked her again. Boom. As a strong force invaded into her body, Yun Luofeng vomited a mouthful of blood, but her body was still as hard as iron, without any trace of falling down. "Go on," she wiped the blood from her lips and said. Lao Bai, the old man in grey took a look at the old man in white and said grimly, "It's getting late. We should leave now. So, this time, let's not hold back and kill her with all our might." Okay. The old man in white nodded. He slowly raised his hand and a storm gradually appeared in front of his hands. The storm grew larger and larger, and seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, enough to destroy everything. The old man in grey responded in kind. A gale suddenly appeared around him, and even his grey robe was swept up by the gale. A blow with all the might of one of them would be enough to turn this young woman to ashes, not to mention the blow with all the might of both of them. In the decaying jungle, Mo Chancheng was standing still. Tiny breaking sounds kept coming from within his body. However, no one could hear them except himself. When he saw Yun Luofeng in the midst of a crisis, the breaking sounds became faster and faster, and with a boom, something broke within his body. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before Mo Chancheng broke the seal, the two old men's attacks had reached Yun Luofeng and swallowed her body up in an instant. No. Mo Chancheng's pupils suddenly constricted, and he cried out loud, his voice filled with pain and fear. "Miss Yun." Chi Su and Chi Ling turned pale and rushed to where Yun Luofeng was just standing. Mo Chancheng stood there in a daze. He looked at where Yun Luofeng was swallowed up, and turned his eyes to Chi Ling who looked so nervous. In an instant, an intense murderous desire shot from his constricted pupils. He tightly clenched his fists and his face looked ferocious with pain. Did he kill Yun Luofeng? Yes, Yun Luofeng wouldn't have died if he hadn't attracted these people here. So, both the heavenly god level spirit cultivators and the Tianqi kingdom people shall be buried with her. Chapter 1939, Broke Through to the Heavenly God Level, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Humph, we finally solved this woman. The old man in grey snorted and said grimly, "Let's go, we should go back." However, just as the two of them turned around, a wicked and domineering voice suddenly came from the smoke-covered land. "Chi-Su, get out of the way." The sound made the two old men stiffen. Chi-Su and Chi-Ling paused for a second before they responded. They quickly withdrew by hundreds of meters. Mo Chancheng's glassy eyes gradually glowed as he stared into the smoke-covered sky for fear of missing the smallest detail. As the dust cleared, Yun Luofeng's figure slowly appeared. The woman was a bit discomfited, but she still looked spotlessly clean. Her dragon-scale armor had completely disappeared, and her white robe was torn into pieces. The old man in white looked back in surprise, and the pupils of his eyes suddenly diffused. He suddenly found it hard to breathe. "You are still alive. How was this possible? How could this woman still be alive?" Yun Luofeng answered him with a mysterious smile, "I have a gift for you." "What?" Before the two old men could react, they heard a crash and a thundercloud appeared in the sky. This thundercloud glowed purple and rumbled, and then, without warning, a lightning bolt came down. Ah! The two old men, near Yun Luofeng, were also hit by the lightning, and a whine went out of their mouths. You are having a breakthrough. Lightning punishment would occur when someone broke through from the god level to the heavenly god level. And this woman had a breakthrough at this time. I should thank you for helping me break through my bottleneck. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. The old man in white was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He gnashed his teeth. You think you can kill us with the heavenly lightning punishment? I tell you, no way. I have experienced heavenly lightning punishment. After all, he had broken through from the god level to the heavenly god level, so he had experienced heavenly lightning punishment. It was impossible to kill them with heavenly lightning punishment. Yun Luofeng gave a wicked smile. Unfortunately, my heavenly lightning punishment is different from the others. Quote. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as she said this, the heavenly lightning punishment came again. This one was more powerful than the previous one, directly hit the two old men's bodies and made them whine shrilly. However, it was not yet the end. Lightning bolts, much more powerful than the previous ones, kept falling like rain, leaving the two old men no strength to escape. Ah. Seeing that the two old men kept whining miserably, the crowd was dumbfounded. Chi-Su was stunned when he saw the powerful heavenly lightning punishment, his eyes glassy. Suddenly, he cried out loud, "Oh, my gosh." Hearing it, Chi-Ling turned to him. What happened? Chi-Su's expression kept changing. Nearly a year ago, someone broke through to the god level near our Lufeng kingdom, causing a heavenly lightning punishment. It was so fierce that all the strong masters in the Lufeng kingdom were shocked by it. At that time, I found Miss Yun close to the place where that heavenly lightning punishment occurred. Unfortunately, at that time, I thought Miss Yun was just unluckily injured by the heavenly lightning punishment. But now I think the person who triggered the heavenly lightning punishment was her. At the thought of this, Chi-Su took a deep breath. He remembered the whole Lufeng kingdom was searching for the strong master who caused such a powerful heavenly lightning punishment everywhere, but it never occurred to him that that strong master was at his side. Chapter 1940, Broke Through to the Heavenly God Level, 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Even the heavenly god level strong masters of the Tianqi kingdom couldn't withstand such heavenly lightning punishment. By contrast, Yun Luofeng looked quite relaxed, as if taking a shower. In fact, no one knew that Yun Luofeng's body had already been overwhelmed by the lightning. However, she had to hold on and couldn't let all her previous efforts wasted. Fortunately, she had experienced this kind of heavenly lightning punishment and was somewhat resistant to it. Compared with the two old men, she was in much better condition. Girl, you're so evil. You'll be liable to retribution. The old man in white gnashed his teeth. His mouth was full of blood, and he spoke ferociously. I'm just making a breakthrough, said Yun Luofeng with a smile. You showed up at my side. Heavenly lightning doesn't have eyes. How can you blame me? Indeed, this heavenly lightning was not summoned by Yun Luofeng. They were just unlucky. Boom. As the lightning kept striking down with one stronger than the other, the two old men finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. With their last strength, the old men shouted angrily, the Tao of Heaven won't let you off, even if we die here. This girl was so talented that she attracted such powerful heavenly lightning. If she continued to grow, the consequences would be disastrous. After that, they lost all their strength, and their eyelids gradually drooped. When the two old men lost their resistance, Yun Luofeng also couldn't hold on. Her body shook a little and she suddenly called out. Yun Yi. Swish. In an instant, a powerful figure appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. He appeared out of nowhere and blocked all the fierce heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning kept striking at Yun Yi's bulky body and almost swallowed him. However, Yun Yi remained expressionless without batting an eyelid. A puppet. Chi-Ling and the others were all stunned to see Yun Yi blocking the heavenly lightning. And then they saw a more shocking scene. The fierce heavenly lightning was all absorbed by Yun Yi. Absorbing him, he released a strong power and his cold eyes looked so powerful. Heavenly God level. After absorbing the heavenly lightning, the puppet had reached the heavenly God level. Chi-Ling and the others all gaped in surprise. They were shocked by what they saw. As for the two old men, they had hoped that Yun Luofeng would also be killed by the heavenly lightning. After seeing this, they turned pale and their eyes were filled with horror. Kill them. Yun Luofeng gave a faint smile and said flatly. Soon, Yun Yi rushed to them. Since the elders had lost their battle power under the heavenly lightning, Yun Yi could kill them as simply as cutting vegetables. As he moved his hands, they were stabbed through the chest. Once the heavenly god level spirit cultivators died, the others were completely rooted. However, under Yun Yi's threat, no one dared to escape. Yun Luofeng walked slowly to Chi-Su and the others, and looked at Chi-Ling who was dumbfounded. Go and check if you know the two men. Okay. A complex gleam flickered across Chi-Ling's eyes, and he felt lucky. He felt lucky that he had Yun Luofeng to help him. He had confidence that with Yun Luofeng's strength, she would sooner or later be able to unify the Fengyun continent, the continent of wind and cloud. Chapter 1941. Broke through to the heavenly god level, 5. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Qi Ling slowly walked to the two old men and lifted the lifelike human masks on their faces. When he saw their familiar faces, even if he had been prepared, he couldn't help but feel a chill. These two men are members of the board of elders of the Tianqi kingdom, and they only obey my father's orders. Qi Su looked at Qi Ling and found he looked sad. At this moment, he felt some sympathy. How similar was Qi Ling to the former him at this moment? Fortunately, they both met Yun Luofeng, a savior who could change their lives. Miss Yun, Qi Ling asked, turning his head to Yun Luofeng, these people followed me for years but were killed through no fault of their own. I don't want to bury them on this spot. I'm going to have the survivors send their bodies to the Tianqi kingdom and let their souls go home. As for the Four Kingdom tournament, I'll attend it alone. Even if he was alone, he would try his best to win. Yun Luofeng nodded, okay, send them home. Besides, you'll have a chance to revenge your men. Qi Ling said nothing. It never occurred to him that his father would do such a thing to help his third younger brother. He was, after all, his father, so he still couldn't be determined to kill him. However, he would never forget what happened today. If that man wouldn't do anything bad in the future, he would only imprison him when he took the throne. If he still wanted to lay his hands on him, then even though he was his father, he wouldn't forgive him. Qi Ling breathed out slowly, with a smile on his handsome face. The Four Kingdom tournament is going to start. Let's set off. With this, Qi Ling issued orders to the surviving elite. They bowed to him and left, preparing to bring the dead back to their native land. Qi Ling waved his sleeves and looked unrestrained. Noble Consort Lin, if you want me to serve as a foil to your son, you made a big mistake. I will be the champion of this Four Kingdom tournament and I'll never give up. Looking at the confident Qi Ling, Yun Luofeng nodded with satisfaction. Mo Chancheng had been looking at Yun Luofeng by the side. He tried to speak several times but finally swallowed his words. Glimpsing Mo Chancheng who seemed to have something to say, Yun Luofeng asked him mildly, what's up? Mo Chancheng hung down his head and looked ashamed. Sorry, I couldn't help you. Now, whenever he thought that Yun Luofeng was almost killed by those people, his heart was filled with panic and anger. However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't help Yun Luofeng. It was too late for him to break through the seal. If he could have broken through the seal earlier, maybe, Yun Luofeng would not have faced such a crisis. You don't have to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. But you are Zhu Qian. How can I stand by and do nothing? Mo Chancheng knew that Yun Luofeng wasn't that close to him, so he didn't say it out loud. As you can see, there is great danger in following me. Are you sure you want to follow me? Yun Luofeng asked, narrowing her eyes. Mo Chancheng bit his lips. I'll be more dangerous if I don't follow you. Aren't you afraid that someone will try to kill me and let me unintentionally break through the seal? Chapter 1942. Broke through to the heavenly god level, 6. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. He couldn't tell her that he had broken through the seal, because he wanted to stay by her side. Otherwise, the woman would not let him stay. Besides, after he saw how many dangers Yun Luofeng would have to face, it was even less likely for him to leave her. Let's go. Yun Luofeng turned her head to Qi Ling and his men and didn't speak to Mo Chancheng again. Not long ago, there was a big crowd of people, but now only 3 of them were left. Feeling a bit sentimental, Qi Ling took a final look at the surviving elite and forced himself to turn his head. Let's go. Behind them, the brave soldiers bowed to them until their figures completely disappeared. The Tianqi kingdom. Noble Consort Lin was lying on her side on a soft couch, her long black hair falling down to the floor. Although she was middle-aged, she took good care of herself, so she still looked gorgeous. Your Highness. At this moment, a discomfited figure rushed in. Something bad happened, Your Highness. An imperial maid came tumbling over, her face filled with panic. Noble Consort Lin frowned. What's the matter? Your Highness, the men you sent to kill the second prince's elite troops were all killed. What? Noble Consort Lin's heart ached and she jumped to her feet from the soft couch, her beautiful face ghastly pale. What did you say? They were all killed. As far as she knew, Yun Luofeng was just a god-level spirit cultivator. She could cope with the heavenly god-level spirit cultivators just because she had the dragon-scale armor. But she sent 2 heavenly god-level spirit cultivators. By no means could Yun Luofeng be their rival. Your Highness, it's true. Our men have found the bodies of Elder Bai and the other Elder. Quote. Noble Consort Lin went pale and fell to the floor, biting her lips tightly and trembling. How could it be? Even 2 heavenly god-level spirit cultivators couldn't defeat Yun Luofeng. How powerful was that woman? At this moment, Noble Consort felt frightened and regretted sending people to ambush her. Besides, Your Highness, I heard that the second miss of the Jian family was disabled by someone, the imperial maid said with a trembling voice. What does this have to do with me? Noble Consort Lin was worried about Yun Luofeng's revenge, and her face turned sour when she heard the imperial maid's words. Here is the thing, Your Highness, several days ago, a man went to the second prince's estate to look for Yun Luofeng. He happened to meet the second miss of the Jian family who was wandering outside the second prince's estate. She claimed that Yun Luofeng was lewd, seducing Qi Su and then the second prince. The man became so angry that he disabled her. Noble Consort Lin frowned. The man was really bodacious. How dare he touch the Jian family's people? However, how could Yun Luofeng's friend be an ordinary person? The Jian family was really unfortunate. She heard that Jian Yi offended Yun Luofeng and was imprisoned by her. Then the Jian family paid a great price to redeem their only remaining daughter. However, Jian Yi offended her again and was disabled. The Jian family wouldn't be able to exchange her for a fortune. Do you know where the man came from? I don't know. All I know is that he was wearing a mask. Quote. Mask. Noble consort Lin thought for a moment and had no impression of such a man, so she waved her hand and said, you can leave now. I need to calm down. Heavenly God level spirit cultivators were important even for the imperial family. Chapter 1943, Fangyun City 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The Tianqi Kingdom had lost 2 Heavenly God level spirit cultivators at one time, which was a great loss for Qiyu who would inherit the Tianqi Kingdom. At this moment, noble consort Lin was still confident that Qiyu would be the heir to the Tianqi Kingdom and would unify the 4 kingdoms. In the woods not far away, a cold man in a long black robe stood on top of the mountain. Feng wait for me. I'll go to Fangyun City soon. The picturesque figure of that beautiful woman popped up in his mind, and a smile appeared on his cold face. It had been more than 10 years since he met her. During the 10 years, they were apart from each other for most of the time, but this didn't change their affection. Wherever she went, she was in his heart. Fangyun City. In normal times, it was like a dead city, desolate and uninhabited. But today the Fangyun City was extremely boisterous. At the gate of the city, a soldier stood guard. When he saw Yun Luofeng and the other 2 coming slowly, he frowned. This is Fangyun City. No one shall enter without a permit. I'm the second prince of the Tianqi Kingdom and I'm here to attend the 4-kingdom tournament. Qiling stood with his hands clasped behind and spoke mildly. The soldier paused. The second prince of the Tianqi Kingdom. Where are your troops? Qiling looked up at the soldier and his voice was cold. I don't need any troops. He meant that only the 3 of them were attending the tournament. The soldier was shocked, but the tournament didn't specify the minimum number of participants, so he didn't say anything more. After Qiling showed him his token, he let him in. The second prince of the Tianqi Kingdom is so strange. Does he think he can win the tournament with only the 3 of them? I heard that in the Tianqi Kingdom, the emperor's favorite son is the 3rd prince. Maybe this second prince just came here for fun. The 2 soldiers whispered to each other and didn't say anything more. They continued to guard the gate and check the identities of the people coming. Although the Fangyun City was uninhabited at ordinary times, its environment was very beautiful. Even the staging post was luxurious. The gate of the staging post was also guarded by a soldier. After Qiling showed him his token, the soldier let him in. However, as soon as the 3 were going into the staging post, they saw Qiyu stride towards them. Qiyu glimpsed Qiling standing in the doorway and laughed when he saw no soldiers behind him. Haha, second elder brother, where are your elite troops? Did they die on the way? I think your elite troops are just so-so. They can't even handle some spiritual beasts. Why do you think you can win merely with them? Qiling clenched his fists. Third younger brother, don't you know what happened? Hearing it, a grim gleam flickered across his eyes. Second elder brother, I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry your army had an accident. But what does it have to do with me? Don't splash dirty water on me, or else father will punish you. Qiling's eyes glowed red at the thought of his subordinate's death, but in the end, he controlled his emotions. Third younger brother, remember what you did. One day, I will retaliate. Qiyu sneered disdainfully and his eyes rested on Yun Luofeng's face. Chapter 1944, Fangyun City 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. He wanted to mock her, but being stared at by the woman's wicked and chilly eyes, he couldn't help but swallow his words. He waved his hand and clenched his teeth. Let's go. Humph. Though he couldn't touch this woman for now, he would make her kneel down to him and beg for his mercy when he unified the 4 kingdoms. As if thinking of that scene, Qiyu could not help but laugh grimly and his face looked smug. After Qiyu left, Qiling turned to Yun Luofeng and explained, the Jinyang Kingdom, the strongest one of the 4 kingdoms, hosted this 4-kingdom tournament. Princess Jinyang of the Jinyang Kingdom is very talented. Her men are also very strong. She is our strongest rival this time. Princess Jinyang was named after the country, which showed that she had a noble status in the Jinyang Kingdom. Qiling said this to remind Yun Luofeng, but considering the strength of Yun Luofeng, he thought he might be worrying too much. When it came to talent, no one in the world could match Yun Luofeng. When she was still at the god level, she could defeat heavenly god level spirit cultivators. Now she had broken through to the heavenly god level, so she would only be more powerful. However, Yun Luofeng only said in a languid tone, with a hint of laziness, I'm tired. Quote. Qiling couldn't help laughing. Our residence in the Tianqi Kingdom has been prepared. Miss Yun, let me take you to have a rest. Okay, Yun Luofeng nodded. Instead of wasting her time listening to Qiling say this nonsense, she might as well cultivate. No longer speaking, Qiling took Yun Luofeng to have a rest. However, when they were going to leave, they heard a mocking voice from the front. Oh, look who is here. Mu Zushin, your father hasn't died yet. The voice was so disdainful that Chi Su's face greatly changed. Second prince, I met an acquaintance. I'll go over there and be back soon. With that, his body turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward the neighboring yard. In the yard, a girl with her hands resting on her hips stood in the way and arrogantly stared at Mu Zushin with a sardonic smile on her face. Mu Zushin looked calm, but her clear eyes were filled with anger. You can rest assured, even if the last person in your Ziyu kingdom dies, my father will still be alive. How dare you? Qiao Yifeng thundered. Mu Zushin, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? Your Lufeng kingdom must have committed a great sin since your father doesn't even have a son. Do you know what it is? This is divine retribution. Your father will die without a son. Although they had a little prince, he was not fathered by Mu Zhenshin, so Qiao Yifeng said these words. Mu Zushin got angry and slapped Qiao Yifeng in the face. No one expected that Mu Zixin would beat another participant when the Four Kingdom tournament was going to start, so they were all dumbfounded. Mu Zixin, how dare you beat me? Qiao Yifeng stared in disbelief and said angrily, guards, get this GDM woman. Princess. An imperial maid at her side carefully tugged on Mu Zixin's sleeve. We came here secretly, so we'd better keep a low profile, lest His Majesty. Chapter 1945, Fangyun City, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. This time Qiao Yifeng had snuck out of the imperial palace and came to the Four Kingdom tournament without the emperor's approval. How could her father force her to marry the ugly monster, Ghost Emperor, as a concubine? That ugly monster wasn't worthy of her. Only the ugliest woman in the world could stand that ugly monster. However, Qiao Yifeng and Mu Zixin had been in a bad relationship for many years. As soon as she saw her, she couldn't control her emotions. Hearing the imperial maid's words, she suddenly slapped her hard, though she was usually nice to this maid. Are you blind? Didn't see me being bullied? This woman beat me. She has to pay. The imperial maid lowered her head in grief and didn't dare to say a word. Qiao Yifeng stared in anger at Mu Zixin. When she saw the people around her not helping her, she decided to get revenge by herself. But no sooner had she lifted her hand than a strong and powerful hand seized her arm. Boom. As the man gave a violent push, Qiao Yifeng immediately stepped back a few steps. Anger welled up within her and she instantly looked up. However, she paused when she saw the young man's handsome face. In fact, Qiao Yifeng came here for a reason. Those who came to attend the Four Kingdom tournament were all outstanding talents. Before her father forced her to marry the ugly monster, Ghost Emperor, she had to find her Mr. Right. In her heart, a prince would be a good choice. Princes were not only talented but also had noble status, and some of them were very handsome. Only such a man was worthy of her. Therefore, when she took the first glance at Chisu, Qiao Yifeng was sure that the young man in front of her was the husband she expected. Chisu. Mu Zixin turned her head only to see the handsome profile of the young man. She was very happy to see him here. What are you doing here? I came with Qi Ling. Mu'er, are you all right? Asked Chisu, his eyes full of worry. Mu Zixin looked shy and she shook her head. I'm all right, Chisu. I can protect myself. Then I can rest assured. Chisu smiled and then turned to Qiao Yifeng. His eyes immediately turned cold, and there was a chill in them. The princess of the Ziyu kingdom is just so-so. Qiao Yifeng was gazing lovingly at Chisu but immediately got angry when she heard Chisu's relentless taunt. This is a feud between me and Mu Zixin. What does it matter to you? This young man was good looking but had bad taste. How could he be attracted to a woman like Mu Zixin? Mu Zixin was not as beautiful as her. Chisu smiled coldly and said expressionlessly, Mu'er is my fiancé. Of course it matters to me. Qiao Yifeng gnashed her teeth. Dog matches dog, wolf matches wolf. Since Mu Zixin is your fiancé, you must be as disgusting as her. Xiao Kui, let's go. Even though Qiao Yifeng was not smart, she could tell this Chisu wasn't weak, which could be seen from his violent push just now. Therefore, she glared at Chisu and walked away arrogantly, followed by imperial maid and guards. Chisu withdrew his gaze. Mu'er, Miss Yun is here too. Really? Mu Zixin's eyes lit up and her face was beaming with a smile. I really admire Miss Yun's medical skills. When I have time, I want to learn some from her. She naughtily made a face and said with a smile, by the way, why did you come here with the second prince of the Tianqi kingdom? Chapter 1946, the tournament began, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Miss Yun wants to support Qi Ling. He told about Yun Luofeng's purpose simply.